Release that which chapter 561 to chapter 645. What do you think? Edith went back to the bed and sat down. The bathroom? I mean the new law. Cole looked hesitant. I'll write to my father tomorrow and tell him about His Majesty's conditions, but I don't think he'll agree. Really? Edith could not deny it. Seeing that she did not deny it, Cole became a little more courageous. I've also read the booklet that His Majesty gave me. Let's not talk about whether the content in it is true or not. The most powerful noble used as an example is only the son of an earl. Now, he is equivalent to a duke without a fief. To be honest, if I were only a knight, I would definitely make the same choice. But my father is the rightful ruler of the northern region and the duke of the city of Evernight. His status and power are far lower than the eldest son of the Honeysuckle family. Once he agrees to His Majesty's terms, it means that he gives up his territory. It's not an upgrade, but a real decline. You're right. Edith nodded with a smile. Before her brother could cheer up, she continued, but you've overlooked one thing. What? That we can occupy these positions and powers. Cole's expression froze. You've obviously focused on the stories at the back of the pamphlet, but I'm more concerned about the opening paragraph. Edith picked up the pamphlet and opened the cover. If this is His Majesty's idea, I have to say it's very interesting. The cause of feudalism? Cole poked his head out. Do you understand what it means? It's just a coined word. You can think of it as our current system, or you can call it nobility. Cole looked puzzled. Edith shook her head to herself. The content seemed rather awkward at first, and it seemed inexplicable to be used as the opening paragraph in the brochure. It was far less vivid than the following examples. However, if one could understand its true meaning, they would find that it was the basis for Roland Wimbledon's decision to implement the new law. It was the first time that she had seen such a novel and thorough statement. Have you ever thought about why we infect the land to our knight and retainers? That way they'll be loyal to the Counts, Cole muttered. And they'll be able to recruit more brave men to serve them. What if father took the whole of the north? Edith asked. Are you saying that all of it belongs to the family? The younger brother thought for a while and shook his head. Of course not. If we occupy all the territories, the knight will leave the northern region. Without their property, they will definitely look for opportunities in other places. The same goes for the lesser nobles. In that case, the Comte family will be the only noble family in several towns. Is it not good? Of course. Cole blinked, as if he did not understand why his sister would ask such a simple question. The northern region is too vast for us to manage. If Cliffside City is attacked, it will take the guards half a week to get there from the city of Evernight, not including the time it takes to deliver the message. Besides, collecting taxes and grain is also very troublesome. We can't expect those untouchables to voluntarily hand over these things, right? So, in order to keep our land, we keep expanding the number of vassals. In the final analysis, it's because of the need of war and the limited management ability. This is also the main reason why His Majesty thinks the feudal system is formed. Edith stroked the pages of the book. But now the situation has changed. No matter how much we expand the number of troops, we can't stop His Majesty's thunder. His army is invincible in the whole kingdom. At the same time, His Majesty firmly believes that a strong city hall can manage the affairs of the whole territory well. Naturally, there is no need to infect the land to the nobles. Well. Cole opened his mouth but did not know how to answer. Roland Wimbledon thinks this is an inevitability of history. She pointed to the last sentence of the opening. A fully functional, centralized government will inevitably replace the infect nobles. Because a unified management plan can make better use of the resources of the whole territory, tap the potential of the people, and make the whole kingdom burst out with strong productivity. And productivity is the decisive factor that determines which power can survive. Nonsense, Cole said in a low voice. What's productivity? Can it be compared to who can farm better? 10 farmers can't beat one knight. And to manage the whole country. Where does he find so many people to take charge of the tax? Won't he entrust it to the nobles? If those people can really collect money and grain, what's the difference between using it now and using it now? The untouchables don't care who is their king. I'm as curious as you are about this. Edith raised the corner of her mouth. But the person who wrote this can't be unprepared to implement this new set of laws. What do you think? She paused. Let's go visit him again tomorrow. This time, I'll do it. So soon? Cole was surprised. Don't you usually wait until the other party mentions your identity before revealing it? I can't wait until then. Edith shrugged. And don't write to father yet. Before we left, you heard him say that I'm in charge of this trip. Do you want to promise His Majesty? He gasped. Father will kill you. No, I mean he'll hate you, Cole corrected himself. After all, the main reason he wants you to go is to protect his dukedom. Don't worry, I'm not that easy to convince. Edith raised her eyebrows. Since he's already given me the conditions, he should at least let me bargain, right? The next day, the injury test reports were sent to Roland's desk one after another. The demons' bodies were not much stronger than those of witches. Whether it was guns or swords, they could be fatally wounded. However, probably due to the difference in their physiological structure, poisons had little effect on them. For example, chlorine gas, nitric oxide, and carbon monoxide did not affect the mad demon. Even if they did, it was because the effective components of the red mist had been weakened. The same was true for Dreamland Water and Pill of Madness. The former could not make them fall asleep, and the latter could not make them go berserk. After the red mist was decomposed, it turned into several kinds of gas and water. After Xianxia's examination, he confirmed that part of it was flammable and emitted a foul smell. Another part was nitrogen, and the rest was unknown. However, these were not necessities for the demons to survive. The main reason was the subtle magic power surging in the mist, which was why the red mist could not be preserved for a long time. In addition, when the temperature rose to 300 degrees, the red mist would decompose faster, and when it approached 800 degrees, it would even burn. While Roland was thinking about what kind of arson tool would be easier to make, a guard came in and said, "Your Majesty, the emissary from the northern region wants to see you." It's only been one day. Roland was a little surprised. Are they going to refuse my request directly instead of waiting for the Duke's reply? Take them to the reception hall, Roland ordered after a moment of silence. Also, tell Carter to block the Foreign Affairs building and temporarily prohibit the emissary delegation from going out. Yes, Your Majesty. Since the emissary could not agree with his policy, Roland had to force them to stay. When Roland walked into the reception hall on the first floor, he found that the people on the other side of the long table had changed their seats. The woman, who was supposed to be Cole's assistant, was sitting in the main seat, while Cole was sitting in the second seat with a book in his hands. Your Majesty, I'm Edith Kant, the eldest daughter of the Duke of Evernight and Cole's sister. The woman stood up and made a standard noble bow. This is not the first time we've met. Cole forgot to introduce me last time. Please forgive me. Carwyn's daughter? Roland was surprised at first, and then he could not help but be interested. So you're the leader of the emissary delegation? Yes. She put her hand on her chest and said, My father has entrusted me with this mission and given me the Duke's seal. It wasn't that there weren't any women participating in politics in this era, but it was extremely rare, not to mention a young and beautiful woman. Roland could tell from Edith's expression that this was not the first time she had dealt with a superior. Her words and behavior were impeccable. As for the concealment of her identity, Roland realized that it was a trick to attract the attention of the negotiators. She was not deliberately concealing her identity. She was just using the disguise of a woman to mislead the negotiators. It was not deception, and most nobles would only regard it as an act of fun. Roland had to admit that it was indeed effective. In other words, you can make decisions on behalf of your father? Yes, Your Majesty. To be precise, he will listen to my opinion. What a confident answer. Roland looked at Cole, who was scratching his ears and cheeks, and could not help but laugh. Well, Miss Edith, what's your purpose of seeing me? Roland had thought that she would tactfully say that she couldn't accept such a condition, or use other more interesting methods to get him to take back the new law. He didn't expect that she would take out a book from her backpack and put it on the table. It was the brochure he had written. "I have some questions to ask you," Edith said bluntly. "You said that the reason why the feudal nobles will be eliminated sooner or later is that the central power continues to expand. But without the help of the nobles, how can you ensure that you can effectively manage the vast kingdom?" "Does he want to discuss politics with me?" Looking at her sincere eyes, Roland realized that she was serious. It had been a long time since he had heard such an interesting question. "It's the people and the progress of technology," he answered after thinking for a while. "Are you referring to those free citizens? What is technological advancement?" "That's right. A management team trained by City Hall, paid by City Hall, and provided with manpower and supporting facilities by City Hall doesn't require the manager to have strong assets or abundant manpower. Therefore, it doesn't matter whether the manager is a noble or not." Roland began to explain the form of a centralized government and the way for ordinary people to be promoted. Then he talked about the practical significance of technology in controlling the territory. He talked for an hour. "How do you plan to prevent the administrative officials far away from the King City from malfeasance? After Grey Castle is unified, how will the trade be distributed? Can productivity really be used as a standard to measure policy?" The more she asked, the more Edith's eyes sparkled. It was not until noon that she let out a long sigh. "I see. You really didn't write that opening speech casually." Roland also sipped his tea contentedly. As a person with a different profession, his political knowledge was probably only up to this point. "Thank you for your answers. I didn't expect you to tell me these things in such detail. The most basic requirement of a city hall in the new era is to publicize the policy. We must let everyone clearly understand the content of the new policy, so that the implementation will not be strange." Edith nodded and changed the topic. "Can you provide the production equipment and personnel for the steam engine to the northern region?" "I can't at the moment because Neverwinter is also short of people. But you can send some people to learn, provided that the nobles in the northern region give up their feudal rights and obey the management of City Hall. The construction technology of paddle steamers can also be taught?" "Of course, as long as we pay the Golden Dragon, it won't be a problem. But without the witch's help, it'll be difficult for you to move the entire production line to the northern region in a short time." "Your calmness surprises me, Your Majesty." She pondered for a moment. "But there's one thing I don't understand. According to your plan, you can easily annex the entire Grey Castle in 10 years. At that time, you can push the new policy without any resistance, and you don't need to care about our opinions. Why are you so eager?" Roland fell silent. After a while, he said, "Do you really want to know the answer?" Edith probably did not expect him to answer so seriously, so she also became solemn. "Yes." "Then come with me." He stood up and said, "I'll show you something." Stepping into the shady backyard, Roland led Edith to the wooden shed in the center of the olive grove. The demon, whose limbs had been amputated, was lying flat on a long table, surrounded by various bottles and jars. Agatha was making the final preparations for blood extraction. "God above, this is, what?" Edith let out a low cry of disbelief, but Roland noticed that there was only shock on her face, not fear. "I should lock the shed and ask leaf to surround the yard." Agatha frowned. "Don't tell me you're going to let a common person participate in the sigil production. If I was fusing the god stone, I'd probably have failed." "Of course not. It'll be ready soon." Roland coughed twice and turned to Edith. "The alien creature in front of you is the legendary demon. They appear in the northern region of the impassable mountain range and are the biggest enemy that human beings will soon face. The war between the two races has nothing to do with territory or wealth. It's to decide who can survive, and the loser will perish completely." "Demon? Decide to continue the war?" Edith could not help but murmur. After Roland and the mortal woman left, Agatha heaved a sigh of relief. "Did I say too much just now? Maybe I should be more kind to this lord after 400 years, even if he is immortal." Although she thought so, she still did not like people other than witches to step into the laboratory where she was about to start making sigil, and she did not want His Majesty to know how to make sigil. Of course, she would not be able to keep this a secret for long. Agatha turned around, laid out the 6 square wooden boxes that she had prepared in the morning, and put the god stones of retaliation collected by His Majesty into them. This was the template for making the base of the sigil. She needed to make 4 sigil of listening, 1 sigil of screaming, and 1 sigil of insight. Just as she expected, His Majesty did not choose a sigil for a weapon. Instead, he chose a basic sigil based on the magic stones he had obtained. In the Quest Society, it would have been a waste to use the high-quality magic stones left by the Magic Slayer for the sigil of Shriek and the sigil of Insight. Now that Roland had powerful firearms, he naturally did not need a sigil of weapons as much as before. Not to mention that the more powerful the sigil, the higher the demand for magic power. At this moment, there was another knock on the door. It seems that I need a few servants in addition to a research tower. Agatha reluctantly put down the magic stones in her hand and opened the wooden door. What's wrong, Your Majesty? Is there anything else? Sorry to keep you waiting, Miss Agatha. Well, do you need me to treat the demon again? This time it was Anna and Nana who came in. They were also the assistants she had requested from Roland. No, ahem, she corrected herself. You came just in time. I've just finished the screening. Put the remaining materials into the box, and then we can officially start making. When the blue blood flowed into the wooden box through the coated tube, the god stone underwent a wonderful change. The two blended together and produced a series of bubbles. The hard stone was like a burning candle, and the water chestnut turned into a viscous liquid that flowed down, followed by the god stone itself. The demon seemed to realize what they were doing and used the last of its strength to struggle. Unfortunately, it was useless under the iron chains. Soon, the 6 boxes were filled with the blood of the mad demon. The first box that was filled with the blood seemed to be boiling. The surging liquid mixed fine sand, mercury, and god stones together, looking thick and turbid. Anna carefully observed their changes. Does the quality of the sigil have anything to do with the raw materials? Yes, it mainly depends on the god stone of retaliation and the magic blood. The Quest Society believes that magic transforms the body in all aspects. The physical fitness of senior witches is obviously better than that of ordinary witches, and the Transcendents have reached the limit in this regard. In order to improve the effect of the sigil, the best sigil would be made from the blood of powerful demons and the best god stones. For example, Lady Alice's God's Punishment sigil was made from the blood of a dying magic slayer on the battlefield. Is it the same when a witch's blood fuses with a god stone? It's not the same. Magic stones won't melt like candles, and the reaction won't be as intense. The liquid that forms is as clear as water and can flow freely. But the demon's blood will eventually solidify and become as hard as a stone. As Agatha spoke, she put a partition panel into the wooden box. Therefore, the process of making a sigil is similar to smelting metal. Before it completely solidifies, the magic stone must be put in and the most important step must be completed, connecting the magic vein. Vein? Anna asked curiously. Like a plant? Agatha nodded. Do you remember what I said before? The Quest Society believes that only life can carry magic power. Without this step, the sigil is just a dead thing. The magic stone is still an individual, and it won't combine to produce incredible power. Can the demon's blood give these ordinary substances life? She asked in surprise. It's not enough to rely on the demons alone, Agatha said calmly. You have to add the witch's blood. Nana covered her mouth in shock. The Quest Society discovered this secret by accident. When the blood of witches and demons is mixed, it can produce a strange effect. The melted god stone remains in a fresh state, just like a plant. Even if it is left for a long time, the vein will not lose the blessing of magic power. I don't know how to describe it. In short, you'll understand after you watch. The liquid in the first box had calmed down and was covered with a layer of gray light. It looked like blue wax after it had condensed. Agatha took out the panel, leaving 2 hemispherical grooves and a shallow strip-shaped groove in the box. Then she picked up a knife on the table and cut her wrist. Bright red blood instantly gushed out and filled half of the wine glass. She gestured to the little girl and said, "Help me heal the wound." This was the reason why Agatha chose these 2. Anna was the witch with the best learning ability in the Union and was suitable to inherit this skill. On the other hand, Nana could effectively relieve her pain. In Tequila, healing witches were the main force in the front line and could not be assigned to the Quest Society. Most of the time, after bleeding in the laboratory, they could only use herbs to treat their wounds. If Roland Wimbledon had not shown her the hope of defeating the demons and had no prejudice against witches, she would have rather buried the method of making sigil. Even in the Union, most people could not accept the fact that the blood of witches could be perfectly mixed with the demons. Even after she came into contact with this matter, she once had doubts about the origin of witches. This confusion was very disadvantageous to the battle of divine will, so the making of sigil was one of the secrets that the members of the Quest Society had to keep. This was also the reason why she did not want His Majesty to participate in the battle of divine will. Especially in this era, there were still rumors that witches were the minions of the demons who had seduced the demons. Even if he would find out sooner or later, Agatha still hoped that it would be a little later. She sighed to herself and thought, maybe this is also a kind of self-deception. When the mixture was half hard, Agatha forcefully inserted the magic stone into the groove and poured the warm blood into it. The red blood flowed in the shallow groove, and the surrounding blue blood clots began to squirm. The edges of the two gradually blurred, forming a state of mutual penetration. Then she infused magic into the sigil. In an instant, the red blood lines emitted a subtle light. Countless light spots flowed on the veins, and with the surrounding squirming, they expanded and shrank rhythmically, as if they were breathing. Anna and Nana simultaneously understood what Agatha meant. Is this considered a success? Anna asked softly. Well, the next step is to cut it open and seal it with a silver foil. Agatha nodded and said, depending on the type of sigil, the finishing method is also different. For example, the sigil of screaming can't be cut. It has to be used as a whole. What happens when it fails? The blood veins can't gather magic power. The reason is unknown. No matter how good the raw materials are, there's always a chance that this will happen. The solution is also very simple. Just pry out the magic stone and redo it. But it will consume extra blood. Anna frowned. So in Tequila, the demon's blood is more precious than a witch's. Agatha laughed self-mockingly. If the witch's blood is wasted during the experiment, no one will care, but if the demon's blood is lost, the scolding and punishment are inevitable. In the end, 2 of the 6 sigil failed. Although the previous steps were exactly the same, the 2 blood veins did not respond after being injected with magic power. In other words, they did not survive. Agatha took out the magic stone, took out the spare wooden box and continued to make the second sigil. She had to hurry because the demon was about to die. The alien that was fixed to the wooden table began to spasm irregularly. Its blue-black skin gradually turned gray. The massive loss of blood made its breathing speed up, and the color of the red mist under the helmet was visibly fading. Once the mist ran out, the devil would die in a very short time, and the blood would only last for about a quarter of an hour at most. Wait. When Agatha raised the knife, Anna stopped her. Use my blood. Just as she was about to refuse, Anna had already cut the skin on her wrist with the black fire. Nana can only heal the wound, but can't help you replenish your blood. His Majesty said that losing too much blood will cause dizziness, and you might even faint, which is not good for your future experiments. Of course, it's best to rest for 2 days before resuming training and production. During this period, eat more meat porridge and liver, and you'll recover faster. His Majesty also said this? Yes, every witch has learned how to save themselves from trauma. Anna laughed. And your purpose of asking me to be your assistant is to let me learn how to make sigil, right? Why don't I operate these too? Agatha was silent for a while. Then I'll have to trouble you. You're welcome, she said lightly. I'm very interested in it myself. In the end, under the attack of the demons, the witch empire fell apart and completely collapsed. The survivors crossed the mountains, crossed the rivers, and came to this barbarian land. They rebuilt their towns and prepared for the third and final battle of divine will. This is the truth of history. After Roland finished speaking, he held his chin and quietly observed Edith's expression. The afternoon sun shone into the room, sprinkling a ray of light on the desk. The woman's contemplative appearance was like a statue. Her green hair was reflected by the sunlight into a pale white, and her beautiful face did not show the slightest bit of color because of these shocking news. Just as he expected, Edith's eyes were filled with curiosity and excitement. She was silent for a long time before she slowly said, "You wouldn't make up such an unbelievable story just to deceive me. Are demons really that powerful? There's no doubt that they're not only fierce individually, but also very large in number. My army could easily defeat Timothy's knights, but it wouldn't necessarily be able to defeat the demons. After all, they had been lurking in the northwest of the Land of Dawn for the past 400 years, unlike the witches, who had to start from scratch. Most importantly, there's no possibility of peace in this war. It won't end until one side is destroyed. Then. Are you going to disclose this news? Sooner or later. Roland sighed. But not now. I don't know what kind of attitude my subjects will have towards such a terrifying and ruthless alien enemy. It's a slow process to build confidence. I agree. Panic is more terrible than any enemy. Edith nodded. I have one last question. How long until the Battle of Divine will begins? 5 years, maybe even closer. No one knows the specific time of the Bloody Moon's arrival. I can only say that the war may break out at any time, so I can't unify Greycastle step by step. She did not reply. Instead, she stood up from her seat and knelt on one knee. In this case, the Comte family is willing to serve you. Your law will be unimpeded in the northern region, and your decree will be the only voice in the northern region. She paused. I also hope that all your promises will be fulfilled. Are you still thinking about the steam engine factory? Roland shook his head with a smile. Your father may not necessarily agree to this. And what guarantee does the Comte family have? She said without hesitation. What? Your Majesty, I guarantee it. If you're still worried, Cole can also stay here, Edith said confidently. In this way, my father will have to agree no matter how reluctant he is. You mean to stay in Neverwinter as a hostage? Although he did mean it before, he still felt a little embarrassed when he said it out loud. Isn't this a disguised threat in the eyes of the Duke? I'm not a hostage. She put one hand on her chest and saluted like a knight. Please allow me to join your city hall. I want to see the new world you've planned with my own eyes. At night, Roland received 6 newly made sigil. Thank you for your hard work. He nodded at Agatha. Did the process go well? The first batch failed twice, and Anna also participated in part of the production. Agatha yawned. Anyway, if you still want to make sigil, please give me a spacious laboratory first, not a shabby shack that looks like a stable. A mage tower. I owe you, Roland agreed happily. As soon as the ancient witch left the office, Nightingale poked her head out from behind and asked, What are these sigil used for? They're probably like telephones, alarms, and cameras? What's that? Try it and you'll know, Roland said with a smile. Today was really a fruitful day. The sigil of listening temporarily solved the problem of long-distance transmission. Although it was rare and only witches could use it, it was better than relying on flying messengers. The sigil of screaming would emit a high-pitched sound when it sensed the demon's power. Its range was about the size of the border area, and could effectively prevent enemy sneak attacks. As for the sigil of insight, it was part of the plan to assist Thunder in his exploration. It would be a pity if he missed the spectacular and strange Sealing because he could not follow the fleet out to sea. Of course, what pleased Roland the most was Edith Conte's pledge of allegiance. Nothing was sweeter than a population and resources. If the northern region really surrendered as she said, his territory would more than double, and the remaining noble forces in the eastern region would also feel great pressure. The swirling sea, the fjords islands. The sea was foggy, and the ship looked like it was sailing in the clouds, surrounded by a vast expanse of whiteness. They had just left Snowwave Island not long ago, but now the island had disappeared as if it had never existed. Except for the sound of water splashing against the bottom of the ship, Marjorie could not find any other objects that could help her determine the direction. Sailing in foggy weather was taboo for sailors. If other captains had requested to do so, they would have been tied up and thrown into the sea. However, the captain of the chase was Thunder, the most famous explorer in the fjords. Wherever he wanted to go, there would be people willing to follow him, even if it was the entrance to the abyss or the depths of the living lava. "The reef area is just ahead, my lord," shouted a sailor who was familiar with the area. "Lower the sails and move forward slowly." Thunder clapped his hands and said, "Everyone, keep an eye on the surroundings and keep your ears open. That's our destination." "Yes," everyone said in unison. Since the secret meeting with His Majesty in the King's city of Grey Castle and obtaining his support, Thunder did not waste a single day. He immediately prepared for the third trip to the east of the Shadow Islands to explore the secrets of the sealing and the tides. In addition to preparing a ship and recruiting excellent explorers, the most important step was to find a witch who could observe the ebb of the tide from the bottom of the sea. That witch was Marjorie's childhood friend, Sunflower. "Can we really find her?" Molly stood on the head of the magic servant and looked into the distance. "I can't see anything." "She'll only show up when she can't see anything," Marjorie said in a low voice. "Sunflower won't just sit back and watch a ship in danger." "Has she turned into a fish?" "The last time I saw her, only her legs were in the shape of a fish, but that was more than 10 years ago." Marjorie shook her head. "I don't know what she looks like now." "This is a kind of summoning ability, so it's not surprising that she can turn into any aquatic animal," Camilla Derry, the chief butler of Sleeping Island, said. "If Sunflower has been with the sea for a long time, there's no need to worry that she can't survive the day of awakening." "But it's been more than 10 years. Is she really still in this sea?" "Madam, you have to believe in our information," Thunder laughed. "Ever since I knew she was a witch, I've been paying attention to the movements here. You should know that her voice is the symbol of Snowwave Island. There are even some merchants who want to take this voice for themselves." "Did you stop them?" Camilla raised her eyebrows. "A shipwreck stopped them." Thunder blinked. "I promise those guys won't dare to do anything to her again." "So that's how it is." "Thank you for your help to the witches," she said with her hand on her chest. "Thank you, Uncle." Molly also shouted. "Ha ha ha, do I look that old?" Thunder said, stroking his beard. "It's not that long." Margaret, who was standing at the side, shook her head. This guy was still so easy to win the hearts of women. No matter which island in the fjords, he was always the most eye-catching existence. Marjorie shook her head. This guy is still so easy to please. No matter which island in the fjords, he's always the most eye-catching. Unfortunately, ever since he had lightning, he never thought of marrying another woman. "Boss, I think I hear singing." Someone at the stern suddenly shouted. "It's in the northwest." "Quiet, everyone quiet." Thunder and the witches rushed to the stern of the sailboat, followed by Marjorie. As everyone held their breath and listened, the ethereal singing gradually became clearer. It was not coming from all directions, but was firmly pointing in one direction. It was like a light penetrating the thick fog, guiding the chase to a safe course. "Take in the sails and drop the anchor," Thunder ordered. "Put down the landing shuttle." After awakening as a witch, Sunflower knew that she could not be caught, so she almost never showed up. Ships in distress could only hear her singing, and few people had seen her. Therefore, Thunder planned to let the chase stay in place and continue to attract Sunflower's singing. He, Marjorie, and the witches would take a small boat to find her. The magic servant dove into the water and quietly moved forward with the landing shuttle. They did not even need to paddle. After sailing for about 7 minutes in the thick fog, Marjorie suddenly saw a green figure. "Sunflower!" She could not help but shout. The singing stopped abruptly. A woman was floating on the water, looking at the people on the boat in surprise. She seemed to be at a loss for a moment. Her hair hung down like fluffy seaweed, revealing only half of her face and her round eyes. Her skin was so pale that there was no trace of blood, and there were scaly markings on her cheeks and neck. "It's me, Marjorie. Do you still remember me?" Yeah, yeah, she made intermittent sounds and slowly backed away. "It's useless. She can't talk anymore," Thunder said decisively. "I'll leave the communication to you, Miss Camilla." Camilla nodded and put her hand on Marjorie's shoulder. Suddenly, Sunflower's voice sounded in her mind. "Did you bring them to catch me?" "No, I came to you too." "She can hear you," interrupted Camilla. It's more sincere to speak from the heart. Marjorie swallowed her saliva, calmed herself down, and thought over what she wanted to say. You saved my life once, Sunflower. Do you remember? I came here to ask for your help. After a while, she heard the other parties reply again. I remember you, Marjorie. We used to hang out a lot. This was the ability of a witch. It's really amazing. Marjorie thought excitedly. Fortunately, Thunder had foreseen this before they set off and invited Camilla Derry from Sleeping Spell, who could directly communicate with people. Camilla Derry? Who was she? Oh no, she had forgotten that her thoughts could be directly heard by Roland. Marjorie hurriedly collected her thoughts and said, Camilla Derry is the one who can let us hear our thoughts. She is also a witch, just like you. Don't sailors catch witches? Of course. The power of the church has been completely destroyed. Now witches have settled in the fjords. Sleeping Island is a town built by witches. If you want to go there, I can help you. Oh? Sunflower sounded excited. What else happened recently? Someone threw a harpoon at me, and I thought they came for the church's bounty. That kind of thing won't happen again. Lord Thunder has solved everything. Thunder? You mean the most outstanding explorer? Yes, he's right behind me. You don't know, but not long after I left the fishing village, I joined his expedition team. Really? Can you tell me about it? After a long time, Sunflower made a chirping sound and jumped into the sea, leaving only a string of ripples. How is it? Asked Thunder. When the carriage entered the city of Glow, the surroundings suddenly became noisy. Yorko could not help but lift the curtain and look out. He saw all kinds of shops on both sides of the road. Some of them had set up awnings in front of their doors and placed tables and chairs for people to rest, while others directly spread their goods on the ground and stood on the side of the street, shouting loudly. The whole long street was no different from a market. For a moment, he felt as if he had come to Eagle City, the town that had evolved from a market. Oh, no, Eagle City had been burned down by the Queen of Clearwater, and the tall and majestic buildings in the distance also showed that the scale of the city was quite extraordinary. What do you think of King City of the Kingdom of Dawn? A lazy woman's voice came from behind him. It's indeed a city of merchants. Even the main road of the city can be openly hawked by peddlers. If it were in Grey Castle, it would have been swept clean by the patrols, Yorko exclaimed. I'm afraid that only the fjords can compare with you. The fjords? The woman said disdainfully, they're just a group of carpetbaggers. They just transport goods from all over the world to scarce places and sell them back and forth to earn the difference in price. There are very few goods to sell on the island. After thinking about it, only salted fish can be sold for some money. Of course, you're the best merchant. Yorko smiled and retracted his neck. You're not bad either. She smiled and put her hand on his shoulder. My Mr. Ambassador. She was a noble merchant Yorko had met in a border city of the Kingdom of Dawn. Unlike Grey Castle, a merchant's wealth could even be used as a title in the Kingdom of Dawn. Most nobles were merchants, and the status of a noble merchant was comparable to that of the upper nobles. At the same time, the Kingdom of Dawn was also a big producer. Not only was it rich in agricultural products, but its textile raw materials and finished products were also exported to the 3 countries. Before setting off, Yorko had crammed a lot of knowledge on the history and customs of the neighboring countries. Playing dumb could win a woman's satisfaction, but no one liked an idiot who knew nothing. The merchant's name was Denise Peyton. Although she was 35 or 36 years old, her skin was still very well maintained, smooth and elastic. Her light brown hair was tied up on top of her head, and one strand of it was deliberately dyed purple. It looked quite weird at first, but after getting used to it, he unexpectedly found it not bad. As a noblewoman who was traveling far away and had no one to look after her, she was naturally interested in having fun. It only took Yorko 2 days to have a pleasant conversation with her, and then he won her favor with a bottle of perfume. After the pleasure, the two of them were completely stuck together. Not only did they travel side by side, but Denise also pulled him into her luxurious carriage. By the way, what's the most popular business in the city of Glow? What, you want to join in too? Entrusted by my old friend. No, by the respected King Wimbledon, I may have to stay here for a long time, 10 or 20 years, Yorko said in a relaxed manner. Since this is a city of merchants, I can't be exempt from the customs. Just like what you said, I have to follow the customs. Good nobles are good merchants, Denise added. That's right, good nobles are good merchants. Yorko clapped his hands and laughed. In Grey Castle, an ambassador is equivalent to an earl. How can I live up to this title if I can't do business? You're right, she whispered in Yorko's ear. There are two kinds of things that sell well in the king's city. The first kind is practical goods, which can be used most of the time, but of course, can't be too common. For example, crystal glasses, silver mirrors, perfumes, high-quality fabrics and fabrics. The other kind is novelty goods, which have no standard price. It all depends on whether the buyer likes them or not. Every weekend, a similar trade show will be held in the city, and the entry requirements are different according to the level of the show. It sounds interesting. Yorko's eyes lit up. It's really interesting. If I didn't see it, I wouldn't have known there were such things in the world. If you're interested, I can take you to visit the top exhibitions. But recently, there's a business that surpasses the two. Denise paused for a moment to whet his appetite, and then said, the slave trade. Slave? He was stunned. It's not a rare thing. That's why I said recently, the female merchant explained. A business without capital is always the most popular. You should know the news that the kingdom of Wolfheart has been conquered by the church, right? Thousands of refugees are pouring in from there. As long as you give them some food, you can get a batch of them. You won't lose anything by selling them anywhere. Now many merchants in the city of Glow have gone to the border, rushing to make a fortune before the refugee tide ends. After all, this business will be over when the war subsides. But you're going to the border of Grey Castle. I don't like the feeling of buying and selling people. Denise shrugged. Especially women. Then don't think about it. Yorko put his arms around her and said, a business without capital doesn't mean it's risk-free. When those refugees become mobs, the slave merchants will have a headache. It seems that you know something about business, she said with her hand covering her mouth. At this moment, the coachman's voice came from the front of the carriage. Madam, we've arrived at the palace area. Let's say goodbye here. Yorko kissed her fiercely. The time on the road is so sweet and short. I'll remember it. Don't you want to come to my mansion? Denise asked with a seductive look. I have official business to attend to, so I won't waste your time. Of course, the answer was no. She was a married man. Now that he was in her territory, how could he go to her mansion as a guest? If the patriarch found out, it would be strange if he didn't get beaten half to death. Yorko hurriedly jumped off the carriage and waved to her. I think we'll have a chance to meet again. I think so too. She raised her eyebrows. Maybe the next time we meet will be faster than you can imagine. What? He closed the curtain and left with a smile. The title of Devil Hand is indeed well-deserved. Hillfox walked to Yorko's side and sighed when the envoy delegation behind the caravan approached Yorko after he got off the carriage. What did you talk to her about these days? Hillfox was a personal guard arranged by His Majesty. It was said that Hillfox had made many contributions to His Majesty, although he did not look like he could fight at all. What else can I talk about with a merchant? Of course, it's business. In fact, even business was just a primer for him to start a conversation. Catering to her interest was the best way to quickly shorten the distance between them. Whether it was through words or gifts, he could always scratch the most itchy spot of a woman. What are you going to do next? The welcome banquet was arranged after dusk. The eldest son of the King of Dawn, Deacon Moya, warmly received them in the palace hall. It was the first time Yorko had attended such a high-standard banquet. The entire hall was illuminated by candles and oil lamps, and there were open skylights where the chandeliers hung on the dome of the hall. Countless flames were like stars in the sky, but it did not make people feel stuffy at all. A long table made of white cloth was set up in the shape of a staircase, and various kinds of glassware were placed on it. The bright red wine reflected a ruby luster under the candlelight, and the hall was filled with silver mirrors and gold wares, which made the entire hall look magnificent. The level of luxury here was no less than that of the Grey Castle Palace. Of course, what attracted Yorko's attention the most were the noble women walking among the men. Some of them were young and childish, while others were mature and plump. Whether their hair was coiled up or scattered on their shoulders, a strand of colorful satin that was different from the original color could be seen, as if it was a decoration buried in the hair tip. Recalling Denise's appearance, it seemed that this was also the popular style of the nobles in the Kingdom of Dawn. In addition, most of them wore close-fitting satin, which shone brightly when they walked, showing off their curves perfectly. Unlike the robes popular in Grey Castle, most of these clothes stopped at the knees and exposed their shoulders, as if they were deliberately seducing him. Yorko cheered in his heart, thinking that he had made the right choice. If the women in Grey Castle were particular about being reserved, then here, they were unabashedly passionate. Of course, most of their passion was for the handsome young men and the knight, not the nobles who were not outstanding enough like him. However, this was not a problem for Yorko, who had never relied on his appearance to attract people. "Welcome to the Kingdom of Dawn." A young man with a slightly pale face walked up to him, surrounded by a crowd of people. "I've read Roland Wimbledon's letter of introduction and documents. Does this mean that he now has the whole Grey Castle?" There was no doubt that this man was the host of the banquet, His Highness Apen Moya. Yorko immediately put his hand on his chest and saluted. Since he represented the royal family of Grey Castle, he did not need to kneel on one knee. While bowing his head, he was also secretly surprised. If the welcoming banquet was hosted by his eldest son, it could be said that the king was busy with government affairs and could not spare time. But it was a little unreasonable that His Majesty's letter was directly handed over to his eldest son. To put it more seriously, it could even be seen as a diplomatic breach. He answered the other party's question first, then braced himself and asked, "I wonder if your father—" "He's ill, very ill," sighed Apen. "That's why he can't entertain you himself." "Very, very sorry to hear that." "It doesn't matter. Everyone in the city of Glow already knows about it. 1.5 months ago, he suddenly fainted at a banquet and hasn't recovered since. He can only stay awake for 4 to 6 hours a day and spends the rest of the time sleeping." 1.5 months ago. That was almost the day when he set off from the king's city of Grey Castle. Yorko comforted him. "Your Majesty, he'll get better gradually. Please don't worry too much." "Thank you." The prince forced a smile. "Enjoy the banquet. I'll ask the ceremonial officer to prepare a place for you to stay later." "Thank you." Just as the other party was about to leave, Yorko suddenly remembered his business and said hurriedly, "By the way, Your Highness, I wonder if you know about the alliance between the Kingdom of Dawn and Grey Castle." "I know about it, but my father can't deal with government affairs for the time being. Let's talk about it when he gets better." After the group of people left, Yorko felt a little relieved. It seemed that he was quite talented as an ambassador. Nothing went wrong during his first negotiation with the senior members of the royal family. It was a pity that he encountered a small accident on his primary task. But it was not a big deal. Anyway, he would live in the city for a long time. Moya 4 could not be sick for several years in a row. It was better to take advantage of this period to pay more attention to the beautiful woman in the hall. "We meet again, Mr. Ambassador." While he was thinking, he suddenly heard a familiar voice behind him. Yorko was startled. He turned around abruptly and found that it was Denise Peyton, the merchant who had been with him all the way. "Why are you here?" "I told you, we'll meet again soon." She raised a glass of red wine and smiled. "Let's drink to our reunion." Yorko hurriedly looked around, fearing that some nobleman was staring at him. "Are you looking for my husband?" Denise raised her eyebrows. "Don't worry, he's not qualified to be here." "You mean?" "I'm the master of the Peyton family, not him," Denise said bluntly. "The maids at home are enough for him to enjoy. If he wants to go out and try something new, he can't do it without my permission." "I see." Yorko was relieved. It seemed that Denise was the true heir of the Peyton family. If a woman wanted to continue the family's practice, she would usually take in some fallen noblemen as her partners. Due to the great difference in status, it was natural that the man had to change his name. "You should have told me earlier." He pretended to be relieved. "I don't want to ruin a pure love." "Really?" Denise pouted. When you reached out to me, it was no longer pure. She paused. Do you have any other plans after the dinner? Well, I don't think so. Yorko put his arm around her slender waist. If you invite me, then I know a good place. I'll leave it to you, my dear. After the banquet, Otto pulled the eldest prince aside in confusion. I don't understand, Your Highness. Even if His Majesty Moya is ill, you can agree to the covenant first. Why did you put it aside? It's your father's idea to form an alliance with Grey Castle. The church is so aggressive. We shouldn't fight alone. I heard that my father asked you to find Timothy Wimbledon instead of Roland Wimbledon? Our alliance should be with the King of Grey Castle. The message from the ambassador also proves this. His Majesty is the new king of the neighboring country. Appen Moya nodded. Thank you for the secret visit to Grey Castle. But I have my own plans for the alliance. You don't have to worry about it anymore. Your Highness. You don't understand, Appen interrupted. I'm thinking about the Kingdom of Dawn. It's for the safety of the kingdom that we need someone to contain the church's attack. I said, you don't have to worry about it anymore. Appen's voice rose involuntarily. Sorry, I was rude. Seeing the eldest prince like this, he had to give up. As soon as he turned around, His Highness suddenly stopped him. We're friends, right? Otto was silent for a moment. Yes, Andrea, Belinda, Oro, and I are all your friends. Otto Luashi returned home and locked himself in his study. He did not understand why things had turned out this way. Since the king fell ill, Appen seemed to have suffered a great blow. Recently, he had recovered a little, but his behavior and speech were not the same as before. To be precise, he had become a stranger. As a childhood friend, Otto thought he knew the prince very well. Appen was not the kind of person who would do anything for power. Sometimes he even felt that he was a little childish and not suitable to be a king who could command the overall situation. Because of this, he planned to help his friend manage the state affairs with Belinda and Oro after Appen was crowned queen. The three families had always followed the king closely, since the establishment of the Kingdom of Dawn. So he still answered yes without hesitation. But Otto found that Appen did not care about his answer. He asked that out of a habit of uneasiness. And he had not considered this point. The three families were indeed willing to support the Moya royal family, but what if His Highness did not need their support? Now that he realized this, he felt that Appen was getting further and further away from him. Otto heaved a sigh of relief. Maybe he should take the initiative to do something. But what should he do? Neither pharmacists nor alchemists could do anything about the king's illness. He knew nothing about curing diseases, so he could not fundamentally solve Appen's problem. Should he persuade the prince to pull himself together? He had done this many times, but it turned out to be useless. Probably he alone could not pull His Highness back to his side. The three families must unite. Only by working together could they find out the reason why Appen did this. Thinking of this, he suddenly stood up and walked out. Young master, it's very late now. Where are you going? The housekeeper caught up with him and asked as he passed the hall. The Tokat family. I'm not coming back tonight. He arrived at the Tokat family's territory with ease. As the two of them were very familiar with each other, no one in the large count's mansion stopped him. Otto walked straight into the training hall and, as expected, found Oro Tokat training with a servant. Hey, why are you here? Oro took off his sweaty headscarf and threw the wooden sword to the servant. You want to have fun but don't dare to enter, so you decided to drag me down with you? I have something to tell you. He pulled Oro to the resting room next door and explained his thoughts and plans. What do you think? Find out why Appen became strange? The latter curled his lips. Sorry, I'm not interested. Hey, you, he's the prince and the heir of the Kingdom of Dawn. He won't be our friend forever. Do you understand? Oro shook his head. Besides, Appen is already 20 years old. He's no longer a 7 or 8-year-old kid. Do we have to coax him just because he's throwing a tantrum? If you don't want to say it, then don't say it. I don't want to blindly ask around. Aren't you going to assist Appen Moya? If His Highness needs us, then we'll be assisting him. If we don't, then we'll just be asking for trouble. Could it be that he had also noticed this? Otto's heart skipped a beat. But the three of us have always been Moya's, 3 families? Aro smiled disapprovingly. Since Andrea died, there's only you and me. He turned around and waved his hand as he walked out. Since you're here, I'll take you to Crimson Dream for a stroll. Otherwise, I'll be tired of worrying about this and that. I'll be fine after I vent my energy. Andrea didn't die. Aro's footsteps stopped instantly. Sorry, Otto whispered in his heart. I promised to keep this a secret, but I didn't keep my promise. Andrea Quinn didn't die, he repeated. I saw her in border town of Grey Castle. Aro instantly turned around and rushed in front of him. He was so strong that he almost pressed Otto against the wall. What did you say? Is this true? I saw her with my own eyes. She's with His Highness Roland Wimbledon. Together. Aro's eyes widened. You mean the kind of together between a man and a woman? I don't know. Otto bit his lip. But she became a witch. In the entire Grey Castle, only His Highness Roland is willing to take in a witch. Wait, a witch? He was surprised. What happened at that time? Otto Luashi slowly told Oro about Andrea's experience. Looking at Oro's complicated expression, he felt a faint satisfaction of revenge. Who told you to immediately believe the Quinn family's story of falling off the cliff? It's too late now that you know she's not dead. She won't be with me, nor will she be with you. So that's why her father created the accident. Oro sat on the ground after listening, his face full of frustration. Damn it, why didn't I think of digging up the grave to take a closer look? This guy is too much. Ahem, that's why we need to get His Highness Appin back. Oro rolled his eyes. Ah? What's the relationship between the two? Of course it's related. Think about it. He shelved the treaty between the 2 countries and refused to give a reason. In the end, it will only make His Majesty's plan to fight together fail. Once the church attacks, we can only defend ourselves. If they attack the Kingdom of Dawn first, you'll lead the night group to fight, right? Otto asked. Of course, it's my duty. Then you'll be defeated and killed. You won't be able to see Andrea anymore, right? Well, that sounds reasonable. Wait, why do you think I'll definitely lose? Aro protested. Even the Wolf Fang Kingdom, which has a strong and ferocious culture, couldn't turn the tide. How strong can you be? He ignored his good friend's protest and continued. If the church attacks Grey Castle first, Roland will have to fight the invaders, right? If he dies, Andrea will probably die with him. If she's caught by the church, her fate will be even worse. But if the 2 countries can work together to prevent the church from attacking, you won't have to die on the battlefield, and you'll have a chance to meet again in the future. Do you think the treaty is important? It is. If we don't pull His Highness back, there won't be a treaty. Do you think the 2 things are related now? Yes. So are you going to do it or not? Oro said resolutely, I'm going to do it. They held each other's hands tightly. Yorko dragged his tired but comfortable body back to his room. As soon as he opened the bedroom door, he heard a voice saying, You're finally back. He was shocked. He had just arrived. Who would sneak into his room and wait for him? Could it be Denise's husband? Before he could decide whether to escape or beg for mercy, the other party had already lit the candle. In the firelight, he found that it was Hill Fox who spoke. You almost scared me to death, you know? Yorko heaved a long sigh. Can't you wait until tomorrow to talk? No one will notice that I've been here at night. Hill spread out his hands and said, I'm used to being cautious. Please understand. It's okay. Although Hill was Yorko's personal guard, he was appointed by His Majesty and could not be treated as an ordinary servant. Since you're here, just say it. Now that a large number of refugees from the Kingdom of Wolfheart are pouring into the Kingdom of Dawn, it's a good opportunity to recruit people. You can treat it as a business, mainly buying craftsmen, literate people, and people with special skills. All the money you need will be paid by His Majesty, and for each person you hire, you will get a reward of 5 silver royals. Please, I don't know how to do business. Chatting with Denise is just to seduce her. You're not really going to make me a human trafficker, are you? Yorko said with his hand on his forehead. Besides, the slave trade mainly takes place on the border between the two kingdoms. As an ambassador, it's not convenient for me to go there. This is His Majesty's idea, Hill said slowly. You don't need to leave the city of Glow. Merchants will always sell the slaves here. It doesn't matter if the price is higher, and it saves you the trouble of screening. As for whether you know how to do business, you can ask Denise Payton for help. She's a famous noble merchant here, and it's not difficult for her to transport the refugees to Grey Castle. Once the transportation line is established, it'll also benefit us a lot. For example, when we encounter danger, we can disguise ourselves as merchants and evacuate at any time. It's both covert and safe. Yorko opened his mouth wide and asked, You've been to the King's City of the Kingdom of Dawn? Hill shook his head. Then how do you know so much about it? I heard it on the street when you went out to expand your relationship. I thought you were a knight who could fight, but I didn't expect you to be a shrewd merchant, Yorko said with admiration. I'm neither a warrior nor a merchant, but I can protect your safety at critical times. This is also the mission His Majesty entrusted to me. Then you're in the suburb of the western city wall of Neverwinter. The loud roar attracted many people to climb the city wall to watch. The First Army had blocked the entrance to the misty forest to prevent people from breaking into the test site. Although the site was far away from the city wall, it was still possible to see what was going on with an observation mirror. It seems that I have to find a secluded place as a dedicated test site. Roland thought. Your Majesty, the second round of firing is ready, the soldier reported. Everyone, get into the bunker. He waved his hand and said, Start the countdown after making sure no one is around. Now that the 152mm howitzer was being tested and the sigil of magic stones was being studied, Roland did not neglect the improvement of firearms and explosives. Now that Timothy had been defeated and the northern region had declared their allegiance, Grey Castle was in a good situation, so he had time to make a new round of improvement on the artillery. However, it had to be said that the technical difficulty of the howitzer with a trigger fuse was several levels higher than that of a solid shell. Anna would hand-make 4 artillery shells for testing every day, but none of the artillery shells successfully exploded after 3 consecutive days. Even on the second day of the test, a shell directly exploded as soon as it was fired, causing the new artillery tube used for testing to become crooked. Fortunately, Roland was well prepared and dug several trenches around the test site to prevent accidents, so there were no casualties. As for the soldiers closest to the artillery, their eardrums were broken by Nana in time. Will this thing really explode when it touches the enemy, as you said? Agatha stood on tiptoe in the trench and could not help but look around. I've asked Anna. It's just made of a few pieces of metal. It's not a living thing. How can it distinguish whether the enemy is an enemy or not? She was the most active witch in the Union in weapon testing. After learning about this, she even temporarily put aside the production of the chemical factory and specially came to see the research progress of the new artillery shells. It won't explode when it touches the enemy, but when it falls into the enemy's position, Roland corrected her. This is also a requirement that the howitzer must meet. Without a safety to ensure this, the artillery shell may accidentally fire at any time, which is too dangerous. The trigger safety was the core technology of the new artillery shell and also the focus of the test. In order to avoid collision and accidental falling off, he had painstakingly set up a total of 3 safety measures. First, the fuse was stored and transported separately from the cannonball. Only when it was used would it be installed on the spot. The shape of the fuse was like a cone with a handle, about the size of a fist. Its tail had a screw thread, and when installed, it could be screwed into the notch at the top of the cannonball. It was fast and convenient. Because the shells were loaded with double-base chemical gunpowder, it was difficult to detonate without a detonator, fundamentally ensuring the safety of the logistics work. Next was the inertia safety in the fuse. It was similar to a door lock. Under normal circumstances, it would be held by a stiff spring and unable to move. When the artillery shell was fired, the huge inertia would cause the lock core to recoil, thus engraving the resistance of the spring, opening the latch teeth and removing the second safety. The principle was simple, but it was not easy to put it into practice. The first 2 days were spent on it. If the spring was too hard, the lock core would not be able to recoil enough. If the spring was too soft, it would not be safe enough. Anna could only slowly adjust it according to the test firing situation. After 6 rounds of tests, she finally got a more reliable spring compression data. The last safety was the centrifugal detonator. It was also the most technical thing in the fuse. Simply put, the detonator was embedded in a semicircular iron plate the size of a coin, usually standing in the center of the fuse in a slanted position, fixed by a spring. At this moment, the firing pin, the detonator, and the stimulant were not in a straight line. Even if the artillery shell fell from a high place, the firing pin would not touch the detonator, avoiding the risk of misfire. Only after the second safety latch teeth were out of the lock position could the iron plate be in a state of movement. Due to the effect of the rifling of the barrel, the grenade would spin at a very high speed after leaving the chamber. Under the action of centrifugal force, the slanted detonator would gradually return to normal, similar to a spinning top, and the center of gravity would move closer to the central axis. This process was completed about 200 to 300 meters after leaving the chamber. In this way, even if the muzzle was blocked or there was a tree overhead, the warhead would not explode prematurely. When the detonator was completely returned to normal, it would form a straight line with the firing pin and the stimulant. At this time, once the fuse touched the ground, the firing pin would plunge into the detonator, and then use the stimulant to drive the high-temperature gunpowder into the warhead, tearing the surrounding enemies into pieces. The advantage of the centrifugal safety was that if the artillery shell misfired, the detonator that had lost its centrifugal force would be pushed back to its original position by the spring and become slanted again. This way, the recovery work would be much safer. In addition, if the entire grenade was seized by the enemy or accidentally picked up by the enemy, it could only be used as a solid artillery shell because it could not obtain enough centrifugal force when fired by conventional means. As for dismantling and copying it, it was even more impossible. Ready to fire. Countdown of 5. The observer gave the command. The extension of the fuse rope slowly tightened, and the gunner hiding in the trench retracted the rope bit by bit. Fire. As the soldier pulled with force, the ground instantly trembled. The fierce wind from the muzzle accompanied by the roar swept over everyone's head. Roland felt a lot of small soil particles roll into his collar. Even if he tightly covered his ears, he could still feel the tremors from the soles of his feet. Observe the landing point. No explosion. I repeat, no explosion. Lightning's voice quickly came from the sigil of listening in Nightingale's hand. Got it. We'll be there right away. She took out another magic stone and replied. Failed again? Agatha could not help but feel a little depressed. It's normal to fail when you're exploring, Anna comforted her. Once we find the right direction, we can ensure that we won't fail in mass production. Well said. Roland patted her head approvingly. And now with Summer and Sylvie's help, the research and development progress is already amazing. In the future, it would not be a problem to fire thousands of rounds of grenade prototyping tests. It would be impossible to find the problem within 2 or 3 rounds. When they arrived at the location where the warhead landed, Anna first cut off the fuse with black fire to ensure that the warhead was safe. Then, the soldier collected the waste grenade. Whether it was the gunpowder or the metal body, they could be reused, so naturally, they should not be wasted. Summer, it's your turn. Roland gestured to her. Yes, Your Majesty. She nodded and displayed her playback ability. In an instant, the phantom image of a falling shell appeared in front of everyone. Summer's level of magic power was still low. After several months of training, she could only support 4 replays. However, through precise control of her magic power, she could now freeze the scene at a certain moment. This kind of playback was a perfect reproduction of the scene. In other words, with her X-ray vision, Sylvie could see the inside of the illusion, except that it could not be touched. It was no different from the real scene. Sylvie scrutinized the shell for a while and compared it with Roland's design sketch for a long time. She then pointed at the detonator and said, "It seems that this copper pipe is not aligned with the nail at the top." "What about the springs?" Anna asked. "Are they still stuck on both sides of the iron plate?" "One is crooked." "Left or right?" Anna asked for details and then wrote down each question in her notebook. After collecting the reasons for the failure, it was time for the next round of shooting. 4 shots were enough for Summer to use all her playback ability. In this way, the efficiency of the improvement was naturally higher than ever. Unfortunately, the next 2 rounds of shooting also failed. Roland had to announce that they would continue the test the next day. For Summer and Sylvie, their work for the day was over. After that, they could go back to the castle to enjoy the delicious afternoon tea, or go to the convenience market to see if there were any novel products. However, for Anna and Agatha, the grenade test was just a small part of their busy work. In particular, Anna had to improve the fuse according to the reasons for the failure, and then she had to complete the development and assembly of the steam turbine. Roland planned to follow her to the backyard of the North Slope to see the progress of the steam turbine model, but his guard, Sean, brought him news from City Hall. Your Majesty, the Deputy Minister of Construction, Xianxia, hopes that you can go to the furnace area. He said that the first retort has been set up. As a necessary facility for the coking plant, the planned 10 retort towers were set up next to the furnace group at the foot of the North Slope mining area. Due to the wantonly cutting of bricks and iron, the furnace group had changed from a small open space of less than 1,000 square meters to a vast empty area extending along the mountain. If Roland had not strictly prohibited the workers from using the woods near the town, there would not have been a single tree left in the north of the border area. Although there was coal now, the convenient and easy-to-obtain charcoal was still the main source of iron smelting. As they moved further and further away from the furnaces, the workers set their sights on the North Slope mountain. Every day, hundreds of logs would be chopped off and thrown down from the top of the mountain. From a distance, the verdant mountain peak already had a small bald spot. Naturally, Roland wouldn't ask them to protect the environment. As long as the dust didn't affect the town, he didn't care even if they chopped down the entire North Slope mountain. After all, compared to the impassable mountain range, this protruding small mountain range was just an insignificant corner. With Leaf maintaining the basic vegetation, there was basically no need to worry about soil erosion. The flat land at the foot of the mountain naturally became the most suitable place for the coking plant to stay. Roland led Nightingale and his guards through the noisy furnace area and came to the first distillation tower. Xianxia immediately came forward and bowed to him. Your Majesty, I built this double-story furnace with refractory bricks according to your request. According to the blueprint, the upper story should be sealed with an iron door, and the middle story should have an iron plate that can be moved freely. However, I don't know who to find to make these 2 things. The copper pipes and chimney of the small furnace are the same. Except for these metal components, the rest of the parts have been completed. Roland got into the furnace and examined it. As a former member of the Mason Guild and an old friend of Car Van Bate, Xianxia was indeed very knowledgeable in masonry. The walls of the distillation tower, which was nearly 2 stories high, were uniform. The gap between each brick was basically the same, and the brick joints were interlaced layer by layer. There was not even a single straight seam. Not only was the arrangement of the bricks excellent, but the construction was also very serious. Even if the same blueprint was used, the finished product built by different people could be very different. Well done, Roland praised after examining it. I will arrange for someone to cast the iron door and iron plate. After that, you just need to cover the fire-facing surface with refractory bricks. Your Majesty, Xianxia hesitated and said, can you tell me how this furnace works? Why? Do you want to be a coking worker? Roland joked. Of course not, Roland quickly shook his head. I have never built such a strange furnace before. Therefore, I can only make guesses about the parts that are not clearly described in the blueprint. If I know its specific usage and function, not only will I be able to build the second furnace faster, but I will also be able to improve some of the parts that I am not sure about. I see, Roland said with a smile. This type of furnace is mainly used for the distillation of coal. You should have seen how charcoal is burned, right? This one is similar, but on a larger scale. The lower story is burned, and the upper story is baked. The filler is coal. Using coal to bake coal? Xianxia said in surprise. That's right. After the distillation of coal, it can be turned into coke, which burns at a higher temperature. It is a good fuel for making steel. In addition, the distillation process will produce several byproducts. The pipes on the tower wall are used to collect them, not to exhaust the chimney. Then, why is there a small furnace next to the furnace? During the distillation, there must be no air in the upper story, otherwise the coal will burn directly. Roland pointed to the hole between the two furnaces. The limestone calcined in the small furnace will produce a lot of carbon dioxide. You can think of it as a kind of gas that can't be burned. Your Majesty, I know this, Xianxia said. This part is taught in the evening classes. That's easy. Roland was pleased. It seemed that the content of universal education was being broadened little by little with Scroll's efforts. The carbon dioxide will enter the upper story of the furnace through the pipe, and all the air will be squeezed out, so that the coal can achieve the distillation effect. As for the limestone, it is the grayish-white stone used to bake cement. It is everywhere on the North Slope mountain. After inspecting the first tower of the distillation, Roland retraced his steps back and stopped by the furnace area for a while. Just by looking at the busy scene in front of him, Roland could not help but feel a little excited. All kinds of brick furnaces stood side by side. At first glance, it looked like a neat red forest. Dozens of smoke columns rose from the forest. Gray, white, and black intertwined with each other. Together with the workers in plain clothes and the outdated equipment, it formed a very contemporary picture. More than 10 steam engines were rumbling, pulling the conveyor belt to send the raw materials and charcoal into the blast furnace. The track system had also been laid from the mine cave to here. Small mining carts were running between the two places. The iron ore transfer speed was much faster than before. As the incomplete spring came to an end and summer arrived, the population of Neverwinter reached its first explosive peak. The operation of sending messengers to the east and the south to recruit refugees began to pay off. With the experience of the previous year, the recruitment efficiency of various emissary teams was greatly improved. Every day, hundreds of people gathered in Redwater City and Willow Town, waiting for the ships from the western region to take them to the rumored prosperous and stable Neverwinter. In order to settle these people properly, City Hall also commissioned merchants to rent temporary barracks at the gathering place and provided free porridge and water to avoid accidents before the refugees arrived at the western region. The border area dock became the busiest area in the city. 90% of the police force was used to maintain order and register the population. There was always a long queue in front of the quarantine checkpoint. The officials in charge of household registration divided the swarms of refugees into several categories, and then moved them into the prefab houses by the river, the caves in the west of the city, and the formal houses according to their categories. Because of this, the busy City Hall was in a state of chaos every day. 3 sailboats from Redwater City have just arrived at the dock. There are 126 people in total. They have a blue flag on the mast. The person in charge is Barb. Again? How many batches are there today? Is it the 4th or the 5th? Anyway, stop complaining. Go and take the ships. By the way, who replaced Barb to go to Redwater City? It's me. Wait, it's almost ready. Remember to bring the soap. It's not for sale there. Listening to the noisy conversation outside the office, Bear frowned. It was not that he felt there were too many things to do. Usually, the busier the city hall was, the happier he would be. But recently, the situation had become complicated. The reason was because of Edith Kant. Director, the Ministry of Justice is urging us again. An assistant walked into the office. Sir Carter wants to recruit another 100 people as reserve police officers. He said if we don't increase the number of people, the security of the city will be out of control. If His Majesty asks about this, we can't escape the responsibility. Well, it's just because I'm the chief knight that I can talk to His Majesty. I have no time to take care of such a trivial matter. While drafting a document, Barov said without looking up, put it on the table. I'll deal with it later. Yes. As soon as the assistant closed the door, he heard Edith's voice. This is related to the recruitment order, right? Since you're too busy, I'll help you take a look. Sure enough, they came. Barov cursed in his heart. He didn't even use honorifics, of course, as the daughter of the Duke of the Northern Region, her status was indeed much higher than his. Until she became the real hand of the king, she could directly call him by his name without using honorifics. However, he was at least half a mentor to her, right? After all, His Majesty had arranged for Edith to work in the director's office as an assistant to learn the structure of city hall departments and the process of government affairs. However, it seemed that she did not think so now. Well, that's fine too, he said reluctantly. No matter how helpless he was, Miss Comte's words and deeds were not wrong. If he kept on refusing, it would be unreasonable if it was heard by His Majesty. At this critical moment, he could not leave a bad impression on His Majesty. He would never forget that Roland Wimbledon was a devil who could see through people's hearts. Thanks. Soon, the rustling sound of writing came from the opposite table. Half a quarter of an hour later, Edith put the recruitment order back on his table. According to the draft I've read recently, this kind of recruitment generally requires that the person is reliable and has a clean background. There shouldn't be many people like this left in the border area. Instead of posting the notice on the square and asking those who are interested to come to the city hall to apply, it's better to directly select 100 local people from the archives who haven't got a formal job yet. The Ministry of Justice is part of the city hall, and the salary and benefits are good. I think no one will refuse. In this way, it will save about a week compared to the normal recruitment process, and Chief Knight will also complain less. If you think it's okay, I'll send it to the archives according to this reply. Her voice was clear and organized. It was hard to believe that she had only joined the city hall for about 2 weeks. He remembered that in the beginning, she just sat aside and quietly read the documents she reviewed and rarely spoke. But now, she was very familiar with all the matters of the city hall. I'll do as you say. Barav could not think of a better way to deal with Edith's suggestion. It was even possible that he would ignore these unimportant things in his busy schedule and directly deal with them in the conventional way. Was this the heir who grew up in the Duke's mansion and was educated by the upper nobles? Barav felt a deep sense of threat. Yes, honorifics were trivial matters. What he really cared about was the power in his hands. The news of the northern region's full submission was now known. If Edith was sent by His Majesty as an assistant to build a second-level city hall in the northern region, it would not affect him much. But what if she stayed? His Majesty was currently unmarried, and the other party was a real duke's daughter. Thinking of this, Barav felt a headache. No, he had to let her know that the management of the city hall was not so easy to grasp. His Majesty needed a minister who could coordinate the overall situation for him. When Edith returned to the office, he cleared his throat and handed the statistics in his hand to her. We're in trouble, Barav said in a low voice. The grain reserves in Neverwinter may not last until the wheat harvest. Well, is it caused by the influx of too many people? Edith glanced at the list. According to the consumption, the remaining grain should be able to last until the end of summer. The spring wheat can be harvested in mid-July. As long as we stop accepting refugees, this part of the grain will be enough. But the city hall must not stop accepting refugees. Because of the 100,000 population target set by His Majesty? In a sense, this problem was unsolvable. The reason was that the total amount of food was limited. After the months of demons, the flow of food in the kingdom would enter a state of shortage. Not only would the price soar, but it was also not guaranteed that people would be able to buy it. The food shortage would not be alleviated until the wheat fields were harvested. Autumn was the season with the most frequent food transactions, and the price would rise rapidly during the months of demons. Of course, these transactions were generally for merchants and nobles. As for the penniless refugees and rats, they would have to go into the cold winter with empty stomachs, no matter how much wheat they had. According to Barav's many years of experience as the Assistant Minister of Finance, at this time, all the major cities were waiting for the wheat to ripen, so it was unlikely that they would sell a large amount of food. The shortage of a few thousand people might be able to be made up, but it would not be satisfied with tens of thousands of people. Since they could not increase their income, they could only reduce their expenditure. Edith's most likely suggestion was to reduce the food supply of the whole city, reduce the daily purchase quantity, and let the subjects eat oatmeal instead of bread, so that they could persist until the day of the harvest. In this case, he could refute the inappropriateness of this approach from His Majesty's promise to exchange food, the fact that the facts contradicted the propaganda, and the food shortage panic. Seeing Edith's raised eyebrows and flipping through the list, he knew that this problem was not easy to solve. It would not be long before she asked him what to do. Thinking of this, Barav could not help but stroke his beard. To be in charge of the overall situation, one must not only be skilled in government affairs, but also have a clear understanding of the characteristics of the city. For example, when he was in King's City, he could recite the price of the specialty products of the alchemist workshop and the amount of silver ore shipped from Silver City every month without thinking. These were not things that could be remembered in a short time. And the specialty of Neverwinter was the witches. Barav knew that there was a green-haired woman named Leaf in the Witch Union, who could make the wheat fields grow at an incredible speed. When she did not care about the soil, she could even make the wheat ripen in a day, and the ears of wheat were far better than those of the golden ones. In other words, as long as she was asked to manage a wheat field and focus on rapid grain production, she could make up for the current shortage. Of course, he also knew that His Majesty was asking Leaf to control the misty forest in the west to build an early warning line against the demons. However, given that the demons would appear in several years, there was no hurry to stop for 2 or 3 months. This was something that Edith had no way of knowing. No matter how talented she was and how she had been involved in managing the affairs of the northern region since she was an adult, it was impossible for her to know this completely unfamiliar city like the back of her hand after only half a month since she arrived in Neverwinter, let alone understand the abilities of every witch. She didn't even understand why the office of the Ministry of Education was connected to the archives, and why the Minister of Education often appeared there and had the power to read all the documents. After a while, Edith put down the list and slightly raised the corner of her mouth. This problem is actually not difficult to solve. Barav nodded at first, then froze. What? Before Deep Valley Town was developed, most of the land in the northern region was not suitable for growing wheat. So in spring, food would be particularly scarce, so the local lord set his sights on the eastern region and the Kingdom of Dawn. You mean? He suddenly realized something. Since we can't plant it or buy it, we can only rob it from others, Edith said casually. Isn't that the situation now? His Majesty's army is attacking Fallen Dragon Ridge. I heard that Countess Spear's brother has roped in many local nobles in order to resist her, right? Now that we have all the reasons and means, let's kill them one by one. How many golden dragons and food do you think they have hidden in their basements? The shortage of food is just that there's not much food left. In fact, most of the food produced by the kingdom has been divided by the nobles. They can use this part of food to control the freedmen and farmers in their territories, and also make a large amount of golden dragon during the bad harvest years. She spoke slowly, but her voice was chilly in Barav's ears. If we turn Fallen Dragon Ridge upside down, I think it's not a problem to provide food for tens of thousands of people. If it's not enough, there are several cities in the southeast waiting for His Majesty's demand. They're all nobles. The director closed his mouth halfway. That's right. After His Majesty occupied the southern region, they were no longer nobles. As long as they acted quickly enough, these spoils would be enough to fill the granary of Neverwinter again. And unlike King's City, Fallen Dragon Ridge was a city completely loyal to His Majesty, and it was also the key to the southern region. At that time, City Hall would not only directly send people to assist Countess Spear to establish a new government, but also copy the laws, planning, and education of Neverwinter. Therefore, removing all the nobles would be beneficial to the stability of the city. What puzzled Barav was why Edith could accept the edict to remove the nobles so quickly. Even if he wholeheartedly supported His Majesty's order, he would not be able to adapt so quickly. And she was the successor of the Duke of the Northern Region. Back in the Foreign Affairs building, Edith pushed open the door and saw Cole leaning over the table, flipping through a thin book. What's that? Air. I bought it from the convenience market. It looks like a picture, but it's accompanied by a story. It's quite interesting. Her brother looked up. You look happy. Am I? I rarely see you smile like this in the city of Evernight. Cole curled his lips. Are we really not going back? For the time being. When Father replies, His Majesty will probably allow you to return to the northern region. Edith sat opposite him and reached out to pick up the cover, only to see the words Diary of a Witch printed on it. What about you? I'm going to stay here. Why? Cole was puzzled. Is the city hall that interesting? It's not the city hall that's interesting. It's Roland Wimbledon's city hall that's interesting. She corrected him with a chuckle. Do you know what I need to do in the city of Evernight? Just let father know. Something like that. Many people will carry out the order. Now that I think about it, it has little to do with me. It's just because of my identity, and father will listen to my advice. Of course, it's only in the fief of the Comte family. Edith said with interest, but here, my identity not only doesn't work, but even hinders me. There are almost no nobles in the city hall, and they don't care whether I'm the daughter of the Duke of the Northern Region or not. Everyone works according to their ability. Do you understand what I mean? Cole shook his head. This be asterisk start of a daughter. Duke Carr of the Northern Region grabbed the teacup on the table and was about to smash it on the ground, but he stopped halfway. The cup was made of high-quality crystal glass and was worth 2 or 3 golden dragon stones. He was reluctant to part with it. After thinking for a long time, he slowly retracted his hand and put the cup back in its original position. This feeling of loss and gain made him even more depressed. The letter from Edith was spread out on the table. He never thought that His Majesty would take back all the nobles and fiefment rights. What was even more unexpected was that his daughter, who always took advantage of him, would agree to His Majesty's conditions and even advise him to recognize the situation and not to resist stubbornly. Look at her words, he was treated as if he were a criminal, the Duke thought angrily. Is my daughter siding with an outsider? Sir, what happened? The guard outside the door probably heard the noise and poked his head in to ask. Go away, don't bother me. Calvin could not bear to vent his anger on the cup, so he immediately vented his anger on the guard. The door was quickly closed, and he panted for a long time before he shifted his gaze back to the letter. If he followed His Majesty, he would no longer be the master of the Northern Region, at least not as strong as he was now. He had just gotten rid of the house and list of families and could finally enjoy the feeling of being in control of the whole region. He didn't expect to be back to square one so soon. No, it should be even more backward than square one. What if I don't follow His Majesty? The letter is very clear. Then Cole and I are finished. He will be imprisoned in prison forever, just like the heir of the Duke Ryan. And my fate will only be worse. How do you think the former Prince Roland will treat a duke's daughter who can't resist? I can think of no less than 100 ways to humiliate a man. When he gets tired of me, I will be thrown into the dungeon or the military camp, and your pearl of the Northern Region will be covered in dust. But don't worry about me, because you won't be any better, father. His army will soon reach the city, and I bet that your vassals and knight won't be able to hold out for half a day. When that time comes, you won't even be able to be a commoner, let alone a duke. How about it, would you make such a choice? Calvin could even imagine the sneer on Edith's face when she wrote this letter. Her tone was so familiar. Every time she talked about her failure, she would describe her fate in an extremely calm tone, as if she had been waiting for this day. As long as his daughter opened her mouth to lead in this direction, it would be very difficult for him to resist. It was clearly a threat, but Carr couldn't bring himself to rebuke her. After all, Edith Comte was his daughter and the only child he had with his first wife. Although her tone was rather exaggerated, it was indeed undeniable that there was such a possibility. He had also heard of the fourth prince's reputation. Thinking of this, the Duke gradually calmed down. But then again, were those black steel machines really as magical as she said? Out of the 3 sheets of paper, his daughter used a whole page to describe what she had seen and heard in Border Town, no, Neverwinter. It was twice as much as His Majesty. She claimed that they had unimaginable power and could easily achieve things that ordinary people couldn't. As long as the Northern Region surrendered to the new king, they could introduce these giant black iron beasts that could bring earth-shaking changes to the territory. It could be seen that Edith attached great importance to these things. Finally, she also suggested that he send a formal oath to His Majesty to show his submission to the Northern Region. At the same time, he should send some literate servants to learn the regulations and administrative methods of City Hall, so that they would not be ignorant of the new system. In addition, I hope that you can clearly instruct Cole to stay in Neverwinter, instead of letting him come back because it won't do him any good. If possible, when Lance came of age, he would also be sent over. In the case that the title can't be inherited, only those who adapt to His Majesty's new policy can continue the Comte family. Your daughter, Edith. Calvin let out a long sigh, put the letter away, and spread out a new piece of white paper. Since Edith had made her decision, he had to trust her and write a letter to His Majesty, pledging his loyalty to the new king's city. But as a duke, he had to make the last effort in his own way. If he could tie the interests of the two families tightly together, Carr would undoubtedly feel more at ease. For example, making his daughter the queen. Asterisk in the border area of Neverwinter, beside the Redwater River. The sun was setting between the mountains, and the afterglow of the mountains dyed the river a brilliant gold. Smoke rose from the front of the shack, and the faint aroma of porridge made Snaketooth salivate. As he got closer, he even smelled a trace of meat. I'm here. Tiger Claw saw him as soon as he entered the camp. Come here. Snaketooth walked quickly to him. Why, there's meat today? Yes, you came back too late and missed the notice. This is a reward from His Majesty. Snaketooth rubbed his sore shoulders. What reward? Your residential area is still far from completion, isn't it? It's the completion of Kingdom Main Street. Someone came over and said, the border area and the Longsong area are finally connected. I heard that it only takes 1 day to get there on horseback. It used to take 3 days to get there. I see. Snaketooth nodded. Every time a big project was completed, they could have a bowl of meat porridge. Just like what was advertised on the square, the construction team had not missed a single serving of food since they came to the border area 2 months ago, nor had they deducted any salary. Now he had accumulated 14 silver royals, and by the end of this month, he could have 7 more. If he could gather a gold royal, he would be able to get a house in the city hall and become an official resident of Neverwinter. He would no longer be a nameless rat. But if he wanted to buy that house, he had to work for at least 20 years. Of course, Snaketooth was confident that he could find a better job, such as a furnace worker or a bricklayer. Everything seemed to be changing for the better. His only regret was that he still hadn't seen paper. When you get the meat porridge, remember to eat quickly, Tiger Claw whispered in his ear. Otherwise, you won't get a good seat. What? Seat? Snaketooth was confused. In order to celebrate the completion of Kingdom Main Street, there's a new play in the square tonight. I heard it's called The City of Love. The star of the Western region will also appear. My God. I can't wait. You go find someone else, he said disinterestedly. I feel a little tired and don't want to move today. When they arrived at the square, it was already crowded. It was definitely not an exaggeration. It was the first time for Snaketooth to see so many people gathered in one place. Even when Longsong Stronghold distributed relief rations, there was not such an amazing crowd. He roughly estimated that the number of people who came to watch the performance was probably more than 5,000. According to the locals, this was the 3rd time that the square had been rebuilt. The large flat ground had become a huge bowl with many layers of sunken bowls. He heard that it was called a stepped square. It was reasonable to say that such a large project would take at least 1 or 2 years to complete, but it seemed that it had been repaired in half a month. No one had seen where the soil that should have been dug out had gone. In this way, people could sit on the stone steps while watching the performance without having to stand until their legs were numb. The view was also much better, as long as they could find an empty space. As for those who came late, they could still stand on tiptoe around the square to see what was going on. Fortunately, Tiger Claw squeezed into the last row of stone steps and pushed the 2 of them away. We finally caught up. Snaketooth covered his chest and carefully sat down next to his friend. The cloth bag in front of his chest contained all his savings for the past 2 months. He had to be vigilant in such a crowded situation. In Longsong Stronghold, such a scene would undoubtedly belong to the Carnival of Rats. Although they had never seen rats in the border area, they still had to be wary of their temporarily transferred peers. When the last trace of sunset was covered by the night sky, there were only a few burning torches left in the square. The whole stage was dark, but no one came to light a bonfire. Snaketooth noticed that there was not even a pile of firewood in the center of the square, which made him feel a little strange. How can I perform without fire? Suddenly, a cluster of bright light bloomed on the stage. It was a little dazzling, but Snaketooth soon adapted to its pure softness. Then came the second cluster, and the third cluster. The stage was lit up bit by bit, and the exclamations of the audience became louder and louder, like waves. "This is a factory light. Oh, my God, the nightless light. They moved the nightless light here." It was said to be a magical illumination that contained the thunder of heaven. The crystal glass cover that imprisoned the electric light was very expensive. Snaketooth had only seen it a few times when he passed by the industrial area. "What do you mean by a night light?" "That's called an electric light," someone around them said disdainfully. "It consumes electricity, which is produced by the witch's machines. His Majesty originally planned to put this thing in every residential area, but it seems that Miss Witch's ability is not enough to support such a large consumption, so now only the factories are using it." "Where did you hear that?" Tiger Claw asked curiously. "You're not official residents of Neverwinter yet, are you?" The man shrugged. "City Hall has made several announcements on how to properly use electric lights. You should know that it's like a flame. If you don't make contact with it properly, it'll cause a disaster." "Not thunder?" Both are about the same. Why do you care so much?" "When you become a subject of His Majesty and finish primary education, you will naturally understand." "Is there a way to quickly become an official subject?" "What was elementary education?" When Snaketooth was about to ask more questions, the crowd suddenly burst into deafening cheers. Tiger Claw grabbed him up. The Star Flower Troupe appeared. "Ms. May. Ms. May. Miss Irene. Mr. Gate." The crowd shouted the names of the troupe members, and the atmosphere suddenly reached its climax. Looking at such a scene, Snaketooth was suddenly filled with infinite envy. He also wanted to be the center of attention and be warmly shouted by the crowd like them. They were neither nobles nor sages, so it was not out of his reach. When the cheers died down, the play began. It was the first time for Snaketooth to watch a performance of the Star Flower Troupe. He had thought that he would not be interested in the elegant activities that nobles liked, but as the music began, he unconsciously immersed himself in the story on the stage. The protagonists of the story were not nobles. Instead, they were ordinary people like him. There were freedmen, refugees, and even a rat. Some of them had hopes and dreams, and some of them were forced by life to come to Star City at the same time. In this magnificent city, these ownerless people interacted with each other. They helped each other and poured out their thoughts to each other. From the bitterness of leaving home to being lost, and from being lost to pulling themselves together, they slowly found a direction to move forward. In the vast square, there was no other noise except the narration of the actors. Everyone held their breath, as if they had become one with the characters on the stage. In the end, they finally settled down in Star City and lived a stable life. Those who had worked hand in hand in the past became friends and lovers. When the melodious and moving music echoed over the square, Snaketooth felt something in his heart was touched. He pretended to rub his eyes to hide the rolling tears in his eyes, but he found that Tiger Claw was crying his eyes out. Although he was crying, he did not look sad. Not only him, but the people around him also did the same. No one stood up and cheered until the end of the play, as if they were still immersed in the touching story. Even if no one said it, everyone knew that the Star City referred to Neverwinter. Could a rat also gain such feelings? At this moment, a woman of a different race walked out from behind the screen. She had a tall figure and waist-length blue-gray hair. Her white evening dress shone with silver light under the lights, making her look like a figure walking out of a painting. Then she began to sing. Completely different from the previous music, her lyrics were sonorous and powerful, praising the greatness and glory of the workers. It was not like a woman singing at all. Her voice was full of uplifting power. Snaketooth seemed to see the sweat left by him in the houses in the distance, and the foreigners who had devoted themselves here deserved to be remembered by the people. The impact of the play was only fully released at this moment. People were so excited that they could not control themselves. They clapped and shouted with all their might, and under the accompaniment of the singing, the excitement suddenly rose to a new height. They were all His Majesty's subjects, they were glorious workers, they were also the founders of Neverwinter. When it was time to leave, His Majesty and the witches left from the temporary platform on one side of the square. Snaketooth opened his eyes wide, but he could not find paper in the swaying crowd. But he was not as disappointed as he had expected. The singing was still lingering in his ears, and his heart was filled with a kind of spirit. He firmly believed that they would meet again sooner or later. Boom! When the fire came out of the Type 152 cannon, Iron Axe felt the steel warship under his feet tremble slightly. After a few seconds, a cloud of smoke and dust exploded on the distant city wall, and the dull sound of the bombardment came after a while. When the smoke and dust cleared, he raised his telescope and found that there were huge cracks on the low stone wall. Different from the attack on King City, Fallen Dragon Ridge was located in the south-central part of the kingdom and rarely suffered from foreign attacks. The city wall was also very low, less than half the height of Longsong Stronghold. The top of the wall only allowed one person to pass, so it was impossible to set up large defensive facilities such as catapults. Therefore, the artillery troops had deployed the field cannons in the open space 500 meters away from the city wall. Considering the efficiency of the hundreds of vanguard soldiers entering the city, Iron Axe decided to take action at the same time after opening 3 gaps on the city wall. Any enemy who dared to gather behind the gaps would be mercilessly attacked by the 12-pound cannons. Now that the gate and the northern part of the city wall had been penetrated, Iron Axe would only need to open the last entrance and then he would give the order to attack. It would be great if witches could go with the army, Iron Axe thought regretfully. It was a pity that these precious shells were used against stones. If Lady Nightingale was here, only 3 bags of explosives would be needed to blow up the entire city wall. After all, the enemy's defense was much weaker than that of King City. Iron Axe was amused by his change of mind. Half a year ago, he insisted that the army should complete the task given by His Majesty independently. But since he and the Witch Union worked together to conquer King City, he suddenly felt that it would be perfect if the army could have witches as their eyes or assault troops. "Sir!" The soldier on the lookout shouted, "There's movement in the direction of the city gate. They seem to be gathering horses." Iron Axe moved his telescope and looked at the already broken city gate. Due to the limited view, he could only see some dust rising behind the wall. "Do we need to adjust the cannons to fire there?" Banner asked. "No. If we want the shells to land there, we'll have to waste at least 2 or 3 more shells." He shook his head. "Since it's horses, I think they want to organize a night to charge and break the blockade of the field cannons. What's there to worry about?" "But you?" Iron Axe turned to look at Countess Spear. "After this charge, I'm afraid there won't be many knight left in your territory. Since they have decided to stand on my brother's side, these people are no longer my knight," she replied calmly. "Let them pay the price for their betrayal." "I see." Iron Axe paused for a moment. "Have you decided what to do with Redwin Passy?" Yesterday, he had just received a secret letter from City Hall, which demanded that all the rebellious nobles except Spear's relatives be escorted to Neverwinter, and those who resisted could be executed on the spot. The First Army had sealed off their territory and was waiting for the City Hall statistics officers to arrive before they could plunder the land. According to the situation, all the nobles would probably end up as miners. Currently, there were several mines in the Stronghold district that were lacking people to exploit. If the family members, trusted aides, and servants were included, there would be at least hundreds of people. Neverwinter would be able to harvest a lot of iron ore. As for the culprit, Redwin Passy, the letter requested that he be handed over to the Earl to deal with. A hint of hesitation appeared on Spear's face. Apparently, she had not made a decision yet. Iron Axe sighed inwardly. If it were him, he would definitely chop off Redwin's head without hesitation. Nothing was more unforgivable than betrayal. "They're coming!" the lookout suddenly shouted. He put these trivial matters aside and continued to watch the battlefield through the telescope. As expected, a group of knight rushed out of the city gate and headed straight for the artillery position. Then, dense gunshots echoed in the wilderness and forest. White smoke floated in front of the camp. More than 20 knights and their squires had not even rushed out 100 meters before they fell into the damp mud one after another. If it was said that when Duke Ryan led his army to invade Border Town, the knights could still pose a slight threat to the First Army, but now, these iron turtles were practically live targets without any ability to fight back. The field cannons did not even need to reload the grapeshot. The revolving rifles and 2 heavy machine guns were enough to keep the enemy firmly on the way of the charge. With another round of gunfire, the thin city wall finally collapsed. Iron Axe gave the order to blow the steam whistle and launch a general attack. The soldiers of the vanguard battalion poured out of the line and rushed to the 3 gaps in the city wall. The battle to recapture Fallen Dragon Ridge had officially begun. 2 hours later, the castle and the church fell into the hands of the First Army. The enemy had long been scared out of their wits by the ceaseless roaring of the weapons and did not organize any powerful resistance. Or rather, the group of knight who were instantly killed after leaving the city gate was all the men Redwyn could send out. The church did not show up at all. All the resources in the church had been removed, and Priest Rosad was missing. There were no secret passages or hidden side doors in Fallen Dragon Ridge. There was almost no escape route in the city with its back against the mountain. The soldiers blocked the usurpers on the top floor of the castle. Iron Axe ordered the ministers who were begging for mercy to be dragged away. Then he ordered the soldiers to leave the bedchamber, leaving only the Earl's brother and Countess Spear. Of course, Redwyn was firmly tied to the chair and could not pose any threat to the Countess. "I don't understand." Spear was silent for a long time before she said, "What's in it for you to become the Lord? You and my 3rd brother don't know how to manage government affairs and know nothing about trade. Even if you become the Lord, you'll just be handing over your power to other vassals. Do you think I treat you worse than these outsiders? You're a witch, the devil's pawn." Redwyn yelled, straightening his neck. "Father was wrong about you. You lied to him. But I'm still your sister." "You're not." He gritted his teeth and said, "You're just a bastard adopted by father." What? Spear was stunned. "I heard him say it with my own ears when he was drunk. You're a mistake made by father when he was young, and your surname isn't Parsi at all." Redwyn said indignantly, "Why are you the heir of the family and not me? I'm just taking back what belongs to me from you. You're the real outsider." Spear covered her head, but she could not recall any childhood memories. "The mistake he made? Otherwise, why do you look so different from mother? Don't you remember how you came to Fallen Dragon Ridge? So, you're not my brother either." "Yes, I'm the real heir of the family, the Earl of Fallen Dragon Ridge. Let me go. I demand to be treated as a noble." Spear stumbled out of the bedchamber. Iron Axe hurried to hold her. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine." She took a deep breath and said, "No, Redwyn Parsi to Neverwinter. He's lost his mind. I think the mine is where he should stay." Summer came in a heavy rain. The dense rain fell on the glass window, making pitter-patter sounds. The scenery outside the window became blurred, and only the outline of the colors could distinguish the town and the distant mountains. Roland stood in front of the French window, looking at the hazy city under the rain curtain, and the song of City of Love still lingered in his ears. He did not expect that the premiere of the play 3 days ago, together with Echo's ability, would have such an amazing effect. The moment the performance ended, the whole audience was silent, and the audience was in tears. Roland had thought that such a scene would only appear in the high-end opera houses in the future. Even a slightly grassroots cinema could not produce such an effect, let alone a group of ordinary people living in a backward era. Even he, who had been bombarded by all kinds of tear-jerking scenes, felt a tremor from the bottom of his heart. This was the power of this song of resonance. Of course, Roland knew what an inspiring song meant. In a protracted war, machines would not be tired, but people would. Even if guns and ammunition could be continuously transported to the battlefield, people would be overwhelmed by the endless pressure of survival. Especially when the situation was unfavorable and there were heavy casualties, this kind of emotion was extremely easy to be magnified, and eventually led to the loss of the army's fighting spirit. Throughout history, many ways had been thought of to improve the morale of the troops, such as giving soldiers as much hot food as possible, airdropping ice cream, appointing political commissars and military chaplains, and so on. However, these were too demanding for Roland. The former was a great test of logistics and supply, and the latter was difficult to cultivate a group of backbone members with firm beliefs and good at encouraging others in a short period of time. Echo's ability showed him a shortcut to improve morale. Although it was a little absurd, It was indeed more reliable than other methods to cultivate people into idols. While he was thinking, the office door was suddenly knocked, and Bhairav walked in. "Your Majesty, the recent housing statistics are out." "What's the result?" "Just as you expected." He spread a list on the mahogany table excitedly. Since the new play was performed, the number of people going to City Hall to apply for renting and buying houses has increased significantly, and the number of marriage registrations has also increased a lot. "Is that so?" Roland returned to the table and checked Bhairav's statistics. The City of Love was not an aimless entertainment. In addition to advocating the glory of labor and the greatness of construction, it contained another point of view, which was the connection between marriage and stable residence. Instead of letting the outsiders slowly develop a sense of belonging and letting the locals slowly accept these foreign guests through daily contact, it would be better for him to set up a simple standard to promote the integration of refugees from all over the world. This standard was the house. "If you have a house, you are one of us." It seemed very crude, but in times of emergency, it could save a lot of time. If he wanted to gain people's approval and have his own family, he would need a place to stay. Once an outsider had a permanent property, they would consciously protect everything here. Of course, these ideas were not suitable to be said directly. It was better to put them into a play and tell them through a story. "It's like a diamond." An everlasting classic advertising slogan pushed it to the position of the king of gems, a must-have for a wedding, making people completely ignore the fact that it was neither rare nor valuable. The house at least had a high practical value. For this reason, the goal should not be set too far away, which made people feel it was unreachable. 1 golden dragon could be used to rent a house, and 1 golden dragon would be paid as rent every year. When the rent was equal to the price of the house would automatically belong to the tenant. Of course, this goal should not be too easy to achieve. Even the cheapest single room needed 20 golden dragon, which meant that handymen, temporary workers, and other workers would need more than 20 years to buy one. This kind of house was less than 15 square meters, which could only hold a bed, a dining table and a toilet. In the future, the landlord would definitely be labeled as a black-hearted real estate developer. All in all, according to Bhairav's statistics, the publicity of the City of Love was obviously successful. Most of the renting applications came from the previous groups of refugees and serfs who arrived in the border area. Most of the people who requested to buy houses were craftsmen with higher salaries and the impoverished nobles who had brought their properties with them. After they settled here, they would become a part of Neverwinter forever. Therefore, Roland had even thought of the content of the next new play, which was to get married and buy a big house. "Well done." He rolled up the list and handed it to Bhairav. "Also, continue to expand the scale of the recruitment of refugees. A sufficient population is the guarantee of the development of Neverwinter, so other tasks can give way to it for the time being." "Yes, Your Majesty." The director smiled and curled his beard. "By the way, call Scroll here. I have something to tell her." "Your Majesty, did you want to see me?" Scroll, who was dressed in a white blouse and a black skirt, walked into the office. "I want to expand the scope of education to include the refugees who have just arrived in Neverwinter." Roland poured a cup of tea for her. "If it's only for the official residents, they have to wait at least 1 year before they can receive primary education. I'm afraid it's difficult to do now." Scroll thought for a moment and said bluntly, "There are too many of them. The existing teachers can't take care of them, and there aren't enough classrooms. If we implement it according to your plan, the Ministry of Education will have to expand its staff by at least 2 or 3 times. I have a way to reduce the pressure on the teachers." Roland paused for a moment. "Let them learn by themselves." "By themselves?" "Yes, hold an open class once a week and teach them the most basic reading and writing skills. The rest of the time, let them practice by themselves through a booklet with pictures and pronunciation. There won't be any performance tests or mandatory requirements. It's all up to them." "This?" She subconsciously ran her fingers through her wet hair. "It may not have any effect." "Your Majesty, without supervision, it'll be good if 1 out of 10 people can learn it." "More than half will do," Roland said with a smile. "I just want to give them a chance." There would always be people who would not be satisfied with a boring, low-paid job and were eager to achieve their goals faster. In order to prevent these people from going astray, it was necessary to guide them to achieve self-improvement in the right way. In the future, the proportion of jobs that required literacy would increase, and the salary would be much higher than that of handymen. If they wanted to get a stable residence as soon as possible and get rid of poverty and tiredness, it would be a good choice to teach themselves how to read and write. Through this method, those who wanted to improve themselves could join the construction of the city as soon as possible. In order to maintain the vitality of a new regime, the most important thing was not to cut off the path of promotion from the bottom. When Vendi woke up, she found that the heavy rain, which had lasted for a whole night, had finally stopped. She yawned and got out of bed. She opened the window and let in the air, which was mixed with the fragrance of the soil. The garden looked green after being washed by the rain. She could see the drops of water on the olive leaves near the window. The gentle rays of the morning sun shone on the wet grass, reflecting a little bit of light. It was a new day. She put on her bra and coat, went back to the bed, and patted Nightingale's cheek. "It's time to get up." Nightingale made a vague nasal sound and turned her face into the pillow. Only at this time, she would not hide in the mist and expose herself in front of her. Vendi smiled and shook her head. "Then I'll go eat breakfast first." Nightingale's ears twitched twice. It seemed to be an unconscious tremble, but Vendi knew that Nightingale had heard it. She closed the door quietly and went to the bathroom to wash up. Then she went to the hall to enjoy breakfast. The chef always woke up very early and prepared everyone's food before the sky brightened. The firewood in the stove would burn for a long time, so there was no need to worry about the food cooling halfway. If she wanted to eat something, she could directly take the bowl and spoon to the kitchen. His Majesty called it a buffet, which seemed to be a very common way of eating. But for her, this kind of life was simply luxurious. When she was in the Witch Cooperation Association, Vendi had never thought that one day she could eat as much as she wanted. Food was always in short supply, let alone the taste. Here, there were 3 or 4 kinds of breakfast. Porridge, toast, dried fish and fried eggs were the most common food. Even though she had lived in the castle for more than a year, she still felt a strong sense of happiness and satisfaction every time she ate. She also felt grateful to the person who had brought all this to the witches and allowed the sisters to live freely. When Vendi arrived at the dining hall with a bowl in her hand, the hall was empty. There were several sets of utensils on the long table. Apparently, she was not the first person to come here. The Witch Union had never set a time for people to wake up every day, so people came to enjoy breakfast one after another. Lightning and Maggie were always the first to leave the castle, followed by Anna, Agatha, Lucia, and others. She was the one who was stuck in the middle. Nightingale was the last to arrive. The reason was that His Majesty loved to sleep in. If there was nothing important, he would only get up to deal with government affairs when the sun was high in the sky. Nightingale had also been infected with this habit. Obviously, she used to be the most cautious and sensitive member of the Witch Cooperation Association. Even the slightest sign of trouble would cause her vigilance. But surprisingly, Vendi didn't think it was a bad thing. After breakfast, she went to the first floor of the Witch Building, which had been transformed into the office of the Witch Union. As soon as she entered the building, Belle immediately greeted her. "Sister Vendi, you're here." "Hello, Lady Vendi." "Good morning, lady." The other 2 young women who had been recruited from the city hall bowed. They had graduated from the academy founded by Karl van Bate, and could be regarded as half of Anna and Nana's classmates. They had almost no prejudice against witches. The older one was called Pearl, the younger one was called Grey Rabbit. Together with Lucia's sister Belle, the 3 of them formed the first group of clerks in the union office. Of course, because Belle was not yet 14 years old, the word temporary was added in front of the title. Anyway, the work here was very easy, so it was a special kind of learning. With their help, the Witch Union was finally on the right track. "Good morning." Vendi nodded and sat at the desk. "How's the sales of the first volume of the Witch Diary?" "It's very popular," Pearl replied with a smile. "Everyone is very interested in the story of the little angel in Border Town, especially the soldiers of the First Army. People come to buy it almost every day. In the last week, almost 60 copies have been sold." At this rate, the first 1,000 copies will all be sold in half a month. Hearing this result, Vendi was also a little surprised. After all, as a purely entertainment book, The Witch Diary could neither fill one's stomach nor help one's studies, and it was priced quite high, so it was incredible that it could sell so well. This idea came from His Majesty. The Witch's Diary, as a trilogy of twists and turns and touching dramas, was widely praised by the people of Neverwinter. Therefore, His Majesty decided to draw the witch's life stories in the form of pictures and put them on sale in the convenience market's boutique houses. Unlike before, the protagonists in this story were replaced by witches from the Witch Union. Not only were there beautiful pictures in the book, but there were also well-designed dialogues, which made it look like a drama drawn on paper. And the protagonist of the first volume was Miss Nana Pine. This 15-year-old girl had already become famous in Border Town. She had the ability to heal people's pain and had a natural affinity, so no one would hate an angel-like person. Coupled with His Majesty's strong support for witches and the word of mouth of the First Army, she was even more popular than Anna. After Wendy had finished designing the story, Soraya had drawn it page by page and bound it into a book. The price of the book was set at 5 silver royals. Although the people who needed to understand the witches the most were the refugees, most of them were illiterate, and they weren't interested in spending half a month's salary to buy a beautiful picture book. Therefore, from the very beginning, the target audience of the book was the locals and merchants who came here to trade. The former could spread the story through contact with outsiders, while the latter could bring the deeds of witches to every city in the kingdom. Seeing the popularity of The Witch Diary, Vendi could not help but be greatly encouraged. She could not wait to spread out the pen and paper and began to think about the content of the next book. "Have you already thought about the next story?" Belle asked curiously. "Yes, His Majesty has said that the next album will feature Echo as the main character," Wendy said with a smile. "Princess Silver Moon from the southernmost region of the Wild Sand and Earth Fire, a foreign tribe. What do you think of the title?" "That's amazing." The little girl clicked her tongue. "When His Majesty recaptures the southern region, you can also go to the princess hometown to see what the vast desert looks like." Okay. This was her job, to spread the word of witches and let everyone see their true colors. The Witch Diary was just a part of it. Echo had become one with the Starflower troupe, and the immersive music made the actors praise her. Evelyn opened a tavern next to the Holy Mountain Inn, which mainly provided special blended liquor. It was said that Hummingbird would also join the city hall and become the deputy minister of the construction department. She would also be the second witch to become an official of the city hall after Scroll. Everyone was working hard to build Neverwinter and gradually let the people accept the existence of witches and see them as their own kind. In the palace garden of the City of Glow in the Kingdom of Dawn, Otto Luashi and Ora Tokat sneaked to the back of a rockery. Of course, it was not completely sneaky, at least when they walked into the palace area, they passed through the gate in front of the guards. As long as they did not go into the forbidden area of the palace, they would not be hindered. All the guards knew that the Luashi and Tokat families had always been loyal supporters of the royal family, and after they took over the family, they would also become the ministers in charge of the prince. "Hey, are we really going to do this?" Otto could not help but feel a little nervous. If Dawn Castle, where the King of Dawn frequented, was a forbidden area, then the bedchamber in the castle was the most forbidden area of all. However, they happened to know a secret passage from the garden to the bedchamber. This narrow underground passage should be one of the several secret escape routes in the palace. When they were young, they had explored it with Andrea and Prince Appin. The four of them even regarded it as their secret base and occasionally held small gatherings in it. Of course, at that time, they were only about 10 years old. Even if they were discovered by His Majesty Moya, he would at most reprimand them. But now that they were adults, what would His Majesty think if they sneaked into the bedchamber? "Come on, wasn't it you who proposed that the three families work together to find out why Appin became a stranger?" Aro curled his lips. "Now that we've come to this critical moment, you actually want to back out?" Otto opened his mouth and was speechless for a moment. "But I really have to hand it to you. You actually used Andrea's recent situation to get information from Lord Quinn. If it weren't for the fact that you were her playmate since childhood, I think the old man would want to silence you the most if you were someone else." Now is the best time to find out the truth. Are you going to do it or not? Aro asked as he looked around. Otto hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and nodded. Because the news revealed by Earl Quinn was really surprising. Since His Majesty fell ill, the eldest prince often met with an alchemist in the palace, and he would also ask the visitors to leave the palace. It was said that the reason His Majesty could stay awake for 2 to 4 hours every day was because of that person's special medicine to suppress the disease. As the Prime Minister, Andrea's father naturally had the opportunity to enter the bedchamber and ask His Majesty about political affairs. He had seen the alchemist once. She was a young woman, and her whole body was covered by a black veil. Only her dull silver-gray pupils could be seen. After hearing this, Otto suddenly thought of the church. If he had not gone to Grey Castle, he would not have thought of this. However, after meeting Roland Wimbledon, the news of the church secretly training the Pure Ones and trying to overthrow the 4 kingdoms in order to accumulate power for the Battle of Armageddon had taken root in his heart. In the end, he did not tell this information to Earl Quinn. After all, the impact of this matter was too great. He had to confirm that his guess was correct before making the next decision. After learning from the Earl that the alchemist would appear today, Otto immediately thought of the secret passage that he often used to come and go as a child. Since it was impossible to get the support of the first prince, he could only find the truth in this way. Seeing him nod, Oro immediately got to work. He pushed aside the knee-high weeds and used a dagger to pry up a cover disguised as an ordinary stone behind the artificial hill. A rusty iron railing soon appeared before the two of them. This fence was about the length of an arm and could only be opened from the inside with a key. However, this was not a problem for the two, who were already prepared. Aro took out a glass bottle from his waist bag, opened the lid, and poured the yellowish-brown liquid in the bottle on the lock. A burst of choking white light suddenly appeared, and the fence that was stained by the liquid sizzled like butter thrown into a hot pot. This was the molten iron water made by the alchemist master of the City of Glow. A fist-sized bottle cost more than 10 golden dragon coins. However, the process was not as the alchemist claimed, which could turn the iron into a pool of black water in the blink of an eye. After pouring 2 bottles, the shrunken lock finally fell off the fence. Then the two bent over and crawled into the hole. Aro did not forget to turn back and close the slate. After crawling for about 10 steps, the passage became a little wider and was wide enough for people to walk on. Otto skillfully fumbled for the oil lamp hanging on the wall and lit it with flint. The faint light illuminated the stone walls and the arched ceiling. After more than 10 years of leaving here, the secret passage remained the same as before, as if time had stopped here. When they passed by the lounge halfway, they could still see the soft mats and wine glasses that they had brought in for the party. As the path curved back and forth and climbed upward, Otto Luashi knew that he had entered the Morning Light Castle. The castle wall was divided into 2 layers, like a sandwich. The empty space in the middle was reserved for secret rooms and secret passages. When the two reached the end of the secret passage, they came to the back of the fireplace in the bedroom of the bedchamber. Since the mechanism had to be activated from the bedchamber, they could not directly enter the bedroom. However, through a small gap in the trapdoor, they could roughly see the scene in the bedroom. And if it was quiet enough, they could also hear the voices of people talking in the room. Otto extinguished the oil lamp and put his eyes close to the gap. The fireplace was facing a large bed, on which lay the King of Dawn, His Majesty Deacon Moya. The eldest prince, Appin, was pacing back and forth beside the bed, looking a little anxious. The two looked at each other, nodded tacitly, and carefully leaned against the stone slab of the trapdoor. Apparently, His Highness was waiting for the alchemist to come. After about an hour, there was finally a new movement in the room. They immediately turned their heads and squinted. 2 women walked into the bedroom. One of them was the black-veiled alchemist mentioned by Earl Quinn, and the other was probably the alchemist's assistant. She carried a satchel, wore a red and white robe and cloak, and had beautiful blonde curly hair. "You're late," Appin said unhappily. "Sorry," the blonde woman said with her hand on her chest, "something happened on the way and we were delayed." "Don't talk so much. We just need to wake up his father," the black-veiled woman replied coldly. "It doesn't matter if it's earlier or later." "You can't say that. We still have to rely on His Highness's help." She took out a green porcelain bottle from her satchel and said, "Maintaining a harmonious relationship is good for both of us, isn't it? Give me the medicine." Appin took 2 steps forward, but was stopped by the black-veiled woman. "Have you forgotten our agreement? This medicine has to be fed by me, and in exchange, you have to meet His Holiness's requirements." His Holiness, Otto was shocked. This honorific was only used when addressing the Pope. Was she really sent by the Church? "I remember I told you a month ago to close all the roads to the kingdom of Wolfheart as soon as possible. Why are there still so many refugees entering?" the black-veiled woman asked coldly. "Even if they crawl, your knight should have reached the border by now." 09 Small say net, you know there are a lot of refugees there. Appin clenched his fists. "If we prohibit them from crossing the border, most of them will starve to death on the road. There are no cities nearby and no places that can provide food. If they go back the way they came, it will take them at least a week to return to Wilderness Town." "They? What does that have to do with you?" Appin interrupted impatiently. "Since they abandoned their kingdom, they only have themselves to blame, whether they starve or die of thirst. You'd better focus on your father. Or do you want to break the contract? Abandon my kingdom? That's ridiculous." Otto thought angrily. "It's because of the war you started that these people have nowhere to go." When it came to breaking the contract, Appin was obviously hesitant. After a while, he said, "The rest of the roads will be completely closed in a week." "That's all right. But if they don't take the official road, but cross the border through the wilderness and mountains, I won't stop them. Of course, we won't force you to do something you can't do." The black-veiled woman took the porcelain bottle and took a sip. Then she walked to the bed and bent down. The 2 people in the secret passage widened their eyes, but they could not see what she was doing. After a while, she looked up and said, "That's good. He'll wake up in an hour, just like before. Do I have to feed him the medicine by mouth? It has to be me." She shrugged. "Don't worry. As long as you do as we agreed, the King of Dawn will definitely recover and even be healthier than before. The next time we come here will be after you completely close the border." The blonde woman smiled. "Don't let His Holiness down, Your Highness." Just as they were about to turn around and leave, Appin suddenly asked, "You're witches, right?" The 2 people stopped. "Is it because of the witch's magic that the medicine has to be fed by you?" he said slowly. "I can't find any other explanation. Although it sounds unbelievable that there are witches in the church, what you've done is no different from the devil's behavior." "Is that what you wanted to say?" "Come out," cried the prince. These words startled Otto and Oro, but then they saw several guards in half-body armor crawling out of the wardrobe and under the bed, surrounding the pure witch. "Oh," the blonde woman whistled. "Admirable rashness. And it's meaningless." The black veil saint shook her head and said, "It seems that the church has not given you a deep enough impression." "Stop pretending," Appin roared. "Indeed, the scourge you've shown is incredibly powerful, but they're not here now. There are as many god stones as you want in the palace. Do you think you can escape?" "Wait." The blonde woman smacked her lips. "Did you arrange for the witches we met on the way?" "That's not a real witch, it's just a trick commonly used by rats," Appin snapped as if he was venting his long-suppressed anger. "Being led away by a handful of magic firestones, your abilities are just SOSO. Without the protection of Scourge, witches are no different from ordinary people in front of the god stones. It's not too late to hand over the medicine and kneel down to beg for mercy. If you don't want to have your limbs cut off, all your teeth pulled out, and become a human medicine pot, do as I say. Lady will definitely be very angry if she hears your words," she sighed. "Not only is the witch a fake, but she was also ridiculed by a young boy for her ability. Next time, it's best not to let her see you, otherwise you may suffer." "What?" The prince was completely infuriated by the other party's indifferent attitude. "I hope you can still be so stubborn in prison. Guards, take them down." Otto pressed his face tightly against the slate, hoping to see more, but soon his body stiffened and he could not believe his eyes. Before the guards could touch the pure witch, they all suddenly turned their swords and cut their own necks. Blood gushed out like a rainstorm and splashed everywhere. The guards fell to the ground without a sound, and the smell of blood suddenly floated in the room. Appin, on the other hand, could not stop trembling, as if he had seen something extremely terrible. His previous momentum and anger instantly left him. After a while, wet marks appeared in the middle of his pants, and his urine flowed down his legs. "Don't go too far." The blonde woman shrugged. "We still need him for the time being. It's just a small lesson." The Black Veil Saint snapped her fingers. The prince sat on the ground as if he had just woken up from a dream and stepped back while trembling. "Don't worry, you're still alive," she said sarcastically. "But I can't guarantee next time." Why? There's obviously a godstone of retaliation here." Appin stammered. "How can witches?" "Because we're pure witches." The blonde woman smiled faintly. "To be honest, isn't it better to follow the agreement? Your father will be safe and sound in the end, and the Kingdom of Dawn will survive for a while. When the church takes over Grey Castle, you can still become one of us. Even if the kingdom will be taken over by us, you can still enjoy a rich and comfortable life and your people can be free from the pain of war. Why do these stupid things now?" Before leaving the room, she turned back and added, "By the way, remember to ask someone to clean up this place. Your father will wake up soon. You don't want him to wake up to a bloody scene in the bedroom, do you?" Otto felt his back was soaked with cold sweat. The pure witch who was not afraid of the God's Stone and the church's plan to take over Grey Castle first and then the Kingdom of Dawn made him feel a chill in his heart. The church had long regarded the four kingdoms as a piece of fat meat in its mouth. This was exactly what His Majesty had said. When the King of Dawn woke up, the blood-stained carpet was covered with cloth and Appin was the only one left in the room. He fed his father mouthful after mouthful of warm oatmeal, and the latter seemed to have forgotten about his illness as he chatted about government affairs and family affairs. It was no different from the happy and harmonious family scene that they usually had. Otto did not even dare to breathe when he saw this strange scene. They waited until evening before leaving the secret passage. "What should we do?" Even Oro, who was usually calm, looked frightened. "Tell Earl Quinn." "And our father," he said through gritted teeth. "This is no longer a problem that you and I can solve. But you've seen that the pure witches don't even care about the God's Stone. Even if the three families know the truth, what can they do?" A matter of life and death. Yorko's life had been very comfortable recently. The King of Dawn had not recovered for a long time, and His Highness seemed to have forgotten about him, but the nobles did not ignore the ambassador from the neighboring country. He attended luxurious banquets, had fun with Denise, and even visited some high-end clubs and brothels under her recommendation. He tasted the richness and unique charm of the capital city of the kingdom, which he could not enjoy in Grey Castle. It was because of the title of Wimbledon's ambassador. Although an ambassador was equivalent to a count, in a sense, it was more useful than a count. After all, the latter could only do whatever he wanted in his own fief, while the former could enjoy the courtesy of the upper-class nobles in other kingdoms. He was deeply aware of the benefits of a high status. In addition, Hill Fox, the bodyguard appointed by His Majesty, was also an amazing person. No matter who he dealt with, Hill Fox would sneak into his bedroom 2 or 3 nights later and nag him about the identity, status, and benefits of that person. If it was a big shot, Hill could even find out their preferences. With Hill's help, Yorko was even more at home in the noble circle. Under Hill's arrangement, the purchase of slaves had also made great progress. After Yorko made Denise comfortable, he whispered in her ear, and she immediately agreed to his suggestion. She used the existing caravans to open up a way to redeem the slaves. She would buy the refugees needed by King Wimbledon from other slave traders, and then transport them to Grey Castle. The prerequisite was that the slaves must be given the status of free people, and not be resold as goods. Of course, as a merchant, she did not forget to negotiate a good price even when she was overflowing with passion. She could not charge the difference in the purchase price, but she could not save on the transportation fee. After adding up the cost of manpower, food, carriages, and other expenses, as well as the profit, she finally came to a price of 10 silver royals for each person transported. Having been entrusted by Hill, Yorko naturally agreed without hesitation. He patted his chest and said that no matter how expensive it was, he could not let these talented people become slaves. His attitude undoubtedly deepened Denise's good impression, and the two returned to the bed and passionately rolled around for a while. After that, Yorko sent Sheer to discuss this matter in detail, so that he could no longer care about these trivial business matters. He heard that the first batch of 25 slaves purchased yesterday had already left with the caravan. In this way, he could still get an extra 125 silver royals as promised by His Majesty. Was there a better position than being able to collect money while lying on the bed? Ambassador, you are the best. While Yorko was wondering where he should go today, a servant knocked on the door and came in. Your Excellency, Lord Otto, the eldest son of the Luashi family, wants to see you. Otto Luashi? He was no stranger to this family name. It was one of the three major families in the Kingdom of Dawn, second only to the Moya royal family in power. Denise had also warned him not to go to the three major families, especially the Quinn family. Otherwise, even his identity as an ambassador would not be able to protect him. However, Yorko did not have to worry about this at the moment. He had always been very cautious when it came to these kinds of questions. The purpose of the other party's visit should be to invite him to the banquet. Invite him in. A young man walked into the study. He first looked around, then took the initiative to close all the windows before sitting in a chair. He looked a little anxious and his eyes were dark. Apparently, he had stayed up late last night and barely slept. Yorko did not approve of this kind of behavior of emptying one's body for pleasure. In his opinion, restrained pleasure could make both men and women cheerful and healthy, which was a beneficial behavior. However, spending energy all night would only overdraft the body's potential. Prince Appin was a typical example. Even his face was extremely pale. At this rate, he was afraid that he would not be able to find pleasure by the age of 30. However, the man did not speak for a long time, which made Yorko feel quite strange. This was not in accordance with the etiquette. A member of a major family should not be so rude. After a while, Yorko had to take the initiative to speak. You must be Lord Otto Luashi. I wonder. You can contact His Majesty Roland Wimbledon, right? The man suddenly interrupted. I have an important information to tell him. Yorko was startled. Information? It's all written in here. Otto took out a letter from his arms and put it in front of Yorko. Then he folded 10 golden dragon pieces on it. This money is your reward. Please be sure to give this letter to your king. This information concerns the survival of the Kingdom of Grey Castle. Yorko gasped. It concerns the survival of the Kingdom of Grey Castle? This is too exaggerated. He did not come to his senses until Otto stared at him with burning eyes. I see. Don't worry. I'll give it to His Majesty. Be sure to deliver it as soon as possible. Otto stood up and left after repeatedly urging him. Judging from his anxious look, he did not seem to be lying. Yorko hurriedly put the 10 golden dragon pieces into his arms, but he did not want to touch the letter. In his opinion, this thing was a hot potato. It was better to ask Hill how to deal with it first. When Hillfox quietly walked into the bedroom, Yorko told him everything that had happened during the day. The latter pondered for a moment, took out a knife out of nowhere and neatly opened the letter. Hey, what are you doing? Yorko was shocked. It's a felony to open His Majesty's letter without permission. Shoo, Hill made a shushing gesture. If the information inside is really as important as he said, we naturally can't use the conventional way to send the letter. It will take at least a month to send someone from the City of Dawn to the western region. Moreover, it's very dangerous on the way, which is prone to accidents. What does that have to do with you opening the letter? Do you still remember the gray falcons that I've been raising? They're the fastest messengers. It only takes them 2 or 3 days to fly from here to the City of Dawn, Hill explained. After changing the messengers there, the letter can be delivered to His Majesty within a week. But they can't carry such a big letter in flight, so I have to read the content and rewrite it in secret. Gray falcons can also send letters? Not carrier pigeons? Yorko was surprised. I thought you raised them for hunting. They're much smarter than carrier pigeons. Hill opened the letter and soon looked serious. I can't believe there's such a thing. What's written in the letter? Do you really want to know? He turned around. Forget it. Yorko coughed twice. I prefer to have a good sleep every day. Roland received a letter from the Duke of the Northern Region, Carvain Comte. Along with the letter was a contract with a fingerprint on it, which clearly expressed the Northern Region's loyalty to Roland. The content of the letter was more trivial. First, it asked Roland when the coronation ceremony would be held, so that he could prepare to set off to congratulate him, which was also the custom of every coronation. Second, it asked about the new policy, such as how to implement it, the remaining power of the nobles, the inheritance, and the management scope of the city hall. These were all within Roland's expectations. What surprised him was the last point. At the end of the letter, the Duke made a marriage request to Roland, and the whole page was full of praise for his daughter Edith's beauty and talent, saying that she could handle domestic and foreign affairs in an orderly manner, and that she was the best candidate for the queen. Roland could not help but laugh when he read these words. "What are you laughing at?" Nightingale's voice came from the direction of the recliner. "An interesting father." He picked up the letter and said, "Have a look at this." Nightingale came out of the mist and took the letter. After reading it, she frowned and asked, "You won't say yes to him, will you?" "Of course not," Roland said casually. "I don't need a political marriage to maintain the stability of the throne. Judging from the letter, I dare not let her into the castle. Otherwise, who knows who will be the king?" "That sounds like the truth," Nightingale said, obviously relieved. "Hey, don't you trust me?" "It's not a question of trust. You know witches can't." She paused and said, "After awakening, we can no longer be considered complete women." "I don't think so." Roland shook his head. The infertility would gradually disappear with the development of civilization, and the appearance, physical fitness, and incredible abilities brought by magic power would become more and more important. As long as human beings could survive, the witches would inevitably rise. Fortunately, they were born in human beings and there was no specific way to stimulate their awakening, so there was an opportunity for them to merge. Just as he was about to launch into a long exposition of his views, a flying messenger flew into the room through the open window, and with 2 flutters alighted on the desk. Its claws were tied with a yellow strip of cloth, which meant that the secret message came from the old king's city. Roland swallowed his words. He took out a dried fish from the drawer and threw it to the gray falcon, who was shaking its head for a reward. He then untied the cloth and took out the folded oiled paper. Due to the limited size of the secret letter, the contents were usually very concise. The first sentence of the letter gave him a huge shock. "The palace of the Kingdom of Dawn has been infiltrated by a pure witch. Her ability can ignore the God Stone of retaliation." A witch immune to the influence of the God Stone? As far as he knew, only extraordinaires who had strengthened their bodies could do this. Apart from them, there were also senior demons known as magic slayers. Roland continued to read, only to find that the news was more shocking than the previous one. Prince Appin tried to resist, but the guard committed suicide under the control of the pure witch. The church's goal is to stabilize the Kingdom of Dawn so that they can focus on attacking Grey Castle. Otto Luashi and Orotokat witnessed all this. "The 3 families hope to get your help." He suddenly felt that his plan to recover the southernmost region had to be greatly adjusted. 3 days later, Roland held a strategy meeting in the castle parlor. The attendees included City Hall Director Barev, 1st Army Commander Iron Axe, Chief Knight Carter, Longsong Consul Perot, Witch Union Representatives Bendy and Agatha, Sleeping Island Witches Representative Sylvie, and Edith, Pearl of the Northern Region. "That's the basic situation." Roland roughly described the contents of the secret letter. "We can't verify the contents, but if everything in the letter is true, Grey Castle will undoubtedly face the biggest challenge before the Battle of Divine Will. For the sake of safety, the battle plan in the southernmost region has to be temporarily suspended." He looked at Iron Axe. "Is there any problem?" As the chief hero of the spring offensive, Iron Axe quickly captured Willow Town and Fallen Dragon Ridge according to the plan, so that the gateway town connecting Neverwinter and the southern region fell into the hands of Roland. He had planned to make persistent efforts to expand the territory before the arrival of autumn and incorporate the territory of the Sand Nation into the territory of the kingdom. Echo and Iron Axe were the key figures between the 2 clans. As members of the Majin clan, they could play a role as a buffer during racial conflicts. Iron Axe was also very eager to return to Iron Sand City to take revenge for the framing years ago, so letting him lead the army to occupy the southernmost region was also the best reward for him. He might be disappointed if the battle plan was suspended now. "Yes, Your Majesty." However, Iron Axe's expression did not change and he answered very decisively. "In addition, I suggest that the First Army stationed in Fallen Dragon Ridge be replaced with newly trained soldiers. They will have no problem dealing with the nobles, and the First Army can also concentrate its strength to stop the church." "That's it." Roland nodded approvingly, got up and walked to the big map behind him. "Now we have two main problems. First, we don't know when the enemy will attack, and second, we don't know where they will attack from. Originally, there was only one way for the church to invade Grey Castle, which was to go straight to King City from Coldwind Ridge in the northern region. But now the Kingdom of Dawn is threatened by the church, so it's possible that the Judgment Army will attack Grey Castle from the border of the Kingdom of Dawn. Do you have any good solutions? No matter where they come from, they will first pass through the northern region of the kingdom." Barav spoke first. "Coldwind Ridge, Deep Valley Town, City of Evernight and Steep Cliff City are all the territories of Duke Carwen. I suggested that Miss Edith should carry the news to her father, and that she should remain in the north to watch the enemy. It would be safer." "But, Your Majesty." Barav rubbed his hands. "Can we stop the church?" Barav's timid question made everyone roll their eyes. Edith said bluntly, "If His Majesty says we can't stop them, are you going to beg the church for forgiveness? What nonsense are you talking about? As the director of City Hall, at least, I have to prepare for the worst." She ignored Barav and looked at Roland. "Your Majesty, it's necessary to send people to monitor all the roads, but it doesn't mean it's a good method. It's slow to react, and when the enemy is found, it means the enemy has already started to move. It's difficult to buy enough time for you. Do you have a better solution?" "Of course," Edith replied confidently. "Send people to Hermes." "The holy city of the church?" Carter frowned. "What's the use of that? Will the Pope inform you when he decides to send troops? And the people there are all believers and fanatics, so it's difficult for spies to sneak in," Perrault added. "Go on." Roland could not help but feel interested. The terrain of Hermes is very unique. The impassable mountain range has left a gentle slope here, below which is the old holy city, and the new holy city is built on the plateau. The environment there is very bad. In addition to using the natural barrier to resist demonic beasts, it is not suitable for living, let alone reclaiming the land. Therefore, all the food and materials needed by the new holy city need to be provided by the old holy city, but the land of the latter is only enough to feed more than 20,000 people at the foot of the mountain. Edith walked to Roland and pointed to the map. "This means that they need to collect food from other places, such as the churches and church organizations in the nearby cities. Most of them will buy a piece of land, or rent wheat fields from the lords to cultivate. Every autumn, dozens of carriages from the four kingdoms will arrive every day, in order to replenish the supplies of the new holy city on the plateau. Now, a small town similar to a market has been formed outside the old holy city, where the carriages can rest and the church can maintain the order of entering the city. In other words, if they decide to send the Judgment Army on a large scale, they will absolutely not be able to escape the eyes of these merchants. Even if the army has not officially taken action, we can calculate the timing of the other side's action through the changes in the scale of the material transport." When she spoke, her eyes swept over the people present one by one to make sure that they were paying attention to her. The confidence she showed was rarely seen in women in this era. Roland thought, it seems that Carcon's letter was not completely boastful. At least in terms of her demeanor, she is worthy of the title of Pearl of the Northern Region. "How do you know so clearly?" Barav shook his beard. "It's as if you came from the holy city." "I lived there for a period of time," Edith replied without hesitation. "Because of the convention of the Months of Demons." "What's that?" Roland asked doubtfully. He had a little impression of this term, but he could not remember the specific content. "You don't know?" She blinked. "In order to help the church fight against the disaster of the Months of Demons, the four kingdoms need to send troops to support the holy city of Hermes and fight together with the Judgment Army. Your brother Gerald Wimbledon is the commander of the border army in Grey Castle, and I have also fought under him. But there seems to have been an accident last year." I heard that the coalition army of the Four Kingdoms was almost wiped out, and the judgment army of the church also suffered heavy losses. There is such a thing, Puro echoed. My friend Renmed completed his knight test there. Does every knight have to fight against demonic beasts to be conferred the title? Roland looked at Carter. Why haven't I heard you mention it? Ahem, this is a tactic often used by knights in small places. Carter spread out his hands and said, the knights of the king's city have their own rules, and in addition to bravery, loyalty, and knowledge are also very important aspects, which can't be proven by just fighting with a ferocious monster. By the way, Your Majesty. Edith did not refute Carter's words but turned to look at Roland. Can you let me observe how your army fights? I've always been curious about how you managed to capture King's City within a day. If I can understand the First Army's fighting style, perhaps I can be of help in future battles. However, this was not a big problem. The current weapons and equipment of the First Army could no longer be imitated at a glance. With the advancement of technology, the increasingly costly nature of war had gradually manifested. Without a complete logistics supply system and industrial production guarantee, even if the enemy was given a batch of guns, they would not be able to use them. Moreover, by showing his strength to the northern region loyalists, not only could he boost their confidence, but he could also deter them from having any thoughts that they should not have. Thinking of this, Roland nodded to Iron Axe and said, "Go ahead and arrange it." "Yes. Your Majesty, I suggest that you issue a decree to every town in Grey Castle to expel the church in the name of the king." Berev did not want to lag behind Edith. Otherwise, once the war breaks out, the church will become a stronghold for them to devour the kingdom step by step. I'm afraid that not many lords will be willing to do this. Churches are usually big tax collectors, and the power displayed by the church is frightening, so they tend to follow the wind. Edith shrugged and said, "This is also the usual behavior of the nobles. It's better than doing nothing." The director stared at her. "Of course." Edith chuckled disapprovingly. "The northern region will fully support this decree." "Then let's do it." Roland nodded and said, "This may be a difficult battle." Sylvie looked rather worried. "You'd better inform Lady Tilly. The witches of Sleeping Island may be able to help you." Hearing her words, Roland could not help but smile bitterly in his heart. Sleeping Island's problems were no less than his own. After sending the information about the Bloodfang Association, he had not yet received a reply from them. If the internal conflicts were not resolved and Tilly led her subordinates to help, Sleeping Island might be in big trouble. However, what Sylvie said also made sense. The most effective way to deal with pure witches with strange abilities was to deal with the witches themselves. "I'll write to her. Don't forget to prepare God's stones of retaliation for your common people," Agatha added. During the hundreds of years of the Union, there have been some witches with incredible abilities. Common people without God's stones were defenseless in front of them. One such witch is enough to kill thousands of people. Even flintlocks and cannons won't work? Let's not talk about how easy it is for a witch like Nightingale to get close to your army. Some of her abilities even take effect the moment you see her. Roland was speechless. The First Army had 5,000 people including the reserve troops. Where could he get so many Godstones of retaliation? Even if he used the witch's blood to break down the Godstone mine, he was afraid that he would not be able to get enough in a short time. "Your Majesty, we can ask the church for these Godstones," Iron Axe suggested. "If we only attack the churches and believers, it won't affect the civilians and the nobles won't dare to openly oppose you. In this way, we can realize Lord Berev's suggestion and get a large number of Godstones for free." The corner of Berev's mouth twitched. "You mean we'll send the First Army to rob them?" "We'll uproot the enemy's stronghold, just like breaking the fangs of a poisonous snake," he corrected. "And Miss Edith will be able to see the First Army's fighting style directly. This kind of battle will be more convincing than a drill." "I think so too," Edith said with a smile. "We'll kill many birds with one stone," Roland finally said. "Then let's call it Operation Tooth Extraction." At night, Vendi called all the witches to her bedroom. The originally spacious room was suddenly filled with people. This scene was familiar. Just a year ago, she had also gathered the sisters here and told them about the town's situation to ease their anxiety. At that time, there were only 7 sisters who had escaped from the barbarian land. They had lost their wits and were full of confusion and fear for the road ahead. Many of them had even come to this border town with the idea of "I've had enough, no matter what fate I face next." Survival was a difficult thing for them, not to mention the church that hung over the witches' heads like a shadow. But now, everyone's expression was completely different from a year ago. Not only survival, but also a free life had gradually become the consensus of the sisters. There was no oppression or hostility from others. There was no need to worry about food and safety. This place had become the witches' holy mountain. As long as they could help His Majesty defeat the church, all the nightmares would disappear, and the witches would usher in true liberation. When everyone's eyes shifted to Vendi, she said, "The church is coming." There was not much information in the daytime meeting. She quickly finished the contents of the secret letter, and there was a brief silence in the bedroom. "Will His Majesty?" "When?" After a moment, Mystery Moon muttered in a low voice, "I can stay by the factory all day to generate electricity for him." "Come on, then he'll have to send someone to take care of you." Lily curled her lips in disdain. "Don't give him trouble at this time." "No way." The witches let out a burst of light laughter. With the first person to speak, the others naturally followed suit. "I'll also redouble my efforts to produce white wine." Evelyn clenched her fists. "But we don't need that much wine to fight against the church." "Eh? Is that so?" "I don't think His Majesty will lose." Even the extraordinary Ashes was severely injured by Carter? Hummingbird said bluntly. "The God's punishment army is not as powerful as Ashes." "Really? Even the invincible Ashes lost?" Soft Feathers, who rarely spoke, was surprised. "It's not considered a loss. Carter was knocked unconscious and Ashes couldn't move." "I think it's a draw." "As far as I know, this is an unfair competition," Agatha argued. "Transcendents will only be stronger when they use weapons of the same level." "But there is only one Transcendent on Sleeping Island, and there are thousands of soldiers with guns." "Wait, you're arguing in the wrong direction." Scroll shook her head helplessly. "We're talking about the church and His Majesty." Vendi's heart was slightly relieved. Although everyone was worried, no one was afraid of fighting against the church. This would have been absolutely unimaginable a year ago. After all, the enemy's power was as unshakable as a mountain, and none of the witches who dared to fight against them had survived. The Witch Cooperation Association had to hide everywhere, and the only way to get rid of their pursuit was to go to the inaccessible impassable mountain range. Of course, this change in mentality had a lot to do with the fact that His Majesty had never lost a foreign war. In short, this war is related to the future of the Witch Union. She took a deep breath. "If His Majesty completely defeats the church, have you ever thought about what will happen?" Everyone immediately shut their mouths, but their eyes flashed with an indescribable light. "The whole kingdom, even the whole continent, witches can live a stable life. And in His Majesty's territory, we can also create a new world together with ordinary people and enjoy the same honor and status. This is also what he always said. I just didn't expect it to happen so soon." Vendi paused. "But according to His Majesty's past habits, we don't have to work too hard. Just work as usual. As long as we have this confidence, we won't fail." She didn't know anything too profound, and her ability and knowledge weren't the most outstanding in the Witch Union. His Majesty had put her in charge of the Witch Union, and this was the only thing she could do. Every time before a battle, His Majesty would give an impassioned speech in front of the First Army. She couldn't think of any inspiring way, so she could only tell everyone what was in her heart. Being considerate of others is more important than anything else. She firmly remembered Scroll's words. "This is our home, and also the turning point to change the fate of witches. I'm willing to sacrifice everything for it." After finishing her words, Vendi stretched out her left hand with the back of her hand facing up. Scroll was the first to press her hand. Then Nightingale and Anna. "For His Majesty and Neverwinter." Everyone gathered in a circle and folded the back of their hands one by one. The witches of the Bloodfang Association hesitated for a while, as if they didn't know whether they would be accepted by everyone, until Leaf pulled them into the circle. With the direct palm contact, they were truly integrated into the group. I really don't want to deal with such a group of annoying people before fighting against the demons. Although Agatha said so, she still stretched out her hand. Finally, Vendi put her right hand on everyone's hand and looked around. For the Witch Union. 4. The Eternal Holy Mountain. After everyone left, only she and Nightingale were left in the bedroom. As Vendi closed the door, she suddenly felt a gust of cold wind behind her. She turned around and saw that Nightingale had opened the window and was sitting on the windowsill, looking at the night sky. The night wind blew her curly hair, and at the same time, there was a faint fragrance. Are you also worried about the war? Vendi walked to the window. Worried? Nightingale tilted her head, her eyes shining with a scorching light under the light of the stone of lighting. I'm afraid that I'll laugh out loud. Laugh, out loud? It was only at this moment that she noticed the sharp aura overflowing from Nightingale's body. It was very rare for someone to be like Nightingale, who could release her magic without using her ability. Moreover, they were no longer unpredictable things, but like sharp blades, forming an inaccessible area. It was as if the foggy world was eroding the surrounding space bit by bit and gradually began to affect the world. Since coming to Border Town, this feeling became more and more obvious. For the enemy, this was also a sign of danger. I've been waiting for a long time to be able to take revenge on the church, Nightingale said slowly. Those sisters who died unjustly in the hands of the church must also be looking forward to this day. I've tasted the taste of revenge, and that feeling is unforgettable. It was hard to imagine that she was the same person as the woman who stayed in bed in the morning. Fortunately, she was not the enemy of her sisters. Vendi tried to reach out her hand. The moment she touched Nightingale, the sharp feeling disappeared, and she held her in her arms. You can do what you want, but remember to protect His Majesty, and protect yourself, understand? Yes, Nightingale closed her eyes and replied softly. I will. I'm opening my WeChat official account, search for the official account 2icelittle or Ermu85. Dear friends, remember to follow me. Once the war order was issued, Neverwinter immediately operated at high efficiency. Sacks of wheat plundered from Fallen Dragon Ridge quickly filled the empty granary. Some of them would be shelled and ground into dry rations, which would be distributed to the soldiers participating in the war. In addition, there were also guns and ammunition. The new recruits recruited during the months of demons had also completed their basic training. Those who performed well would be integrated into the First Army and receive brand new weapons and uniforms. The ordinary soldiers would temporarily serve as reserve troops and be assigned to the cities occupied by Roland to replace the veterans stationed there. In this way, the available military strength of Neverwinter was rapidly expanded to 5,000 people, which in theory was almost the same as the number of judgment soldiers of the church. However, due to the limited transportation capacity, the further away from the western region, the fewer people could be sent to the battlefield. Considering that the task of the tooth extraction operation was not difficult, Roland finally set the number of troops to be 1,500, which would be commanded by Iron Axe. In this operation, the advisor department was moved into the system of the First Army. The main members were the nobles, knight and ordinary people in the Longsong area, such as Sir Schilt, the father of the Light of Dawn, and the chief guard of the Honeysuckle family, Traff. They had either been baptized by gunfire or served in the Second Army. Although these people were not trained in the military, Roland still let them follow the army with the idea that they could learn while building the army, and that they could have a few more people to give advice and suggestions. However, they did not have the actual power to command, so it was up to Iron Axe to decide whether their deductions and plans would be adopted. In addition, during the tooth extraction operation, they might encounter the church's pure witches, so Magic Eye Sylvie and Confinement Cage Iffy would also follow the army. The former could detect magic power and warn the enemy's position, while the latter could capture the pure witches if permitted. Moreover, Sylvie would also bring the sigil of listening with her so that she could get in touch with Neverwinter at any time. In this way, an army with modern military structure, firepower and communication capabilities was gradually taking shape. The tooth extraction operation mainly targeted Redwater City, Silver City and Impassable Fort, the three nearest cities to the western region. It would take about 4 days to prepare and set off. In addition to selecting reliable personal guards to go to the Old Holy City, Roland spent the rest of the time discussing various details of the war with the church with the army commanders and the advisor department. For example, the location of the attack that was difficult to decide. On this issue, everyone had their own opinions, and it was difficult for anyone to convince the other party. Brian, the commander of the firearm battalion, was a firm supporter of attacking the western region, and he had a very good reason for doing so. If the battle starts in the western region, the First Army will be able to fully display their firepower advantage. With the support of a large number of paddle steamers, we can replenish our ammunition and manpower within a day. No matter how long we fight, we have the confidence to win. At the same time, this distance is extremely disadvantageous to the church. As long as they do not break through the defense line within a month, they will probably not even have food to eat. Edith, on the other hand, was the advocate of the foreign war faction. Can't even eat? Do you know how many believers there are in Grey Castle? Even if the entire church was burned down, as long as the Pope gave the order, these people would bring all kinds of food to the door. Moreover, the middle of July was the wheat ripening season. As long as the army of judges occupied 1 or 2 cities, they would be able to obtain a steady stream of supplies. This was not the scariest part. Did the church not possess the pill of madness that could turn normal people into monsters? What if they forced the people of Grey Castle to take this pill to exhaust the strength of the First Army? What should we do then? You don't know anything about gunpowder weapons. Danner also stood on Brian's side. Transporting cannons and ammunition is hard work. They're not like swords that can be used all the time. We'll need several ships to replenish the supplies consumed in a battle. If we take the initiative to attack the enemy before they enter the kingdom of Grey Castle, what if we run out of ammunition? I really don't know anything about gunpowder weapons, nor do I know how you fight, but the most important thing in any war is the goal. If we don't achieve the goal, even if we win, it will be a failure. Edith did not give in. His Majesty needs every citizen of Grey Castle, but you allow the church to enter the kingdom and wantonly consume the population? If we can't win, everything will be meaningless. Solving those seemingly unsolvable problems is what we should do. Only Roland and Iron Axe could make the final decision. However, as long as the prince was present, Iron Axe would not say a word. No matter what order Roland gave, this Sand Nation would unconditionally carry it out. Both views had their advantages and disadvantages, so it was difficult for Roland to make a decision at the moment. The most effective way of fighting with gunpowder weapons was to establish a crossfire network and then wait for the enemy to run into it. Undoubtedly, the western region was the best place to set up a defense in advance. However, if the church really drove the people of Grey Castle to be the vanguard of the army, it would be a great loss for him. Even if bullets could easily defeat the madman, it would be difficult to make up for the lost population in a short time. On the eve of the army's attack, Sir Schilt's proposal broke the stalemate. Why don't we gather the troops and supplies in the border cities in advance? Roland said while stroking his chin. That way, we can greatly shorten the transportation distance. Brian shook his head without hesitation. Unless we can know where the church will attack in advance. Mr. Sir, there aren't enough rivers in the northern region. If we gather the troops in the wrong place, we may not be able to catch up with the marching speed of the enemy, Carter added. The border between Grey Castle and the Kingdom of Dawn is so long that we can't take care of every passage. It's true that we don't know where the enemy will attack from, but we can persuade them to attack from a certain point. His words stunned everyone. After a while, Brian frowned and said, I'm afraid only the Pope can do this. Edith, however, showed a thoughtful look. Sir Schilt did not care about Brian's slightly sarcastic response and said frankly, in fact, I got the idea from Miss Edith. If we can predict the time of the church's invasion through the transportation of food, then they should also be able to detect the approaching war from the changes in the surrounding cities. Coldwind Ridge. Edith suddenly said. Exactly. Sir smiled. If we stock up a large number of supplies in Coldwind Ridge and station the First Army in Deep Valley Town, which is the nearest town, won't we have a greater chance of guiding the church's attack route? Why? Brian asked in confusion. Because Coldwind Ridge is too close to the Holy City, Edith explained. Instead of waiting for the church to attack, It's better to take the initiative to attack and force them to concentrate their forces here. I see. Roland also quickly figured out the problem. Deep Valley Town was the only town connected to the central water network. Although it was a long distance, the paddle ships could still transport a large number of supplies to the town in the next 1 or 2 months. After that, the transport time could be shortened to 3 days by land. It might not be completely enough, but at least it could barely meet the needs of a large-scale battle. Of course, a better way was to directly set up a defense line below Coldwind Ridge and wait for the enemy to attack the position formed by blockhouses, barbed wire, and trenches. What if they insist on not taking this route? Vanner asked. When Anna opened her eyes, she saw a sea of red everywhere, and the hot air hit her face, burning her skin. Flames. There were flames everywhere, and thick smoke rolled under the shed, making it hard for her to breathe. There were cries coming from the inside of the house, or maybe it was just an illusion. The wood crackled under the licking of the flames, and from time to time, there were sparks and burning pieces of wood falling from above. She climbed down the haystack and tried to take 2 steps into the house, but was quickly pushed back by the heat wave. In the end, she could only crawl out of the wooden house, and helplessly watched the house being engulfed by the raging fire. The neighbors also gathered around, and some people began to help put out the fire, but the nearest water source was the Redwater River outside the town, and the few jars of water that were difficult to fetch were of no help in the face of the fire. After running back and forth several times, Anna finally saw the figure of her father. He had just come back from the mine, still wearing a dirty coat, and his face was covered with gray and black dust. He was standing in front of the house with a blank look on his face. As if she had seen her backbone, she could no longer suppress the panic and fear in her heart. Tears rolled down her cheeks like pearls, and she cried and ran to her father, hugging him tightly. However, her father did not comfort her as she had hoped. "Where's your mother?" He seized her by the shoulder with such force that she cried out. "And your brother, too?" Anna shook her head, but did not expect that what followed was a slap in the face. "I can't believe you escaped alone. Why didn't you save them? Damn it, how could you only care about yourself?" Anna suddenly sat up from the bed, gasping for breath. Her father's scolding still seemed to echo in her ears for a long time. It was this dream again. She picked up the cup on the bedside and drank the cold water. It took her a while to recover. At the beginning of every month, Anna would dream of this scene, as if there was someone in her mind reminding her of it. She tilted her head and looked at the desk calendar on the desk. Today was the end of the first week of summer, and also the day when the witch union would pay. She put on her clothes, washed up, and then walked out of the castle to the witch building in the backyard. "Sister Anna." Belle beamed as soon as she saw her. "You're early." "Good morning," Vendi said with a gentle smile. "The weather looks good today. Are you still going to North Slope Mountain?" "Lady Anna." Her 2 former classmates also hurriedly bowed. "Just call me Anna like usual." She waved her hand, sat down at the long table, and hesitated. "I still have some other things to do, so I'll go there in the afternoon." "Oh? That's rare." Vendi showed an interested expression. Could it be that he and His Majesty? "Shopping?" Ling shouted. Pearl and Grey Rabbit could not help but laugh. Anna shook her head but did not continue. Vendi didn't ask further. Instead, he took out an envelope from the drawer and handed it to her. "This month's salary is 2 golden dragon stones." "Thank you." The witches did not have to prepare their own food, clothing, and accommodation. Even if they bought luxury goods from the convenience market, they would have to try them out first. Even if they wanted more, it would not be a problem. Therefore, most witches thought that the salary was useless and did not understand why His Majesty insisted on doing so. Anna could roughly guess Roland's intention, and this move helped her. She returned to the castle hall with the salary. Chief Knight Carter Lannis was already waiting there. "Miss Anna." He stood up and asked, "Is it the same as usual?" "Yes." She took out a golden dragon stone from the envelope and handed it to the knight. "The same as usual." During the reconstruction of Border Town, all the natives were allocated a house, including Anna's father. After he sold Anna to the church for 25 golden dragon stones, Anna never contacted him again. From that moment on, he was no longer her father. But there were some things that she could not completely stay out of. For example, this golden dragon stone. Probably like most poor people who suddenly got a windfall, he did not keep the money for long. Gambling, swindling, and stealing made him destitute in just half a year. At that time Anna had not yet become famous, but some natives had recognized her when she sealed the gap in the city wall with fire. He had tried to ask a neighbor to look for his daughter, but he was refused and ridiculed. Later, this matter reached the ears of Carter, who was responsible for forming the militia, and Carter disclosed it to Anna. From then on, she knew that she had to do something to make her father, who had betrayed her, quiet down. She did not want him to bring trouble to Roland. They came to a quiet residential area in the east of the city and went up to the second floor of a building. Carter turned around and said, "Miss Anna, wait for me here." "Thank you." "No, it's just a piece of cake." He walked to a door and knocked hard on it. After a moment, the door opened with a squeak. "Ah, it's Sir Knight. Why did you take so long to open the door? Are you deaf?" Carter scolded. "Get out of the way, don't block the door." Yes, maybe it was better this way." Anna leaned against the wall of the corridor and sighed in her heart. To be honest, she did not want to care about this former father at all, but she knew that ignoring him would only make the situation worse. And she could not do it herself. Otherwise, her stubbornness and arrogance that could not see the situation clearly would make him habitually show off his power as a father, which would not work as a deterrent. Instead of begging him, it was better to let him realize that the status between them was as different as heaven and earth. As the chief knight that the people of the border area were familiar with, Carter was already a great noble in the eyes of ordinary people. Using this golden dragon as a fee to keep his mouth shut, coupled with some stern warnings, should be enough to keep him quiet, and His Majesty would not have to bear another burden for this. Anna did not understand the relationship between them before. Ever since she was arrested and imprisoned, she had lost interest in everything, and the world had turned into a lifeless gray. It was not until Roland rescued her that she saw a different color from the past. After living in the castle for a while, Anna gradually understood the complicated relationship between people, and she also had a new understanding of why her father would vent his anger on her. But she did not like these twisted things at all. She could only really relax when she was with Roland. And those books that recorded wonderful knowledge, they seemed complicated and difficult to understand, but after in-depth contact, one would find that the relationship between them was so simple and direct, and would never change because of interests or desires. The formula that revealed the true face of the world was so clean and concise, so the world should be like this. The door opened again, and with a flattering voice asking him to stay, Carter returned to her side and said, "Miss Anna, it's done." "Yes." After finishing this, Anna suddenly felt a lot more relaxed. "Don't tell His Majesty." "Of course. I understand." She nodded, then turned around and walked down the stairs. It was true that she could not get rid of these disgusting feelings, but with His Majesty, there would always be more and more beautiful things. She could not wait to go to North Slope Mountain and continue her research work. Returning to Border Town after a gap of nearly 4 months, Lotus had a new feeling. The town seemed to be constantly growing. Even the heavy snowfall did not stop its expansion. This feeling was particularly obvious every time she stepped on the Redwater Bridge. Rows of factories were arranged neatly on the south bank of the river, while the dock area on the opposite side had expanded by several times. At any time, one could see many stone boats dragging black smoke back and forth on the river, covering the originally sparkling surface of the river. "It's much more lively here than on Sleeping Island." Honey leaned on the railing of the bridge and looked down. "There are as many people as ants." "I think so too." She remembered that when the bridge was first built, she didn't understand why His Majesty wanted to make the bridge so wide and felt that it was a waste of materials. Now it seemed that this decision was just right. There was an endless stream of people shuttling back and forth on both sides of the river. From time to time, some people would look at them, seemingly very curious about their dress and appearance. If they were in other cities, Lotus would probably have to think about how to escape. In addition to these obvious changes, there were also many improvements in life. For example, The heating system that made people feel warm just by listening to it, the electric lights that could bring bright light at night, and the new food that could replace ice cream bread and so on. She could listen to Evelyn and Candle talk about these all day, but they were not the most surprising things to Lotus. In fact, what made her feel that the biggest change was the relationship between witches and ordinary people. This could be seen from the tavern opened by Evelyn. The tavern was funded by the Witch Union, and Evelyn served as the manager and bartender, mixing novel and delicious drinks for the guests who visited the western region. It was said that this was also His Majesty's idea. Rather than letting the witch's salary stay in the drawer, it was better to take it out and do some business. Lotus had once been invited by Wendy to drink 2 glasses of iced cider there. The taste was really good. It had a mellow aroma that ale didn't have, and it was mixed with a strong fruity flavor. It was served in a transparent crystal glass, and showed a clean light green color. It looked quite tempting. Moreover, the environment was not as noisy and chaotic as an ordinary tavern. The customers were basically sitting at their own tables, drinking and chatting. The floor, tables, and wine utensils were clean. If it were not for the row of wine barrels behind the bar counter, she would not have associated this place with a tavern. Of course, this was also related to the high price of the drinks. Evelyn stood in front of the bar and chatted with the customers like any other manager. No one scolded her because she was a witch. On the contrary, many foreign businessmen came to drink out of curiosity. Ren had rarely seen her smile so happily. It was obvious that she really liked this job. Lotus remembered that before she left, most of the witches' activities were basically within the castle area. If they needed to go out, they would generally be followed by His Majesty's guards. But now, they had gradually integrated into every part of the town. It was inconceivable that the western region could undergo such great changes in just one winter. The conversation with Vendi at night had also given her a deeper understanding. Perhaps this was the reason why the witches of the Alliance were willing to sacrifice everything for this. Not only were they building Neverwinter for His Majesty, but they were also building their own homes. Let's go, Lotus pouted at Honey. If everything goes well, we can finish the transformation of the estuary today. Oh. When the last piece of rock sank into the ground, Lotus wiped the fine sweat on her forehead and let out a long sigh. Awesome, Honey applauded. You actually opened a path in the mountain. A row of birds squatting in the treetops above her head also chirped. Of course, Lotus said with a proud smile. There's nothing I can't do. Different from the reefs surrounding Sleeping Island, the rock layer here was much deeper and harder, so it took a lot of magic power to sink. Fortunately, she did not need to turn the whole mountain into a flat land. According to His Majesty's plan, she only needed to open up a path that could allow 5 or 6 carriages to pass side by side. With the experience of the Iron Bridge, this time she would not think that such a spacious path was superfluous. Since the hills were more than 40 meters higher than the sea, there was only one fastest way, which was to sink the ground little by little until it became a long gentle slope. In order to make it convenient for carriages to pass, she also deliberately pressed the surface rocks into a straight road, so that even if it rained, there would be no puddles of varying depths. Now, as long as she stood on the top of the slope, she could see the golden shoals and the blue sea on the opposite side. The cool sea breeze rushed up along the slope, mixed with a familiar salty smell. Did you bring a fire? Honey skipped to her side. No, what are you going to do? Of course I'm going down to roast fish. She smacked her lips. I'm responsible for attracting the fish, and you push them out of the water. It's okay if you don't bring a fire. They'll be dry in the sun for 2 days. The birds above her head chirped even more happily. Lotus rolled her eyes. I won't let this place be filled with the fishy smell of salted fish. By the way, didn't you get tired of eating that thing on Sleeping Island? Eh? I think it's pretty good. Honey tilted her head and said. Anyway, it's forbidden to dry fish here, and His Majesty won't like the fishy smell of salted fish. Lotus suddenly thought of Ashes and wondered if she was still troubled by all kinds of fish soup on Sleeping Island. I heard from His Majesty that he plans to build a harbor here, so that Lady Tilly can come whenever she wants, and she won't have to fly over the mountain by hot air balloon. Hearing the name of Her Highness Tilly, Honey's attention was immediately attracted. Then, will she come? The little girl's expression was even easier to understand than that of an animal. Lotus patted her fluffy hair and said, "I don't know, but His Majesty is about to go to war with the church. She should come to help her brother." In fact, she was not so sure, especially after knowing the background of the Bloodfang Association and Heidi Morgan. She used to dislike the arrogant attitude of these combat witches, but now it seemed that they were also a group of pitiful people. After taking off the shell of prejudice, they were actually no different from herself. At least now, she could occasionally talk to Iffy, but the other combat witches on the island would definitely not be so easily persuaded by Tilly. "Oh, that's great. Great? This girl knows nothing about war," Lotus thought to herself. If Lady Tilly can't solve the problem of the Bloodfang Association, and the church attacks His Majesty with all its strength, it will be really troublesome. But she also hoped that Lady Tilly could come to Border Town again. And it would be better if she could stay here forever. In this way, the wish she made in winter could come true. In this way, whether it's me or the other witches, we can all live happily in Border Town. 3 days later, 1,500 soldiers of Operation Tooth Extraction boarded ships and set off for their first target, Redwater City. At the same time, according to the policy set in the strategy meeting, the other soldiers of the First Army also escorted ammunition and food to the northern region. They would follow the inland water network, pass through Redwater River, King City Canal, and San Juan River, and finally arrive at Deep Valley Town. In order to cope with such a large-scale deployment of troops, in addition to all the paddle steamers in Neverwinter, Roland also rented 30 sailing ships from Marjorie's Chamber of Commerce to transport war materials. In this way, he could deliver 3,000 soldiers and corresponding artillery ammunition to the northern region within a month, that is, before the arrival of July. If it was in the future, the transport scale of thousands of people would probably be completed by 3 or 4 river liners. But in this era, it was already an incredible pioneering work. After the Operation Tooth Extraction obtained enough God Stones of Retaliation, the vanguard would also go to the northern region. Eventually, 4,500 soldiers would be gathered in Deep Valley Town and the church would be forced to fight in Coldwind Ridge. Of course, there were contingency plans. One was that the church moved extremely fast, such as sending a small number of God's punishment army along the impassable mountain range all the way to the south and directly to Neverwinter. The other was that the enemy abandoned the Holy City and entered the kingdom from the border between the Kingdom of Dawn and Grey Castle. The 500 soldiers staying in Neverwinter were to guard against the former. Defending the city would always give them a certain advantage, especially with the support of 152 mm long-song cannons. But the latter was a lose-lose situation. The First Army had to turn to a war of attrition, the church would lose the Holy City of Hermes and suffer a heavy loss of faith and status, and Grey Castle would also lose a large number of people. Fortunately, the possibility of the second situation was very small. Without the Holy City, the church would completely lose its foundation, and Grey Castle would still have a chance to recover after losing its population. As long as the Pope was not crazy, he would not use such a suicidal method. Edith Conte, the Pearl of the Northern Region, also left with the First Fleet. "Please rest assured, Your Majesty. I'll write to my father and ask him to take out half of the stored food in the northern region for the soldiers. The Lord of Deep Valley Town will also fully cooperate with all the requirements of the First Army." "Aren't you going back to the north?" Roland asked. "Compared to going home, I'd rather follow the First Army and participate in the upcoming battles." Edith stood at the side of the ship and raised her hand to flutter her long hair. She then placed her hand on her chest and saluted. "I'll leave my brother in your care. I'll take good care of him." "Thank you, Your Majesty. Then, I will wait for you in Deep Valley Town, when the real war comes." After the ship left, Nightingale's dissatisfied voice sounded in Roland's ear. "Tisk tsk, this is obviously a battle of life and death, but she makes it sound like a lover's date." "Ahem, really? You can't tell? That action of raising your hair. It's not like there's a strong wind blowing right now, it's practically unnecessary." Nightingale snorted coldly. "Of course, we can't rule out the possibility that she's already used to behaving like this to men. It's already an instinct. Are you still worried about that letter?" Roland shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. "I told you it's impossible." By the way, is what she said reliable? Nightingale replied reluctantly, basically, there's no problem. At least when she expressed her loyalty and discussed those battle plans, she was telling the truth. That's enough. Roland exhaled. Let's go back to the castle. During this period, although Neverwinter was facing the pressure brought by the war, there was also a lot of good news. The projects planned during the months of demons were gradually coming to an end, and the basic construction had ushered in a period of explosive results. The most important thing was that the western region finally had its own estuary. After receiving the news, Roland immediately informed the Ministry of Construction, and soon a batch of houses, warehouses, and temporary docks would be built on the shallow river. With a natural deep-water port as the foundation, larger ships could also be built. However, considering that Anna had already focused on military production, these shipbuilding plans had to be postponed until the end of the war. The supporting hub project, Route 67, had also been started. It set off from the Redwater River Bridge and connected the industrial area with the southern shallow river. The construction team consisted of the original workers from Kingdom Avenue. At the same time, Roland fulfilled his promise. Nearly half of the workers with excellent performance received official residency in Neverwinter and were issued identity cards. In addition, the first coke oven on North Slope Mountain had been put into operation. To be exact, it could have been put into operation earlier, but during the trial period, it had stumbled. For example, when the furnace was first turned on, the air in the furnace was not emptied, which caused the coal used for dry distillation to burn directly. Another time, the temperature and time were not controlled properly, which led to the failure of coking. Later, there was a serious accident where the exhaust pipe was blocked by smoke and dust, and the flame suddenly burst out of the furnace when the coke was released. Fortunately, with Summer's playback ability, the causes of these accidents were quickly found out and a series of improvements were made. A new batch of coke ovens was also being built in full swing. In addition to the infrastructure, military production also ushered in a breakthrough. The trial production of the howitzer, which could add an important weight to the war, was finally successful. Although the size of the whole shell was limited and the charge of the warhead was limited, it could still cause a fatal blow to the enemy within half a diameter of 10 meters. After the shell fragments were installed, this distance could be doubled. It was conceivable that if several 152mm cannons with a range of nearly 10 kilometers were deployed on the battlefield, they could bypass the preset position and directly hit the enemy's rear. People in this era had never experienced the terror of the King of War. The shockwave and shell fragments of the howitzer were absolutely destructive to the mass of enemies without any cover. Unfortunately, such a heavy thing could only be transported by hummingbirds. In the absence of hard roads, only 2 howitzers could be deployed at a time. Even so, Roland was not willing to give up such powerful firepower. In contrast, the news of the successful operation of the steam turbine model was not so important. After all, there were not enough people to research and develop new steam ships or thermal power generation. In a sense, the moment Neverwinter received the intelligence from the Kingdom of Dawn, it had already entered the wartime system. All plans had to make way for the war, and Anna was no exception. Now, her daily work was to process shells and fuses in the morning and cut the key parts needed for the heavy machine guns in the afternoon. The munitions factory produced bullets and revolving rifles in 3 shifts. Thanks to Mystery Moon and Candle, all kinds of machine tools could run at full capacity without any major problems. Not long after returning to the office, a messenger flight delivered a secret letter from the fjords. "This is Tilly's reply." Roland quickly tore open the note and quickly scanned through the contents of the letter. After pondering for a while, he asked Nightingale to find Maggie. "Take Sylvie and catch up with the fleet. Ask Iffy to do as the letter says." After 2 days of sailing, villages and farmlands appeared on the desolate green field, and the city wall of Redwater City gradually appeared in front of the advance army. As the largest city on the Redwater River, it had a population and resources comparable to the Old King's City. If it were not for the fact that Silver City had so many minerals, perhaps the ancestors of Wimbledon would have chosen Redwater City as the King's City instead of the current City of Dawn. Brian raised the telescope and observed for a while. "What should we do when we arrive at the dock? Should we use the warship's cannons to intimidate them? That may arouse the hostility of their lord." Our primary target is the church. Everything else can be put aside. Iron Axe shook his head. According to your diplomatic process, we should first submit the document. After the fleet docked at the suburban dock, it immediately caused a commotion. As the soldiers lined up outside the dock, the city gate was quickly closed, and even the moat's drawbridge was pulled up. After Brian sent someone to deliver the document, he soon got a reply. The other side said that His Excellency welcomes the arrival of His Majesty's army, but needs to first send an envoy to the city to explain the situation. After understanding the situation, he will open the city gate and let us in, the soldier reported. What situation? Didn't the document make it very clear? Brian said unhappily. We are only targeting the church. Does he want to let those swindlers escape? Is this also your rule? Iron Axe turned his head and looked at the accompanying staff members. For nobles, it should be so, Perot's chief bodyguard Trav replied. After all, His Majesty is not here in person, and Redwater City is not under his jurisdiction. It is normal for the other side to have a suspicious attitude. As long as we send an envoy of suitable status to explain in detail, it will be fine. Suitable status? A big family that can be trusted by the Lord, Trav explained. For example, Honeysuckle in the western region. Iron Axe, Brian, and Vanna looked at each other. Before becoming the commander of the First Army, one of them was a Sand Nation, and the other two were civilians. Not only did they know nothing about noble communication, but they also did not have the status to talk to the lord of the city. If you ask me, it would be easier to just blast open the city gate, Brian said angrily. As long as they take 2 shots, they will know what is the right thing to do. Let me do it, Edith said. The Cobb family is an aristocratic family in the northern region. My father is also a duke. It won't be a problem for him to be the messenger. What if this is a scam? Vanner said hesitantly, for example, the Lord of Redwater City has long colluded with the church. He will catch you after you go in and force us to retreat. That won't do him any good, and you won't do it either, right? Edith smiled and said, any noble with a normal brain wouldn't think of attacking the messenger. It would only arouse the resentment of other nobles, and it wouldn't affect the overall situation. If he was really in cahoots with the church, he would have sealed the city and started a war. In fact, up until now, they have not set up a bonfire or heated oil at the top of the city walls. I'll go with her, Sir Schilt said. At least I used to be a knight. If there is any danger, I can take care of her. Although I appreciate your concern, the Pearl of the Northern region doesn't need anyone to take care of her, Edith said confidently. Let's take a team of soldiers, Iron Axe finally decided. Once we hear the gunshots, we will attack. An hour later, the city gate slowly opened and the drawbridge was lowered. A group of people was stunned to see Miss Edith, who was escorted by a squad of the First Army and a row of silver-armored knights. Then, a chubby middle-aged man walked out. Although the man was dressed luxuriously, his manner and manner seemed to be flattering her. At first glance, he looked like a servant. This is Earl Delta, the Lord of Redwater City. Edith came to the front of the crowd and introduced him. I also asked him to send a patrol to surround the church, so that the priests and believers won't have a chance to escape. Then she tilted her head and said, they are the commander of His Majesty's First Army, Sir Iron Axe, and Mr. Brian and Mr. Vanner. Iron Axe. What? It was probably the first time that the Earl had heard such an introduction. He could not help but be stunned. Don't worry about it, she said with a smile. This is what His Majesty is used to calling them. I see. Delta cleared his throat. I've long heard that, Prince Roland. No, His Majesty's maverick way of doing things is indeed different. Well. Redwater City welcomes you. May I ask, does His Majesty really just want to eliminate the church rebels? This man is the Lord of Redwater City? Brian thought in surprise. This is so different from what I expected. Yes, Iron Axe nodded seriously. I think His Majesty's document has already written very clearly that the church is trying to annex the 4 kingdoms. The rebellion has become a fact, and you should have heard about the tragedies in the Kingdom of Everwinter and the Kingdom of Wolfheart. Once the church resistors are eliminated, we will leave. Actually, there is no need to be so anxious. Delta rubbed his hands. I will hold a grand banquet in the castle tonight. I hope everyone can attend. Although he was inviting everyone, his eyes were fixed on the pearl of the northern region. Brian was about to refuse, but Edith readily agreed. Thank you for your kind invitation. It is our honor, but we have to first complete the task given by His Majesty. Of course. The Earl smiled so widely that his eyes narrowed. Under the guidance of the knight, the first army began to enter the city in an orderly manner. While the Earl was not paying attention, Brian walked to Edith and asked in a low voice, "Why did you agree to his invitation? He seems to have bad intentions." This is a common communication between nobles. It would be too rude to refuse, she said disapprovingly. Although I don't know why His Majesty completely excluded the nobles from the army, you are now representing His Majesty, so it is naturally impossible for you to completely refuse these things. And now that you have a good relationship with him, it will be much easier to recover Redwater City in the future. As for his bad intentions. She curled her lips and said, "Can a male noble show any other expression?" Brian was speechless for a moment. After a long time, he sighed and said, "Do you usually live like this?" "Apart from being a little boring, there is nothing bad about it," Edith said with a hint of sarcasm in her tone. "Why, have you never envied the life of a noble?" He opened his mouth, but could not answer. Suddenly, there was a commotion in front of them. It seemed that someone was shouting something, and at the same time, there was the sound of gravel hitting the ground. "What happened?" the Earl asked loudly. Iron Axe had already raised his right hand and clenched it into a fist. "All troops, listen up. Be on guard." The troops immediately stopped moving. The soldiers uniformly took down the rifles on their backs and quickly changed from a column to several horizontal lines. "Magic reaction?" Earl Delta turned his head and asked, "What's that?" "Tell your knight to get out of the way." Brian roared at him, not caring about etiquette. 09 Small Say Net. Before his voice died away, a group of believers in indigo robes rushed out from the corner of the street and rushed into the group of knight leading the way. The impact of the attackers was so strong that even the horses were thrown to the ground. Several knights' legs were crushed by the mountain-like mounts before they could react. The others immediately drew their swords and rushed forward to fight the believers. The people on the street gave way. Many people were pushed to the ground in panic. Cries and cries for help came one after another. The scene was a mess for a while. They really rebelled. The Earl was surprised at first, and then he flew into a rage. "Damn it, kill all these traitors." However, a flying bluestone made him shut his mouth. It was a part of the pavement on the street. The stone slabs rose into the air and slammed toward the knights. The speed was so fast that only a green afterimage could be seen. The armor of the knight who was hit instantly deflated. Blood spurted out from the gaps between the helmet and the joints. It seemed that there was no way for him to survive. Following that, more stone slabs flew out, even including the believers. Those who were hit vertically had their bones broken, and those who were hit horizontally were cut in half. Earl Delta was pulled to the side of the street by Brian before he could express his shock. "Fire!" Iron Axe ordered. Continuous gunshots rang out in the street. The people who were still standing fell down like wheat being cut down, and the originally chaotic front of the team became empty for a short while. When the smoke dissipated, only the knight and the believers were left lying on the ground. Some of them were still breathing and were curled up on the ground, moaning in pain. "Where are the enemies?" Brian stared at the corner of the street without blinking, as if he was facing a formidable enemy. "Didn't the enemies all fall?" The Earl was shocked and puzzled. Obviously, he did not expect that His Majesty's army was so strong. More than 10 silver-armored knight almost lost the ability to fight in the blink of an eye. "They're here," Sylvie said sternly. As if responding to her warning, a woman walked out from the corner of the street. The stone slabs on the street rolled up like a carpet and floated in the air. Concentrated gunshots rang out again, and the stone slab that had just been erected was smashed into pieces. However, there was still a piece of limestone that had completed its turn, and like a thick sword, it swept towards the crowd. "Oh no!" Brian's heart sank. Based on what he had just seen, There was no way a flintlock could accurately smash an overturned stone slab in such a short distance. He could hardly imagine the scene of the soldiers being hit. They did not even have armor, and their casualties would only be worse than the knights. But at a time like this, he could only endure it. Almost at the same time, a purple light suddenly appeared in front of the team. The magic cage completely enveloped the stone slab and quickly tightened, forcibly stopping it in its tracks. The enemy is a witch? Earl Delta finally reacted. The First Army did not stop shooting until all the erected stone slabs fell to the ground. The thick smoke obscured their vision, and the air was filled with the choking smell of sulfur, but no one dared to rub their eyes or cough. Except for the sound of reloading, the scene was frighteningly quiet. "Miss Sylvie?" Iron Axe asked. "The magic is gone," she said slowly. The disappearance of magic meant that the enemy had left the battlefield or was already dead. When the smoke dissipated, Brian saw the result. A woman was lying in a pool of blood. Her dark green curly hair was soaked in the blood and looked even darker. Brian let go of the Earl, who was still in shock, and walked in front of her. Her red and white priest robe revealed her identity without a doubt. There were 2 palm-sized wounds on the chest and abdomen of the pure witch, and reddish-brown blood clots were still flowing out. Probably because the bullet had penetrated the stone slab, it had directly penetrated her body. There were many scars on her arms and legs, probably caused by flying gravel. Rolling up the green stone slabs on the street as a shield, and then using the remaining stone slabs as weapons to attack the enemy. Even if the enemy had a godstone of retaliation, it would be difficult for them to get close to her. It was a very correct method, but she did not expect the power of the flintlock. Now that he thought about it, he was afraid that in the first round of shooting, she had already been hit by the dense rain of bullets, but she still insisted on flipping a stone slab and throwing it, which showed her willpower. "Is she really a witch of the church?" Delta cautiously came forward. "Didn't His Majesty make it very clear in the propaganda in King City?" Brian replied angrily. "The church not only poisons ordinary people with berserk pills, but also secretly trains witches who serve them. Those innocent women who were framed by the church are on our side. Haven't you heard anything about it?" "I have, but it's really unbelievable. This is nothing. The church has done many despicable things. Of course, the nobles are no better." Brian thought in his heart, but did not speak again. Edith was also shocked by the short conflict. It was the first time she saw the fighting style of the flintlock troops. From discovering the target to defeating the enemy, the whole process was like a storm, and the soldiers only needed to stand still. His Majesty's army had already gained the upper hand in terms of physical exhaustion. It was conceivable that the larger the scale of the battle, the more obvious the advantage of using flintlocks. There was no doubt that the form of war with thick armor and sharp blades had been completely changed. Thinking of the roaring machines in the western region that were constantly producing such weapons, Edith knew how terrible the war potential of His Majesty's territory was. Edith did not come to her senses until Iron Axe ordered the troops to move forward. But she was even more determined in her heart. Her choice was right. The First Army turned the corner and soon arrived at the door of the church. There were already many corpses lying on the ground, and they were basically from the patrol team. The cause of the incident was quickly found out. Just as the patrol team was following orders to lock down the church, more than 200 berserkers suddenly rushed out and scattered the Thane's men. Some of the believers stayed behind to tangle with the patrol team and create chaos in the outskirts of the city, while others directly broke through the city gate. Fortunately, the First Army was less than 100 meters away from the church at that time and happened to run into the pure witches. Had they been a quarter of an hour late, the pure witches would have probably escaped in the chaos. Brian led the troops into the church and quickly cleaned up the remaining resistance inside. Then it was time to loot. According to His Majesty's request, the documents, letters, and supplies of the church had to be looted completely. Under Sylvie's instructions, the soldiers blew up the heavy iron door of the basement with a small bag of explosives. When the door slowly fell down, the people present could not help but stare at it. At night, the castle hall of Redwater City was brightly lit. Attendants walked through the crowd with wine glasses in their hands. Musicians plucked the strings of their instruments and sang softly. Plates of delicious food were served to the table, and goblets filled with red wine were filled. The nobles gathered in groups of 2s and 3s, chatting and laughing with wine glasses in their hands. Edith was the focus of everyone's eyes. She and Earl Delta were shuttling among the nobles and seemed to be enjoying everything. Brian, on the other hand, felt out of place in all of this. The neckline of his shirt was choking his neck, and the tight black jacket made it difficult for him to even stretch his arms. The pointy high-heeled boots on his feet were even worse. It was hard for him to understand how the nobles could wear such awkward shoes to walk on the smooth floor. Brian could not help but envy Vanner. As the guardian of the First Army, at least he did not have to suffer. However, when he thought of Edith saying that they represented His Majesty, Brian could not help but straighten his back. Suddenly, someone patted him on the shoulder. "You look uncomfortable. Is this your first time attending this kind of banquet?" He turned around and found that it was Sir Caesar. Caesar was wearing a broad-shouldered suit with a circle of white gauze around his neck. He looked very different from usual. "Relax. You don't have to be so nervous." "I'm not nervous. It's not a bad thing." Sir waved his hand. "Everyone has their own strengths. It's normal." Brian was silent for a moment. "Where's Sir Iron Axe?" "He's playing the role of a flower protector." Caesar pointed to the other side of the hall. "Iffy and Miss Sylvie are as popular as Miss Edith." Brian looked in the direction he was pointing at. Although the dresses they were wearing were given by Edith at the last minute, and their expressions were very stiff, in terms of appearance, they were even more beautiful than the Pearl of the Northern region. "Those people just don't know that they're witches, and Lord Iron Axe isn't protecting the witches," said Brian. "Oh," said Sir John, shaking his whiskers, "is that so?" "To be precise, he's protecting the nobles." Brian nodded. "If Miss Iffy gets angry, the people around her will suffer." The two of them looked at each other and laughed at the same time. "Look, you look much more natural now." Brian was taken aback for a moment before he realized what was going on. "Thank you." You're welcome." The old man beckoned for a waiter, picked up a glass of wine, and looked at him. "Would you like a glass?" "No. His Majesty said that soldiers are not allowed to drink alcohol during a mission." "Not even during rest time?" "This is the rule." "Well," he said, "drinking alone." "That's a pity." "Do you think?" Brian hesitated and asked, "What Miss Edith said is true?" "For example?" "The knight represents His Majesty when he's outside. Out of courtesy, I shouldn't reject such an invitation." Something like that." Sir nodded. Brian suddenly felt a little depressed. "I may not be suitable to be a knight. I can't be as relaxed and natural as she is on such occasions." "That's normal." Sir shrugged. "Some people are born to be good at it. An outstanding knight at a banquet can indeed bring praise and praise to the Lord, and even facilitate diplomacy. But it's not all a knight is. In fact, my son is very bad at social activities among the nobles." "You mean the light of dawn?" "Yes. He rarely interacts with other nobles and is often absent from the Lord's invitation. But no one can deny that he's an outstanding knight." "I didn't know that Mr. Philin has such a side," Brian said in surprise. "There's a lot you don't know," Sir Schilt said with a smile. "He's as stubborn as a stone. He even married a commoner in the theater. I was so angry that I even broke off contact with him. But later I found I was wrong. Ms. Irene is a perfect wife. She's not much worse than other noble ladies, except that she doesn't have a noble title." It was hard for them to persist during that time. At this point, he changed the topic. "I heard that you once fought against the rebels to protect the provisions of Border Town?" It was Lady Nightingale who really stopped them," Brian replied with some embarrassment. "If it weren't for her, I'm afraid I would have died in the basement." "But at least you stood up, didn't you? You're braver than most nobles." "Many nobles have the title of knight, but they flee at the sight of the enemy. I think the reason why His Majesty is willing to make you a knight is definitely not because of your social skills. As long as you stick to what you're best at, you'll be a qualified knight." "I see." Brian could not help feeling touched. "Thank you for telling me this." It's okay. Just take it as a chat between the two of us, Sir said, stroking his beard. When I see you, I can't help but think of Philin, so I can't help but talk a little more. After a while, Brian asked in a low voice, what about the other thing Miss Edith said? She said that the communication between nobles is boring and uninteresting. You really care about her? The old man looked at him with great interest. Is it possible that, no. I'm just curious. Brian quickly waved his hand. You didn't think much of it when you looked at her, but now you seem to be enjoying it. Well, Sir smacked his lips. How should I put it? Some people can handle everything properly even if they don't like it. I think Miss Edith may be one of the best. She can handle everything well even if she doesn't like it? That's not unusual. Sir Caesar shrugged. They're talented and good at many things, but it doesn't mean they like everything. Moreover, she's the daughter of a duke. This kind of communication should be an instinct for her. His Majesty must really need someone like her, Brian sighed. A storm was brewing in the sea east of the Fjords Islands. The grey clouds were very low, and lightning flashed through them from time to time. The dull thunder seemed to come from far away, like the angry roar of the gods. Heidi Morgan's mood was as bad as the weather. It had been more than 2 months since she sent Iffy and Softfeathers out, but there was still no news from them, which made no sense. It might be difficult to send messages because of the long distance between the two places, but as far as she knew, Honey was also in the western region of Grey Castle. All she needed to do was threaten the little guy and snatch an animal messenger. Could it be that something had happened to the territory of that lord? Heidi closed the window irritably to shut out the roaring sea wind. Recently, the situation on Sleeping Island had become more and more unfavorable for her. Since Tilly opened the sleeping spell, the non-combat witches had been on her side, and it had been proved that the Fjords people really needed assistant witches more than combat witches. After all, there were not many enemies on this island, and the Chamber of Commerce mainly hired witches for business or to open up waterways. As a result, the status of this group of weak witches rose steadily, and they had a tendency to compete with the combat witches. There were also common people. Damn it, why didn't I think of this at the beginning? Heidi thought bitterly. There were only 2 factions on the island, and as long as she always spoke on behalf of the combat witches, she would not be much weaker than Tilly. But now, more and more ordinary islanders moved here, and the forces gradually became 3 factions. Influenced by the Chamber of Commerce, the latter almost only recognized Tilly, which could be seen from the fact that she had to leave the island every few days. Especially after gaining the support of Thunder, she had become a VIP on other islands. Thinking of this, she would feel an inexplicable anger in her heart. Building a good relationship with the common people and promoting integration? This is simply a trick to strengthen my own power. Tilly has deceived everyone. She is selling the home of witches to the common people. If this goes on, I will never be able to replace Tilly Wimbledon. It was the first time that Heidi had no idea what to do with a young girl in her 20s. Her desire to entice the combat witch to leave Sleeping Island grew stronger. Just when she was about to go to Camilla, the butler of Sleeping Island, to ask when she could let the charming beauty go to the western region again, the door was suddenly pushed open. My lord, it's bad. Skyflame rushed in and said anxiously. What happened? As her right-hand man who had been with her for the longest time, Skyflare rarely showed such a flustered expression, which made Heidi feel a little strange. There's a new witch on Sleeping Island. I heard that her name is Annie. So what? Heidi was confused. Ever since the merchants spread the news of Sleeping Island, it was not uncommon for wild witches to come to them from time to time. She's from the kingdom of Wolfheart. Skyflare said in a low voice. I've seen her before. A clap of thunder suddenly resounded in the sky. Heidi's heart could not help but tremble. She soon realized what Zhang Heng meant by bad news. You mean? She's a failed candidate rejected by the Bloodfang Association? That's impossible. Could it be just the same name? I thought so at first, so I hid in the crowd and peeked at her. Although she was carried into the Summer Palace, she did look very similar to Annie from a few years ago. Are you sure? My lord, I'm not sure about other witches, but Annie is different. She had a partner, who is now Iffy, with her. Skyflare gritted her teeth and said, Iffy cried all the way and asked to go back because of this, so I remembered her appearance. How could this happen? Shouldn't they all be? Heidi grabbed Skyflare's collar and asked, Did you let her go? No, my lord, I did what you asked me to do. Skyflare defended herself. Please believe me, I'll never betray you. Heidi stared into her eyes for a while and then slowly let go of her. You just said that she was carried into the summer palace. What happened? She seems to have contracted the cold plague, and it's quite serious. Skyflare took a breath and said, Someone has already sent for Della. Della's ability could cut off the pain and restore peace, but it could not cure the cold plague. Heidi walked back and forth in the room for a while and asked, Tilly isn't on the island, is she? Yes, she went to Twin Dragon Island 2 days ago. It seems that she's busy with the sea exploration. Heidi stopped and said, Summon Nightfall and ask Shaji to inquire about the situation. She hasn't seen Annie before, so she's not afraid of being recognized. Yes. It was raining heavily, and the heavy rain hit the window with a pitter-patter. Heidi sat at the table without saying a word, while Skyflare and Nightfall stood quietly beside her, waiting for her next order. The atmosphere in the room was quite gloomy for a while. Suddenly, there was a rush of footsteps outside the room. The door was opened and closed. Shaji, who had just returned, leaned against the door, took off her wet raincoat and straw hat, and let out a long sigh. The witch called Annie has fallen asleep, but Della said that her condition is not ideal. The cold plague has already damaged her lungs, and it should be more than 1 or 2 days before the outbreak. Really? Heidi's voice was terrifyingly gloomy. What's Camilla going to do? She said that there's a witch in the western region of Grey Castle who can cure any disease. She'll send Annie to the western region when the rain stops. Heidi was so angry that she wanted to laugh. Hiring One-Eyed Jack to go back and forth to the fjords cost nearly 100 golden dragon coins, and Camilla always refused when she asked to go to Grey Castle or other islands. Now, Camilla sent the charming beauty for a useless, strange witch. Moreover, if she let Annie go to the western region and meet up with Iffy, what she had done would be exposed, which was absolutely intolerable. No matter what, she had to keep Annie on the island. Heidi suppressed her anger and looked at Nightfall. You should be able to make her fall asleep completely, right? You mean? With the seed of peaceful rest? Nightfall was startled. Yes, I can, but why do you? Because she's a traitor of the Bloodfang Association. Heidi interrupted impatiently. You don't need to know the details. You just need to know that she's unforgivable. Is she also a combat witch? Nightfall was a little confused. Why don't we wait for Tilly to come back before we make a decision? If someone finds out, we'll be in trouble. The traitor of the Bloodfang Association should be dealt with by the Bloodfang Association. Heidi squinted her eyes. And if we hand her over to Tilly, will that naive little girl punish her? Why, do you want to go against my decision? Damn it, these witches are starting to lose their minds. Heidi thought angrily. When they were still on Archduke Island, they would not have bothered to ask why. As long as one was an enemy of the Bloodfang Association, he or she would die. The environment could affect a person the most. Ferocious and cunning rock wolves were born in the mountains and cliffs, while stupid and incompetent dogs were bred in the kennels. The assistant witches brought a large amount of golden dragon and resources to the island through the sleeping spell, which gradually turned the island into a safe playground. Even the combat witches began to believe Tilly's lies. Heidi obviously did not have much time left. You can control the time when the seed will take effect, right? Yes. Good. Don't let it take effect immediately after planting it. Wait until Annie is transported to the charming beauty, then quietly send her on her way. Heidi nodded and said, Now, let's go visit this former traitor. If Annie died of cold plague on the ship, the crew would definitely throw her body into the sea to avoid infection. In this way, no one could find out the truth. Do it in the daytime? Nightfall asked in surprise. It will only be more suspicious at night, and Camilla may not let me go to the palace. Heidi glanced at her. Shaji happened to hear that a witch from the Kingdom of Wolfheart is in a coma. As the representative of the Kingdom of Wolfheart, isn't it normal for the Bloodfang Association to visit her? You're right, madam. Skyflare pulled up the hood behind her robe. Even if we don't go, once something happens to her, Tilly and Camilla will still suspect us. Heidi put on a raincoat and opened the door. The strong wind and rainwater immediately rushed into the room. She waved to the two behind her and walked into the rainstorm. She had made up her mind. When the three of them walked into the palace yard, Camilla Derry, who was on duty, immediately appeared at the door. I heard from Shah Ji that a new witch from the kingdom of Wolfheart came to the island. Heidi Morgan shrugged. It's said that she's in a bad condition. We're here to see her. Annie has fallen asleep under Della's comfort. I think it's better for you not to disturb her. I just want to have a look because the name sounds so familiar. Maybe she has been to the Bloodfang Association but was separated from us when we escaped from Archduke Island. This? Camilla hesitated. All right, please come in. Heidi's patience had been exhausted by the short conversation. How could an ordinary witch treat this place as her own territory? Was she the chief butler of Sleeping Island? She sneered inwardly. It was just a dog under Tilly. If it wasn't for the last sentence, please come in, she planned to make the other party suffer a little. Since most residences on Sleeping Island rose from the ground by relying on lotuses, there were few buildings with more than one floor. Tilly's palace was no exception. Through the long corridor to the side room, Camilla turned sideways and said, She's in there. Heidi walked into the house eagerly, then nodded at Skyflare. The latter carefully looked at the woman on the bed who had her eyes tightly shut and nodded in a barely noticeable manner. Who sent her here? Heidi walked up to Camilla and asked in a low voice. It seemed that she was concerned about Camilla, but in fact, she just wanted to block the chief butler's sight. As long as Nightfall was given enough time, she could implant the seed of peaceful rest into Annie's body. Camilla did not answer, but showed a strange expression. Why did you kill her? Heidi could not help but be startled. Before she could react, Nightfall behind her screamed, This witch is fake. She turned her head abruptly, only to see that the person on the bed had disappeared, leaving only a small, pitch-black ball formed by magic floating in the air. The seed of peaceful rest. How could you do it? Camilla shook her head and said, I thought you were just speaking up for the combat witches. I didn't expect you to be a cruel murderer. Shut up. Heidi could no longer hold back her anger. She threw her deadly magic power at Nightfall, but the moment she was hit, her figure disappeared into a cloud of white mist. Heidi finally understood everything. Shadow. She gnashed her teeth and said, Get out here. Hurried footsteps were heard in the corridor. Apparently, the witch hiding in the dark was trying to escape. Skyflare, catch her. Yes. The latter rushed out of the side room, sucked in a deep breath, and breathed out raging flames. The scorching flames seemed to have a mind of their own. They crawled along the walls and chased after the fleeing person. Along the way, they burned the door frames and windows black. Ah! A scream came from afar. Madam, we have to get out of here as soon as possible. Nightfall said anxiously, They lied to you. This is a trap. Leave through the window. Although Heidi had vented her hatred by hearing shadows cry, she also knew that they should not stay here for long. However, she did not understand how Tilly knew about the Bloodfang Association's affairs several years ago. The three of them suddenly stopped when they got out of the palace. In the heavy rain, a black-haired woman appeared in the garden. Her eyes were like golden stars, which could be seen clearly in the rain. She was not carrying any weapons, but just standing there made them feel great pressure. It was the extraordinary witch, Ashes. She usually stayed with Tilly Wimbledon. Heidi turned her head and saw two other familiar figures at the gate of the palace. Andrea and the Shadow. Especially Nightfall, who was making faces at them as if nothing had happened. Apparently, the scream just now was also fake. If both of them were here, it could only mean that Tilly had not left Sleeping Island at all. Heidi's heart completely sank. You don't have to explain anything. If you surrender now, I won't kill you, Ashes said word by word. No one thought she was bragging. As an extraordinary, as long as she wore a godstone of retaliation, she would be the natural enemy of all witches. If it were not for her, Heidi would not have been able to endure until today. But, there was still a chance. The breakthrough point was at the gate of the palace. As long as she could control the two witches, she might be able to threaten Ashes. Without hesitation, she grabbed Nightfall and rushed to the front gate of the palace. Skyflare, stop Ashes. As a combat witch, when her ability did not work, daggers and crossbows were the best weapons. Skyflare pulled out her dagger and rushed to Ashes. Nightfall also understood her intention and summoned the seed of symbiosis in her hand. A threat without deterrence was useless. Heidi had decided to kill one of them and keep the other as a hostage. Her first target was naturally Shadow, who had mocked them for a long time. Then Andrea calmly raised the long iron stick in her hand. What was that? Just as this thought flashed through her mind, a loud boom caused her body to become completely paralyzed. Heidi stumbled and fell into the rain. The water splashed into her mouth, nose, and collar. It was an indescribable feeling. She did not feel any severe pain, but she could not muster up any strength. Don't worry about me. Go and kill her. Heidi shouted hoarsely without checking her injuries. But Nightfall's reaction disappointed her. The combat witch of the Bloodfang Association hesitated and stopped. Finally, she returned to Heidi's side and asked, "Are you okay? Idiot. Only by restraining them can I turn the situation around. What's the use even if I'm not injured?" Heidi wanted to vent her anger, but she did not even have the strength to open her mouth. Skyflare's painful cry came from behind her, and then the sound of fighting subsided. It was not easy for Heidi to hold on for a few breaths in the face of the extraordinary Ashes. The numbness gradually subsided, and she felt a burning sensation in her thigh, which was especially obvious under the rain. Heidi struggled to raise her head and saw Andrea slowly walking to her. "Do you still want to resist?" "No." Nightfall answered. She turned around and knelt down. "I surrender. Please don't kill Lady Heidi." "If I wanted to kill her, her head would have been blown off." Andrea wiped the rain off her forehead. "I'm keeping her alive now because Her Highness Tilly still hasn't figured out something. When the evidence is conclusive, she'll get the punishment she deserves." "Evidence?" Nightfall said blankly. "Annie betrayed the witches of the Bloodfang Association. That's why Her Highness killed her." "Oh? Is that what she said to you?" "As far as I know, Annie has never joined the Bloodfang Association." Andrea shrugged. "Anyway, when all the facts are revealed, you'll know what kind of person Heidi Morgan is." Then she turned around and shouted at Shadow, "Go get Pandora. If she doesn't stop the bleeding, she'll die." At this moment, Heidi finally felt the pain. She could not move her leg at all, as if there was a heavy object that did not belong to her. Wave after wave of pain replaced the scorching heat, and at the same time, she recovered a little bit of her spirit. It was over. She knew exactly what was going to happen next. Since Tilly dared to do this, she must have known something about him. As long as there were clues, it would not be difficult for the witches to find out the truth. Even if the witches of Sleeping Island could not do it, there were still the witches of the Western region. The problem lay with Iffy and Soft Feathers. She had underestimated that silly girl, Tilly. As Andrea turned around, Heidi gritted her teeth and released her magic with the last of her strength. Within a range of 10 steps, her ability could make hollow objects collapse from the inside, regardless of whether they were living things or containers. She called it crushing power. Defeat was a foregone conclusion, but Heidi did not want to let Tilly win so easily. At least she wanted to teach that guy an unforgettable lesson. "No, my lord!" Nightfall exclaimed when he noticed her actions. "Too late." She laughed maliciously in her heart. However, the ability did not take effect. The moment she made her move, an invisible barrier dispersed her crushing power. "You are wearing a godstone of retaliation," Heidi said with her eyes wide open. "Wait, the thing that hurt me was not Tilly's new ability?" "Unrepentant. It seems that you're still full of energy." Andrea showed a disgusted look, raised the iron bar and smashed it down. Heidi only felt a buzzing sound in her head, and then she fell into darkness. "That's it." Andrea looked at Heidi Morgan and Skyflare who were being carried away and asked, "How's the situation on your side?" "Not bad, but Skyflare may not be able to hold on until we reach the Western region." Why did you hit them so hard? Andrea showed a look of disgust. Didn't Lady Tilly say to keep them alive as much as possible? I didn't expect that she would choose to fight with her life on the line, and her skills are not bad. Ashes licked the rainwater from the corner of her mouth. It's not impossible to capture her alive, but I'm worried that you'll make a mistake at the critical moment, so I had to end the battle quickly. Andrea was angry for a moment. That's how it is. If you had shown them the glass beads earlier, maybe they wouldn't have chosen to fight with their lives on the line. The extraordinary sighed. They just had to hold on to the flintlock. How would they know what it is? Stop arguing. Lady Tilly is still waiting for your report, Shadow reminded. Helplessly. And even if you want to argue, don't stand in the rain. What if you really catch a cold? The two looked at each other for a moment, then rolled their eyes at each other before ending the argument and returning to the palace side by side. After reporting what had happened to Tilly, Andrea noticed that Tilly's expression was not very good. She was not as relaxed or comfortable as if she had solved a big problem, but rather felt a little uncomfortable. What's wrong? Ashes held her hand. Are you not feeling well? Tilly shook her head. When I first saw Roland's secret letter, I actually didn't want to believe its contents. Her tone sounded quite sad. It's not easy for us witches to have our own home. Why would we want to repeat the tragedy of the past? Isn't it better to live peacefully here? You've done a good job, Ashes comforted her. Not all combat witches will unconditionally agree with Heidi's way of doing things, especially after their lives have improved. Some combat witches have sided with us, including the members of the Bloodfang Association. She's right. Andrea did not like Ashes, but she did not want to see Tilly sad at this time. The fact that Nightfall didn't listen to Heidi's order to resist desperately is also proof. As long as we have enough time, everyone will stick together, just like the Witch Union. I hope so. Tilly took a deep breath. Since Heidi has done this, I can't indulge her anymore. But according to Iffy, most of the witches of the Bloodfang Association don't know about this. Later, I'll ask Camilla to gather them. As long as they are willing to stay here and wait for the result, don't treat them as enemies. Andrea nodded. It was not easy for Sleeping Island to become lively again. No one wanted these witches to be separated. Once the storm passes, we'll take Heidi to the western region, Andrea continued. Are we going to fight against the church? Ashes's voice became excited. Yes. Tilly closed her eyes and said in a low voice, we'll fight against the Judgment Army, the God's Punishment Army, the Pure Witches, and even the Divine Will. As Roland said in the letter, if we can completely defeat the church, the witches will truly be liberated. Even if he's not my brother, I should still help him. Because that's also helping myself. She paused for a moment. Are you willing to go with me? Of course, Ashes replied without hesitation. I'll always be with you. Roland was sitting in his office, listening to the information from the front line. 09 Small Say Net, Silver. Hiss. Light City has lowered the drawbridge. Hiss. We're entering the church. Hiss. Got it. Be careful, Nightingale replied. It seems that this is the limit. Roland spread out the map and drew a circle around Silver City. If we want to directly contact the eastern and northern regions, we have to set up a transfer station here. Ever since he got the sigil of listening, he had been addicted to the feeling of knowing what was happening in the distance like the back of his hand. The high-speed information exchange made him feel like he had returned to the previous era. At this moment, he felt like he was sitting in the command hall, monitoring every step of the development of the entire battle situation. Unfortunately, the sigil of listening could not transmit indefinitely. Just like the tracking sigil, once it exceeded a certain range, its pointing ability would be greatly weakened. If the distance between two magic stones was too far, the sound could not be guaranteed to be clear and stable. Now it seemed that at least one transfer station was needed before the order from Neverwinter could be issued to the whole country. And the number of sigil is not enough. Nightingale held a piece of dried fish in her mouth. You only made a total of 4 pairs. You used up half of them just for the tooth extraction operation. It won't be easy to catch another demon. This problem did exist. The sigil could only transmit sound in one direction. To achieve the effect of instant communication, the witches needed at least 2 sets of sigil. However, compared to flying messengers or manual delivery, the sigil was already considered extremely efficient. Of course, it was not impossible to improve the sigil. According to Agatha, the quality of the sigil of listening was determined by the magic power of the fusion blood. For example, the sigil of listening made by Anna had a better communication effect. With the addition of the blood of a senior demon, the sigil of listening could probably cover the entire kingdom of Grey Castle. Hiss. Something's wrong. Wait. Sylvie's intermittent voice sounded again. Her words suddenly made the 2 people at the table feel refreshed. Another pure witch? Nightingale swallowed a piece of dried fish. Or a moving magic black hole? The former was easy to deal with, as they could directly locate and fire, but the latter had 2 possibilities. One was a believer wearing a god's stone, and the other was a god's punishment army that was born not afraid of magic. No, hiss. I didn't see any reaction from the god's stone. No godstones? Roland frowned. No, there's nothing, in the church. The voice paused for a moment. We went in, hiss, the basement was empty. Both of them looked at each other. The church had escaped? It's not impossible. After a while, Roland said in annoyance, I was too cautious. There was no one in the kingdom who could stop the advance of the First Army, and the nobles were not willing to take the initiative to run into the muzzle of the First Army, but it did not mean that the fence-sitters among them would not secretly report to the church. It was normal for the church to evacuate the city with the supplies when it was absolutely impossible for them to win. Unlike the seizure of Longsong Stronghold and Fallen Dragon Ridge, the nobles who had not been destroyed had probably watched the whole plundering operation. It was estimated that shortly after the attack on Redwater City, the churches in other cities had received the news that Prince Roland is searching for God's stones of retaliation. If they had divided their forces at the beginning and sent 3 teams to attack the 3 cities at the same time, they might have been able to catch them all. You can't say that. Nightingale handed a piece of dried fish to Roland. After all, Sylvie is the only one who can see through the enemy's ambush. If they encounter a difficult pure witch, the scattered army is likely to suffer heavy losses. It's good to be cautious. Roland was slightly startled and took a bite of the dried fish. You're quite good at comforting people now. Hee hee. She smiled slyly. How do you feel? Do you feel better? If you're still not happy, I'll massage your shoulders again. Vendi taught me a technique that is said to be very comfortable. Vendi can even do this? She knows a lot of things. Nightingale raised her eyebrows. When the Witch Cooperation Association was trekking and suffered all kinds of hardships, she was the one who stabilized the team. Otherwise, with Kara's strange temper, she would have driven everyone away long ago. When it comes to taking care of sisters, no one is better than her. Roland touched his chin for a while. At present, there were no government affairs to deal with. The First Army had successfully entered Silver City. It was better to relax for a while. When he was about to respond, the magic stone in Nightingale's arms rang again. This time, the sound was very clear, as if it was shouting in his ear. This is lightning. I repeat, this is lightning. Please answer if you can hear me. The witches did not have many recreational activities, so Roland would occasionally tell them some novel stories in the science class. In addition to increasing their interest in learning, he could also increase their knowledge. Ever since she had heard him talk about the pilot who had conquered the sky, Lightning had immediately fallen in love with his unique way of talking. But in Roland's ears, this kind of conversation was very embarrassing. After Nightingale activated another group of magic stones, he coughed twice. You say it. I can hear you. The red mist behind the snow mountain has disappeared. No, it's disappearing. What? Both of them asked at the same time. Are you sure? Absolutely. Maggie is also here. You can ask her. The mist has indeed become much thinner, Coo. No, you should say this is Maggie first, then report the content, Coo. Where are you now? Don't get too close to Devil's Town. Come back quickly. Roland was afraid that the little girl's adventurous spirit would explode and she would directly fly into the camp to investigate. If another senior demon appeared, they would be doomed. Lightning understands. Fortunately, she quickly replied. Go and find Agatha, Roland said to Nightingale. Maybe only she knows what's going on. Since he killed the magic slayer, he had been paying attention to the movements behind the snow mountain. The coal transport fleet heading to the source of the Redwater River was divided into 4 or 5 batches, each with an animal messenger. In addition, Lightning and Maggie's practice range was set to the line between the snow mountain and the misty forest, in order to deal with the demons' sudden attack. However, not only did the demons not retaliate, even the red mist began to dissipate. Agatha soon arrived at the office, but after carefully listening to Lightning's report, she was also a little confused. The Union rarely has the opportunity to get close to the Devil's camp, so I've never heard of such a situation. Even in the decades of war, I've never seen them retreat, Agatha said with a frown. In that case, continue to observe, Roland finally decided. Maybe the red mist is only weakening temporarily. It's better to be cautious. He did not want to lose any witches at this time. After confirming that there were no traces of demons in the camp, a new reconnaissance team was quickly formed. Maggie set off first with Agatha on her back to search the camp. The 50 soldiers of the First Army escorted Soroya, Summer, and the others, who lacked the ability to escape, to find out why the red mist had disappeared. We're almost there. Lightning gestured to Maggie. Descend. Ow. Agatha craned her neck and saw the rocky beach gradually appearing in front of her. Just as the little girl had said, the thick red mist had disappeared without a trace, revealing the dark brown earth. Unlike the dark green forest around, there was not a single tree in the camp, as if the ground had been torn off. This was the first time she had been so close to the demon's residence. As a former member of the Quest Society, Agatha could not help but feel a little excited. Lightning is about to land. I repeat, lightning is about to land. Be careful. If you encounter any possible danger, remember to escape immediately. Roland's voice came from the other side of the magic stone. Lightning understands. Maggie folded her wings and dived toward the ground. The scenery under her feet changed continuously, from the blue sea to the gray rugged stone walls, and finally to the moist brown land. Agatha felt her whole body shake, and the huge devil beast landed steadily on the ground. Demons live in a place like this? Lightning was amazed. I didn't notice it when I looked down from the sky, but now it's really weird. Agatha had the same feeling. Dark stone towers stood everywhere on the empty land, like a black forest in a picturesque disorder. The black spots from the sky were basically from these alien buildings. The tall ones were about 3 or 4 stories high, and the short ones barely above their heads. In terms of density, they were far more densely packed than those in the frontline camps. It seemed that these stone towers had other functions besides storing the red mist. Although I don't know what happened to them, it shouldn't be too far from now, she judged. Why do you say that? Lightning asked curiously. Because the stone towers haven't completely withered. Agatha pointed to the nearest black stone tower. Only the surface of these towers has darkened, but they're still far from being rough and fragile. This is completely different from the barren land left behind by the Union after they seized the frontline camp. It can only mean that the demons didn't plan to retreat, or they made a very hasty decision. She paused and said, let's go to the center of the campsite first. It's the tower where Devil is staying. Maybe we can find something. I hope Xianxia can find out the reason. Lightning, who was walking in front, suddenly screamed and instantly sank into the ground. Maggie was so scared that she immediately turned into a pigeon and flew into the sky. Agatha also summoned ice and stood in front of her. I'm fine. Before the two of them could react, the little girl flew out of the hole again. She patted the dirt off her body and complained, who dug a pit here to harm people? Agatha let out a sigh of relief and was about to dispel the ice wall. However, what Maggie said next made her heart jump again. Hey, there's a demon in here. Yeah, Maggie landed on her head. But it seems to be dead. I think so. The little girl patted her chest and said with a lingering fear, otherwise, I'd be in trouble. Agatha held the ice spear in her hand and moved closer to take a look. Just as Maggie said, a mad demon was standing in the pit with its head drooped. Its exposed skin had shrunk and curled like a salted fish in the sun. I remember Sylvie once said that these demons usually hide underground, right? She further confirmed her judgment. Whether they decided to retreat at that time or encountered some other accident, it must have been very sudden. Otherwise, these demons would not have waited for a new order until they died and used up the red mist bit by bit underground. Then we'd better fly to find it, Lightning muttered. I don't want to fall into a pit again. She carried Agatha on her back and walked slowly on the ground. After the three bypassed several rows of stone towers, the view in front of them suddenly became clear. There was an open space in the camp. This is... Agatha gasped. From the scene at the scene, it was obvious that the demons had not deliberately left this open space. There was a huge hole in the center of the open space, which was about the size of the square of Border Town, and many fragments of the stone tower were scattered around it. The three of them stood at the mouth of the hole and looked down. The hole was so deep that it was difficult to see where it led. It's just like the place where I found you. Lightning smacked her lips. Do you want me to go down and have a look first? Don't go. No, Coo. Agatha and Maggie stopped her at the same time. All right. The little girl sighed and showed a regretful look. Since His Majesty punished her to do test questions, her adventurous spirit had been restrained a lot. Then let's walk around first. The rest of the camp was almost the same. Of course, the three of them did find something. Maggie found a lot of magic stones in a stone tower with a flat roof and a dead chaos beast. At that time, she just wanted to stop on the stone tower to rest, but she did not expect to find a narrow entrance to the courtyard, which was probably used by the demons to inject the red mist. 2 days later, the First Army also arrived at the rocky beach. Lotus found a narrow crack in the mountain and cut a path on the cliff that was only wide enough for one person to walk through. The heavy machine guns and other equipment had to be transported by Maggie, and it took a lot of effort for the 50 soldiers and witches to enter the inland. This was also the first contact between the Aborigines and the aliens. Even the most determined soldiers felt fear and panic when they saw the incredible scene in front of them. Roland had already expected this. He ordered them to camp near the entrance of the cliff, so that they would not be too nervous. As for Summer's playback work, Roland simply did not let the First Army participate. According to Agatha's deduction, the time when the camp tower disappeared should be 1.5 to 1 month ago. If the playback time exceeded 1 week, Summer's magic power would be consumed rapidly. As for the incident that happened 1 month ago, he could only replay it once a day. There was no shortcut, so they could only try it slowly. Among the large pile of magic stones that Maggie brought back, there were many practical ones. Although the quality was far inferior to the ones obtained from the fearsome demon, it was better than nothing. It could be said that the Sorcerer Tower, which was about to be completed, only lacked a living demon. It was a long process to find out the exact time of the incident. While waiting for the result and developing new gadgets, Roland received the second secret letter from the Fjords. This was an unexpected surprise. Roland originally thought that she would send several combat witches to help, but he did not expect that she would come in person, which meant that the trouble on the island had been solved, or that it would not threaten the stability of Sleeping Island for the time being. The next day after receiving the letter, Roland took Anna and the others to the shallow beach to welcome Tilly. After half a month of construction, there were many traces of artificial carvings on the muddy beach. Simple wooden houses and sheds stood around the ramp, which would be the prototype of the warehouse and the sailors' dormitory. In order to prevent the corrosion of the sea wind, the windward side of the wooden houses was painted with an orange coating, which was both eye-catching and beautiful. A section of the beach, about 30 meters long, was flattened by Lotus, and bricks were stacked around the periphery, which served as a temporary dock. Since this was a natural deep-water port, they did not even need a trestle. Even a 3-masted ship could directly dock at the edge. It was the first time for most of the witches to see the shallow beach in the development stage, so they looked around curiously. Is that the big pit over there, the dock that collapsed before? Anna walked to Roland and pointed to a group of busy workers in the distance. What are they doing now? You also heard about it. Roland was a little embarrassed. Of course. Nana told me that day that 3 workers had their legs broken. This and the deflagration during the coke oven test were the 2 most serious accidents in the border area in the new year. The latter could be said to be the price that had to be paid during the exploration, while the former was at least half of the responsibility caused by Roland's carelessness. Considering that the soil in the shallow beach was relatively soft, the Minister of Construction, Carr, had suggested that it might be safer to build a dock on the edge of the mountain, but Roland immediately rejected the idea. The main reason was the construction period. It took so long to sink a long slope, and if they sunk a dock in the old way, it would probably be delayed until next year before they could start building Thunder's steam ship. As for the situation of the loose sand, Roland thought that there was no need to worry too much. He just needed to let Lotus draw the outline of the dock, and then pour concrete to form a wall. The project went smoothly at the beginning. Just as he expected, after the concrete solidified, the walls looked quite solid, as if a stone wall had been added to the foundation. Because of this, Roland even felt complacent for a while, thinking that a civil engineer was only SOSO. In the end, an accident happened when he was installing the iron gate. After the arm-thick metal door broke free from the hummingbird's grip, it suddenly collapsed together with the concrete walls on both sides, smashing the workers below. Although Hummingbird had made the door as light as a goose feather, the 3 people who had been crushed were still seriously injured. If not for Nana's timely treatment, these people would not have survived. Later, the investigation found that when the concrete wall was first filled, some of the sand collapsed under the trampling of the workers and filled the bottom, causing the wall to not be tightly connected to the floor. The seemingly flat and solid concrete enclosure on the outside was only a thin layer at the joint of the wall foot. When the iron gate was hung on such a wall, its weight instantly exceeded the limit of the steel bar, and the consequences could naturally be imagined. In the future, this would definitely be regarded as a serious mistake, but in this era, casualties during construction were a common situation, so no one would take it seriously, let alone criticize the Lord himself. Only Roland himself could feel the guilt. He cleared his throat and collected his thoughts. They are making a wooden retaining wall. To reinforce the soil on both sides of the dock? Anna quickly guessed the answer. Yes, just like the roots of a tree. Intersecting them into the ground can increase the friction between the sand, so that the side wall will not collapse easily. Roland nodded. Moreover, with the previous lesson, when filling the concrete again, he would definitely carefully check whether there was any residual sand inside the formwork. Look, a ship is coming! Mystery Moon suddenly shouted. Everyone looked toward the horizon and saw a sailing ship with a pink flag slowly sailing towards them. There was no doubt that the only ship that would bypass the southernmost corner and go to the hinterland of the western region was the charming beauty of Sleeping Island. After the ship approached the shoal, it wandered for a while before it adjusted its direction and approached the shore. Obviously, it did not expect the shoal to become like this. Roland met Tilly Wimbledon again, the 5th princess of Grey Castle. He held out his right hand to her, and the 2 smiled and shook hands. Although they had not seen each other for several months, her expression was as if they had just parted yesterday, and she did not feel strange at all. From her eyes, Roland could see that she felt the same way about him. This is a good reunion, he thought. The other witches were not so reserved. Honey, Candle, and Evelyn came up and hugged their former friends warmly. Andrea put her arm around Nightingale's shoulder, completely losing her aristocratic demeanor. Vendi held Ashes's hand and asked about her recent situation with concern. Soft Feathers was surprised to find that there was a witch of the Bloodfang Association among them. Why are you here? Soft Feathers frowned and walked to a witch with a pale face. Did Heidi Morgan throw you here because she couldn't wait for Maya and Defe's reply? No, Lady Heidi is on the ship. The witch shook her head. What? Soft Feathers' exclamation instantly attracted everyone's attention. You mean, she also came to the western region? It was not difficult to hear the strong fear in the little girl's voice. Who's Heidi? She seems to be the leader of the Bloodfang Association? I think Iffy mentioned her. What's she doing here? Roland looked at Tilly and asked, have you dealt with her? If you mean the uniform, you can say that, the plan was very successful, and Heidi did attack Annie's illusion. Tilly spread out her hands and said, but she refused to reveal the whereabouts of the witches who were rejected by the Bloodfang Association. She also said that she would only tell you after seeing you. See me? Roland was stunned. Yes, I guess she regards you as her last hope. Tilly blinked. As the ruler of the Kingdom of Grey Castle and the representative of the secular nobles, as long as she can offer enough benefits, she should be spared and even helped to regain her position as the ruler of the Kingdom of Wolfheart, probably. Are you deliberately reminding me? He could not help laughing. He had to admit that when Tilly pretended to be careless and beat around the bush, she looked quite cute. Don't worry. If I would weigh a witch's life with benefits, you wouldn't have brought her here. By the way, who's that witch? I don't think I've seen her before. Was she injured during the arrest? Yes, she was shot in the leg. Although the bleeding has been stopped, she probably can't walk anymore. Are the others all right? There was also a witch from the Bloodfang Association called Skyflare. She died that night. Tilly sighed. Our people didn't suffer any injuries. Roland nodded. I'll ask Nana to cure her. Let's talk about the rest after we return to the castle. Compared with interrogating the leader of the Bloodfang Association, the church's invasion of Grey Castle was the top priority. After returning to the office, he first inquired about the situation on Sleeping Island, and then handed the letter from the northern region to Tilly and the others for them to read. Since it involved the three big families of the King City of the Kingdom of Dawn, Ashes and Andrea were asked to stay behind. After receiving the warning letter, Roland contacted the spy from the city of Glow, Hill Fox, twice and finally got a general idea of what had happened. After he told them all the information, Andrea could not help but shake her head. Otto is such a fool. He's still the same as when he was young. If I didn't encourage Oro to go with him, he would never dare to enter the palace alone. At least he let us know the church's movements in advance. Ashes shrugged. And a large part of the reason is because of you. Did you reply to him? Tilly asked. I advised him not to act rashly. If that witch could really ignore the god stone of retaliation, it would be very difficult for ordinary people to control her. Not to mention that Prince Appin also talked about Scourge. Roland poured a cup of tea for everyone. Grey Castle and the Kingdom of Dawn are too far away, so I can't give him direct help. Therefore, it's a wise choice to hide the secret for the time being and wait for the church to focus all its attention on Grey Castle. He may not be able to control himself. Andrea frowned. Otto Luashi has been impulsive since he was a child. He will listen to me, because I have added one more thing, Roland said with a smile. You are safe here with me. Even if we fight against the church, the enemy will not be able to hurt you, but if he dies, he will never see you again. That's a very effective persuasion, Ashes whistled. All right, Tilly spoke up to stop the impending quarrel. She also glared at Roland, as if blaming him for teasing her by saying such things. How do you plan to deal with the church's attack? Ahem. Use guns and cannons to build a defense line under Coldwind Ridge. He took out a map from the drawer, spread it out, and pointed to the northern region. After receiving the information, I've already ordered the First Army to send war supplies to Deep Valley Town. At the same time, I've wiped out the church forces in the kingdom. In this way, the holy city of Hermes will definitely notice Grey Castle's movements, and then discover my intention to enter Coldwind Ridge. Purposely letting the enemy know your movements? Andrea asked in confusion. With all due respect, generally speaking, this kind of deliberately leaked information is false, isn't it? Only in this way, I don't have to guess where they will invade Grey Castle, and the people will suffer fewer losses. Roland explained his plan. Facing the enemy head-on is the First Army's best fighting style. I see. Tilly nodded. It is indeed a simple and effective method. But there is a hidden danger, and that is the pure witches, he continued. In front of the firepower net, any visible enemy is not scary, but the church witches with completely unknown abilities may bring unpredictable trouble to the First Army. I think the witches who can also sense magic power are the most suitable to guard against them. That is also the purpose of our trip, Tilly replied. Don't worry, brother, the witches of Sleeping Island will fight side by side with you. After returning to the witch building, Tilly once again moved into her original room. The living room and bedroom were arranged in the same way as when she left. There was not a speck of dust on the table. Apparently, Roland had arranged for people to clean this place frequently. There were 3 wooden tubs for bathing at the door. Clean clothes were folded in them, and next to them were slippers that were easy to take off and put on. While living in the castle, bathing had become an important part of her life. Even in the palace, she had not tried to bathe so frequently. After all, water was really convenient. When she followed the scent and opened the cupboard, she found all kinds of seasonings, meat floss, and bread. She could see that these food were freshly baked today. As long as she was hungry, she could easily fill her stomach. Although she did not particularly care about these external comforts, when she saw this scene, she still felt a surge of warmth in her heart. Ah! I can bathe with scented soap again, Andrea shouted in the living room. Hey, there are even towels in this tub, and they seem to be brand new. Isn't it good to be new? No, I just think it's a waste for you to use it. What did you say? I think the rag you carry with you is quite suitable. After all, you can even take a bath in salty and smelly seawater. Why would you need a towel? Hearing the familiar bickering, Tilly smiled silently. It seemed that everyone really liked this place. Even the people of the Bloodfang Association had become different after coming to Neverwinter. At this moment, even she felt the same. It might be true for other witches, but compared to her, who had been deeply loved by King Wimbledon III, there was still a big gap between the level of luxury and the life she had in the palace. Many things here could only be said to be fresh and interesting, but not so luxurious. What attracted the witches here was something else. Staying in this city made people feel inexplicably relaxed. Previously, she did not understand why, but when Roland personally made tea for the 3 of them, she suddenly had a glimmer of understanding. He was definitely not pretending to be like this because he needed help from the witches of Sleeping Island. It was like he was used to this kind of thing and did it conveniently. No matter he was a lord, a prince, or a king, his attitude did not change at all. He regarded the witches as friends. It was not a deliberate facade, but an unintentional emotion. Are you all right? Ash's question suddenly came from behind Tilly. Tilly turned around, only to see that Ashes had gently closed the kitchen door. Why do you suddenly call him brother? Ashes hesitated. When we were on Sleeping Island, didn't you say that you were only helping yourself by helping him? And he's not like that Prince Roland at all. I don't think he's that stupid and cowardly brother, or rather, it doesn't matter whether he is or not. Tilly paused for a moment. Have you ever thought about what this war with the church means? Revenge? Ashes looked surprised. Why do you ask? I've never thought of leaving you. I didn't mean that. Tilly knew that she had misunderstood. It's just that. This isn't a bad place, is it? Ashes hesitated for a moment and finally nodded. There's a reason why the Witch Cooperation Association is willing to stay and work for Roland. But we're different. We have our own home. There are only 3 endings to this war, Tilly interrupted her. First, we can't resist the attack of the God's Punishment Army and die in the northern region. In that case, neither Sleeping Island nor Neverwinter will have anything to do with us. You'll never sleep in that place. I swear on my life. Ashes quickly covered Princess Tilly's mouth with her hand and used honorifics in desperation. Tilly looked at her with a smile until Princess Tilly let go of her hand and said softly, It's just a hypothesis. I don't think I'll die in the hands of the church. Then don't say it, Ashes said worriedly. What do you usually say? It's a prophecy. Tilly walked to the small kitchen window and looked at the vibrant castle garden. So I put it in the front. The second is that Roland fails, but we all survive. In this way, the whole of Grey Castle will be unable to resist the church, and Neverwinter will be in a sea of fire. He only has one place left. Sleeping Island? Yes, we'll continue to resist the oppression of the church there until the Battle of Divine Will. The complete destruction is likely to happen hundreds of years later, which is also out of our control. What about the third? The third is that we defeat the church and uproot the holy city of Hermes, Tilly said with a smile. All witches will be freed from bullying and persecution and be truly liberated. When that day comes, the mission of Sleeping Island will also come to an end. End. Up? It was originally a refuge for witches. After the fall of the church, we naturally didn't need to bind everyone to the Fjords Island. In terms of living environment, the Fjords is not a good place. It lacks resources and the weather is changeable. Of course, Sleeping Island will not be abandoned, and the sleeping spell will continue to operate, but everyone can choose to live in the city they like, right? Even if it's the abyss of hell filled with devils, I'll stay by your side. A world full of salted fish and fish soup is also like this? Ashes couldn't help but choke. Tilly could not help laughing. Don't worry, I'll get tired of it. Maybe I'll come to Neverwinter often in the future to change my taste. What are you guys talking about? Andrea pushed open the door and asked. She was carrying a wooden tub on her head and had even changed into a bathrobe. What are you planning to do? Ashes frowned. Take a bath. She curled her lips. I've been on the ship for more than 10 days. The salty smell on my body is overflowing. Of course, it's not surprising that some people don't notice it. Lady Tilly, do you want to go with me? Okay, Tilly replied. Wait for me to change. Ahem. Then I'll go with you, Ashes said, pretending to be casual. Please, I didn't invite you. Andrea rolled her eyes. I'm going with Tilly, not you. Don't get the wrong idea. Looking at the two of them staring at each other, Tilly could not help but think that if they could really defeat the church, everyone could live like this. Roland was in a daze in the office for a while. He did not come to his senses until Nightingale waved the dried fish in front of him. When Tilly called him brother, she did not admit that they were siblings before they said goodbye last time, which made Roland very happy but also very puzzled. Did she really think he was Prince Roland, or did she see him as a brother in another sense? Isn't it just a brother? Nightingale said disapprovingly. If you want to hear it, I can call you that too. You're 3 years older than me. Where's your moral integrity as a noble? Roland thought helplessly. Brother and sister sounds pretty good. Stop, I can't go any further. Why did she suddenly change her attitude? Who knows? Maybe she saw that you didn't take advantage of the Bloodfang Witch's dissatisfaction to split Sleeping Island and start a full-scale war with the church so soon. Compared to empty promises, these actions can prove your sincerity. Nightingale shrugged. But this is all my guess. Maybe she just said it wrong. Indeed, the reason was not important. The key was the fact. In any case, the relationship between the two of them would become closer. He had taken another solid step in his efforts to win over all the witches on Sleeping Island. Next, we should go to see Heidi Morgan, he said. Roland walked into the dungeon under the castle and saw her sleeping on a bed made of straw. The wound on her leg had healed, leaving only a lot of red and black blood. To ensure Nana's safety, I knocked her out before I treated her. Nightingale whispered in his ear. Otherwise, it would be too dangerous to take off the God's Stone of Retaliation. I heard from another witch of the Bloodfang Association that she tried to take Andrea as a hostage when she was surrounded. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been hit like this. Well, you did the right thing. As a powerful combat witch, Heidi's neck and wrists were locked with iron rings wrapped with God Stones of Retaliation. Without special tools, it would be very difficult to take off these chains. According to Tilly, Heidi could cause the objects within 10 steps to collapse inwardly and cause fatal damage. This kind of collapse was not affected by other external forces. When it was released on the container, it made no difference whether the container was made of wood or metal. The wood would be smashed due to the violent bending, while the metal would be flattened into a ball. What was even more frightening was that it was also effective on living bodies. For example, the abdominal cavity, chest cavity, and other parts that had gaps would quickly close under the pressure of the ability, squeezing out the internal organs like soft mud. This made Roland involuntarily think of squeezing toothpaste. However, for him, Heidi's ability was more suitable for working in the factory than fighting with the enemies. If she put a mold in the raw material, she could easily act as a stamping machine, and this was only the simplest application. What if, through her studies, she realized that molecules and atoms were also full of gaps? Unfortunately, it was too late. Wake her up, Roland said. Nightingale nodded and dashed into the dungeon. She lifted Heidi up and pulled her to the railing. It took Heidi a while to figure out what was going on. She first touched her thigh, which had recovered, and then looked at Nightingale beside her. Finally, she looked at Roland and asked, "Did you cure me? Otherwise, Nightfall would have been dragged down by you." Roland found a chair and sat in front of the cage. He leaned over and asked, "Tell me, where are all the witches you rejected? Did Iffy tell you about this?" "That's right, that witch named Annie is her friend." Heidi gritted her teeth and did not answer, but Roland saw a strong hatred in her eyes. "You could have taken them in. Archduke Island is the territory of Archduke Morgan, and you're his successor. It's impossible that you can't support more than 10 assistant witches." He said bluntly, "Even if they're useless, they only need to provide 2 portions of gruel a day. Moreover, assistant witches are much more useful than you think. The gun that Andrea used to injure you with is a weapon made by witches and ordinary people. It doesn't require many people to use it. Even a farmer who works with the soil all day long can easily kill an experienced knight with it." Heidi's expression changed and she suddenly raised her head. "What did you say? Ordinary people can use it? Do you think I conquered King City and became the king of Grey Castle by relying on witches?" Roland straightened up and leaned against the back of the chair. "If they could do that, they wouldn't be suppressed by the church and secular forces. That gun. How did you make it?" He looked at Heidi coldly until she realized her slip of the tongue. He then said sarcastically, "What, do you think this is a banquet in the palace?" She swallowed her saliva unwillingly and asked, "This is?" "Nightingale is my woman, and it has nothing to do with Tilly," Roland said in a low voice. "I'll ask you again, where are all the witches you rejected? I let them go and let them find other witch organizations. I don't know their exact whereabouts. Maybe, some went back to the nearby towns, and some went to the Kingdom of Dawn." "You're lying," Nightingale interrupted her before she could finish. "None of your words are true." "No, Your Majesty, she doesn't know anything, there's nothing to defend." Roland shook his head and said, "Nightingale can detect lies, and anything that goes against one's heart can't escape her scrutiny. Now do you know why Tilly shipped you across the fjords and sent you to the western region for trial? If you don't want to suffer, then tell me everything you've done. My patience is limited." Under the dim light of the fire, Heidi's expression was uncertain. It was obvious that she did not expect the other party to have such an ability. After a short silence, she suddenly grasped the iron railing and said loudly, "Your Majesty Wimbledon, the Kingdom of Wolfheart has been annexed by the Church, and the King of Wolfheart is missing. I'm the last bloodline of the Morgan royal family. As long as you help me take back the Kingdom of Wolfheart, I can bring you countless benefits. The golden dragon, jewelry. Yes, and witches. The Bloodfang Association will follow your orders. Is this the last thing you want to say? I can even give you half of the Kingdom of Wolfheart. With Blackstone Cliff as the boundary, all the land in the west will belong to you." "Enough," Roland said with a sneer. "I just want to know the whereabouts of those witches." "What?" Heidi said in disbelief. "My kingdom can't compare to those witches? Didn't you hear me?" Roland was a little annoyed. "The Kingdom of Wolfheart is not your kingdom, and I'm not interested in the land thousands of miles away. I'm just asking you out of the most basic etiquette between nobles. I have many ways to make you talk. You should know better than me about torture. It won't do you any good except suffering. Now, while I'm still here, tell me everything you've done, and I'll spare your life." Roland's last sentence was like a life-saving straw for her. "Will you really let me go? I always do what I say." Heidi lowered her head and hesitated for a long time before saying, "I gave them to the nobles." Roland's heart sank. Nightingale's hint also proved that she was telling the truth this time. "You didn't sell them to them?" "No, this is a deal in itself." She took a deep breath and said, "Relying on the witches awakened on the Archduke Island, I can't gather enough witches in my lifetime. I have to spread the reputation of the Bloodfang Association to all parts of the Kingdom of Wolfheart so that more witches can join us." Roland had done this before, although Tilly had taken the initiative, which resulted in little success. "Then I only need to hire rats to spread the news." "What does it have to do with the nobles?" The rats are controlled by the nobles. Once the news is noticed by the church, Archduke Island will be in big trouble. The witches are a reward for the nobles? It's also a guarantee to win them over. After the nobles hide witches, they'll consciously pay attention to the church, control the spread of the rats, and even take the initiative to divert the attention of the holy city. Heidi said in a low voice, I'll only spread the news to the nobles who are willing to accept witches. This way, I can minimize the risk. Roland could imagine what would happen next even without asking. These non-combat witches would be locked in a dark room where they could not see the light of day. Few of them could survive the magic bite. Even if some were lucky enough to survive until adulthood, when the nobles got tired of them or when the church exerted more pressure on them, they would be thrown out of the room as a tool to divert the pressure. They would only end up dead. Heidi, who was in the cage, also noticed Nightingale's rising anger. She could not help but take 2 steps back. Your Majesty, you promised me. Roland reached out to stop Nightingale. Who carried out these things? Iffy said you didn't see Annie. Skyflare. She's been killed by ashes. No one else? Roland asked. Don't the witches in the Bloodfang Association know about this? Heidi nodded. Tell me. Yes. Roland secretly let out a sigh of relief. One last question. Why did you recruit combat witches everywhere and establish the Bloodfang Association? After a moment of silence, Heidi said, At first, I just wanted to help my father ascend to the throne that should have belonged to him. She did not continue, but Roland already knew the result. After Grand Duke Morgan died, the Bloodfang Association became a tool for her to realize her desire for power. Walking out of the dungeon, Nightingale could not help but hold his hand. Do you really want to spare the murderer's life? Heidi Morgan is a witch from Sleeping Island. It's not appropriate for me to deal with her. Tilly brought her to the western region just to ask me to help her find out the truth. You mean? Nightingale's eyes sparkled. The next day, Roland told the news to Tilly and the others. She actually gave a witch to those shameless nobles as a reward? Before Princess Tilly could speak, Ashes shouted impatiently. If it were not for Andrea stopping her, she would have gone straight to the dungeon. Has Miss Nightingale confirmed it? Tilly asked calmly. Just a few simple words, and she confessed everything. Roland recounted what happened in the prison in detail. I thought it wouldn't be so quick to get the results. She's more fragile than I thought. According to his assumption, the interrogation yesterday was just a routine threat, and he did not intend to get any information. If Heidi refused to give in, the main course of the interrogation would be the main course. Because of this, he did not remove the God's locket of retribution from Heidi, and Heidi did not know that Nightingale's ability to detect lies was not based on sound, but on observation of magic power. I see. Tilly nodded. Thank you for doing this for me. I'm your brother. You don't have to be so polite. Roland took the opportunity to make friends. Besides, Heidi Morgan is a witch of Sleeping Island. It's only right for you to deal with her. I see. Tilly was silent for a long time. If this happened in Neverwinter, what would you do? Roland stared at her gem-like eyes, only to see a little sadness and pity in her gray pupils, but more than that, there was unspeakable anger. She had made her decision. I'll do the same, Roland comforted her. This sentence was equivalent to sentencing Heidi Morgan to death. Tilly no longer hesitated. She whispered something in Ash's ear. Ashes nodded and turned to leave the office. Then I'll leave, brother. It was obvious that Tilly was in a very low mood. Roland did not know what to say at this time. Just as he was about to send her back to the witch building, an excited scream came from behind him. It came from the listening magic stone in Nightingale's arms. This is lightning. I repeat, this is lightning. Xianxia has found the time of the accident. The little girl's words stunned everyone present. What did she see? Roland asked. Huge mouths, tentacles, and 2 monsters. I don't know how to describe them. Lightning sounded extremely excited. This is an unprecedented discovery. My God. Your Majesty, you'd better come and see for yourself. This is... Tilly was puzzled. They're exploring the Devil's Town behind the snow-capped mountain. The red mist there disappeared a week ago, Roland briefly explained. I wanted to tell you about it today, but I almost forgot about the demons. Tilly took a deep breath. But you can tell me more details on the way. On the way? Roland was slightly surprised. Can't I go with you? She asked, blinking. She was indeed the strong Princess Tilly. When faced with a critical situation, she could immediately adjust her state of mind and put aside her personal feelings, which was a necessary quality to be a ruler. Roland sighed inwardly. In this regard, she was far more talented than he was. Moreover, if he brought Tilly with him, it meant that Ashes and Andrea would also accompany him, which would greatly increase the safety factor. There was no reason for him not to agree. No, of course, no problem, he replied with a nod. Heidi leaned against the cage, waiting for Roland to take her out. The Bloodfang Association was completely finished, and Tilly would certainly not allow her to return to Sleeping Island. However, as a member of the royal family of Morgan, she had found a new way to restore the throne. That was to rely on the secular power of the Kingdom of Grey Castle to help her regain the throne. Heidi believed in her own reward more than the promise of the other party. Perhaps because of his relationship with Tilly, it was inconvenient for him to agree directly. He insisted on asking about the whereabouts of the witches in order to give an explanation to Sleeping Island. She firmly believed that no nobleman would turn a blind eye to such a great temptation. Half of the fertile land in the kingdom of Wolfheart would bring him unimaginable wealth and prestige, and his name would be engraved in the annals of history and passed down forever. As for herself? She might be reviled by the nobles in the future, but she did not care. As long as she could become the queen of the kingdom of Wolfheart, she could abandon everything. Then, she could officially take revenge. She would take revenge on those nobles who had betrayed her and her father. She vowed to hang those traitors one by one and hang them at the city gate to announce to the public that this was the fate of those who framed Grand Duke Morgan. Suddenly, the iron door of the basement was pushed open, and the squeaking sound was particularly loud in the silent dungeon. Heidi immediately got up and looked at the end of the passage while leaning against the railing. However, it was not Roland Wimbledon who appeared in her sight, but Ashes, whose face was as dark as still water. She suddenly felt a chill rising from the bottom of her feet. What are you doing here? Where's His Majesty? You should be well aware of my purpose for coming here. Ashes walked step by step to the edge of the cage. Every time Ashes took a step forward, Heidi would take a step back. But soon, she had nowhere to go. When you handed over the innocent witches to the nobles, you should have expected that such a day would come. No. Heidi screamed. His Majesty promised not to pursue this matter anymore. He has forgiven me. You're violating the king's order. Where is he? I want to see him. Ashes held the iron railing with both hands and forcibly pulled it open. She bent over and walked into the cell. Those witches came here with longing, hoping to seek shelter from the forerunners of the Bloodfang Association, hoping to sleep peacefully without being caught by the church, and not worrying about what to eat every day. But you let them down. Not only that, but you also sent them to hell. The witches escaped the siege of the church, but were harmed by their own kind. Even if Roland forgives you, I can't pretend that nothing has happened. Did this guy eavesdrop on my conversation with His Majesty? Or did he tell these things to Tilly and the others? Heidi touched the god's locket of retribution on her neck in horror, but it was completely wrapped by the iron ring and could not be removed with her fingers. Let me help you. Ashes approached the wall, reached out her hand and grabbed her neck, lifting her up in one go. The iron ring began to contract under Ashes' strong grip, and Heidi soon found it difficult to breathe. Her body twisted like a dehydrated fish, and she kicked her feet to find a fulcrum, but all her attempts were in vain. Her vision gradually blurred, and Ashes' figure became elusive. Why is this happening? Heidi did not want to die here. She was the only heir to the throne and the future queen of the kingdom of Wolfheart. The Fang throne seemed to be moving away from her, and she could hear the mocking laughter of the nobles. That afternoon, Roland was ready to go to the snow mountain. Among them were camping tents, plenty of dry food, and a concrete paddle steamer. Since Devil's Town was located near the sea, he had to set off from Shoal Beach. According to the previous practice, Hummingbird was responsible for the transportation. Roland had to admit that when Hummingbird, who was as big as Nana, grabbed the side of the boat and lifted the whole concrete boat over her head, the scene looked very strange. It was like an ant moving a grain of rice several times bigger than itself. If she put the boat on her side and looked from the other side, she would see a ghost ship sliding silently on the land. As long as her hands did not leave the boat, she could always maintain this state. Compared with the original method of removing the weight of the object, this method of enchantment was much faster and consumed a lot less magic power. The only drawback was that Hummingbird had to follow the enchanted object, so she could only carry two goods at the same time. The paddle steamer went all the way west along the mountain and arrived at Stony Beach 2 days later. Last time, Roland had a bird's-eye view of this land from the cloud gazer. Now that he stepped on the Stony Beach for the first time, he immediately felt a sense of desolation. The scenery here was completely different from Shoal Beach. It was only a few dozen miles, but it was like two different worlds. The Stony Beach was covered with the carcasses of various animals, which were embedded in layers of gravel. Some of them had been weathered, while others were gradually turning into new stones. Some of the bones looked very thick, almost as thick as the torso of an adult. Roland did not know what kind of creature left them. The steep rock wall was also very strange. There were countless sharp stalagmites growing on the surface of the rock. Different from the natural shape of the stalagmites in the karst cave, they were all hanging horizontally, and their ends were tilted upward, looking like countless barbs at first glance. This kind of gravity-defying landscape was incredible. He could not see it clearly from the balloon last time, but now that he was on the Stony Beach, he only felt creeped out. There was no sign of life on the long beach. There were no seabirds, algae, or sea mussels. Even behind the stone wall, there was nothing but emptiness, as if the red mist of the devil had taken away all the vitality here. According to the marks left by Lotus, Roland and his team found the narrow crack leading to the camp. It was more like a fault than a slit. The slender opening almost split the entire cliff, and it was so deep that the bottom could not be seen. It was precisely in this steep fracture that Lotus extended a narrow path that was half a meter wide. Nightingale couldn't help but exclaim as she walked along the stone steps into the one-line sky. "What's wrong?" Roland could not help but ask. "Look over there." She pointed to the depths of the crevice. "There's a hole in the rock wall." The team stopped in their tracks and craned their necks to look. Near the dark bottom, Roland saw a few circular holes, as if they had been carved out by something. "What is this?" "I don't know. I've seen this kind of hole in the impassable mountain range, but it's bigger there." She hesitated for a moment. "And the deeper I go, the more I feel like something is watching me." "There's something?" Roland was startled. "There's more than one," Nightingale nodded. "It's in the valley leading to the Witch Cooperation Association's camp. There's also a path leading deeper into the ground, but I've never gone down there. When Sylvie comes back, we'll take her to the impassable mountain range." He looked at the bottom of the fault again and suppressed the urge to send someone to climb down and explore. Then he ordered the team to continue moving forward. Although this continent was part of the Land of Dawn, and there were records of human settlement thousands of years ago, their understanding of the world remained in a very primitive state, as if they had deliberately neglected to expand outwards. Roland had once mentioned the map of the continent to Agatha, but was told that the Union had only made a detailed description of the fertile plains, and only a rough outline of the Land of Dawn. As for the areas beyond the Land of Dawn, nothing was known. This was also the reason why he decided to strongly support Thunder's overseas exploration. Roland had thought that sooner or later he would understand the whole picture of this world, but now he found that he didn't even know much about the western region of Grey Castle. Unfortunately, the war with the church was imminent, so he could only put these distracting thoughts to the back of his mind for the time being. After passing through the gap, the view suddenly became clear. The soldiers of the First Army immediately welcomed them into the camp, and then Roland saw Agatha and Soroya. "Where's Lightning and Summer?" "She's flying around with Summer." Agatha sighed. "She can't stop flying these days. Devil's Town has almost become her playground. If it were in the future, this would definitely be a national nature park that you'd have to buy a ticket to enter," Roland sighed. "What did you say?" "No, nothing," Roland coughed twice. "I'll call her back with the sigil of listening." Now let's go to the collapsed stone tower and have a look first. When they arrived at the center of the camp ruins, Lightning, Maggie, and Summer had just arrived. Lightning, we're about to land. The golden-haired girl raised her hands and slowly landed on the ground. Then she turned around and gave Roland a big hug. Roland did not know whether to laugh or cry. In terms of age, Lightning had also reached that special stage. Ow! Then it was Maggie's turn. She also raised her wings flat and smashed her head on the ground, almost knocking Summer off her back. Lightning's reaction was understandable, but Maggie was obviously an adult witch. Roland thought helplessly, it seems that this disease is contagious. Since you're all here, let's start, he said to Summer, whose legs had turned to jelly. Yes. Your Majesty. Summer limped to the edge of the pit and closed her eyes. In an instant, the big pit on the ground suddenly disappeared, and a huge black stone tower appeared in front of everyone. At the same time, the air was filled with a red mist that was as thick as blood. Roland subconsciously took a step back and held his breath at the same time. This is the scene before the change was about to happen. It happened 26 days ago, Agatha explained. If Summer only used the backtrack ability once, she could maintain the illusion for nearly an hour, so we could observe everything that happened. What about the eye demon that you said had eyes all over her body and could attract the attention of demons as long as she was stared at? Tilly asked curiously. At the top of this stone tower. Agatha pointed above her head. But the height of the stone tower is beyond the range of Summer's ability, so we can't see it for the time being. Roland looked up and saw that the top of the tower was blank, as if it had been completely shaved off. It seemed that magic could only reproduce the scene within 5 meters of Summer. Just then, the ground seemed to tremble. It's coming. Agatha said in a low voice. It's here? What's here? Before Roland could ask, the ground under his feet suddenly arched upward and then split into pieces. The whole Blackstone Tower was lifted up in an instant. A giant gray beast rushed out from the ground and opened its bloody mouth, trying to swallow the bottom of the tower. The mucus on its skin splashed everywhere. Summer's ability could only replay the scene, not the sound, so Roland felt like he was watching a silent movie. However, the vivid scene still shocked him. As for the witches who saw it for the first time, they all screamed and stepped back with their hands covering their mouths. Ashes even instinctively drew her sword in front of Tilly. However, there was more than one terrifying monster. There was a tentacle monster hidden under the Blackstone Tower. Its dark body was almost completely embedded in the tower. At first glance, it looked like there were countless legs growing out of the bottom of the tower. However, the dark red light refracted from its scales showed that it was a living creature. Although the tentacle monster was almost half the size of a castle, it was still a little insignificant in front of the megamouth beast, which was big enough to swallow a tower. In order not to be swallowed, it waved its tentacles to support itself between the upper and lower jaws of the megamouth beast. At the same time, bursts of blood mist sprayed out from under its scales. There were obvious traces of corrosion on the megamouth beast's body. Obviously, this dense black mist could hurt it. However, compared with its huge body, the corrosion of the blood mist could not stop the megamouth beast from swallowing. As the tower was lifted up bit by bit, the tentacle monster finally lost its strength and fell into the megamouth beast's stomach under the weight of the tower. Then the Blackstone Tower slowly slid down until it was completely submerged in the megamouth beast's mouth. At the end of the video, Roland saw the demon covered with eyeballs. It seemed to be indifferent to the monster that had raided the camp. It lay motionless on the top of the tower and was swallowed along with it. At the end of the video, the red mist and the megamouth beast disappeared, and the scene became peaceful again. Only a huge pit was left, which told everyone that the scene just now was not an illusion. Roland heaved a long sigh of relief. He firmly believed that it was the right decision not to call the soldiers of the First Army to watch the battle. Even he himself felt his heart pounding when he watched the battle. Even after it was over, he still felt a lingering fear. Is this the worm monster that swallowed Miss Agatha's laboratory? Tilly broke the silence after a long time. Why would it attack the Devil's Town? Maybe we were all wrong. It might not be a hybrid demonic beast enslaved by the demons. At least, it's not controlled by the demons behind the Snow Mountain. Roland looked at Agatha and asked, "What do you think?" "I also agree with this view." Agatha nodded. Obviously, she had been thinking about this for a long time. There were no records of this kind of demonic beast during the 2 battles of divine will. If the demons really had the ability to control them, we wouldn't have lasted that long. As long as the enemies sent several megamouth beasts carrying senior demons to the city during the large-scale attack, Tequila would have long been reduced to ruins. If it's not the demons, then who's controlling it? Tilly frowned. And the group of transparent mantises that Miss Nightingale found. It's obvious that these demonic beasts have a plan. Can't they do it because they want to? Nightingale spread out her hands. Hybrid demonic beasts are not ordinary demonic beasts. Based on Evil Moon's performance, they already have the basic ability to think. As long as they live long enough, they may be smarter than us. This sentence made everyone burst into laughter, and the heavy atmosphere immediately dissipated a lot. Obviously, no one really thought so. After all, a bunch of monsters that ate raw meat, drank blood, and crawled around in the mud could be smarter than humans who baked bread and wore knitted clothes. This kind of thing was too unbelievable no matter how one looked at it. Only Roland did not say a word. He looked at the deep pit and his mind was in turmoil. Humans are the smartest species, he did not even dare to think so, especially in this completely unfamiliar world. When the living environment and living needs were different, the characteristics of intelligent creatures might be completely different. Take the demonic beasts for example, they certainly did not think that silk and bread were good things. Why didn't the demon react to the surprise attack? Andrea asked puzzledly. Didn't they say that as long as it looked at us, the whole camp would be awakened? Because it was not seen by anyone, Agatha explained. Only when we see the demon will see us. But that giant-mouthed beast, it has no eyes at all. It has nothing but a big mouth. Because it doesn't need eyes, Roland said. If it lives in the underground all year round, the use of eyes is very small. Just like earthworms, it doesn't need to evolve a special light-sensitive organ to guide the way. Evolve? What? Tilly asked curiously. The light-sensitive organ, such as the eyes, and the skin of some animals can also do this. He did not explain too much. Instead, he squatted down and pointed to the depths of the pit. Lightning, do you want to go down and have a look? The little girl nodded immediately. It's too dangerous, Ashes stopped him. We don't know what's hidden under the ground. You don't need to go deep into the tunnel. Just look at the direction of the giant-mouthed beast, Roland said. Nightingale will monitor the magic reaction from above. There won't be any danger. Hey, don't you want to follow the tunnel to catch it? Lightning pouted. Not this time. After all, it swallowed the demon, not Agatha. He repeatedly reminded her. When you find the direction of the tunnel, immediately come out and report to me. Do you understand? Got it. Lightning took out a portable torch from her backpack, lit it, and flew into the deep pit. The entrance is here. After a few seconds, Lightning's voice came from the magic stone. Do you see the fire? According to the position of the torch, Nightingale quickly determined the direction of the underground tunnel. No problem. You can come up. Looking at Nightingale standing in the southeast of the deep pit and the towering snow mountain behind her, Roland frowned more deeply. More than one person on the scene thought of this. It seems that we really guessed wrong, Tilly shrugged. The demonic worm beast we met in the concealing forest was not going to Devil's Town, but to this snow mountain? The Observatory of Grey Castle, City of Dawn. After Timothy's downfall, Grey Castle had lost its name as King's City. Astrologer of Dispersion Star had expected a turmoil, but the order of the city did not change much. People were still busy with their own lives. Farmers cultivated the fields in the suburbs, masons repaired the damaged city walls, blacksmiths hammered the armors in the shops, and the patrols continued to play the game of cat and mouse with the refugees in Blackstreet. At first glance, Grey Castle was still one of the most prosperous cities in the kingdom. Of course, it was not completely unchanged. For example, there were people leaving the old King's City every day to seek new opportunities in the western region. The old rival of the Astrology Association, the alchemist workshop of King's City, had moved out of the City of Dawn. Now, the palace had been replaced by a group of unknown nobles. They were constantly fighting to divide up the land and power left behind by the old nobles. They had completely forgotten about the sages. No one asked about the fate of the kingdom, and no one predicted the future. If it were not for the officials left by His Majesty who regularly allocated food and golden dragons to the astrology station, the apprentices would have already left. Fortunately, they could still maintain the operation of the association. As long as the astrology station existed, the mission of the astrologers would not stop. They would always look up at the starry sky. The sun slowly sank into the mountains in the west. The sky turned from orange to dark red and finally to dark purple. The work of the astrologers had just begun when night fell. An oil lamp was lit on the high platform, and the apprentices were moving the instruments out of the warehouse. They had to be very careful, as the careless apprentices who damaged the instruments would face the double punishment of being whipped and having their pay deducted, especially the celestial observatories sent by His Majesty, which were the most precious of treasures. When Astrologer of Dispersion Star first received the instruments in wooden boxes, he did not pay much attention to them. Although His Majesty had promised to bring more advanced instruments to the Astrology Association, the manufacture of the instruments was an extremely complicated process. Unlike the crudely made telescopes, the adjustable mechanism inside the tube would give the most skilled craftsman a headache for half a month, not to mention the polishing of the crystal lenses. It would take about a year from the selection of materials to the completion of the stargazer, which would cost about 100 golden dragon stones. If there was anything in common between the path of sages, it would be that both were very expensive. It was just that the products obtained from alchemy were often welcomed by nobles and wealthy merchants, while astrology wasn't so lucky. Thus, only the capital of a country had the financial resources and manpower to build an observatory. As far as he knew, 2 years ago, Border Town in the western region was still a dilapidated and barren land. Even if they had plundered a large amount of wealth from all over the place, who would be willing to give these golden dragon to an unrelated astrologer? But when the wooden box was opened, Dispersion Star was dumbfounded. It was the first time he had seen such a stargazing tool. Unlike the bamboo-like instruments used by the association, the metal tube was as big as a bucket, and the glass mirror embedded in it was so bright that it could almost reflect a person's shadow. No matter how close he looked, he could not find a trace of polishing. The mechanism was also ingeniously designed. There was only a thumb-sized knob at the end of the tube. As long as he held it and rotated it gently, he could adjust the distance between the lenses. After adjusting the distance, he didn't need to lock it again, so it was very convenient to use. His Majesty sent 3 batches of 6 new stargazers in succession and gave them an easy-to-understand name, Astronomical Telescope. Since Dispersion Star had used it once, he was unwilling to look at those old-fashioned instruments again. The remaining 5 telescopes were naturally handed over to the 5 most experienced astrologers in the astrology station. "Teacher, all the stargazers are in place," Yun, the first disciple, reported. "Have you distinguished the stars?" "Yes." He glanced at the record book in his hand. "The astrologer of Light Star, who is in charge of the North number 1, is ill today. Astrologer of Void Star will replace him. Then light up the starfire and start to observe the stars," the chief astrologer ordered. "Yes." A raging flame rose from the brazier in the center of the astrology station. It symbolized Venus, the brightest star in the night sky. The astrologers standing around the brazier were its companions. The whole platform was arranged strictly according to the astrological signs. In this way, the astrologers stood in the sky and became one with the stars. In addition to the expensive stargazers, it took time to train people to look up at the stars. They could only rely on their own eyes. Therefore, to become a qualified astrologer, they had to learn how to protect their eyes. Dispersion Star was already 55 years old, but his eyesight was still better than most of the young people in the City of Dawn. It was not an easy task. After passing the selection and becoming an astrologer apprentice, they could only see the stars in the night sky. Reading books under oil lamps or candles was absolutely forbidden. In addition, they were not allowed to go out during the day or at noon to avoid the irritation of the strong sunlight. Their meals were also changed accordingly. Firstly, they had to eat animal organs and eyeballs. Secondly, they were not allowed to eat fish and spices. According to the knowledge passed down from astrology, eating more blood food could make the eyes brighter. However, fish was of the water attribute, and spices were of the earth attribute. The former would destroy the fire element in the blood food, and the latter would make the eyes dusty. Dispersion star had persisted for more than 40 years. He believed that there was a limit to how long people could use their eyes. In order to observe the stars as much as possible, he seldom read books or star charts. Anyway, the patterns of the constellations had been deeply imprinted in his mind. The astrologer aimed his eyes at the observation hole, which was like a small tube at the end of the thick cylinder. Obviously, there was a beveled mirror inside, which could bend the light into his eyes. It was an interesting and practical technique. Although astrologers understood this principle, they had never thought of using it on the stargazer. Now it seemed that it could indeed greatly improve the viewing environment. At least, they did not have to stoop when they looked at the high star areas. Since the telescopes sent by His Majesty were much more effective than the old-fashioned stargazer, what the association needed to do was to reobserve and remap the existing star areas. Since using the 6 telescopes, they had found dozens of dark stars that were difficult to detect before. Dispersion star swept over the area he was in charge of. Although the constellations formed different shapes according to the seasons, which might be difficult for beginners to grasp, for him, their light was as familiar as the stripes on his face. After observing the first star area, when he was about to move the telescope, a tiny light suddenly came into his eyes. In an instant, the astrologer felt his blood freeze. He held his breath and focused all his attention in that direction. It was not an illusion. A dim star was hiding between the hexagram and the blazing sky star. Its light was so weak that it seemed to be extinguished at any time. But what was different from the stars around it was, Messiah Star's hands began to tremble, but it was not the time to make it public. When the bloody moon comes, the world will be plunged into an irreversible disaster. He naturally knew the significance of this prophecy. After taking a deep breath, the chief astrologer raised his head cautiously, fearing that he might accidentally touch the telescope and lose this hard-won star. He could find this position again even if he closed his eyes. Record it down. Between the hexagram star and the blazing sky star in the 3 eastern districts of early summer. Yes. Yun fumbled with the notebook and drew a circle at the corresponding position, which meant there was one more star on the astrological chart. Name? Not for now. Teacher? Yun was slightly startled. Do as I say. Don't record the name, Dispersion Star repeated. Dispersion Star repeated. Summon all the scholars on the observatory and ask the apprentices to leave. Now. His last word was almost a low growl. I'll do it right away. Yun was startled and then ran to the other astrologers. May the gods bless us, Dispersion Star thought. Soon, all the astrologers gathered around the chief astrologer. From his serious expression, they seemed to realize something. Since Roland visited the Astrology Association, the rumor of the star of extinction was no longer a secret among astrologers. The young king even suggested that the chief astrologer show the ancestral gold plate to all the astrologers, so as to enhance their sense of purpose when observing the stars, and to endow them with a sense of responsibility and honor. Dispersion Star did not know whether it was an illusion or not, but he always felt that His Majesty did not take the doomsday seriously. Chief astrologer, did you? He nodded and said, I found a red star. His words made all the astrologers gasp. But I don't know whether it's a light spot or an illusion. Dispersion Star waved his hand and said, this phenomenon is very common in stargazing, so we need to recheck it, Boyd Star said. That's right. He nodded and said, let's start with you. An hour later, the 8 astrologers had seen all the stars. In order to eliminate the problem with the instruments, they also changed the telescopes twice and the old-fashioned star observatory once. Except for the latter, who couldn't see the red star, everyone could clearly see the dim star, no matter which telescope they used. One person might be seeing things, but it was impossible for all 8 of them to be the same. Among them, Rosette Star, who had the best eyesight, claimed that she had seen the outline of a star. The existence of the red star had been confirmed. Then the astrology platform fell into a strange silence. Dispersion Star didn't know whether it was a blessing or a punishment from the gods. Since they joined the association, all their efforts had been for this day. They wanted to find this star of extinction, which signified misfortune and disaster. But when he really found it, fear suddenly welled up in his heart. Their efforts had paid off. Their prediction of the disaster had saved the lives of tens of thousands of people. From this moment on, the Astrology Association had completely surpassed the Alchemy Association. This achievement could not even be measured by the Golden Dragon, but their warning was tantamount to the most vicious curse. Predicting the end of the world was a heavy responsibility for astrologers. "What should we do?" someone asked after a long time. "Normally, we should report this to the king." "You mean Roland Wimbledon? Will he believe it?" "Even if he doesn't believe it, the star won't disappear." "No, I mean he may not believe the prediction about the star of extinction." "We have to try." After all, he gave these instruments to the astrology platform. He can't turn his nose up at our words. Who knows? He was famous for his stubbornness when he was in King's City. If he was really stubborn, he wouldn't have let us stay. Enough. Dispersion Star raised his hand and interrupted the discussion. "Don't disclose the information about the red star. Let's observe it for a few more days." He looked around at all the astrologers around him. "It's far from enough to know its existence. I want to know its trajectory, its speed, and how long it will take for it to appear in the world. The more clues we collect, the more convincing our prediction will be. Do you understand?" "As you wish, Chief." All the astrologers bowed in unison. After a week of observation, Dispersion Star found the star more and more incredible. It wouldn't move. All the stars were moving. Sometimes they would appear on the horizon and then slowly rise to the sky. Some would disappear after midnight. This kind of change showed a regular pattern. Otherwise, there would be no such thing as a trajectory. However, the star of extinction showed no sign of moving. 7 days had caused the 6-line star to tilt slightly. When autumn came, it would gradually change from 6 horizontal lines to 6 vertical lines. As a result, the red star was moving away from the center of the 2 constellations. Because of this contrast, Dispersion Star was surprised to find that the star had not moved, as if it was not a star but a fixed background in the night sky. Since it wouldn't move, it couldn't get close to the 4 kingdoms. According to the prediction, the star of extinction must appear in the world. In other words, only when it could be seen by the naked eye would the disaster come. If what was engraved on the gold plate was correct, did it mean that the doomsday disaster would never come? The second point was that the light of the star was changing. This conclusion came from astrologer Rose Star. Her records showed that the star was getting brighter. At first, when she was the only one who mentioned this, Dispersion Star didn't pay much attention to it. After all, stars were very stable, unlike the moon, which changed shape and luster all the time. However, on the 7th day, astrologer Rose Star, who had recovered from her illness, also proposed the same idea. Moreover, they were the 2 astrologers with the best eyesight in the association. Therefore, Dispersion Star had to pay more attention to it. That night, after a discussion with the astrologers, astrologer Rose Star's sudden idea made everyone shudder with fear. If the arrival of the star of extinction means that all the people of the kingdoms can see it, is there a possibility that the star of extinction will eventually surpass the morning star and become a torch hanging high in the sky, even if it doesn't move? Is there a possibility that the star of extinction will become a torch hanging high in the sky and be seen by everyone? This sentence exploded in Dispersion Star's heart like a sudden clap of thunder. The people didn't know how to recognize the constellations, but it didn't mean that they couldn't see the stars. Some of the stars were almost as bright as the crescent moon. As long as it was a clear night, they could always be seen. What if that star had a unique and striking color? The answer was obvious. Standing on the top floor of the Tower of Babel, Zero looked down at the busy holy city of Hermes. The number of believers going to the plateau had doubled compared to the previous years, and so had the new Judgment Army. The Kingdom of Everwinter alone had sent nearly 20,000 people to the church. The army that had been lost in the previous battles with the demonic beasts and the Kingdom of Wolfheart had been quickly replenished, and the scale of the church was even larger than at the beginning of the war. It could be said that His Holiness O'Brien's only correct decision to unite the 4 kingdoms When Grey Castle and the Kingdom of Dawn fell into the hands of the Holy City, the church would undoubtedly usher in a new peak. But it was far from enough, she thought. This peak was more than enough to rule the secular kingdoms, but it was still not as good as the union with the fertile plains. If the church wanted to win the battle of divine will, it had to do more. It's not Isabella this time? Zero suddenly heard Tayfun's voice behind her. She turned around and saw the 3 archbishops walking into the hall one by one. His Holiness sent her to the Kingdom of Dawn to carry out a supervision mission. Zero bowed slightly to show her respect. Today, I'll take her place in presiding over this meeting. Is His Holiness really so busy? Elle shrugged. He doesn't even have time to see us? Watch your attitude, Elle. Solidal frowned. His Holiness has his own plans, and you can't question them. I'm just saying, that's all. It's true that he's very busy sitting in that position. Tayfun smiled. When His Holiness O'Brien was still here, I often heard Maine and Heather complain about it. Indeed. Zero gestured to the 3 archbishops and then walked to a small table by the window. Let's talk here. Not going to the secret chamber? Now that the church is in a good situation, who will eavesdrop on our conversation and leak it out? Zero said lightly. Even the most stubborn nobles know which side to choose. But there are always people who like to go against the current. Although Tayfun did not quite agree with her, he did not insist on going to the secret chamber. The other 2 archbishops were even more indifferent. You mean the 4th Prince of Grey Castle? Who else could it be other than him? The old man took a sip of tea after sitting down and said angrily, our plan to encircle the western region has failed. Not only the pure witches, but even the officiants have followed them back to Hermes. This is ridiculous. His Holiness allowed them to withdraw, Zero said unhurriedly. You mean Maine? Tayfun stared blankly. 1 step behind means 1 step behind. She nodded and said, ever since Silver Whip was killed in Fallen Dragon Ridge, we've fallen behind Roland Wimbledon. By the time they received the news, it would already be 3 months later. It would definitely be too late to send out new people. So you don't have to criticize your pure witches. They will only become Roland's targets if they stick to Grey Castle. Doesn't he need to be punished? I want to take this opportunity to temper Emma's temper. Soli raised his eyebrows and said, she always questions my orders. That must be because your orders are full of loopholes, Elle said sarcastically. After all, it's difficult for a judgment warrior to use his brain. Before Soli could rebuke him, Zero had already said, it may be helpful for you to listen to her questions. But I won't say much if you want to discipline your pure witches. Just don't torture them too much. Every pure witch is a hard-won treasure of the church. Yes, Lady Zero. But, why did Roland rob the Godstone of Retaliation? Tayfun said thoughtfully, is it because of Silver Whip and Storm that he noticed the existence of the pure witches? Maybe he already knew, Zero said noncommittally. Now we all know that he began to recruit witches a long time ago and even mingled with the people of Sleeping Island. Witches have all kinds of strange abilities, so it's not surprising that they know the news of the church. After robbing so many Godstones, there's still no news of them selling them in large quantities. This is not a good sign. Not necessarily. She knocked on the table to attract everyone's attention. This is also the reason why His Holiness called you here today. The intelligence agency of the pivotal secret area has recently found that there is an abnormal purchase of food in Coldwind Ridge. In addition, there are an incredible number of ships passing through the north of Redwater City. Almost 1 or 2 ships can be seen every day. However, no ships have been seen sailing to King City in Silver City or San Juan River. The 3 of them looked at each other and asked, where did all the ships go? Recently, you've been busy recovering the war supplies deployed in the Kingdom of Dawn, so it's normal that you didn't pay attention to the situation in Grey Castle, Zero said bluntly. After eliminating the east and west sides, there's only one place they can go, Deep Valley Town in the northern region. There's the only tributary connected to the Redwater River there, and it's the nearest town to Coldwind Ridge in the north of Grey Castle. Relying on the memory of the Queen of Clearwater, she knew the distribution of towns in Grey Castle like the back of her hand. In other words, Roland Wimbledon is mobilizing the resources of his territory and concentrating them in the northern region. The answer to what he wants to do is self-evident. None of the three bishops were stupid. They quickly understood the meaning of Zero's words, but understanding was one thing and believing was another. Wait, do you think that Roland intends to attack the holy city of Hermes? It's not my opinion, but the conclusion of the intelligence agency's analysis. His Holiness also agrees with this speculation. The victory in King's City has boosted his confidence and made him believe that the holy city of Hermes is also vulnerable. It's not difficult to understand why he would make such a decision. It's true that his snow powder weapons are far stronger than Timothy's, but we're not unprepared. That's why His Holiness allowed the church personnel in Grey Castle to temporarily evacuate. Zero spread out her hands and said, "The nobles can't stop a man who's prepared to publicly declare himself our enemy and wipe out all the churches. He's crazy," Sully whispered. "Wimbledon and his family are all crazy." Elle swallowed. "Garcia is like this, and so is Roland. This news is very important. We should further confirm it." Tayfun pondered for a moment. "How about I send my pure witches to Coldwind Ridge to inquire about it?" "It's not necessary," Zero vetoed. "We'll attack Grey Castle sooner or later, so it's easier for him to concentrate his troops. In this way, we don't have to attack city by city like in the Kingdom of Wolfheart. As long as we defeat Prince Roland, the war will be over." She looked at Tayfun and asked, "How long do we need to prepare the supplies?" The old bishop said in a deep voice, "About 2 weeks. What if we send an advance army of about 1,000 people? Together with 300 God's punishment soldiers. We can set off tomorrow with this kind of army." "Very well." Zero stood up and said, "Instead of waiting for Roland to come to us, we'd better start with Coldwind Ridge. Isn't he there to collect food? Maybe he can even compensate us for the loss of God's stones. Solidal, you'll be in charge of this advance army. Take Coldwind Ridge within 3 days." However, she did not get an immediate answer. After a moment of hesitation, Tayfun asked, "Is this your idea or His Holiness Main's?" Zero suddenly felt a surge of anger in her heart. These idiots. I'm O'Brien's acknowledged successor and the legitimate successor of the Union. How dare they question me? She suppressed the anger in her heart and pretended to be nonchalant. She smiled and said, "Of course it's His Holiness's decision. If you have any questions, you can ask him yourself. However, the affairs in the pivotal secret area are very heavy, so it's better not to interfere with His Holiness's work unless there's something special." Lightning flew into the castle office and handed Roland the last bird's-eye view of the snow-capped mountain. "You've worked hard." Roland touched the little girl's head and asked, "Did you find anything new?" "Nothing but snow." She closed her eyes and enjoyed it. "Not to mention demons and demonic beasts, I couldn't even see a big animal." "Is that so?" "It seems that I was thinking too much." Roland took out the previous drawings and looked at them again. Although these bird's-eye views were only sketches and were far less detailed and realistic than Soroya's photos, at least he could see the whole snow-capped mountain. The mountain was very large, about 4,000 meters high, and standing on the top, he could clearly see the sea of clouds. The peak was not as steep and sharp as he had expected, but it was a very open flat land with a slight depression in the middle, like a huge volcanic crater. Only the part of the depression was filled by a frozen lake, and the whole lake was like a clean mirror. According to Lightning, through the thick layer of ice, she could see running water flowing under it. "What do you think is on the peak?" "Ruins, Blackstone Pagoda, towns." "Nothing is strange," Roland said with a smile. "It is surprising that it is bare." He pointed to the newly drawn drawings and asked, "Is the source of the Redwater River here?" "Yes." Lightning tilted her head and glanced at it. "It's in the clouds. If I didn't hear the sound of water, I wouldn't have noticed it. There are many cracks on the mountain, and some of them are astonishingly large. Just the width is 200 or 300 meters. When you get close to it, the sound of water falling can be compared to the sound of thunder." "You didn't try to drill into it, did you?" Tell me the truth." "I tried, but I didn't succeed," the little girl pouted. "The cracks are big enough, and the height can even accommodate half of the castle, but the water mist brought by the torrent was too thick, and I couldn't see anything. Moreover, it was mixed with strong wind, so I was quickly pushed out." Don't do such dangerous things again, Roland stared at her. Do you remember what you promised me? I have to ask you for permission for any exploration, Lightning lowered her head. That's right. I won't punish you this time. Go play with Maggie. What about the snow mountain? That's it for now. He folded all the aerial maps and put them in a drawer. We'll explore further and wait for Sylvie to come back. I need to focus on the war with the church. All right. Lightning nodded and flew out of the window. What do you think? Roland looked behind him. I'm here, Your Majesty. Nightingale appeared on the desk and sat cross-legged. It's freezing on the snow-capped mountain. No one would choose to build a camp in such a place, right? Since she had taken off her shoes, he couldn't help but glance at her feet, which were wrapped in white cotton socks. Cough. So you also think that the giant demonic beast is hiding inside the snowy mountain? I just think that if they are so good at digging holes, it wouldn't be difficult for them to build a nest in the mountains. Also. Nightingale looked hesitant. Also what? Are the holes in the impassable mountain range related to them? Until the evening, Roland was still thinking about what Nightingale had said. Whatever it was a really creepy guess. If they were everywhere and were not trapped by nature, how would he be able to exterminate this group of terrifying monsters? Another thing that puzzled him was that since the giant demonic beasts could reach the edge of the Land of Dawn, there should be traces of their activities on the fertile plains. Why didn't the Union leave any records about them? Unfortunately, the current situation did not allow him to explore further. Only by completely defeating the church could Neverwinter have a future. After more than a month of transportation, he had sent nearly 4,000 soldiers to the northern region, as well as the corresponding armaments and provisions. According to the information from the front line, the field defense line was being built smoothly according to the plan. The communication line from Coldwind Ridge to the interior of the kingdom had also been cut off by the First Army. Soon, the last batch of soldiers would set off, and he would also follow the army to the northern region to command this war that could not be lost. Just then, there was a knock on the bedroom door. Roland opened the door and found that it was Anna who was standing outside. I've seen Vendy's list, and my name is not on it. She walked into the room, her calm face expressionless. Please forgive me, Your Majesty, but I can't accept this. If she had come to find trouble with him angrily, Roland would have known what to do. However, Anna's current expression made him feel a little afraid. It was as if she had made a decision, and it did not matter whether she lived or died. Ever since he rescued her from the prison, he had never seen Anna show such a look in front of him. Roland pulled her to the bedside and sat down. After a long silence, he said, I know what you're thinking, but the military production in the border area is inseparable from you. Whether it's the parts of heavy machine guns or the fuse of howitzers, they all need you to process, and this is very important to victory. Not because the front line is dangerous? Of course there's a certain degree of danger in the battle with the church, but we'll definitely win, so you don't have to worry too much. Staying in Neverwinter is a more appropriate choice. He did not try to persuade Anna from the perspective of the safety of the war, because her expression had already made her attitude clear. Only by changing to a higher level reason, such as using production related to the outcome of the war to persuade her to stay, would he be able to have an effect on her, who was very serious about everything. In this case, I'll also produce in Deep Valley Town. However, Anna was not moved. The northern region also produces iron and copper, so Miss Edith will certainly not be stingy with these ores. Lucia is also willing to accompany me, so there's no problem in refining. In addition, from the transportation point of view, the ships originally need to transport a complete set of guns, but now they only need to transport part of the parts and complete the assembly in the northern region, which will be more efficient. Her answer was orderly, and it was obvious that she had come prepared. This? Roland was speechless for a moment. Then there was a long silence. Anna's eyes were not as calm as he had imagined. As they silently stared at each other, he felt an undercurrent surging under the blue lake surface. There was worry, fear, but more than that, determination. That was why she looked so determined. As time passed, this feeling grew stronger. Roland finally realized that he might not be able to persuade her. He closed his eyes and let out a long sigh. Okay, but you have to promise me one thing. Say it. If something happens on the battlefield. Roland licked his lips. I mean, if I'm unlucky. If something like that happens, I'll leave the northern region immediately, Anna said bluntly. Roland couldn't help but be stunned. Are you worried that I'll take revenge on the church and lose my life in vain? She stroked his cheek. Only Nightingale and Ashes would do that. I'll return to the western region as soon as possible, then take all the people who are willing to follow you to Sleeping Island, settle down there, and continue to fight against Holy City. Your Majesty, although I want to be with you, I know you don't want to see this happen. At this point, she paused. So I can promise you that before the world you want arrives, I will continue to walk on your behalf until witches and ordinary people can live together freely. He did not answer, nor did he need to. Anna's growth was beyond his imagination. This was already the best reward for him coming to this world. She reached out and unbuttoned Roland's shirt. There was no need to say anything more. The two kissed and fell on the bed. Blackfire pulled down the curtains and pushed the clothes and bedding aside. At this moment, their fates were firmly connected, as evidenced by the stars in the sky. 2 days later, Roland gave his last speech before the battle in the square. Hearing the news, his subjects crowded the square. After a year and a half of development, the old border town no longer existed and was replaced by the bustling city of Neverwinter. The people's lives had changed dramatically, and Roland's reputation had risen to an unprecedented height. Good morning, my subjects. He stepped onto the rostrum and was immediately greeted by overwhelming cheers. Long live the king! Long live his majesty! There was no need for echoes to support them, and there was no need for any encouragement. The people consciously and passionately let out cries filled with respect, waving their hands like a surging ocean. After a full quarter of an hour, the cheers gradually subsided. You should already know, Roland said in a deep voice as he looked at the countless pairs of reverent eyes below the stage. The kingdom is about to face a war of self-defense against invaders. The enemy is the holy city of Hermes, which has annexed the kingdom of Everwinter and the kingdom of Wolfheart. Now, only Grey Castle and the kingdom of Dawn survive out of the 4 kingdoms. Now, they are targeting us. I know some of you used to believe in God and the church. This is not shameful. Your kindness was used by others, and your expectations were deceived. Should I not blame the swindlers and robbers, but blame you, the victims? Of course not. He raised his fist. The church should pay the price. Just by selling God's stones of retaliation, they earn hundreds of thousands of golden dragon every year, and this money should belong to you. Why? The reason is very simple. The nobles are unwilling to spend a large sum of money to buy God's stones, so they naturally transfer this part of the cost to the subjects. Increased taxes, increased contributions, confiscation, forcible seizure, this is the reason. And it's far more than just God's stones. I believe you are no stranger to forced recruitment, such as building churches, permanent chief priests, and baptizing with holy water. If one asked what the people most easily understood and hated, it must be exploitation and oppression. The methods of the church were not as blatant as those of the nobles, but in the eyes of the battle-hardened Roland, it was not difficult to see through this thin veil, and at the same time, it was easy to pour dirty water on them. The church promised that the money would be exchanged for the protection of God, but what happened in the end? Before I came to Border Town, the people never had enough to eat or wear warm clothes. Famine and cold would still come every month of the demons. Those who couldn't endure it would close their eyes forever. As for those who survived, was it really because of the help of the church or the gods? No, they did nothing. Roland suddenly raised his voice. The only thing they were interested in was sucking your blood dry. These things were still vivid in the minds of the local residents, and most of the refugees from other cities had experienced the same thing. An angry uproar broke out in the square. Everyone blamed the pain they had suffered in the past on the church. So I will never surrender, and I will not lose to such blood-sucking worms. Roland waved his fist and shouted. The First Army will crush them into powder, and no one will dare to rob my people again. You don't have to worry about building churches or paying money to atone for your sins, because these **T taxes will disappear in front of the new Grey Castle. It has been proven that without the existence of the church, Neverwinter will become a better place, and so will other cities. It's your hands and your spirit that created all of this, not those illusory things. This is the reason why I've repeatedly emphasized the glory of labor. Only labor can create wealth, and you are the most glorious workers. Feel honored for this. Without you, there would not be today's prosperity in Neverwinter. He pressed his hands down to stop the voices of his subjects. So the First Army has set off to the northern region to fight against the church that has been watching all of this. If we lose, we will lose everything and return to the poor days in the past. Tell me, are you willing to go back to the past? The answer was self-evident. No, Your Majesty, we will fight against the church to the end. Kill them all. Drive them out of Grey Castle. Defend His Majesty with our lives. There were various answers, but everyone had the same expression: they were willing to defend everything that had been hard-won. Well said. I don't need you to fight the enemy. That's the responsibility of the First Army. You don't need to pay extra war taxes, that's what the enemy does. You just need to continue to devote yourself to the construction and production of Neverwinter, and that will be the best help to your loved ones fighting in the front line. Roland put his right hand on his chest and saluted. We will win. Long live the Kingdom of Grey Castle. Victory. Long live. The people sang these two words over and over again, long after Roland had left. That afternoon, the last batch of soldiers boarded the paddle steamer. The army took the Roland as the flagship and set off. When Duke Carwin walked into Jadeite Forest Castle, Edith was already waiting for him in the hall. My dear daughter. What took you so long? She interrupted him mercilessly. As early as a month ago, I wrote to you to fully cooperate with the First Army in assembling and preparing for war. You must try your best to satisfy their requirements. The Duke's outstretched arms suddenly stopped in the air. I immediately informed Earl Hire of Deep Valley Town and sent my steward to supervise this matter. Isn't this full cooperation? Of course. Edith crossed her arms in front of her chest in dissatisfaction. Your presence in the town can show the sincerity of the northern region. Moreover, the battle with the church is of great importance. We can't overestimate it. But this is Earl Hire's territory after all. Come on, father. The nobles are about to disappear. Are you still fussing about the vassal's territory? I thought you would be a little more decisive after the rebellion of Hawes and the Lista family. Duke Carwin felt a little embarrassed. I thought my daughter would at least give me a hug after not seeing me for a few months and express her longing for me, instead of talking about business before sitting down. Is that so? Edith sneered. I wonder who was the one who flew into a rage in the study and yelled that this B***start of a daughter was simply a traitor and an ungrateful wolf cub. If I guessed correctly, you wanted to smash something at that time, but you couldn't bear to do it. The Duke could not help but choke. Damn it, which bastard leaked this? Before he could think of how to respond, Edith had already walked over and held him in her arms. Welcome to Deep Valley Town, father. Is this okay? The resentment in his heart immediately disappeared. He touched his daughter's long green hair, and for a moment, all kinds of feelings welled up in his heart. Although she was the daughter of the first wife, her character was very different from her biological mother, and even completely different from himself. Sometimes even he did not understand how Edith grew up to be what she was today. She was not lacking in appearance, intelligence, or talent. If not for the fact that he could still see some traces of the first wife in her face, he would almost doubt whether Edith was his biological daughter. But when the two of them hugged each other, the Duke felt a sense of kinship. She was still the pearl of the northern region that he had raised with his own hands. After a while, Edith pushed him away in disgust. You smell like sweat. You'd better take a bath first. I brought some scented soap from Neverwinter. Try one. It's much more effective than the honey locust. This kind of thing can wait for a while. Carr looked around. By the way, where's Earl Hire? Why didn't he greet me in the hall? I drove him back to the Count's house in the suburbs. What? The Duke looked at his daughter in surprise. He didn't take your Majesty's decree seriously and didn't take your orders seriously. If I hadn't arrived in time, I'm afraid he would have provoked the vanguard troops. Edith shrugged. Not everyone can see the road under their feet. Some don't even have the courage to open their eyes. I won't say another word to this kind of person. Chasing him away is the most convenient choice. Will he obediently give up the castle and the town? He won't, but I have the first army. She smiled. This army once conquered King City in a day. What do you think a dozen knight can do? He did not know if it was an illusion, but Edith had become a little different in just over 2 months. Her smile was more natural, not the aristocratic smile that she deliberately pretended to wear in social occasions. And her eyes were a little more at ease. Carr thought that this expression had disappeared a long time after she became an adult. She liked her current life, he realized. At least, she was happier than when she was in the northern region. This made him a little jealous and a little emotional. Perhaps, as his daughter said, after being stripped of her aristocratic identity, she would indeed lose some of her rights, but it also unlocked the fixed shackles of the fief. Now she was going to a broader field. In the study of the castle, Carr drank 2 large cups of black tea in one gulp, let out a long breath, and then asked, "What we need to do now is to wait for His Majesty to come?" "There's still a lot to do." Edith spread out her notebook. Food, horses, cloth, herbs, and all the materials needed for the war have to be transported to Deep Valley Town. By the way, I received a new secret letter from His Majesty. Iron ingots and copper ingots should also be transported here, the more the better. He wants to empty the entire northern region, the Duke thought. Do you really think His Majesty can defeat the Church? He may not be able to break into the holy city of Hermes and completely uproot the Church, but it's not too difficult to prevent the Church from entering the kingdom under Coldwind Ridge. She paused. What His Majesty lacks most is time. Time? You haven't seen his factory, so it's difficult for you to understand the power of Neverwinter. Edith looked at her father. Whether it's a knight, a mercenary, a judgment army, or a fanatical believer, they're no different in front of bullets. And these amazing bullets are produced continuously in the factory like running water. Any civilian only needs to be taught for half a quarter of an hour to use firearms and bullets to kill the enemy. If they're trained for a month, they can have a soldier who can go to the battlefield to kill the enemy. And after 3 months, they'll be the invincible First Army. What are you trying to say? The growth rate of people is far slower than that of bullets, father. It's different from swords and armors. A blacksmith and a dozen apprentices can make 10 sets of armor and 30 swords in a year, but a factory can produce more than 1,000 bullets a day. After a knight armed with swords and sabers is crushed into powder, there'll be hundreds of extra bullets distributed to those who want to become a knight. The next day, these bullets can be given to the residents and newborns in the city. After a month, the bullets produced are enough to turn this city into an empty city of the dead. Calvin opened his mouth, but he didn't know what to say. It's normal that you don't believe it. After all, these things sound a little against common sense. But I participated in the tooth extraction campaign with the First Army and saw how they dealt with the enemy with my own eyes. Edith said slowly, so as long as the First Army holds the line, His Majesty will get the victory he wants sooner or later. 3 months later, Neverwinter will be able to train an army of thousands of soldiers and the corresponding weapons, and it's not enough time for the new Judgment Army to learn how to hold a sword. In addition to sending a formal reply to Roland Wimbledon, he also wrote a personal letter to Edith. In the letter, he tactfully expressed his thoughts. The young king had not chosen a queen, and if he could further his relationship with Roland, he would feel more at ease. There was no real love in a political marriage, or rather, love was not the main character. There was no doubt about this for the Pearl of the Northern region. He believed that this was an excellent opportunity, especially since there would be no more power of enfeoffment in the future, which meant that the king would become the only noble in the whole of Grey Castle, and the queen's status would naturally be extraordinary. Carr believed that his daughter could read his mind. However, not only did His Majesty not reply, but Edith also did not reply. Don't tell me it's because you don't like him. The Duke poured himself a 3rd cup of black tea. I've never seen you like anyone, and it doesn't matter at all. Since you used to consider Timothy, why don't you consider Roland now? That's not the same, father. What's the difference? Aren't we both kings? Edith closed the notebook and said, Timothy needs a reliable ally in the northern region, or rather, a subordinate, and the way to ensure his loyalty is through marriage. If I don't agree, he'll kick the Comte family out of the way and support someone who is willing to obey him. In other words, if I don't become the queen, the status of our family will be in jeopardy, and we can't do anything about it. So at that time, I could only delay it. If Roland and his western region completely failed, then I would follow the rules of the game among the nobles and marry into the palace. But Roland doesn't need it. What do you mean by doesn't need it? He chose me because of my ability, not because of the things behind me. Family, territory, and wealth are not important in his eyes. His daughter stroked the hanging ends of her hair. Since the nobles and rules no longer exist, why should I restrict myself to those old rules? Do you know? She continued, in the city hall of Neverwinter, there are only a few officials of noble origin, most of them are ordinary civilians who have been selected through rounds of examinations. I have to admit that they are terrible in most aspects, but at least when it comes to doing their job, they are not much worse than ordinary nobles. This is His Majesty's new rule. As long as you can complete his work, you don't have to worry about losing your position. Therefore, you should also get rid of your old ways as soon as possible and adapt to the City Hall's new policy, so as not to drag me down. But even so, it's not bad for you to be queen. The Duke still did not want to give up. You can still show your ability and give birth to a prince for him. In this way, the Comte family will become an inseparable ally of the royal family, and your brother will have a guarantee in the future. Edith showed a rare look of hesitation. I'm afraid I can't do that. Why? His Majesty. He seems to believe in love. The Duke frowned. He already has someone in mind? Yes, a witch. What? He wondered if there was something wrong with his ears. Scroll said that His Majesty will marry a witch, Edith said frankly. And Scroll is also a witch. She works in City Hall as the Minister of Education. Political marriage? Carr could only think of this answer. But this is too ridiculous. Witches can't have children. It's not a political marriage, it's just because he likes the witch. She leaned back in her chair and played with the quill in her hand. Yes, in this future marriage, love will be the main character. It sounds unbelievable, but I don't know why, after a month of contact with him, I kind of believe it. Why? Feeling. His daughter curled up the corner of her mouth. You'll understand when you meet him. He's the least noble I've ever seen. What about the heir? As long as you want to solve it, there's always a way to solve it. Edith shook her head. But that's not a problem we should care about, and we can't intervene in it. Iron Axe led a group of officers to patrol between the crisscrossing trenches. The trenches were mainly used to avoid the enemy's spear-throwing or other long-range attacks. According to His Majesty's instructions, they were divided into several trenches, each spaced 20 to 30 meters apart. The horizontal trenches were connected by longitudinal trenches so that soldiers could pass through them. There were also wooden stakes and barbed wire on the ground to prevent the enemy from breaking through quickly. The machine gun forts were set up on both sides of the battlefield. In the front was a low bunker, and in the back was a towering tower, forming a high and low firepower net with intersecting shooting angles. Behind the trenches was the artillery position, where 50 12-pound field cannons stood side by side. Further back was the firing area reserved for the 152 mm Longsong cannons. In order to ensure the progress of the project, Iron Axe specially applied for Maggie's express transportation from His Majesty to transport Lotus to Deep Valley Town in advance. Just by looking at the hidden danger of the position, the commander of the First Army felt that victory was already in his hands. They came to the end of the position and looked at the gray-brown mountains in the distance. This place was located at the foot of the impassable mountain range, which was the only way to go down the mountain. Less than a mile ahead was the steep impassable mountain range. Coldwind Ridge was located halfway up the mountain. Its strategic significance was similar to that of Border Town. It was mainly built to monitor Hermes. Once the beacon was lit in the city, many villages in the northern region and the nearest Deep Valley town would receive a warning. It would take a day and a half to reach the ambush site from Coldwind Ridge, so the First Army had plenty of time to prepare for the battle. Can't we evacuate the townspeople from Coldwind Ridge in advance? Brian, who had followed him to familiarize himself with the battlefield, could not help but ask. Holy City may turn them into the first batch of berserkers to attack the front. That will alert the enemy. We can't take this risk before the position is fully set up, Iron Axe replied expressionlessly. Coldwind Ridge is too close to Holy City, so it can only be used as a bait, not the main battlefield. And no one will listen to us, Banner added. Think about it, if someone runs into the town and tells the local people that the war is about to begin, and you should run away from here and go to the foot of the mountain. Who will believe it? Unless we force them to leave by force. If we do that, Holy City will immediately see our plan. Brian sighed. I understand that, but... Don't worry. The encirclement will be completed in 3 days, Iron Axe said in a low voice. By then, we can inform the people of Coldwind Ridge to evacuate. According to the intelligence sent back by the spies, most of Holy City's troops are still stationed in the camp. We should have enough time to evacuate the town. I hope so. Brian suddenly widened his eyes. Wait, what's that? Iron Axe followed his line of sight and looked at the distant mountains. His heart sank slightly. Soli Dal crossed the broken castle gate with satisfaction and walked into the castle of Coldwind Town. Take down Coldwind Ridge in 3 days? Apart from the 2 days spent on the road, it only took him a quarter of an hour to break through the town's wall. Of course, it was still a question whether the mud fence, which was only as tall as a man, was counted as a city wall. There were only a few guards on guard duty. After 2 of them were killed by the Judgment Army, they immediately dispersed. There was almost no formal resistance. Is this the town that guards the border? The Kingdom of Grey Castle is just SOSO. The only thing that dissatisfied him was that when the army of the church was still halfway up the mountain, the beacon under their feet started to smoke, as if they knew that they were coming to attack the town. Although it was only a matter of time before the other territories in the northern region saw the alarm, this lack of respect still made him a little angry. They regarded the troops of the Holy City as enemies in advance, which meant that they had been desecrating the town for a long time. He had already sent a small team of Judgment Army to the beacon, ready to capture these people and interrogate them before sending them to the gallows. This way, my lord, the knight leading the way said in a trembling voice. When the sword was placed on the necks of these people, the knights did not show the righteousness of sacrificing themselves to protect their lord. Instead, they immediately knelt down and surrendered, declaring that they were willing to serve the church. This was the ugliness, cowardice, and helplessness of people without faith. They were not worth mentioning compared to the judgment warriors who fought for God. After killing several guards along the way, the Judgment Army broke into the Lord's study and blocked all possible windows, although Soli felt that they did not have the courage to jump out of the window. He slowly stepped into the room and watched the pale Lord of Coldwind Ridge slump into the chair. Good afternoon, Lord Kevin Martin. You dare to break into Coldwind Ridge. Does the Holy City want to openly make an enemy of Grey Castle? He's finished, Soli thought. Fear had completely robbed him of his will. After fighting against demonic beasts in the Hermes defense line for decades, the Archbishop had honed a unique ability, which was to taste fear. Some people could turn fear into the desire to survive, while others could only be swallowed by fear. The former was a necessary quality for judgment warriors to be promoted to God's punishment army, while the latter would be eliminated by endless bloody campaigns. Kevin was obviously the latter. That's right. Didn't you already know that? What? No. I don't understand what you mean. It's too late to regret now, sir, Soli interrupted. Buying food at a high price and forbidding merchants from going to the Holy City. Don't tell me you did it on a whim. The King of Grey Castle wants to turn Coldwind Ridge into an outpost to attack the Holy City. Of course, he can't blame us for launching an early counterattack. You are making groundless accusations. Kevin shook his head. I didn't do any of these things. The king has never sent an envoy to Coldwind Ridge, not to mention attacking Hermes. It's fine if you don't want to admit it. His Holiness will have his ways to search your brain for the information he wants. However, it won't do you any good if that happens. So, it's better for you to confess everything you know now. I really didn't do this. You can't wrong me. His fat body shrank back. I'm the Lord of Coldwind Ridge, and Earl of the Kingdom of Grey Castle. Your behavior has violated the Months of Demons Convention. Enough. You asked for it. Solidal waved his hand in annoyance. The Judgment Warriors immediately dragged him out of the study. After the Archbishop sat down on the Lord's seat, he vaguely felt that something was wrong. The Lord had obviously been overwhelmed by fear. Why did he still refuse to give in? Was he so loyal to Roland Wimbledon that he would rather be taken to the Holy City for interrogation than to reveal the king's plan? At this moment, a chief judge walked into the room and said, Your Excellency, Pisos has sealed the granary, but what? There's not much food stored in there. It's estimated that it's only enough for the townspeople to eat for 1 or 2 months. It's impossible to support an army. Are you sure? Soli frowned. Pisos searched the granary and even asked the guards. They said that there hasn't been a large shipment of grain recently. The wheat in the warehouse is the same as last year's stock, the chief judge reported in detail. Then what's with the news that the town is buying grain at a high price? He thought for a moment and said, Go and ask those merchants. Yes. The chief judge nodded. In addition, we've searched all the garrison camps in the west of the city. Most of them are empty. According to the surrendered knight, there hasn't been any effective replenishment since the border army was wiped out in Hermes. In other words, Coldwind Ridge wasn't ready for war at all? This was too different from the information provided by Zero. The Archbishop's frown deepened. After a long silence, he ordered, There must be believers of the church in this town. Gather them and ask them in detail about the changes in Coldwind Ridge in the past 2 months. Also, interrogate those who voluntarily surrendered to the church and the local rats. I want to know what's going on immediately. The chief judge clenched his fist and said, I'll do it now. Soli leaned back in his chair and let out a long sigh. The attack on Grey Castle was a plan that had been decided long ago. The process and gains were not important, but he did not like this feeling of surprise at all. Where did I go wrong? The next day, the chief judge handed the collected information to the Archbishop's desk. Soli turned to the first page and quickly scanned through the confessions. 2 local merchants bought grain on a large scale, and they hoarded thousands of kilograms of wheat. That's what the merchants said, the chief judge said in a low voice. After learning about this, I immediately searched their houses. There was indeed a lot of grain, but that's only for individuals. There were only 20 kilograms of grain in the basement, and there was no one in the house. Also, there is no one in the house. They must have escaped not long after the fire was lit. You mean, colluded? The Archbishop quickly understood what the chief judge meant. Yes, Your Excellency. Only by colluding with foreign merchants and pretending to buy and sell grain from the left hand to the right hand, and then from the right hand to the left hand could they create such a false impression. Where did those merchants come from? From various towns in the northern region, Deep Valley Town, City of Evernight, Windswept Castle. They started buying grain at a high price a month ago. At first, not many people paid attention to it. It was not until the number increased that the merchants began to pay attention. We've locked up all the merchants in the town, but we haven't found those guys who transported the grain. If the 2 parties really colluded, then the chance of catching them was very small. But, what was the other party's goal in doing this? To attract the attention of the Holy City so that His Holiness the Supreme Pontiff could launch an early invasion. Soli turned to the last few pages of the report in confusion and saw another piece of information. A total of 3 people. All of them died in the shack under the platform. The presiding judge nodded. The watchmen of the beacon tower are rotated once a week, so when I arrived at the scene, the corpses were already smelly. Very good, so the beacon fire was not set by them but by someone else. Soli punched the desk and laughed angrily. Are they deliberately making fun of us? Or are they trying to find a reason for the Holy City to go to war? The specific reason is still unclear, but Your Excellency, one of the rats' testimony is very interesting. He pointed to the report and said, I wrote it down on the last page. The presiding judge flipped to the last page and skimmed through it. 2 weeks ago, someone set up checkpoints along the road under Coldwind Ridge, forbidding anyone from going to the impassable mountain range, but not stopping people from leaving? Exactly. He originally planned to go to Deep Valley Town to try his luck, but he saw a caravan that was supposed to go to Hermes was stopped. It seems that it really wasn't done by the Lord? Soli thought. Wait. 2 weeks ago? When was the last time those peddlers showed up? 3 days ago. The archbishop's face instantly darkened. In other words, the checkpoint that forbids anyone from going to the impassable mountain range let those peddlers go? The answer was obvious. They're a group, the presiding judge replied. At least it looks like they're a group. How many people are there at the checkpoint? The rats only glanced at them from a distance. I estimate there are hundreds of them. As long as they show their tails. Soli Dal stood up. Pass down my order. Summon the Judgment Army. Your Excellency, do you want to go down the mountain? The presiding judge was stunned at first, and then he hurriedly dissuaded him. His Holiness the Supreme Pontiff ordered us to stay here after seizing Coldwind Ridge, ensure the mountain road is unblocked, and wait for the army to move out. If you want to catch a few people for questioning, just send a small team. Not only do I want to catch a few people, but I also want to crush their checkpoint. This is the price for making fun of the holy city. Soli waved his hand impatiently. If we set off now, I'll see their heads hanging at the city gate the day after tomorrow. This has no impact on the holy city's battle plan, and His Holiness won't blame us. But, what if the enemy sets an ambush? Ambush? Soli glanced at him and said, I once led an army to attack the broken-toothed castle of the Kingdom of Wolfheart. It was an extremely tough battle. However, even if we relied on the mountains, the ambush of ordinary people could only bring some trouble to the God's punishment army, not to mention the open flat land at the foot of the mountain. Any action of ambushing the God's punishment army is tantamount to suicide. I hope they really have that kind of courage, instead of fleeing at the sight of us. Speaking of this, the archbishop paused. Now that you understand, go and execute my order. Yes, my lord. Soli sneered as he watched the chief judge leave. He would never let those blasphemers off. Coldwind Ridge sent a large group of people? Iron Axe asked as he looked at the fat pigeon that flew into the tent. Almost 1,000 people, coo. Maggie flapped her wings. There are no food trucks or militia. They are all wearing armor, and some of them are carrying giant shields and short spears. Coo. Giant shield? Iron Axe was surprised. How big is it? Well. Maggie tilted her head and glanced at him. Almost as big as you, coo. I see. Good job. As usual, the Sand Nation took out a piece of dried meat and handed it to the pigeon. Then he summoned the guards outside the tent and said, Inform Gun Battalion Commander Brian and Artillery Battalion Commander Vanner to come to my tent for a meeting. The enemy is on the move. After listening to the information provided by the witches, Brian could not help but frown. How could they come so fast? His Majesty needs 2 or 3 days to reach Deep Valley Town, and the Longsong cannons are not in place. The church reacted faster than we expected, but no matter whether His Majesty is here or not, we have to fulfill our duty and never retreat, Iron Axe said calmly. In any case, the enemy must not cross the defense line at the foot of the mountain. Yes, my lord. Both of them said in unison. Very good. Next is the specific combat arrangement. Iron Axe licked his lips. The enemy will need at least 1 day to reach the foot of the mountain, so we have plenty of time to prepare. There are only about 2,000 god stones of retaliation in total. Try to give them to the soldiers on the front line. The machine gunners are the focus of protection, so they must wear god stones. He roughly explained the plan in his mind. In addition, I'll arrange 10 soldiers with good marksmanship and a machine gun squad to guard Miss Sylvie and focus on the most threatening enemies according to her on-site investigation instructions. The rest of the soldiers will follow the rules of the drill. I have a question, Vanner said hesitantly. Is it possible that the guy carrying the giant shield in the enemy team is? It's very likely to be the God's Punishment Army. Iron Axe nodded. According to Miss Maggie, ordinary people absolutely can't march with a shield of that size. Can bullets penetrate it? Brian asked. No one knows until they try, Iron Axe replied without hesitation. If the flintlock can't do any effective damage, your people will try to hinder the god's punishment army and let the artillery take care of him. Yes. In the end, we still have to rely on the artillery to solve the problem. Banner smiled. Leave it to me, my lord. Early the next morning, Danny held his beloved rifle and went into the trench. According to yesterday's arrangement, he soon came to his pre-arranged position, a trench in the center of the position on the right flank. The shrubs and bushes had all been eradicated, so he could see the whole battlefield, which was very suitable for accurate shooting. He picked up a few stones from under his feet and piled them on the edge of the trench to make a small support. Then he put the rifle on the stone and aimed at the front. Through the crosshair, Danny could see the dew hanging on the grass on the ground, the spiders clinging to the barbed wire, the red dirt road covered with horse hoof prints, and the impassable mountain range in the distance. It was an excellent position to block. He pulled the bolt and pushed the first bullet into the chamber. Then he waited for the enemy to appear. As a hunter, Danny had always been patient. Since he was recruited into the militia by His Majesty, he had participated in a series of battles such as the defense of the Months of Demons, the defense of the Duke of Longsong, and the attack on King's City. His weapon had also changed from the flintlock to the latest bolt rifle. In terms of combat experience, he was definitely one of the best in the First Army. If he had not insisted on staying in the front line, he would probably have become an officer in the gun battalion, second only to Sir Brian. But compared to commanding others, he preferred the feeling of shooting prey. From the day he touched the flintlock, he fell in love with it. It was easy to use and powerful. All it needed was a pair of good eyes and a little talent. While Danny was waiting, another short man came running along the trench. "Captain, you're so early." He took a few breaths, took off the bag that was slung across his body, and put it at Danny's feet. "Here's all the ammunition I got. If I went hunting in the mountains, I should have come back by now," Danny said disapprovingly. "How much did you give me?" 30, that's not enough," he muttered. "Damn machine gunner." The short man, named Malt, was the youngest soldier in the team. He was only 16 years old, and he was Danny's protector. Every precision shooter was accompanied by a protector, who could quickly suppress the enemy when they approached, so as to gain time to move or put on the bayonet. Danny did not need protection, especially for a child who was still underage. The reason why he chose Malt as his protector was that he could not resist Car Van Bate's pleading. Danny and the Minister of Construction had been neighbors for many years. They used to live in the same street in the new district, so he naturally knew that Van Bate regarded all the graduates as his own children. Since precision shooters were usually positioned at the rear, it was actually safer for the soldiers who were assigned to the front line to have a protector. Danny knew that His Majesty hated using connections or covering up for each other, and this was one of the few things he could do for His Majesty. Looking at Malt squatting on the ground, Danny could not help asking, "Have you ever thought of changing your job? Leave the First Army?" Malt said without raising his head. "No, I quite like it here. This isn't a game." Danny raised his eyebrows. "We can die on the battlefield at any time. You don't have to take this risk. Anyone who graduates from Car Academy can work in City Hall. The salary there is no lower than that of the First Army, and it's very decent. But I don't want to run errands for those officials all day. I want to protect His Majesty." The short man piled up the 8mm in front of the trench. "And?" He suddenly paused, and his face became a little red. "Because of Miss Nana?" Malt did not answer, but his face became even redder. Danny couldn't help laughing. At least one person in the First Army admires Miss Angel. Even if there's a queue, it won't be your turn. What's more, her father is a baron. Even if he loses his fief, he's still not someone you can reach. I don't think so," Malt said stubbornly. "As long as I can see her every day, I'll be satisfied." Danny shook his head and stopped trying to persuade her. He knew how stubborn people could be when they were deeply in love, because he was the same. Whenever he was free, as long as he closed his eyes, the figure of the green-robed woman would appear in his mind. If she had not saved him, he would have lost his life in the forest. At that time, she was still the devil's claw, the embodiment of evil. Danny buried all of this deep in her heart, not daring to tell anyone. Unexpectedly, when they met again, the witch had already been cleared of her wrongdoings and became an innocent person. She also lived in the castle district's witch building, and also opened up a variety of experimental fields in the concealing forest. He could not enter the castle district at will, so on his days off, he always picked up a hunting bow and went to the concealing forest to hunt. Danny even thought that if one day he no longer served as a soldier, he would apply for a job as a forest ranger from City Hall and regard the concealing forest as his new home. Woo-woo. Just then, a horn sounded. This was the signal that the enemy was coming. Danny put down his thoughts and set up his saddle again. No matter what, he was still a warrior, fighting to protect His Majesty and overthrow the church that hunted witches. As the sun gradually rose, a group of people in shining armor appeared at the foot of the mountain. In order to surround the only mountain road, the defense line was less than 1 kilometer away from the Hermes mountain. From the moment they went down the mountain, they had already entered the attack range of the cannons. Danny knew that Sir Iron Axe would not let go of any opportunity to attack the enemy. As if to confirm his conjecture, a dull roar suddenly sounded from behind him. It sounded like thunder coming from afar, and he could even see a blurry shadow flying over his head, flying in the direction of the enemy. The battle began without warning. Because of the long distance, Danny could clearly see the landing point of the shells. When the shells hit the ground, the mud stirred up was like a cluster of blooming wildflowers. The long line of ants suddenly fell into a panic. It was normal for them to feel panic when they could not even see the enemy for the first time. If they were ordinary mercenaries or militias, their morale would completely collapse after a few rounds of bombardment. However, the army of the church did not retreat. They began to move forward and the formation became looser. When Danny could see the enemy's clothes and weapons more clearly, this group of people had at least suffered 3 rounds of bombardment. The position formed by 50 field cannons was enough to make the bombardment continuous, which was definitely a difficult experience for the enemy. They did not have horses, so they had to walk this road to hell on their feet. The God's Punishment Army, which was rumored to have infinite strength, raised their giant shields and stood at the front of the line, forming a gray iron wall about 500 or 600 meters away from the first trench. However, the shells did not mean much to them. As long as they could hit the giant shields, the shields would be torn apart and the enemies behind them would be thrown to the ground. We can't go on like this. Danny shook his head. I'm afraid they'll be completely defeated before they reach the first trench. He was very clear about the firepower arrangement of the position. First, they would use artillery to greet the enemies within 1,000 to 500 meters. When the enemies gathered in front of the barbed wire, they would use machine guns to clean up the battlefield. The revolving wheels would only be used for close combat after the enemies charged and would not be fired within 200 meters. Isn't it good to be defeated? Malt stood on tiptoe and looked out of the trench. Of course, I won't get anything if I do that. Danny swept the weapons into his waist bag and was ready to leave. Where are you going? The short man hurriedly pulled him. The trench further ahead. He shook off the latter's hand. Just stay here. I'll go with you. Don't follow me. This is the captain's order. After saying this, Danny aimed at his waist and touched the longitudinal trench. The sound of shells hitting the ground became louder and louder. With every dull thud, some dirt slid down from both sides of the trench and poured into his collar. He knew he was approaching the front of the battlefield little by little. After crossing 3 horizontal trenches in a row, Danny took advantage of the moment when a new round of shells hit the ground and looked out, ignoring the strange looks from the other team members. He could clearly see the giant shields of the God's Punishment Army. He could even hear the enemy's hoarse shouts and shouts. The distance was about 400 meters. It was close enough. Danny took a deep breath, set up his rifle, aimed at the position slightly above the upper edge of the shield, and pulled the trigger. With a crisp sound, a string of blue blood rose behind the shield. He saw the giant shield and the shield bearer fall to the ground with a loud crash, revealing the bewildered judgment warriors behind them. He pulled the bolt, removed the steaming shell, and then pushed it back to its original position with a click. The sound of bullets being loaded made his blood boil. In a few seconds, he kept aiming and shooting until he used up all the bullets in his clip. 2 more giant shields fell down. Danny would not waste his precious bullets on the Judgment Warriors. Their thin armor looked mighty, but it could not even withstand a flintlock. Lord Ironaxe once said that the God's punishment army of the church was a terrible opponent. One of them could fight 10 enemies at close range. However, they were few in number and difficult to train. That was why they were worth hunting. The reason why he hated machine gunners was that those arrogant guys used the same bullets as him, but their efficiency was shockingly low. In the only 2 live-fire exercises, a machine gun squad emptied several boxes of bullets within an hour. Even Lord Ironaxe felt sorry for them. However, judging from the damage of the targets, they had only shot over 100 bullets, which was a complete waste of resources in Danny's eyes. Of course, he also understood the significance of the Mark I machine gun. At least when dealing with enemies swarming like a tide, it could stop the momentum of the attack. However, when it came to hunting results, it still depended on these accurate shooters. 1 bullet for 1 enemy. This was what he had been training himself strictly for. Danny pulled out the magazine and reloaded it skillfully. When he was about to stand up and shoot, he suddenly heard someone panting beside him. He looked sideways and found it was Malt. Damn it. Didn't I tell you to stay where you are? He glared at the short man. You're violating the military order. Lord Brian said that we can't leave our posts unless there's a special situation. You also violated the military order. Malt wiped the sweat from his forehead. As a protector, I have to stay with you. Danny resisted the urge to beat him up. He grabbed a handful of bullets from his waist bag and threw them in front of him. Put them in the magazine. Don't show your head unless necessary. Yes, sir. The short man grinned and saluted. Just when he got the 5th kill, the enemy's formation suddenly changed. Perhaps the church commander also believed that they would not be able to reach the front of the trenches at this rate. The God's punishment army threw down their giant shields and rushed toward the trenches at an astonishing speed. Even a galloping horse was no match for them. The distance between the 2 sides was rapidly shortening, the revolving rifles and machine guns fired at the same time. In an instant, a series of blood mists appeared in front of Danny, and the dust raised on the ground was even denser than when the cannons were bombarded. It was as if an invisible giant hand had slapped the charging warriors. In the face of this unstoppable force, the momentum of the charging warriors was abruptly slowed down. Those who bumped into it were all sent flying, and blood splashed everywhere. A soldier of the God's punishment army, whose arm was broken by a bullet, was still running forward. As soon as Danny aimed his gun at him, a sand snake made of dozens of dust columns passed through the center of his body. That was the unique trajectory of a machine gun. The target's chest immediately began to sway like water ripples. Blue blood exploded behind him, and the scorching heat even tore apart his ribs. The God's punishment soldier, who had lost his balance, crumpled like a rag and fell to the ground after running for 3 or 4 steps due to inertia. Danny noticed that his back was already rotten. Captain, be careful. Malt suddenly screamed. Danny was shocked. As soon as he turned his head, he saw another soldier of the God's punishment army coming out of the smoke and raising his short spear at him. Then the enemy bent over and threw him out. Danny could barely see the shadow of the spear. He was too careless. The enemy noticed him because he was too focused on watching. A hunter should not expose himself to the sight of the prey for a long time. Before Danny could react, Malt had already hit him hard. The two fell to the bottom of the trench together. At the same time, there was a bang above their heads. Danny felt a sharp pain in the back of his head, and his body was completely covered by the mud. The sound of gunfire was far away from him in an instant, and his ears were echoing with an uncomfortable buzzing sound. After a long time, he recovered his breath and reached out to touch the back of his head. There was a sticky feeling. He must have hit something hard when he fell, but he was still conscious, so it should not be a big problem. In his hazy vision, a comrade rushed to him. "Hey, are you okay?" His voice sounded very vague, so he could only reluctantly wave his hand to show that he was fine. "Come and help me. 2 people are injured here," the comrade shouted. After a while, several people surrounded him, and they worked together to drag him and Malt out of the collapsed mud. At this time, Danny noticed that the short spear had opened a crescent-shaped gap on the edge of the trench. The spear did not jump over the trench, but hit the edge of the trench, penetrated the thin layer of soil, and pierced into the wall of the trench. The mud on the two people was caused by the collapse of the place where the spear hit. However, when he moved his eyes to Malt, he could not help but feel nervous. There was a bull-sized bloody wound on the short man's shoulder, and his arm was almost falling off. Only a few strands of skin were connected to the body, and the white bones were clearly visible. The spear did not cause no harm, but fell on Malt. Everyone in the First Army threw themselves into the battle again, leaving only one person to give first aid to the seriously injured person. Everyone in the First Army knew that as long as they did not die immediately, Miss Nana would be able to heal them until the end of the battle. Therefore, stopping bleeding and dressing wounds were compulsory courses in the First Army. The soldier decisively took out a dagger and cut off Malt's arm. Then he sprinkled the herbs in his bag evenly on the wound, and finally bandaged it with gauze. After a while, the originally unconscious short man was awakened by the pain and let out a weak moan. "Lie down and don't move. You won't die," the soldier comforted him. "Captain Danny, where's the captain?" "I'm here." Danny clenched his teeth and crawled to his side on his weak limbs. "Why did you do it for me?" "I'm your protector. I can't leave you alone." Malt's mouth opened and closed slightly. "How about it?" I didn't neglect my duty, did I?" Danny suddenly felt an indescribable sense of remorse. "No, you did a good job." "Is that so?" The little man smiled with difficulty. "So I can see Miss Nana?" "Yes, both of you can see her." The soldier looked at Danny. "Can you take care of him?" "I have to go back to my seat." "I can." "Thank you." He nodded. After the soldier left, Danny slowly picked up his gun, shook off the mud on it, and struggled to stand up. He could still fight. The enemy would pay for this wound with blood. However, there was no approaching army of the church in sight. In the pervading smoke and dust, the enemy was retreating in a panic, leaving only vague figures. The trenches were already filled with cheers. The gunboat slowly docked at the dock. When Roland walked out of the cabin, he could not help but be attracted by the scenery in front of him. Curved rocks stretched out from both sides, like a pair of giant hands wrapping the whole town. Looking up, there was only a 5-finger-wide line in the sky. The sun shone through the gap like a golden wall of light. Countless vines hung down from the bottom of the rocks like emerald green hair. Some of the thick vines even fell to the ground, making people want to climb them. When the light penetrated the dense branches and left spots of light on the flowing river, Roland felt as if he was in an undeveloped jungle. However, this place was not completely deserted. Along the silent river, all kinds of artificial buildings extended on both sides. The townspeople shuttled back and forth among the waist-high broad-leaved bushes. Smoke curled up from kitchen chimneys, creating an indescribable beauty of harmony. Due to the lack of sunlight, the temperature here was a few degrees lower than outside, and the color of the plants was much richer. It was not difficult to understand why it was called Deep Valley Town. When Roland and the witches stepped onto the moss-covered dock, a group of people was already waiting there. The three leaders were naturally Iron Axe, the commander-in-chief of the First Army, Car Owen, the Duke of the Northern Region, and his daughter Edith. "We meet again, Your Majesty." Edith curtsied and said, "Congratulations on winning the first battle." "I heard the report when I was on the ship." "You did a good job." Roland nodded approvingly. "I heard from Iron Axe that you ensured sufficient food supply and ammunition transportation, and that you did a good job in deceiving the enemy. This is what the Comte family should do." She smiled and said, "The merchants of the Northern Region are very happy to serve you." However, half a year ago, the owner of this place was still Timothy Wimbledon. Roland thought to himself, the merchants here probably haven't even heard of my name. The so-called willing to serve should also be Edith's means. She could drive the merchants of 3 cities to complete this plan. Her control over the Northern Region was indeed extraordinary. After some encouragement, he looked at Iron Axe and asked, "Have the battle results come out?" "Yes, Your Majesty." Iron Axe saluted and said, "The detailed report is in your office." "Office, room?" "I've negotiated with Earl Hire. When you stay in Deep Valley Town, His castle will be your temporary palace. Edith added, in addition, I've asked someone to redecorate the study according to the layout of the border area. I've knocked down a wall facing the sun and installed a floor-to-ceiling window. I heard from Miss Maggie that you like a transparent room. Is that so? Roland asked with interest. What about the Count himself? In order not to interfere with your work, he will stay in the mansion in the suburbs. The Pearl of the Northern region paused. Do you need me to summon him? No, if he doesn't like to get involved in politics, he waved his hand, let's go to the castle first. Yes, please follow me. Was this the taste of power? Roland smacked his lips. It wasn't bad to experience it occasionally. When he walked into the renovated study, he felt that he was back in Neverwinter. Even the spacious mahogany table and the recliner in the corner of the room had been replicated. The only striking difference was the view outside the floor-to-ceiling window. One was the gray impassable mountain range, and the other was the secluded valley covered with green leaves. He wondered how the former owner, Earl Hire, would feel after he left. Roland returned to the table and sat down. He began to read the battle results. Although he had learned about the process of the battle in advance, he still felt a strong sense of excitement when he saw the casualty report of the church. This was definitely a victory worth remembering. The death of 156 God's Punishment warriors had fundamentally dispelled his worries about the God's Punishment army. This kind of powerful and fearless killing machine was not invincible. Their bodies made of flesh and blood were still no match for steel and gunpowder. Considering that the God's Punishment army needed to be transformed with witch blood, the number of God's Punishment army would not be too large. According to Agatha's estimation, as long as the Bloody Moon did not come, this special army should have no more than 1,500 people. 1/10 of the casualties should be enough to make the church suffer for a long time. In addition, more than 300 Judgment Army soldiers were killed, more than 20 were seriously injured, and 4 commanders were captured. These results were just the icing on the cake. Although most of the Judgment warriors were strong-willed and had excellent fighting skills, there was not much difference between them and the knight, so Roland did not take them seriously. Fortunately, they did not encounter any troublesome pure witches in this defensive battle. Otherwise, they might not have been able to win if they only relied on Sylvie and Iffy to hold the line. In fact, according to Sylvie's instructions, the machine gun squad that focused on the attack was used to deal with the pervasive pure witches. What about the casualties of the First Army? Roland closed the statistics. 2 were killed and 21 were seriously injured, Iron Axe said in a low voice. All the casualties were caused by the spear throwing of the God's Punishment army. Now the wounded have recovered and returned to the team. After learning that the church had taken action, Lightning immediately sent Nana to Deep Valley Town. In terms of post-war rescue, Miss Angel's ability was irreplaceable. Roland knocked on the table and said, arrange a ship to send the bodies of the sacrificed soldiers back to Neverwinter for burial. Yes. Iron Axe agreed and hesitated for a moment. Your Majesty, how do you plan to deal with Danny, the captain of the 4th Precision Archer team? The old hunter who shot 5 God's Punishment army soldiers to death? Roland picked up the teacup and took a sip of tea. Even the taste was familiar to him. What do you think? During the rescue process, the report that Danny and his protector were injured and their positions did not match the arrangement immediately attracted Brian's attention. During the summary of the battle that night, Roland received the news through the sigil of listening. However, considering that the battle had just ended, the First Army was still in a celebratory mood, and the protector was seriously injured, he just asked Iron Axe to take care of the wounded first and discuss the matter when he arrived at Deep Valley Town. I think that although Danny violated the rules by leaving his position without permission, he also made a great achievement. The record of killing 5 Scourge alone is enough to make him a star in the army. The 2 achievements should offset each other. Iron Axe said slowly, in Iron Sand City, such a brave warrior will also be rewarded by the master, so. But the First Army is not an old-fashioned army that rewards people based on their heads, Roland interrupted. Do you remember what I taught you in the first training session? Iron Axe swallowed and said, it's discipline, Your Majesty. Interrogation. If he doesn't pose a threat, he'll be relieved of his duty, his monthly salary will be deducted, and he'll be confined for 15 days. If he does pose a threat, he'll be expelled from the first army and be judged by you, your majesty. Iron Axe immediately replied. Well, you've memorized it well. That's it. Since there was no military court yet, Roland had to personally interrogate all the major offenses in the army, and Danny's violation of discipline was obviously not serious enough. But considering that we're at the critical moment of the war, lock him up for 5 days first, and then execute the rest after we return to Neverwinter. Yes, your majesty. You don't have to worry about the reaction of the soldiers. This is an excellent example of propaganda. No matter what merits he has made, as long as he violates the rules during the mission, he'll definitely be punished. Roland paused for a moment. Of course, the army won't forget his military exploits. If anyone asks, just tell them I have my own arrangements. In fact, Roland was partly to blame for this incident. Although he had built a team of 50 precision shooters, he did not separate these talented shooters from the ordinary gun battalion. When he arranged them, he just placed them on both sides of the trench as a kind of revolving rifle with a longer range to block the enemies who tried to sneak into the machine gun bunker from the edge of the trench. Danny, on the other hand, was more like a sniper. He could freely choose his position, fire freely, and wait for the opportunity to eliminate the most valuable target among the enemies. Roland had considered setting up a special sniper team, but the latter had higher requirements on firearms, ammunition, and personnel, especially the personnel. This was especially true for the personnel. Putting aside the subjective initiative, he first had to ensure that the snipers would not directly lose contact after being released, or that they would passively avoid combat. Maybe after this war, he could make some improvements on the basis of the precision shooters. By the way, your majesty, I got some special information from the captive church commander. Iron Axe seemed to be considering his words. It's related to the God's Punishment Army. What is it? They said that the God's Punishment Army can't act alone. These warriors can only complete the most basic task under the command of a commander. Roland turned around. Oh? Is there anything else? Ashes had also mentioned this point. It was for this reason that he dared to lead the whole army to the north and force the church to form a team. Otherwise, if the church only sent a small group of God's Punishment Army to break up the whole army and create chaos everywhere in the kingdom, it would be enough to make him suffer. The controller can be an ordinary person or a pure one, but once it's decided, it can't be changed. Iron Axe recalled, the newly promoted soldiers of the God's Punishment Army would complete the ceremony on the top floor of the Hermes Cathedral. One of the captives even admitted that he had personally participated in this secret meeting. Roland immediately ordered, take me to see them, and call Agatha along the way. In the depths of the dungeon, Roland saw the 4 prisoners who were imprisoned separately. If the surface of Deep Valley Town was only cool and pleasant, the underground was damp and cold. The 4 of them were blindfolded and their hands were tied behind their backs. Their bodies were drenched, and although there were no visible wounds, they were trembling uncontrollably. Obviously, Iron Axe used his unique interrogation technique again. According to him, few people could survive a day under torture. However, the believers of the church were different from the common interrogators. Their respect for God made them more strong-willed. Only the 2 on the right are willing to confess, the Sand Nation said in a low voice. One of them is the presiding judge of the church, and the other is the priest of the holy city. The other 2 don't want to say anything. Of course, they don't know that their companion has confessed. Roland did not know much about the system and positions of the church, so he asked directly, who participated in the ceremony of the God's Punishment Army? Take him to the interrogation room. The priest was quickly dragged into a small room next door by the jailer. Iron Axe poured a ladle of cold water on his head. Ferret, now I have a few questions to ask you. He trembled all over and then opened his mouth slightly. I've told you everything I know. Kill me now. The priest's voice was weak and hoarse, as if he had suffered a great deal of pain. Tell me about the God's Punishment Army. How is the ceremony held? Ferret shook his head and did not answer. Listen, this is the last interrogation. Iron Axe bent down and whispered in his ear. Answer all the questions, and then I'll set you free. After a long silence, he said again, the ceremony is usually held in the Tower of Babel. Only Scourge, the Pope, and the controller are allowed to enter. The scene must be quiet to ensure that nothing goes wrong. Why? Roland asked. Because the new warriors will recognize the controller by the sound. The first sound they hear? It can be more than one. Ferret gasped. The selected controllers will recite the hymn together. Within a certain time, all of them will be accepted by Scourge. What about you? Are you also a controller? I'm in charge of a small team of 10 Scourge. But those 10 people also have to follow the orders of their superiors, right? The priest nodded. All the gods' punishment army will follow the orders of His Holiness the Pope. I see, Roland thought. At first, he thought it would be through brainwave connection or telepathy to command this mindless army, but it turned out to be voice control. This layered method was undoubtedly extremely complicated and inefficient. Not to mention the fact that sound waves were easily attenuated, the gods' punishment army would not be able to respond if there was a conflict between the command of a small team and that of the commander-in-chief. You said once the controller is determined, he can't change it. What if Scourge loses all his controllers? Agatha suddenly asked. Hearing a woman's voice, Ferret was obviously stunned. Answer. Iron Axe scooped up another ladle of water. I don't know. You're lying. Roland soon received a hint from Nightingale. If you don't want to stay in the dungeon for half a month, you'd better not play this game. The priest gritted his teeth. They will go to the barbarian land on their own. That's all I know. The barbarian land? Agatha asked in surprise. That's what I've heard. Usually, in this kind of situation, other warriors will quickly go to stop it, but... He hesitated for a moment. It's rumored that a long time ago, some gods' punishment warriors who weren't properly controlled escaped to the barbarian land and never came back. Do you know how the gods' punishment army is transformed? Well, only His Holiness is qualified to host the promotion ceremony. Then how does the Pope transfer control of the gods' punishment army when he abdicates? No. Ferret's forehead beaded with sweat. I don't know. How on earth was the church founded 400 years ago? Have you heard of the name Alice? What about the Union? What about tequila? After that, no matter how Agatha asked, the priest could not answer a word. He really doesn't know. Let's go, Roland said after getting confirmation from Nightingale. There's no point in continuing the trial. When they left the dungeon, Iron Axe caught up with them and asked, Your Majesty, the captives of the church. Back in the castle, Roland looked at Agatha and asked, Do you remember anything? The gods' punishment army should have been successfully researched after the fall of Tequila, so I don't know much about it. She slowly shook her head. But it may not be as simple as the church priest said. At least this method can't explain how the new pope took over the previous gods' punishment army. 09 Small say net. In addition, it's also very strange that the gods' punishment army would take the initiative to go to the barbarian land. After a short pause, Agatha continued, The barbarian land you mentioned should be the fertile plains 400 years ago. There is nothing there except the ruins of the holy city. It's too far to say that they were attracted by the demons. Who knows? Roland said carelessly. You also saw that they have blue blood, so they can't be regarded as the same kind as us. He was not interested in what attracted the gods' punishment army. At present, what he wanted to know most was the weakness of the gods' punishment army and how to effectively prevent Scourge from attacking the front. After all, judging from the wave of spears, the gods' punishment army was quite a threat in the absence of fortifications. If the gods' punishment army is really controlled by sound, perhaps Echo's ability can. I don't agree with this, the ancient witch rejected. There is a great risk. Indeed, it is very dangerous to sneak near the controller, but we can. No, I'm not talking about Echo, Agatha interrupted him. I'm talking about you. Me? Roland was startled. If you want Echo to sneak near the controller, you must rely on Nightingale's mist. In this way, you will have no protection around you. As long as the church sends a pure witch with special ability, they can easily kill you. She said without hesitation, although you are immortal, weak and powerless, it seems that if you want to defeat the demons, you are still indispensable for the time being. So protecting yourself is the most important thing. We can't take any risks. I really can't tell if you're praising or belittling me. Roland couldn't help but laugh bitterly. When that time comes, I'll wear a God's stone of retaliation. The God's stone of retaliation is just an insurance. It's not an absolutely safe barrier, Agatha said bluntly. Even Nightingale can't guarantee absolute safety. It's just that we don't have a better way. As long as I am alive, His Majesty will not be harmed. Nightingale could not help but reveal herself. It was obvious that she was quite dissatisfied with Agatha's words. I hope so. The ancient witch did not continue to argue about this. Instead, she turned around and left the study. However, when she reached the door, she stopped. What's wrong? Roland asked. Agatha was silent for a moment. I don't know if I should say this or not. The reason why Lady Alice could become the Queen of Starfall City and the head of the three chiefs is not only because of her extremely powerful strength, but also because she is smarter and more resourceful than most witches. Several of her decisions have saved the Union from collapse. Without Alice, Tequila would not have survived until then. Many people believe that if she had been born on the eve of the first battle of divine will, perhaps this hopeless war would have been ended long ago. What are you trying to say? She turned around and frowned slightly. What I want to say is that the super warrior she placed her hopes on to save the witches shouldn't be like this. Do you think that the current God's Punishment Army is not necessarily the same as the God's Punishment Army 400 years ago? Roland asked in surprise. Scourge is not afraid of magic power, doesn't panic, and has infinite strength. It seems that he does have a greater advantage over the demons, but he can't be the final nail in the coffin. What's more, he needs a manipulator to accompany him. He has almost no ability to conduct long-distance raids. I think Lady Alice shouldn't place high hopes on such a warrior. Agatha sighed. Of course, these are just my guesses. I'm afraid only the Church knows what happened to the Union after the destruction of Tequila. Roland had not recovered from his contemplation for a long time after she left. What Agatha said was indeed reasonable. Was the God's Punishment Army plan, which forced the Queen of Starfall City to pay such a high price, really just to produce a kind of expensive and inconvenient killing machine? Just as he was about to go outside the castle for a breath of fresh air, the sigil of listening on Nightingale suddenly rang. This is lightning. Northwest, above Coldwind Ridge. The enemy is retreating. I repeat, the enemy is retreating. Retreating? They're all fleeing toward the direction of the Holy City, Ku. Maggie added. I see. Roland immediately called the guards outside the door. Inform Iron Axe, Edith, Carr, Duke Wen, and all the members of the advisor department to come to the castle for a meeting. This is undoubtedly good news, he thought excitedly. He did not expect that the defeated army of the Church would give up Coldwind Ridge and directly retreat to Hermes Plateau. In this way, he would have the opportunity to evacuate the people in the town before the Holy City reoccupied Coldwind Ridge. They're afraid, Nightingale laughed. Maybe so. But the retreat also means that the Holy City can't send reinforcements in a short time. Roland touched his chin. Our previous speculation was right. This team of more than 1,000 people should be the vanguard force that the Pope sent at the last minute. If they don't take the initiative to attack the defense line, I really can't do anything to the Church. In a sense, choosing this plan was equivalent to giving up Coldwind Ridge. After all, it was much closer to Hermes Plateau. Now that there was a chance to prevent the townspeople from becoming victims of the pill of madness, Roland suddenly felt a lot more relaxed. The relevant personnel quickly gathered in the reception hall. He repeated the information sent by Lightning and looked around. Any other questions? Your Majesty, why don't you directly defend Coldwind Ridge? The Duke was puzzled. The terrain there is dangerous, and there's only one road to the Holy City. Isn't it more advantageous than guarding at the foot of the mountain? It looks dangerous, but in fact, it's surrounded by mountains on 3 sides. The slope just passes over the top of Coldwind Ridge. As long as a rope, we can easily penetrate behind the defense line. Roland spread his hands. We've discussed this in detail in Neverwinter. You can ask Edith about the details. What about the others? Seeing that no one answered, he directly ordered, then the evacuation will be carried out by the First Army. The stored food and the golden dragon can be put aside for now. The key is the residents. Whether I persuade or persuade them, I want to see no one left in Coldwind Ridge. In addition, the persuasion of the local nobles will be more effective, especially the famous Pearl of the northern region. He paused. Iron Axe, Edith, you two are responsible for this together. Yes. As you wish. As for the general staff. He looked at Count Schilt and the others. Your task is to help the Duke of the Northern Region settle down the evacuated residents, including counting the number of people, registering their identities, and arranging housing and food. Do you understand? Yes, Your Majesty, everyone answered in unison. Wavering faith. Holy City of Hermes, Cathedral Tower. Please search, to see the full list. The novel of the day. The guard's hurried footsteps broke the silence of the ring hall. The sound of iron boots landing on the marble floor was clear and loud. Taifun put down the breakfast in his hand with a bit of dissatisfaction and looked at the flustered newcomer. What's the matter? Your Excellency, something happened in Coldwind Ridge, the guard whispered. Lord Solidal seems to have suffered a serious injury over there. Then he told Roland what he had heard as quickly as he could. What did you say? Taifun was so surprised that he could not believe his ears. Half of the vanguard was lost, and Soli was seriously injured? The old bishop grabbed the guard and asked, where is he now? He's already been sent to the relief center. What about the God's Punishment Army? They have been ordered to stay put and wait. They are now gathered in the church hall. Inform His Holiness the Pope and Lord Eyre immediately and report this to them. Also, gather the people who went out for this expedition and keep them under surveillance. Close the door of the church and forbid other believers from entering or leaving. He did not even have breakfast. I'm going to the charity right now. Yes, sir. How could this be? Taifun felt his heart pounding. They were a team of 1,300 people, and 300 of them were Scourge. Logically speaking, they should have no problem dealing with Coldwind Ridge. Before Soli was promoted to bishop, he had been a battle-hardened presiding judge and one of His Holiness Main's most capable subordinates. Even if they had encountered demons or beasts, they wouldn't have lost so many people. Despite the waves of shock in his heart, the old bishop was very clear that the most important thing at the moment was to block the news and prevent his faith from being shaken. Secondly, he had to find out what Solidal had encountered in Coldwind Ridge as soon as possible. When he arrived at the orphanage, Elle was already there. It was obvious that Elle had another source of information. The two of them exchanged glances and walked into Soli's infirmary with solemn expressions. A pure witch was applying medicine to the injured archbishop. One of his arms was missing and the wound was tightly bandaged. Soli's confused eyes suddenly became focused when he saw the other two archbishops. He struggled to sit up. You can leave now. Taifun helped him up after letting the pure witch leave. How's your injury? I want to see His Holiness Main. Soli growled. Take me to the pivotal secret section. Tell us what happened first, Elle said coldly. Then we'll decide whether to send you to the Pope or throw you into the dungeon and wait to be judged by the arbitral tribunal. Bastard, now is not the time to bicker, he said, gnashing his teeth. Coldwind Ridge is a trap. Roland Wimbledon's firearms are much more terrible than Timothy's. I must let His Holiness know. I don't want to be kept in the dark and have to clean up after you, Mr. Solidal. Elle's voice suddenly rose a few octaves. Do you know how pathetic you look when you come back? When we passed through the city gate, everyone saw the incomplete and dispirited advance army. Some people in the Holy City have already inquired about it. If I hadn't asked the arbitral tribunal to arrest a few busybodies, I'm afraid this damn rumor would have caused an uproar in the whole city tomorrow. She grabbed the archbishop's collar. You should know how serious this is. Taifun knew that Elle was right. The loss of more than 100 God's punishment soldiers was almost equal to the total loss of the church in the past 2 years. The enemy was just a small town in the mountains. This was definitely a disgrace to the church. What was more fatal was that once the news spread, the confidence of the believers would suffer a heavy blow. Since the gods' punishment army was sent to fight against demonic beasts, this kind of invincible warrior had been rumored to be invincible. It seemed that this was the case. Even the terrifying and cruel giant demonic beasts were no match for the gods' punishment army. What kind of enemy could defeat them? Just as he was about to say a few words, the door of the ward was suddenly pushed open. I hope I'm not too late. The white-haired witch Zero walked in. His Holiness the Supreme Pontiff wants to see you and asks you not to disclose the specific situation of the battle for the time being. Can you walk by yourself? Lady Zero, we can't, Elle protested. Zero interrupted her. Don't worry. The Supreme Pontiff is just worried that the secret of the gods' punishment army may be leaked. After he asks about this, I'll tell you the whole story. What secret? I can't tell you. Zero smiled. Because I don't know either. I can walk. Soli struggled to get out of bed, but he fell to the ground after taking only 2 steps. Don't try to be brave. The pure witch snapped her fingers. Immediately, 2 machine-operated guards in blue cloaks walked in and lifted him up. When we reach the pivotal secret area, you can move freely in a wheelchair. Damn bitch. After Soli and Zero left, Elle spat fiercely and walked out of the medical room without looking back. Taifun looked at the back of the pure witch with a gloomy expression and did not speak for a long time. Walking along the stone steps into the deep hollow under the church, Soli became excited. Apparently, it was his first time to come to the core area of the church. Even his breathing became faster. This time, the gods' punishment army suffered a heavy loss. How are you going to explain it to His Excellency Maine? After changing to a wheelchair, Zero personally pushed him to the forbidden area. This failure was indeed caused by my carelessness. I'll accept any punishment. The Archbishop hesitated. Moreover, I want to apply to His Holiness to become a scourge. Are you sure? You want to give up the position of a bishop and become a puppet of the gods' punishment army? They're not puppets. Soli could not help arguing. Every scourge is a brave and determined warrior. That's why they've dedicated their lives to fight for the glory of the church. But I failed them and brought immeasurable losses to the church. The best way to make up for it is to personally devote myself to make up for my mistakes. Really? Zero shrugged. But I don't think the Pope will agree to your application. I'll try my best to persuade him. I believe that His Excellency Maine will definitely. That's not the reason. She shook her head. Transforming into a god's punishment army requires witch blood, which is hard to come by. Now that you've lost your arm, even if the transformation is successful, your combat ability will be greatly reduced. Tell me, how could the Pope waste witch blood on a defective product? What did you say? Wait. Stop. Zero pushed the wheelchair through the long corridor and stopped at the end of the forbidden area. Is there a problem? The transformation ceremony of the gods' punishment army is a secret that only His Holiness knows. How do you know what the ceremony requires? Soli widened his eyes. His Excellency Maine would never tell you this. You're right, he wouldn't. After the Imperial Guard opened the cage, Zero calmly pushed him into the cage. And I don't need him to tell me, because I'm the Pope. Deafening roars could be heard everywhere. Zero could only hear faint screams and cries of pain in the gaps. In front of them was the shield formation formed by the Scourge, and behind them was the slowly advancing Judgment Army. This formation was originally rehearsed to deal with the attack of demonic beasts, but the giant shield was equally effective against crossbows and flintlocks. The iron shield as thick as a finger was enough to block the volley of crossbows, and Timothy's imitation flintlocks could not penetrate it. The only drawback was that it was too heavy, and only the gods' punishment army could carry it in battle. But now it was ineffective. From time to time, a scourge would be smashed into 2 by the whizzing iron balls, and the people behind them would also suffer. Soon, a mist of blood would float up from the wounds. The warriors who did not die on the spot would hold their internal organs or hands and feet and wail in pain, constantly wearing down the morale of their comrades. We can't go on like this. Let the gods' punishment army charge. The deputy shouted. Yes, Lord Soli. Another commander clenched his fists. The iron balls can only advance in a straight line, and they can't be shot fast. The right thing to do is to disperse. We can't be targets anymore. I got it. Pass down my order. Disperse the formation and charge. Zero heard Solidal give the order to attack. But at this moment, a new weapon joined the battlefield. Its sound was like incessant raindrops, and also like the buzzing sound of metal clashing. The front line was suddenly covered by the raised smoke and dust, and the charging warriors fell to the ground like wheat being cut down. Zero could not even see where the attack came from. The commanders' faces suddenly turned pale. Everyone knew that the outcome of this battle had been decided. Suddenly, Zero heard an ear-piercing hissing sound. It was sharp and stealthy, like the hissing of a viper. Danger. She turned her eyes to the direction of the sound and subconsciously wanted to avoid it, but she remembered that this body did not belong to her. Unfortunately, Solidal was not as vigilant as she was. An iron ball fell from midair and smashed into the ground right in front of him. Then, it leaped up high and brushed past him. Zero felt her vision spin, and then she fell to the ground. Blood kept gushing out from Soli's shoulder. The place where his arm should have been was now empty. He clenched his teeth to prevent himself from screaming in pain. The people around him hurriedly surrounded him. Your Eminence. My God, God bless, your hand, retreat. Let them all retreat. Take Lord Soli with you and leave this place. I'll bring up the rear. The memory was cut short. Zero opened her eyes. The Godstone Prism and the pivotal secret temple appeared before her eyes again. So that's what happened. She lowered her head and couldn't help but open her mouth. If that was the case, everything made sense. Why was Roland Wimbledon able to become the new king of Grey Castle from an unknown border lord in just a year and a half? Why was he able to defeat the Duke's Knight Regiment and the Second Prince's crazed army in battle? Why was he able to conquer the King's City within a day? These were the reasons. The continuous roars and the smell of gunpowder all proved that they were a new type of firearm, Timothy's imitation snow powder tube, which couldn't even touch Roland's fur. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, Zero would never have imagined that snow powder weapons could exert such great power. Of course, she didn't believe that this was a secret passed down in the Wimbledon family. Otherwise, Timothy and Garcia would have known about it. There was no doubt that Roland had encountered something in Border Town that allowed him to achieve what he had today. Perhaps it was a hermit family that had mastered ancient secret skills. Since the disintegration of the Union, they had lost contact with some of the builders who had helped the local people. There were many skilled craftsmen among them, so it was possible that they had invented these exquisite tools. Or perhaps it was a relic hidden in the depths of the impassable mountain range. The history books in the library mentioned that there were some strange relics of unknown origin at the edge of the barbarian land. The final split of the Union was also caused by the discovery of an underground labyrinth. But she was more inclined to believe that it was the ability of a certain witch that could make ordinary snow powder extremely deadly. Because of this, Prince Roland changed his previous attitude and began to recruit witches and help them clear their grievances. But it didn't matter. No matter what the reason was, Roland Wimbledon must know it clearly. As long as she could devour Roland, she would definitely know the ins and outs of these weapons. Lady Zero? The captain of the guards at the exit of the cage could not help but worry when he saw that she had not moved for a long time. Zero suppressed the excitement in her heart and slowly walked out of the cage until the corners of her mouth had completely calmed down. I'm fine. Inform the intelligence agency and ask them to recall all the pure witches in the Kingdom of Dawn. All? The captain was stunned. But the plan you made before. The final battle is about to begin, Zero said word by word. I want to see each and every one of them. There was no doubt that the situation in the Kingdom of Dawn was insignificant compared to the things in Roland's head. It had great power, amazing shooting range, and could be used by ordinary people. Just thinking about it, one could understand its significance. If this weapon could be equipped on a large scale before the arrival of the Bloody Moon, the Holy City would have a much higher chance of winning against the demons. And she could also get closer to the divine will. Deep Valley Town, northern region of Grey Castle. After dinner, Iffy returned to her bedroom in the castle and could not help yawning. In the past half a month, apart from carrying out the tooth extraction operation, she had not been idle after arriving at the town. First, she helped the First Army guard the camp, and then she followed Edith and the others to Coldwind Ridge to relocate the local residents. Although she was very busy, her life was quite fulfilling. When she calmed down, she found that the non-combat witches did have their own unique advantages. Apart from ability, she was no different from most ordinary people. During their daily interactions, she was gradually accepted by the members of the Witch Union. Maggie, for the first time ever, even greeted her when they were on guard duty, although Lightning, who was standing beside her, did not seem to be happy about it. Iffy did not expect Maggie to forgive her. Instead, she planned to make up for the mistakes she had made in the past with actions. She did not even care whether she could become a sister in the end. Everything she did was to atone for her sins. To atone for her only friend, Annie. Just as Iffy was about to go to bed, someone knocked on the door. She opened the door and was surprised to find that it was the leader of Sleeping Island, Lady Tilly Wimbledon. Genius in a second, remember, providing you with wonderful reading. Back in the room, Iffy quietly listened to Tilly's story about the establishment of the Bloodfang Association and Heidi Morgan's real purpose. When she heard that Annie was handed over to the nobles by Skyflare, she felt something clenched in her heart. Heidi. Where is she? She's been punished, Ashes, who was standing behind Tilly, replied. In addition, Skyflare tried to resist during the arrest process and went the same way as Heidi. Really? Thank you, Iffy said softly. She could not help but loosen her clenched fists and suddenly felt a little lost. Although the culprit who caused all this had paid the price, she did not feel too relieved. Instead, she felt a little lost because she had lost the target to vent her hatred on. And as the only one who was not punished, her sins were even heavier. I hope you can help Sleeping Island get back on the right track. Tilly paused for a moment and then said, the rest of the members of the Bloodfang Association are the same as you. They were all deceived and framed by Heidi. They shouldn't be implicated or discriminated against. It's indeed wrong for the combat witches to bully the assistant witches, but it won't be any better the other way around. Without much hesitation, Iffy nodded and said, I'm willing to help you. Probably not expecting her to agree so quickly, Tilly looked a little surprised. It's great that you can agree. What should I do? Just talk to the other members of the Bloodfang Association about the story between you and Annie. I'll disclose Heidi's crimes to everyone. Tilly said, after the church is completely eradicated, I'll send people to the kingdom of Wolfheart to search for the witches imprisoned by the nobles. If they're still alive, His Majesty will be responsible for rescuing them. I see. If there was any way to alleviate the sin, she would try her best to do it. Are you? All right? Tilly suddenly bent down and reached out her hand to wipe Iffy's cheek. Iffy immediately felt a warm flow on her face. I'm fine. She blinked her eyes. I'm just a little sleepy. The fifth princess looked at her silently for a long time. Don't be too sad. Rest well. It was not until their footsteps faded away that Iffy lay on the bed weakly. She did not cry. This is just a natural reaction of the body, she told herself. It had nothing to do with sorrow, nor was it cowardice. It was proof that she missed Annie. The tears flowed even faster. Roland sat in front of his desk and flipped through the evacuation statistics report of the General Staff Department. The flickering candlelight in front of his desk made him dizzy. It had been a long time since he tried to read at night, and now he was not used to it. He thought that he had brought civilization into modern times in advance, but when he arrived at Deep Valley Town, everything returned to its original state. There were no showers, no soap, no electric lights. This place wasn't much better than when he had first arrived in Border Town. The beginning of industrialization had only revealed the tip of the tip in the western region. If he wanted to spread chimneys and boilers all over the country, he still had a lot of work to do. Roland put down the report. Just as he was about to rub his eyes, a pair of soft, invisible hands had already reached out to his forehead and gently pinched it. Thank you. He tilted his head and mouthed, then continued to read the report. During the days when Barav was not around, Sir Schilt did a good job as an office assistant. At least when it came to counting the number of people and compiling the report, he did a very good job, not any worse than the specially trained young men in City Hall. How many people are willing to go to the western region? At least 70%, Your Majesty, Sir replied. Coldwind Ridge isn't a suitable place to live. I've asked His Excellency the Duke. If it wasn't to monitor the movements of the church, there wouldn't be a town there. Most of the remaining 30% have their own fields or industries in the northern region. Very well, you can make plans now. Try not to let the ships go back empty. Every time, bring a group of people back to the western region as soon as possible. But what about Carr and Duquesne? I'll explain it to him. Roland took a sip of tea. After all, after the war, no matter who wins or loses, there's no need to station people in Coldwind Ridge. What's wrong, Your Majesty? Schilt asked in confusion. No, nothing. Just as he said no matter who wins or loses, Nightingale suddenly covered his mouth gently, making him swallow his words. Anyway, just do as I say. Yes, Your Majesty. Just as the old sir was about to leave, the guard Sean pushed open the door and walked in. His Majesty, there's a woman outside the castle who wants to see you, but was stopped by the guards. She knelt on the ground and said that she won't leave until she sees you. Now? He subconsciously looked out of the window. The whole town had fallen into a quiet night. Yes, she seems to have deliberately waited until now. I've seen her twice in the castle district during the day, and... Sean hesitated. She calls herself Mrs. Wimbledon. Hearing this answer, Roland almost choked on his own saliva. This is impossible. As far as he knew, Prince Roland had never been to the northern region. How could he have a lover out of nowhere? However, words alone were no proof. After thinking for a while, he decided to summon her in to ask. Firstly, it could dispel Nightingale's doubts. Secondly, he was really curious. If the woman was a noble, he could say that she was pursuing romance. However, if she was just a commoner, such a lie would be a serious crime. When the woman walked into the study, Roland's eyes suddenly lit up. Her appearance was not particularly outstanding, but her facial features were unique. Her short and thin body had an inexplicable sense of steadiness and gentleness. In layman's terms, she was obviously not old, but she looked like a housewife with excellent housekeeping skills. The dirty mud on her long dress served as a perfect contrast between her weakness and strength. Your Majesty, the woman bowed and said, Olivia of Coldwind Ridge sends her greetings to you. I want to know, what's the matter with your so-called Mrs. Wimbledon? Roland went straight to the point. According to the guards, you deliberately waited until late at night to come to the castle. If you want to deceive me in this name, you should know the consequences, right? Please forgive me, Your Majesty. If I didn't say so, you wouldn't have seen me at all. She gritted her teeth. I'm not your brother's real wife, but we used to love each other. She's really just a liar. Wait. Roland was stunned. What did she say? My brother? Timothy? She shook her head. Gerald? After listening to Olivia's story, Roland could not help but feel emotional. The story was not complicated. As the commander of the border guards, Gerald Wimbledon had to go to Coldwind Ridge every year to help the church fight against the months of demons. During this time, he met Olivia in a tavern and they fell in love. Of course, with Olivia's status, it was almost impossible for her to marry into the palace. Gerald did not dare to make it public, so he quietly bought a house in the town and used it as their secret love nest. Roland did not know how true their love was, but he did remember that Gerald had never had any other lovers in King's City. He had also rejected all the nobles' marriage proposals. There was even a rumor that the prince liked men. For an adult member of the royal family, it was really incredible. The contents of the secret letter that Olivia handed over were even more shocking. It seemed that Gerald insisted on marrying this commoner, which is his queen. It would have been fine if he had only said it verbally, but he had also left written evidence. If it was leaked out, Wimbledon 3 would definitely not give him a good look. However, good times did not last long. Ever since the news that the prince had been sentenced to death by Timothy spread to the northern region, Olivia's peaceful life was soon broken. Misfortunes came one after another. First, the guards left by Gerald left without saying goodbye. Then, her house was burgled. Having lost her source of income, she had no choice but to return to the tavern where she used to work as a waitress. However, it was not over yet. The owner of the tavern seemed to be extremely dissatisfied with her sudden departure and began to grope her. Later, he even threatened and lured her into his room. In short, Olivia had been living a terrible life for the past 6 months. The owner's wife did not dare to complain too much to her husband, so she vented all her anger on Olivia, who was nominally a maid. Most of the time, the owner turned a blind eye to her, and sometimes he even joined in the bullying. Of course, Roland did not blame her for her lack of willpower. As an ordinary person who had no one to rely on, there were too many ways to make her surrender. After all, survival was the most important thing. In addition, the disappearance of the guards and the subsequent burglary were probably not accidental. The person who clearly knew the location of her money and decisively took advantage of her absence was most likely a traitor. So what do you want me to help you with? He didn't have any friendship with Gerald. If the fourth prince was counted, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was half an enemy. The reason why he decided to help Olivia was that Olivia had been patient all this time and had been waiting for a chance to save herself. Her temperament was indeed admirable. Moreover, for Roland, this kind of thing was just a piece of cake. As for the saying that dumplings are more delicious than delicious, he had never even thought about it. He swore. I want to leave the tavern. Your Majesty, she whispered. Can you help me find a new job? Are you sure you want to stay in the northern region? If the tavern owner still has feelings for you, he won't let you go so easily. Roland shrugged. He did not intend to personally intervene in this kind of civil dispute, which was too degrading. You can follow the fleet to the western region, where there will be no shortage of work, food, and housing. Olivia hesitated and lowered her voice. Your Majesty. I want to stay here. I think she's afraid of you. Nightingale whispered into his ears, for ordinary people, her appearance is at least half as good as Edith's. It's very normal for a tavern owner to covet her beauty. Nonsense, Roland mouthed and nodded. Well, I'll inform Duke Carwen and ask him to send someone to take you to the city of Evernight. If you're worried that you'll be late today, Sean can find you a hotel to spend the night. I'll never forget your kindness, Your Majesty. Olivia knelt again and said, but I have to go back today. It doesn't matter. Roland raised his eyebrows and looked at Sean. Send this lady off. When Olivia walked to the door, he suddenly asked, by the way, have you and Gerald had a child? Olivia stopped and turned around after a while. I'm sorry, Your Majesty. I didn't leave anything for him. When the guard took her out of the study, Nightingale showed up. She lied about her last sentence. Yes, I can see that. Roland twitched his mouth. She's not good at lying. That's why she was threatened by the tavern owner. Because of the child? The tavern owner should have known that it was Prince Gerald Wimbledon who took her away. He also knew that if Timothy found out about this, the child would definitely be killed. Olivia had to accept Timothy's conditions in order to protect her and Gerald's love. I guess that's what happened. Do you need me to inquire about it? Nightingale asked. Roland stared at her for a long time and gradually curled up the corner of his mouth. Are you worried that I'll hide this secret forever like Timothy? Even Duke Ryan's family is still under house arrest in Neverwinter. Don't worry, I won't do anything to these innocent people. He did not like the ancient kings who used the slogan of cut the weeds and eliminate the roots, let alone the illegitimate child of a commoner who posed no threat to the throne. If it's an order from you, I'll carry it out no matter what it is, Nightingale said slowly. I see. Roland grabbed her hand and put it on his shoulder. Then, give me a massage. Olivia returned to the temporary wooden house where the immigrants lived. Her footsteps startled the sleeping baby. Wah, wah. The child burst into tears. Damn it, tell him to shut up. Madame's roar came from inside the house. Or I'll stuff him into the toilet and throw him into the silent river. I'm sorry. I'll calm him down right away. Olivia did not care about the cold night in Deep Valley Town. She hurriedly took off her muddy dress and held the baby in her arms. The little guy stuck close to her and began to look for food. She was a little relieved. Her boss had not come back yet. She had made the right bet. Since they left Coldwind Ridge, his temper had become more and more irritable. He spent most of his time in the local taverns and casinos, and even the number of times he touched her had decreased. Because of this, Olivia dared to sneak out of the wooden house at night and go to the castle to beg Gerald's brother to help her. She did not dare to reveal the existence of the child, nor did she dare to follow him to the western region, which was the king's territory. If His Majesty wanted to harm the child, she would not be able to resist. Olivia gently stroked his head. In the dim moonlight, she could see the silver hair on his head, which was the symbol of the Wimbledon bloodline. Unfortunately, Gerald did not live to see this moment. When his letter was delivered to Coldwind Ridge, she did not know that she was pregnant with the prince's child. After eating and drinking, the baby hummed contentedly and soon fell asleep. Olivia lowered her head and kissed the baby's forehead. As the ship slowly approached the old holy city along the river, the red bricks and green tiles of the cathedral gradually emerged from the shadows of the trees. Compared with the new cathedral on the Hermes Plateau, it looked ordinary. There was neither a magnificent chapel nor a towering Tower of Babel. In terms of scale, it might not be as magnificent as the churches in the capitals of the Four Kingdoms. However, in the hearts of most believers, this ancient and majestic building, together with the monastery, the arena, and the arbitration court, constituted the abode of God. It symbolized the origin of the church and the beginning of everything. Isabella sneered at this statement. They would never know that the interior of the mountain behind the cathedral was the origin of the church. As for the old holy city, it was just a cover to deceive people. After the ship arrived at the dock, Isabella walked down the trestle lightly. The mechanic guard who came to greet her could not help but be surprised. "Your Excellency, where are the other pure witches? They'll arrive 1 or 2 days later." She shrugged. "His Holiness is so urgent that we have to give them some time to arrange their funeral affairs." But Lady Zero said. "She wants to see everyone," Isabella interrupted. "Yes, but she didn't say that she wants to see everyone at the same time." The recall order this time was somewhat difficult to understand. In this way, the church was equivalent to giving up control of the Kingdom of Dawn. Without the supply of potions, the king would die in an endless sleep. She did not understand why Zero suddenly changed the previously set plan, and there was no explanation in the edict. She is becoming more and more like the real Pope, Isabella thought with a little displeasure. Nevertheless, she still set off immediately after receiving the order and spent a week rushing back to Hermes. By the way, do you know what happened in the Holy City? When boarding the carriage, Isabella turned back to look at the guard behind her. The church's advance army fought with the Grey Castle army at the foot of Coldwind Ridge. The guard hesitated. "You'd better ask Lady Zero about the specific situation. Did the advance army lose?" The guard did not answer but nodded slightly. He then mounted the horse and shouted to the coachman, "Set off." Isabella put down the curtain of the carriage, feeling confused. There was no doubt that there must be a large number of God's punishment army in this advance army. Only when the God's punishment army suffered losses would the higher-ups of the church react. However, Scourge was not immortal. When faced with some damage that exceeded their endurance, they would still suffer damage. Ever since they attacked the Kingdom of Everwinter, the Holy City had lost nearly 100 extraordinary warriors. She thought that Zero had gotten used to it, but now it seemed like that was not the case. The question was, how severe was the loss in this battle that made Zero so determined to recall all the pure witches? The carriage drove through the busy streets of the old holy city and came to a camp near the impassable cliff. The security here was as tight as the cathedral. Isabella got off the carriage and walked into a tunnel that was dug along the mountain wall. She passed through multiple iron gates and walked into the mountain. Under the cold light of the prism, the majestic outline of the pivotal secret temple appeared in front of her. Led by the guard, she went straight to the library on the top floor and pushed open the door of the circular hall. The current pope was standing by the window and looking into the distance, looking lost in thought. "It seems that you've met a tough nut to crack. You can't even take care of the Kingdom of Dawn." Isabella walked to Zero and whistled. "But no matter what, you should at least leave Lady and Black Veil there to stabilize the situation, right?" Zero did not answer. Instead, she pointed to the figures below the temple and said, "What do you think they look like?" Isabella frowned. Does this have anything to do with my question? Insignificant, ignorant, busy all day, but don't know why they're busy, just like ants, she said to herself. Gods probably think of us like that too. Throwing ourselves into bloody battles without knowing anything, and then dying without knowing anything. If we don't reach the peak, it's impossible to know what the whole world is like. Fortunately, now I'm one step closer to the divine will. What on earth do you want to say? As long as I can devour the new king of Grey Castle, the chance of winning the battle of divine will increase by 50%. Zero raised the corner of her mouth and her eyes flashed with a light that she had never seen before. I have a vague feeling that God sent him to me. After a moment of silence, Isabella said in a low voice, I just want to know, in the battle at the foot of Coldwind Ridge, how many God's punishment army lost? 150 died in the battle, and another 11 died on the way back to the holy city. Zero looked at her with burning eyes. And the enemy was almost unharmed. Whether it was giant shields or spears, they couldn't threaten the defense line of Roland's army. Isabella suddenly felt a huge wave in her heart. In one battle, the number of God's punishment army's casualties is greater than the total number of the months of demons and the kingdom of Everwinter and the kingdom of Wolfheart. How could a prince of Grey Castle have such a powerful force, a witch? A knight? No, they were not even worth mentioning. Even the fearful beast of hell, which was as strong as a mountain, would die under the siege of the gods' punishment warriors. She could not imagine how the other party had done it. A terrible snow powder weapon. Zero seemed to see through her thoughts. It can be used by mortals. It has a shooting range of more than 1,000 steps. Its power can easily break plate armor and iron shields. There's almost no gap between shots. Our people were completely used as targets. After listening to the whole battle, Isabella took a deep breath and looked uncertain. After a long time, she said, So you lost. For the church, it was indeed a setback, and Solidal's judgment was too hasty. No, I'm not referring to the battle, she interrupted. I'm referring to what we talked about before. Only the winner is the favorite of God. Now it seems that the winner is not you. Do you think Roland Wimbledon is more likely to win God's smile than me? Zero said calmly. Don't forget our purpose. Isabella could not help raising her voice. To defeat the demons and let the human race continue. As for whether the church will do it or not, I don't care. This battle has already proved the problem. Even if you gather all your strength to defeat and devour Roland, what good will it do? His army and witches will be slaughtered, and only a few people of the gods' punishment army will be left. Then what? In less than half a year, it will be the new months of demons. For a moment, she even thought that Zero would kill her, but until the end, Zero did not react. Then what do you want me to do? Tell Roland Wimbledon our purpose, tell him the truth about the church. No, the Union of Witches, and tell him the whole story of the Battle of Divine Will over 400 years ago. 09 Small Talk Net. Since Zero became the Pope, the library had become a place where all the pure witches who belonged to the pivotal secret agency could go. The Battle of Divine Will was no longer a secret to them. What if he doesn't believe it? He'll believe it. As long as we take him to the illusion room in the Reflection Church, he'll know everything. He may also regard all of this as a trick of the witches, Zero said slowly. Let's take a step back and assume that Roland knows the truth about the Union. Will he devote his entire life to fighting against demons? Isabella could not help but be stunned. She opened her mouth, but could not say a word of assurance. We all know what the nobles are like. What they're most interested in is territory, wealth, and pleasure. Maybe when the bloody moon comes and the demons appear, he'll organize the people to resist. But once the situation is in trouble, are you sure this dandy prince will persist to the end? Zero took her hand and led her to the round table. He's just a mortal, Isabella. He's fragile, powerless, short-lived, and his will quickly fade with age. A simple cold disease can kill him. Even if Roland accepts the mission of the Union and is determined to fight against the demons to the end, will his subjects and successors be willing to give up all the enjoyment and use all the resources in the territory for this endless cruel war? Only the Church can do this with the faith of God. At least, we should send a messenger to talk to him first. No matter how much we talk, we can't solve these problems. Zero shook her head. Defecting to the secular forces will collapse the faith of the church and the holy city. In order to stabilize the witch organization, Roland will certainly not let us and the gods' punishment army go. If I devour him, the holy city will also have to pay a heavy price. There's not much difference between the two results. In this case, why do you still pin your hope on a mortal? Isabella hesitated. She knew that Zero was right. Although the war would only hurt both sides, no one could guarantee that after the church surrendered, he would not take revenge on the church for the sake of his witches. In this way, losses would be unavoidable. Things seem to have returned to the past. The knowledge of those weapons doesn't belong exclusively to mortals, but mortals can't get a witch's body. Zero continued, through the battle of souls, I can obtain a person's inheritance and even his lifespan. No matter how long the battle of divine will last, I won't grow old or lose my way, and I won't have to worry about my foolish descendants ruining my achievements. She paused for a moment. In the past 200 years, I've seen too many geniuses lose all their energy. No matter how brave and intelligent they were when they were young, they would eventually turn into a pile of dust in the process of wasting away and stumbling. Just based on this, I'm far better than him. But, most importantly, I am God's favorite, Isabella. Zero emphasized in an unquestionable voice, no matter who my opponent is, I've never been defeated. The thousands of souls that have been devoured can testify to that. Isabella let out a long sigh. She was convinced. What are you going to do? If I don't get close enough, I can't eliminate the effect of the God Stone of Retaliation. Zero chuckled. Don't forget the high-level sigils left by the Union. No one can use the divine will. Isabella frowned. And the infinity is a one-time thing. Are you sure you want to waste it on this? But it can play a role in turning the situation around, Zero said without hesitation. Whether it's against ordinary people or demons, as long as it can be used to end the battle, it won't be wasted. It will also drain all my magic power. She curled her lips. That's not a good feeling. Then you'll faint. Zero nodded. But it won't cause any harm to your body. As long as I can get in touch with Roland Wimbledon, the war will come to an end. If you lose, we'll all be finished. I've never imagined myself losing, Zero said disapprovingly. When you wake up, you'll already be lying in your bedroom in the cathedral. Speaking of this, she poured a cup of black tea for Isabella. I know you still have doubts about your decision, but don't forget, I raised you. From the moment you awakened, I chose you to be His Holiness O'Brien's pure witch, and I taught you knowledge and combat skills. You should be very clear about my determination and strength in fighting against the demons. No matter how you look at it, I'm the most suitable candidate to lead the human race in this battle of destiny. Well, I hope so. Isabella took a sip of tea. But according to the book, the effective range of the infinity can't really be extended indefinitely. In the case of your spiritual body, your magic power can only last for a very limited time. If you can't touch him, you won't have the chance to change people. So the first thing we need to do is to find him, Zero said with a smile. The shell is loaded. Angle 22, pitch 13, fire. As the command was given, the 152mm Longsong cannon set up at the rear of the battle line spewed out orange flames, and the strong wind from the muzzle raised rolling sand and dust. Even though Roland, who was standing at the side, had covered his ears, he could still hear the dull roar brought by the sound waves. The soldiers at the scene stood on tiptoe and craned their necks to look at the mountains in the distance, but they were destined to not see the landing point of the bombardment. This is lightning. I've observed the location of the hit, the little girl reported through the sigil of listening. Well, it's probably in the middle of the slope. Very good, make a mark there, Roland replied. He was currently conducting the long-range calibration of the cannons. After all the residents of Coldwind Ridge had been evacuated, he began to instruct the artillery battalion to adjust the two ultimate weapons. In order to be worthy of its ultra-long range and high cost, he naturally would not let the artillerymen fire only after seeing the enemy. Thus, the first beyond visual range strike of this era was born. Of course, Roland did not expect the artillerymen to adjust the firing angle according to the deviation of the landing point, so he still used the old method of shooting first and then drawing the target. If the shell landed on the slope down the mountain, the position and data would be recorded. In actual combat, as long as the enemy moved within the range of the landing point, lightning could directly fire after reporting the number. This is simply divine punishment. Iron Axe sighed. We can't even see the shadow of the enemy and can only passively take a beating. If it were an ordinary enemy, it would be impossible for them to finish this section of the mountain road under the artillery fire. 09 Small Say Net. The commander-in-chief of the First Army had seen the power of the howitzers, so he naturally knew how amazing the effect would be when it fell on a dense marching army. It was 5 kilometers from the first shell to the front of the position. The enemy would either run all the way and exhaust all their strength before the battle, or continue to march forward regardless of the consequences, dragging an incomplete army to attack the position. Of course, the most likely situation was that they would scatter and flee in disorder. It's a pity that the enemies we have to deal with are not ordinary. Roland smiled. And the number of shells is very limited. Otherwise, the 2 Longsong cannons alone would be enough to wipe out the enemy. The Longsong cannons were fired with a full load of ammunition, and the firing rate was as high as 8 rounds per minute. Its firepower delivery efficiency was absolutely insane in this era. Since the alchemist from King City moved to Neverwinter with a large number of apprentices, the production of double-base propellants had been steadily increasing, and the number of shells had become the biggest limitation. The trigger fuse could only be produced by Anna by hand, and the extremely sophisticated mechanical structure limited the production of the howitzers. Your Majesty, all 20 rounds of calibration cannons have been fired, Battalion Commander Vanner reported after shooting several times. We got a total of 6 effective target data, which are generally distributed in the second half of the mountain road. Very good. Let's call it a day. Roland nodded. After all, the test shells also needed to be specially made. Although they used solid warheads, their shape and counterweight were no different from the grenades with a fuse. Only Anna could do such a delicate job. Every day, she would take time to make a certain number of test warheads for the artillery battalion to shoot. Do you need to go to other places? Iron Axe asked. No. Roland thought for a moment and then shook his head. I'll go back to the camp first. You continue to arrange the training of the soldiers. Yes, Your Majesty. He stood at attention and saluted. After returning to the camp, Roland leaned on the recliner and let out a long sigh. He realized that there was not much left for him to do, or rather, he had already done what he needed to do, and the rest was up to fate. 5 days ago, the church finally responded. According to Maggie's report, the gates of the Holy City were wide open, and countless people poured out of the city, marching towards Coldwind Ridge in a neat and long line. The armors of the warriors flickered with silver light. Looking down from the sky, it looked like a sparkling river flowing through the impassable mountain range. At the same time, the spies planted in the Old Holy City and the Hermes Highlands also sent back a secret letter, saying that the scale of the church's operation was unprecedented, and even the number of people active in the city had decreased a lot. It was obvious that the enemy had come out in full force. Upon receiving the news, Roland immediately rushed to the front line. His arrival also raised the morale of the First Army to the peak. A decisive battle that would determine the future of both sides was about to begin. More than 4,000 elite soldiers, a reserve night team provided by the Duke of the Northern Region, a preliminary investigation team composed of Lightning and Maggie, Sylvie's firepower guidance, and the combat witches scattered around the camp. Such preparations were perfect. Even the church's actions were carried out step by step according to the battle plan formulated by the general staff. In addition, all the residents of Coldwind Ridge had been evacuated. Even if the enemy wanted to use the berserk pill, they could only consume the believers in the Holy City or forcibly recruit residents from other kingdoms. This opening could be said to be perfect enough. However, Roland still had a trace of worry in his heart. That was the pure witches. It was unknown what kind of form they would appear in and what kind of ability they would use to interfere in the final battle. In order to avoid casualties caused by the enemy's sneak attack, the witches who stayed at the front line these days all slept in their clothes and all gathered in a large hall. Sylvie and Nightingale were divided into 2 groups and took turns to keep watch. As long as there was a magic reaction, the entire camp would be awakened by the echo of the alarm. As a result, until today, the church did not take any action other than sending troops to occupy Coldwind Ridge. Roland did not even see the shadow of the pure witches. He did not know whether the enemy was planning an earth-shattering conspiracy, or simply disdained to disturb him and intended to directly crush him on the battlefield. Whatever the case, the only thing he could do now was to continue to wait. After dinner, Roland lay in bed early, but he could not fall asleep until the bright moonlight shone on the bed through the window. He put on his clothes and walked out of the bedroom. Nightingale, who was waiting outside the room, immediately flashed over. "What's wrong? Can't sleep?" "A little, probably because there are too many wheat straws under the bed." Roland rubbed his neck and took out a wheat leaf from his collar. "I always feel something prickling my back when I lie down." "I think so too," Andrea, who was also in the first half of the night group, echoed. "Not to mention a big bed, at least 2 more layers of silk mattresses. The Duke of the Northern Region is too stingy." "We're fighting a war, not on an outing, ladies and gentlemen," Ashes said grumpily. "It's good enough to have a house to shelter you from the wind and rain. Why are you asking for so much?" "Of course, for people with rough skin and flesh, there's really no difference. That's still better than being too weak. I think we need to have a rematch to see who's really too weak to stand up to the wind. You'll naturally understand after we deal with the church." "Wait. Can I bet?" Shavi raised her hand. Nightingale pulled him aside and said, "Don't worry about them. This is a routine every night." Roland smiled and shook his head. "If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have put them together." Since Nightingale's detection range was far smaller than Sylvie's, the battle of the first half of the night group was handed over to the 3 card players. Together with Nightingale, this was already the witch's strongest attack combination. The second half of the night group was mainly for defense. The members were Agatha, Breeze, and Iffy. They were unparalleled in controlling and blocking the enemy. How are the others? Are they getting used to it? The Sisters of the Witch Cooperation Association aren't as particular as you are. Nightingale blinked. They've experienced the days of fleeing and sleeping in the open. In this situation, they can close their eyes and fall asleep. Well, it seems that I'm the most impatient one. Roland sat on the steps and looked up at the stars. He was silent for a long time. "When all this is over, what will happen to us?" Nightingale sat down beside him. "You're nervous, aren't you?" "I'm just a little emotional." He touched his nose guiltily. "If we can't defeat the church, will Neverwinter continue with the current order? Will the kingdom be completely swallowed by the church, or will it return to the old path of the aristocratic separatist rule? And Anna and the other witches? Will they really be able to escape to Sleeping Island safely?" Unconsciously, he had developed a deep affection for this land and the people who had built it with his blood and sweat. Early the next morning, Roland received Maggie's report as soon as he arrived at the command post with breakfast in his hands. "The church has made a move, Coo." Her excited voice came from the other end of the magic stone. "A team has left Coldwind Ridge and is advancing to the defensive line, Coo." "How many?" 1, 2, 3. 5 in total." Roland, who was about to convene a frontline operational meeting, sat back down. "What? 5? And they're dressed in shiny gold and holding the flag of the Holy City. They're very ostentatious, Coo. Do I need to report the artillery markings?" No need. Just keep watching Coldwind Ridge." He stuffed the bread into his mouth. "What is the church trying to do? They're probably here to beg for mercy?" Nightingale curled her lips. "If that's the case, the Holy City shouldn't have sent troops to invade Coldwind Ridge." Roland frowned. A day and a half later, the team arrived at the front of the defensive line. The leading priest claimed that they were the emissary group sent by the church and wanted to see His Majesty. At the same time, he also wanted to give a letter personally written by His Holiness to the young King of Grey Castle. "What do you think?" Roland gathered the general staff and the witches and asked, "Is this a trick of the pure witches?" "Before that, I want to ask your opinion." Edith was the first to speak. "If the church wants to surrender, will you accept their peace talks?" Roland rejected this possibility without hesitation. Unless they disband the God's punishment army and hand over all the senior leaders and those who have innocent blood for trial. But I don't think the church will accept such conditions. Indeed, Edith replied immediately. Then you shouldn't meet the emissary group. Let's not talk about whether they have a conspiracy. The negotiation process may also shake your determination. I agree. Agatha nodded. Although these 5 people don't have any magic reaction, the witches have all kinds of strange abilities. No one can guarantee what will happen in the next moment. Or we can just capture them and interrogate them. Once we know their intentions, we can kill them in secret. Iron Axe made a throat-cutting gesture. Your Majesty, Grey Castle is not Iron Sand City, Sir Schild hurriedly advised. It's better not to do this kind of thing. It will damage your reputation if it gets out. I know, Roland thought for a moment and then looked at Iron Axe. Let them leave the letter and drive them away. Yes, Your Majesty. He couldn't help but be curious. What would the supreme ruler of Hermes say to him at this time? Was it advice or inducement? After multiple checks by Sylvie and Agatha, the letter written by the Pope of the Holy City was delivered to him. Opening the exquisite cover, the handwriting on the letter was unexpectedly graceful. The contents of the letter shocked Roland. It described the origin and purpose of the church in a frank tone, and revealed the existence of the great enemy of mankind, the devil. If he hadn't known the secret of 400 years ago in advance, the content would have been enough to confuse him and make him feel incredulous. Was this the strategy that the enemy came up with, using the dust-covered true history to confuse the enemy and treat it as the sincerity of the peace talks? As a result, when the first team returned, Coldwind Ridge sent another team of 5 people. Naturally, Roland didn't receive them but just kept the letter. This time, the content of the letter was more in-depth. In addition to a brief introduction of the predecessor of the Church, the Union, it even mentioned the Battle of Divine Will. The Pope believed that this alien war, which lasted for 400 years, was a test from God to the world. Roland sneered at this view, but he inexplicably felt a trace of uneasiness in his heart. In the following week, Coldwind Ridge sent several emissary groups to deliver the Pope's handwritten letter to the frontline camp. These letters didn't reveal much new information, and the content became shorter and shorter. As for the suggestion on the back of the letter that both sides should cooperate to fight against the devil, Roland just ignored it. The Holy City didn't send any new emissaries until the scorching summer arrived. This time, the enemy sent all their troops. This is lightning. The enemy has entered the 9th zone. I repeat, the enemy has entered the 9th zone. Hearing the voice from the sigil, Cat's Claw nervously flipped through the book in his hand. Number 9, hurry up. Rodney roared. The cannonball is ready. This is the fastest speed. Cat's Claw shouted. Here, angle 26, pitch 15. Narson quickly turned the handle. 26. 15, complete. Ready to shoot. Hearing the command, Cat's Claw quickly covered his ears. Fire. Job pulled the line of fire fiercely, and the 152mm Longsong cannon instantly let out a shocking roar. The sound wave mixed with the airflow hit Cat's Claw's chest like a hammer, making his blood boil. Under the huge recoil, he felt the ground under his feet tremble. This is power, Cat's Claw thought. Compared to the short 12-pound iron tube, the Longsong cannon was a more suitable weapon for men to operate. His only regret was that he couldn't see the scene when the cannonball landed. Mustering up his courage, Cat's Claw moved closer to the magic stone in Sylvie's hand. Miss Lightning, did we hit? We hit the target, the little girl replied. Compared to the gunners in the rear, Lightning and Maggie could observe the enemy's movements and attacks more directly. She floated at an absolutely safe height and looked down with the telescope in her hand. The howitzer just now landed on the west side of the 9th zone, which was almost 4 meters off the expected landing point. It was probably due to the change in the wind. But the actual effect was not bad at all. The church's mighty army occupied the entire mountain path, and as long as the cannonball hit the troops, it would immediately bloom like a scarlet flower. That was the case with the attack just now. She couldn't see the process of the cannonball's flight and landing. The first thing she saw was a dark red light, followed by smoke and gravel rising high into the air. A fleeting ripple spread from the light, and wherever it passed, the dust would fly. The sound of the explosion could only be heard after a while, as if the two did not happen at the same time. When the smoke was blown away, the center of the landing point was only a scorched black, and the surrounding area was a mess of corpses. Broken limbs were everywhere, and the sticky organs and blood had dyed the shiny armor bright red. The Judgment Warriors a little further away were in a different state. They didn't seem to have any obvious wounds, but they still fell to the ground, vomiting blood. Some of them could still persist for a few meters before falling down, and their crooked steps made them look like they were drunk. Just one cannon attack had caused the church to lose close to 50 people. Lightning waved its fist in a carefree manner. "You guys deserve this." Then she shifted her gaze to the next artillery area. Under the bombardment, the church's army became chaotic. The neat formation gradually separated, and Scourge, who was not affected by the outside world, began to run faster, leaving the Judgment Army behind. Just then, Lightning noticed a strange scene. A rider dressed as a priest quickly passed through the messy mountain road from the rear, his body flashing a striking yellow light. Wherever the yellow light went, the Judgment Army, which had been on the verge of collapse, stabilized and moved forward under the guidance of the rider. This time, they did not line up neatly, but scattered, so that the subsequent grenades did not achieve as good a result as they had at the beginning. That was a pure witch. She was about to call 2 cannons to attack the area where the pure witch was about to pass through, when she heard Maggie scream. "Watch out, Ku!" Lightning reflexively raised her body up more than 10 meters. A swarm of locusts swept past her feet like a grayish-brown cloud. When they missed, the mosquitoes twisted together and formed a vague human figure. "Degenerate bastards, how dare you go against the church? You're asking for death." "Maggie, continue to guide the cannons." Lightning pulled down her goggles, pulled out her pistol and pointed at the swarm of insects. "Do you feel so proud to kill your own people? You're the ones who should die." The enemies entered Danny's field of vision. Unlike last time, they outnumbered him by several times this time. The gloss of the swaying armors filled the dusky wilderness. The gods' punishment warriors did not adopt the tactic of advancing slowly with shields. Instead, they started sprinting at full speed from the very beginning. Looking at the enemies charging at him from all over the mountains and wilderness, he actually felt the momentum of a flood. His palms couldn't help but break out in a thin layer of sweat, and the gun but became sticky to the touch. He had only seen such a scene on the city wall during the months of the demons. Thousands of demonic beasts, regardless of their own lives, would attack the city wall as if they were possessed. Anything that stood in their way would be mercilessly torn to shreds. Now, the First Army encountered enemies far more powerful than demonic beasts. But Danny was not afraid. The reason why the demonic beasts could not break through the low stone wall was because of the bloody militia corps on the wall. Now, the army of the church would also be blocked by the First Army's defensive line of flesh and blood. Moreover, the woman he wanted to protect was right behind the formation. When Danny stepped into the trench in the morning, he saw a familiar green figure. She turned her head and smiled at him. Although he knew it was just a polite greeting, the smile still took root in his heart like a blooming flower bud. He did not expect that she would also follow His Majesty to this battlefield. No matter what, he would not let the enemy break through the defense line. Unfortunately, after violating military discipline, Sir Iron Axe expelled him from the precision shooting team. Now, the weapon in his hand had been changed to a revolving rifle. Otherwise, he would have already taught these gods' punishment army a lesson. "They've crossed the 300-meter line." Malt reported the distance of the target as if he was the protector. "Watch out for spears." "I can see it." Danny patted the short man's head. "Take care of yourself." Malt was one of the people who had been implicated by him. After he recovered, the commander-in-chief demoted Malt back to an ordinary gunman on the grounds that he did not dissuade the shooters from obeying the discipline. However, because he was an accomplice, the short man was not fined a month's salary and was spared from confinement. 09 Small net. It had to be said that this time, the enemy's attack was so fierce that the 4 machine gun forts could not completely suppress the charge of the gods' punishment army. With the dust on the ground and the smoke caused by the field artillery, several holes appeared in the interwoven firepower net. The God's punishment army at the front had crossed the warning red line of the gunmen, 200-meter line, spear throw. Get down! Get down! Shouts rose one after another in the trench. Danny fired 5 bullets in one breath and then threw himself to the ground, not forgetting to replace the cartridge. After the spear throw, he got up and pulled the trigger at the nearest enemy. At this distance, the power of a revolving rifle was not much lower than that of a new weapon. Danny could almost see the calm expression on Scourge's face, as if the surrounding artillery and gunfire had nothing to do with him. He did not stop trembling until the bullets pierced through his chest and neck and blew his head off. He fell down with blue blood spurting from his mouth. More and more enemies rushed through the line of fire. Danny quickly emptied the 3 cartridges. According to the plan, he lifted his gun and retreated to the second trench. When he followed his teammates into the entrance of the longitudinal trench, a black shadow fell from the sky. He saw a Scourge jump high over the barbed wire in front of the trench and slash at him with a big sword. Run! He grabbed Malt behind him and pulled him into his arms. A loud bang, Danny suddenly felt the weight in his hand lighten, and he rolled back a few times. When he opened his eyes, he saw that only half of Malt's body was left in his arms. Malt looked at him and opened his mouth, but a few mouthfuls of blood gushed out. He could no longer say anything. Danny only felt a buzz in his head. He shouted and raised his rifle, but Scourge had already pounced on him. He cut off both of Danny's arms with a horizontal sweep and then slashed at Danny's face. At that moment, Danny could even see the rough, blood-stained edge of the sword. Just when he thought he was going to die, another cold light flashed from the corner of his eyes and collided with the big sword from the bottom up, bursting out a series of sparks. This blow was so powerful that the God's punishment warrior's weapon was sent flying. A woman appeared above the trench. Her long black hair was tied into a waist-length ponytail, and her eyes were shining with golden light. She looked like an insurmountable mountain. Scourge, who had lost his big sword, did not flinch at all. Instead, he clenched his fist and punched at her. The latter neatly knocked him to the ground, then walked up to the defenseless enemy and crushed his head with one foot. The blue-white mixture splashed on Danny's face. Go. She glanced sideways at the soldiers who were still in shock and spat out a word coldly. Then she fought with the other 2 Scourge who rushed up. This guy is hurt. Carry him away. Take Malt with you, Danny said hoarsely. He wanted to hold the little man in his arms, but his bare arms could not hold anything. He's dead. Someone shouted. Do you want to kill all of us? The teammate who followed him put his broken hand in his arms and carried him back to the trench. The lifeless Malt gradually disappeared from Danny's sight. Lightning increased her speed to the limit and once again went behind the swarm of insects and pulled the trigger. She had figured out the details of her opponent. The swarm of insects seemed to be incorporeal, but killing each insect would make the pure witch lose part of her magic power. This was especially true when Maggie turned into the natural enemy of locusts, the mountain swallow. She constantly swept past the swarm of insects and forced them into a ball. Then she pulled out her pistol and fired a round of vicious curses and roars. She could not hold on for much longer. Just as Lightning pulled away and was about to reload, the locust suddenly changed direction and rushed to the ground. Maggie! The little girl shouted. Ow! The goshawk folded its wings and swooped down. Then a bloody mouth suddenly appeared under the swarm of insects. What is this? It's impossible. The sound of the locusts flapping their wings turned into a cry of surprise. They wanted to turn around and escape, but it was too late. Maggie swallowed the insects effortlessly. She chewed twice and said, "Oh. Not delicious." Lightning shrugged and put the pistol at her waist. Because you didn't roast them with fire or seasoning. It was not until this moment that she noticed that there were several bloody wounds on her body. In the first test, she was scratched several times by the swarm of insects. The teeth of these locusts were as hard as files. If she was an ordinary person, it would be difficult for her to avoid such a flexible attack. Looking at the slope full of craters and corpses, Lightning took a deep breath and said, "We don't need artillery to guide us here. Let's go and support His Majesty." This was a pure massacre. Sitting on the top floor of the tower, Nail thought to himself with his hand on the grip of the machine gun. As long as the trigger was pressed, the steel weapon would continuously spit out tongues of flame, shooting bullets at the enemy like a stream of water. The place where the muzzle was pointed would soon be covered by the net of death, and all the lives caught in it would be fragmented like a porcelain bowl falling from a table. The feeling of dominating the battlefield from a high position made his blood boil. So did his comrades in the same squad. The 66th. Look, the poor guy is falling apart. How did you count? It should be the 68th. Look over there, a guy is still rolling on the ground. Let him die. His intestines are flowing out. Don't waste bullets. Let him struggle slowly. With a click, the cloth belt slipped down and a box of bullets was emptied. Guys who cover the third trench, I want to change the cartridge. Nail shouted to another machine gun squad in the tower. Don't worry, leave it to us. His teammates quickly dragged a box of new bullets. During the process of changing the cartridge belt, Nail did not stay idle. He put on a thick single glove, clamped the smoking barrel with a special clamp, held the barrel with one hand, and disassembled it in a few seconds. Then he gently put it on an open space beside him. According to the training requirements, the gun barrel must be changed after firing a box of bullets to prevent the barrel from overheating and deforming unless there was no other choice. It was said that this kind of grayish-black steel pipe, which could closely fit the screw threads in the barrel, was made by Miss Anna, the witch. Each of them cost about 50 golden dragon, so the members of the squad treated the machine gun like their own children. After the cooled-down gun barrel was installed, the tower resounded again with a harsh sound. Look, at the east end of the first trench, there's a witch. Someone beside him suddenly shouted. That's not a witch, idiot. They're pure witches, the enemies of Miss Nana. Nail also saw the target indicated by his teammates. The woman in the red robe had one of her legs broken by a flying bullet. She was crawling forward slowly on the ground, and there was a shallow trail of blood on the back of her robe. He aimed the muzzle at the pure witch, but he suddenly felt sorry for her and didn't press the trigger. Judging from her figure, she was probably not of age yet. Shoot, what are you waiting for? Just as she was hesitating, a series of sand pillars swept past her body. The struggle stopped, and blood spread from her abdomen like a small red flower. Damn it, someone stole another spoil of war. Stop it, the other man interrupted and patted Nail on the shoulder. If you're tired, let me do it. He took a deep breath. No, I'm fine. His boiling blood cooled down a little. This is a war with the church. Regardless of age, the enemy is the enemy. I'm still too weak. Nail secretly gritted his teeth and put the distracting thoughts behind him. Wait, what happened in the middle of the third trench? The observer of another team suddenly exclaimed. Did the ground collapse? Oh my God, what's that? Damn it. It's the pure witches. More than one of them. Kill them. Nail quickly turned the muzzle and saw a square pit suddenly appear in the middle of the third trench. The walls were so flat that they seemed to be cut by a knife. A woman with a black veil jumped out of the pit and stood upright with her hands behind her back. Before he could open fire, he heard a rush of wind in his ears. As soon as he turned his head, the butt of the gun hit him hard in the face. Nail suddenly felt everything went black and he fell to the ground. Before he lost consciousness, the last thing he saw was his teammates raising their guns at him. Standing on the command platform, Roland used the telescope to observe the line of defense, which was gradually becoming clear. Some of the enemies had crossed the first 3 trenches and were breaking through to the 4th trench. However, the soldiers retreating from the front line made the firepower of the rear defensive line more and more concentrated. Under the continuous strafing of the 2 machine gun towers occupying the high ground, the offensive momentum of the God's Punishment Army was obviously declining. According to this trend, it was impossible for them to reach the remaining 5 trenches and artillery positions. Because the firepower on the ground was too fierce, many of the church's soldiers had moved into the trenches. The First Army would inevitably establish blocking points at the exit of each section of the longitudinal trench according to the plan. In this way, the enemy's advancing speed would be greatly reduced, and the speed advantage of the God's punishment army would no longer be obvious. At this moment, the Judgment Army gradually entered the battlefield. This army had suffered heavy losses under the attack of the Longsong cannons, but it had not yet collapsed, which was really beyond Roland's expectation. As for being able to enter the battle immediately, it was nothing more than the pill of madness. However, compared with the God's punishment army, the threat of the Judgment Army was obviously much lower. The pill of madness could not make people immune to fear. When the Judgment Army was baptized by the field artillery and machine guns, even the will of God would not be able to save them. It had to be said that the biggest contributors to this battle were the 8 Mark I type heavy machine guns placed in the bunkers and towers on the flanks of the position. In order to ensure that they could fire continuously, not only did they have enough bullets, but also nearly 10 spare gun barrels were equipped in each squad. The only problem was that, according to this way of shooting, the bullets that they had painstakingly stored would probably be very few. Of course, if they could completely destroy the main force of the church here, this price would be extremely worthwhile. During this period, Sylvie also observed several magic reactions, but those pure witches did not play a big role in the hail of bullets. They followed the God's punishment army forward, but soon disappeared in the smoke and artillery fire. The victory had been decided. The Church of Hermes was about to become the dust of history. Just as Roland was thinking about this, a sudden change occurred. In front, there are a large number of pure witches. Sylvie, who was also standing on the high platform, issued a warning. 4, no, 5. The surface of the third trench suddenly bulged, as if it was lifted by something, and then quickly sank down, pulling the surrounding barbed wire and wooden stakes into the ground. A woman wearing a black veil appeared at the site of the collapse. She did not make any movements, but just looked straight ahead. A strange scene appeared. Many soldiers in the trench turned the muzzle, pointed it at their own chin, and then pulled the trigger. Clouds of blood sprayed out from the trench like a red fountain. The 4 machine gun forts also stopped firing at the same time. The soldiers who were not affected, as if awakened from a dream, raised their guns and shot at her. In the blink of an eye, the pure witch was shot several times and fell backward into the pit. Lady Zero, Margie can't hold on much longer. Vanilla turned his head and said worriedly. Let's wait a little longer. Zero looked up with a gloomy face. Although they were underground, the dome was bright. She saw the God's punishment army moving forward along the crisscross tunnels, nibbling away at the enemy's position little by little. However, it was obvious that their progress was getting slower and slower. Every pass was guarded by a large number of soldiers, and the straight tunnels were almost unavoidable. While throwing spears, they would inevitably be shot down by snow powder weapons, so they could only rely on the number of soldiers to fill the gaps between the ditches. Many of the pits were already filled with blue blood. As for the ground, it was even more difficult to move forward. Although Scourge could jump over the unbreakable barbed wire, he would still be exposed to the enemy's firepower, especially in the 4 sentry towers behind the line of defense, where the deadly fire almost never stopped. Perhaps the third ditch was the limit of the God's punishment army. Damn it, I didn't expect things to be in such a deadlock. She had made ample preparations for this day to come. For example, she had found the location of Roland Wimbledon. The peace talk of the emissary delegation was just a pretense. It would be better if she could see him, but it didn't matter if she couldn't. The letter written in the name of the Pope revealed some secrets about the Church and the battle of divine will. This sounded like a fairy tale, and others might laugh it off, but the name of the Pope was a guarantee. Moreover, the contents of her letter were all true. Even if Roland had witches who could distinguish the authenticity of the letter from the handwriting, he would not be able to find any clues. The surface of the letter was smeared with a special powder. It was an alchemy product developed by the Pivotal Secret Agency, and it could emit a smell that ordinary people could not detect. Every time someone touched the paper, the smell would accumulate and soak into the skin, which could not be removed even with water. Zero firmly believed that they would be sent to Roland one after another. No ruler would not be interested in such a shocking secret, and it was impossible for them to casually show the letter to other people. In this way, the smell on his body must be the strongest among all of them. Although he looked no different from an ordinary person, to Vanilla's nose, this smell was the most eye-catching beacon. When Vanilla used her ability, she could smell a lot of strange smells. According to her, a month of blood still emitted a faint stench, and when animals were in heat, she could also detect the strange smell on their skin. At this moment, Roland was only 1,000 steps away from them. Secondly, considering that there might be witches in the enemy camp who could observe magic power, Zero did not hesitate to use the God's Punishment Army and the Judgment Army to attract all the attention of the Grey Castle defense line. She even sacrificed some of the less important pure witches. The real decisive battle was hidden deep underground and relied on Maggie's magic arc to travel between the rock strata. The final person to break the stalemate was the Black Veil Saint. As one of the 3 pure witches of the highest rank in the Holy City, valued by His Holiness O'Brien, her ability was like the arrival of the Grim Reaper to unprotected mortals. Before adulthood, anyone who looked into her eyes would sincerely feel fear from the bottom of their hearts. After adulthood, this ability was further strengthened. As long as people looked into her eyes, they would be deprived of their minds by fear, and they would kill themselves or hurt people around them in crazy and frightening delusions. At the same time, the branch ability awakened by the Black Veil Saint was also extremely powerful. She could not only create fear by looking into the eyes of others, but also create illusions that were indistinguishable from reality. Although she could only affect one person at a time, she could play a miraculous role at the critical moment. This was because of the Black Veil Saint's ability that Archbishop Tayfun never doubted the Pope's order. Under the gaze of the eyes of death, it was not surprising that she could defeat Roland's army in one fell swoop. Everything seemed to be going well until the start of the war, when Zero found that she had still miscalculated. She did not expect that she still underestimated the power of the snow powder weapon. Roland's weapon unexpectedly launched an attack from 10 miles away. The mountain road was shrouded in thick smoke and flames. The church's army was hit head-on even before it came into contact with the defense line. After turning to attack the position, she found that the situation of the God's Punishment Army was not much better. These seemingly shallow trenches were actually more difficult to deal with than the towering city wall. The warriors seized the horizontal trenches one by one against the flying projectiles. However, they did not expect that the enemy did not care about the loss of the front line at all. They orderly retreated, giving way to the God's Punishment Army who had paid a heavy price to approach, and then continued to rely on the follow-up channels to block the warriors' actions. During this time, Zero even saw a supernatural being. Maggie's magic arc could not be maintained forever, and the momentum of the God's Punishment Army was getting weaker and weaker. However, the current situation was still far from her original expectation. According to Isabella's perception, less than half of the enemies were wearing God stones. If she wanted as many people as possible to see her, she had to gather them together. At present, the God's Punishment Army had only advanced to the 3rd trench, and the gathering situation in the remaining trenches was still too sparse. Once the Black Veil Saint was exposed to the public, the time to use her ability would be extremely limited. How many people could pay attention to her within 1 or 2 breaths? Perhaps many people would be knocked down by the snow powder weapons before they came to their senses. Your Holiness, the Ark is about to collapse. Maggie's face was covered with sweat and her voice was trembling slightly. Obviously, the overuse of magic power was a great burden on her. At the same time, cracks appeared on the 4 walls of the space, and the dome began to dim. Zero knew that she had to make a choice. In other words, she had no other choice at all. Float up and act according to the plan. Maggie took a deep breath and began to control the ark to quickly approach the ground. At the moment when the ark rushed out of the ground, the magic power instantly dissipated, and the pungent smell of smoke, dull continuous roars, and the smell of blood suddenly filled the surroundings. The Black Veil Saint looked back at Zero deeply, and then jumped out of the square pit formed by the ark. It was foreseeable that this would be the last time she would serve the church. The battlefield suddenly became quiet, as if an invisible giant hand had pinched everyone's throat. Isabella! Zero shouted, "Activate Infinity!" After a few crisp sounds, a few flowers of blood bloomed behind the Black Veil Saint, and then she fell back to the bottom of the pit like a rootless leaf. Isabella clenched her teeth and held the sigil in her hand. The black translucent magic stone suddenly emitted a dark luster, as if it absorbed the surrounding sunlight. An invisible ripple spread from here. Under the effect of infinity, it quickly spread throughout the entire battlefield. The amplitude of the ripple was exactly the same as that of the god stone worn by Roland, but in the opposite direction. Under the influence of this ripple, the black hole formed by the high-quality god stone disappeared without a trace. Almost at the same time, Zero turned into a ray of light and rushed to the king of Grey Castle, who was thousands of steps away. The moment she flew out of the pit, she looked down at the entire battlefield from a high vantage point. Hundreds of mortal soldiers collapsed in the pit. Shock and fear on the faces of the enemies. The Transcendent was closing in quickly. The Judgment Army who took this opportunity to charge. Everything seemed to stop until the deadly fire on the sentry tower appeared again, and the flow of time on the battlefield resumed. The sounds of fighting, roaring, crying, and the explosion of snow powder intertwined, forming a shocking ode. As she got closer and closer to the high platform, she saw the gray-haired prince and God smile. Nightingale clearly witnessed this strange change. In the world of black and white fog, the magic radiance of the shadow was extremely eye-catching. It was like a hazy cyclone, rushing to the rear of the camp at an extremely fast speed. She knew that this was the last and most fatal blow of the pure witch. Protect His Majesty. Shavi stretched out her hand and propped up a wide magic barrier, which was enough to cover the entire high platform. She summoned her magic longbow and shot an arrow of light that was as dazzling as the sun at the dim light. Nightingale grabbed Roland, who had lost the protection of the god stone, and ran backward. No matter what the dim light was, it was obviously coming for His Majesty. However, it was moving too fast. In the blink of an eye, the dim light passed through the arrow of light and the magic barrier, catching up with the two unhindered. Even the fog could not block its tracking. Nightingale pushed Roland away without hesitation and rushed toward the dim light. Unfortunately, her last effort was of no use. Everything happened in a flash. The dim light penetrated her body and directly entered Roland's. No. She let out a heart-wrenching cry. Is this a dream? Roland blinked, walked to the fence step by step, and looked down at the school under the setting sun. There was no one on the empty field, and the lonely goal post cast a long shadow in the orange afterglow. In the distance were the familiar library and dormitory buildings, and rows of transparent windows were dyed with a touch of gold by the setting sun that had sunk into the sky. He had studied and lived here for nearly 7 years, so he was very familiar with the grass and trees. The place where he was now was undoubtedly the rooftop of the teaching building. It was also the place where he went most often in his spare time. Here, Roland had too many memories. For example, the iron gate behind him that kept opening and closing with the warm wind. This iron gate could be called a unique scenery on the rooftop of the teaching building. It looked so old that it looked like a cultural relic excavated by archaeologists. When he came to this school, the iron gate was already broken. Whenever he pushed it, it would scream intermittently, as if it was out of breath. Therefore, the period after the iron gate opened and closed was always particularly quiet. Roland always thought that it would collapse soon, but the iron gate still stayed quietly on the rooftop until the day of his graduation. But if it was a dream, why did he still look like this? He looked down at his slender hands, and then touched the gray hair on his shoulders. Obviously, this height and body shape did not match with him when he was obsessed with learning. Think about it. What exactly happened before? Roland frowned and thought for a moment, and then remembered that the last scene was when Nightingale pushed him away, and then a dim light flashed, followed by her panicked and desperate face. Who the hell are you? A sweet and ethereal female voice suddenly sounded beside him. Roland was startled and turned his head abruptly, only to see a white-haired woman walking out from behind the stairs. She had a pair of ruby-like eyes, and her red and white robe was straight to the ground with delicate golden patterns at the corners. Obviously, she did not belong to this era, and the golden crown on her head had already revealed her identity. Are you the church's pure witch? I'm also the 15th Pope of the Holy City of Hermes. She paused. My name is Zero, but you're definitely not Roland Wimbledon. As expected, Roland could not help but frown. So you created this place? Everything made sense now. The ghostly light should be this guy's ability, which was why Nightingale had brought him away. The scene in front of him should be the effect of an illusion or virtual space. The moment he opened his eyes, he thought he had traveled back in time. Although he knew that the predecessor of the church was probably the Union, he did not expect that the Pope was also a pure witch. Although they were both witches, it was unbelievable that these people could turn their own kind into inhumane monsters. No, you created it. Zero walked towards him step by step, her tone full of interest. It's the place that has left the deepest impression in your memory. Most of the time, it appears in your daily life. But I'm curious, where exactly is this place? The fourth Prince of Grey Castle would never live in a place like this. Why should I tell you? Roland cautiously moved towards the side of the railing to keep a distance from her. What should I do to get rid of the illusion? A thought flashed through his mind. Jump from the top of the building? Based on his experience with nightmares, as long as he found a high place to jump, he would immediately wake up from the dream. It doesn't matter if you don't tell me. She smiled, her voice was very pleasant. As long as I put in some effort, I'll find out sooner or later, including who you are, where you come from, and how you became the fourth Prince of Grey Castle. I'll find out sooner or later? Are you talking about reading my memory? Roland sneered. Don't overeat yourself. Do you know? Zero suddenly stopped. I'll explain the function, rules, and consequences of my ability to everyone who is affected by my ability, but you're an exception, what? As soon as Roland asked, he found that the pure witch had already jumped in front of him. The sudden pain made him suddenly unable to hear any sound. Trembling, he lowered his head and saw a long knife inserted into his chest. Roland wanted to open his mouth and shout, but no sound came out. His lungs had been completely destroyed, and even when he opened and closed his chest, he could not squeeze any air into his throat. The severe pain was like an electric current running through his whole body. He would rather die immediately than endure it for another second. Because I don't like anything that I can't understand. The other end of the knife hilt was Zero's nonchalant face. The blood that gushed out had already soaked half of her body. Due to the lack of oxygen and the brain's self-protective fainting, Roland's consciousness quickly blurred. The next second, he was still standing at the side of the railing, his body intact. The pure witch was also standing a few meters away from him, as if she had never left the place. What's going on? Roland gasped for breath. Illusion? He covered his violently rising and falling chest, where the knife was pierced was still faintly aching. He lowered his head and saw a large pool of blood sprayed out under his feet. Damn it, what just happened was real. He stared at the long knife in Zero's hand and was extremely surprised. Her hand was clearly empty before. Creating something out of thin air? At this moment, Zero rushed over again, her speed was so fast that it was difficult to be seen by the naked eye. Roland turned around to escape, but just as he took a step, he felt a numbness in his abdomen. Then he experienced death once again. Zero slashed the long knife diagonally and cut him horizontally into two halves. This time the pain lasted longer than the last time. Roland fell in his own blood and scattered internal organs. The continuous pain made him let out a heart-wrenching scream, which was so shrill that even he himself was startled. During the second resurrection, Roland had already realized something. This was not a nightmare that would end after jumping off a building or the pain, but more like a never-ending gladiator arena. Damn it, then what is the condition to escape? Defeat the initiator of the ability, the white-haired witch in front of me, since she can create weapons out of thin air, then what about me? Roland clenched his teeth and concentrated. If he had a shield, he would not be so defenseless. A blue light flashed. Zero's surprise attack was blocked, and a transparent explosion-proof shield appeared in his hand. The long knife left a deep cut on it, and Roland was also bounced off by the huge impact. Damn, it's really like this. He cursed in his heart. The moment he rolled, he dropped the shield and replaced it with an automatic rifle. Just as Roland raised his gun and was about to shoot, Zero had already disappeared. What's going on? I'm here. A voice came from his ear. I have to admit that I'm surprised by your ability to comprehend. Zero walked up to him and squatted down. You're the first person who can comprehend this and counterattack without any explanation. The pure witch picked up the rifle on the ground and held it in her hands to carefully examine it for a moment. Rare materials, exquisite processing techniques. Is this also a snow powder weapon? What you've created is indeed terrifying, but it doesn't pose much of a threat to me. I've been carefully observing the entire battle. Whether it's the slender pipes in the tunnels or the thick iron pipes behind the camp, they mostly depend on the operator, but you can't even see my movements clearly. She shook her head and said, over the years, I've devoured countless warriors, including an extraordinaire. You won't be able to defeat me. Suddenly, a green plastic box appeared between them. A huge explosion instantly resounded through the roof, shattering the classroom glass and even blowing a hole in the entire floor. The sweeping airflow overturned the dilapidated iron door of the stairwell to the ground. It's not that I have a strong ability to comprehend, but your stage setting is too clumsy. Roland reappeared in a corner of the rooftop. He gasped for breath, the sharp pain just now still fresh in his memory. Only now did he know how those guys who had their limbs cut off felt before they died. He could not bear it anymore, so he created a bag of explosives and blew himself and Zero into pieces at the same time. Clumsy? The newborn Zero raised her eyebrows and said, this is your memory. But it was created by your ability. You should know that 6 o'clock in the evening is the busiest time on campus. How can there be no one on the playground? It looks exquisite, but it's just a stage board full of loopholes. He stalled for time while quickly thinking of countermeasures. Is this how you devour your opponents? Force them to despair, admit defeat, and then obediently offer their knowledge and skills to you? The pure witch's skills were somewhat similar to those of an extraordinary. At least, he had only seen this kind of explosive power and speed from ashes. It was difficult to hit her with an ordinary gun. Only a powerful explosive could hurt her, although he himself could not escape from the range of the explosion. But was it really that simple? After 3 resurrections, Roland felt sweat oozing from his back and his heartbeat was much faster than before. His physical strength was obviously declining as if he had just finished a lap around the playground. Is there a limit to the number of gladiator fights? If that's the case, the method of creating a bunch of explosives to blow the whole building up into the sky wouldn't work. At present, the score was already 1-3. He had to find a way to reverse the disadvantage as soon as possible. There was no doubt that he needed a weapon that could both attack and defend. Zero tilted her head and said, the process of death is a kind of torment for anyone. Even if you give up, it's a wise move. Save that for yourself, Roland roared. Iron Man. In an instant, a red metal armor appeared in front of him. He walked behind the armor and muttered in his heart, start the sequence. However, other than the narrow video that appeared in front of the helmet, the armor did not seal itself, and no artificial intelligence responded to his call. Before Roland could get up, Zero had already cut his neck with the blade. The whole world suddenly turned upside down. He saw his body kneeling down powerlessly, and then he was shrouded in darkness. The whole world suddenly turned upside down. He saw his body kneeling down powerlessly, and then he was shrouded in darkness. If you want to create a plate armor, you have to at least put some joints on it. The pure witch knocked on the hollow battle suit. Although I don't think this kind of hollow and thin iron sheet is very useful. Roland's heart suddenly sank after his 4th resurrection. Although the death just now was not painful, he had realized a harsh reality. Even if he created something he did not understand the principle of, it would only be an empty shell. For example, the display screen on the visor was just a simple camera. Damn it, I can only use a stupid method. While the other party was still figuring out the metal suit, several steel plates up to 10 centimeters thick appeared out of thin air and fell beside him, forming a pillbox that could only accommodate one person. A protected remote control weapon station rose from the top of the pillbox. It was equipped with a 40mm howitzer machine gun. Roland dived into it, locked the entrance, and controlled the weapon station to fire at the pure witch. This time, it was finally effective. Even if Zero once again approached the fortress, she would not be able to avoid the AoE rifle grenades. Roland directly bombarded the surroundings of the bunker with a series of grenades. The flying shrapnel pierced her body with thousands of holes, and at the same time, when the shrapnel hit the thick steel plate, it made a clanking sound. Unfortunately, Roland did not immediately find her resurrection position. After rebirth, the pure witch quickly retreated to the dead corner of the stairwell, avoiding the following explosive grenades. Just as he was about to create another offensive weapon, a brilliant light appeared in the darkening sky. Golden light flowed above the clouds, and the sunset was replaced by dazzling tassels. The setting sun also seemed to be overshadowed. He seemed to have seen this scene somewhere before. In an instant, countless golden thunder fell on the roof of the teaching building, and instantly engulfed Roland's figure. After the fifth death, he looked like a person who had been fished out of the water. His whole body was soaked in cold sweat, and the muscles in his calves and arms could not stop twitching. The pillbox had been completely melted by the sigil of God's will, but there was not much damage except for the scorched ground. It could only be said that magic power still worked in this battle, and it was unreasonable. Give up. Unexpectedly, Zero did not press forward. Your spirit is almost at its limit. There's not much meaning in the following battles. You won't get anything except endless pain. Roland clenched his teeth and forced himself not to fall. She could obviously follow up with another attack, so why did she repeatedly ask him to give up? Was it different for her to be killed after using up the number of times and to surrender? You should now understand that both creation and death will consume your spirit, and the exhaustion of your spirit means failure. Everyone's spirit strength is different, and it's already beyond my expectation that you can persist until now. She spread out her hands and said, by the way, I have experienced more than 200 years, and if the time in the soul battlefield is included, I'm afraid it will be twice as long. In other words, my spirit is enough to support me to withstand hundreds of deaths, and your efforts will only make you more desperate. Hundreds of deaths. Is she bluffing or telling the truth? But looking at her skillful and easy manner, Roland faintly felt that she was not lying. The experience gained from sacrificing 5 lives made Roland realize that the biggest difference between them was the individual. A powerful weapon could easily affect him, while a fixed fortress would become a target of the sigil of God's will. Moreover, the other party probably knew the formula of snow powder. If she desperately stuck to him and perished together with him, or directly blew up the roof, he would not be able to waste so many lives. If he could not restrict the freedom of the pure witch, he would definitely lose this battle. What should he do? A cage? A directional mine? An electric fence? A laser fence? The answers kept appearing in his mind, but he rejected them one by one. None of them could imprison Zero forever. After his death, he could be at the same spot, or he could be at any corner of the rooftop. Moreover, his energy had obviously reached rock bottom. Continuously creating consumables was no different from wasting the few revivals he had left. If he failed, he might really die the next time. He wanted to deprive her of her mobility. He wanted to protect the integrity of the rooftop. And he wanted to kill her hundreds of times in one breath. Was this possible? Roland took a deep breath. How many battles like this have you experienced in the past 200 years? More than 1,000 times, or more, but only a few left an impression on me, Zero replied. Their willpower was far stronger than yours, but in the end, they were still defeated by endless death. Few people would choose to continue suffering in the face of a hopeless ending. She paused for a moment. Do you still want to do what you did before? My hope is indeed low. I just want to satisfy my curiosity before everything ends. Have you ever failed in more than 1,000 battles? If I had failed, I wouldn't be standing here. Why? Roland slowly sat down, conserving the little physical strength he had left. Has no one ever imagined a magma or a deep sea that could defeat you with a stronger spirit before you obtained such a huge amount of spiritual power? This isn't a new idea, but unfortunately, no one has been able to do it. Zero walked up to him and said, just changing the place we're standing on would consume as much spiritual power as death, and you want to change the whole world? Only God can do it. There is no God in my world, he said regretfully. So you've decided to give up? The pure witch lifted his chin. Then surrender to me and belong to me. I'm sorry, Roland smiled and held Zero's shoulders with both hands. He then gave her a gentle push and said, I want to try again. Zero stood up and pulled out her weapon, only to find that the distance between them was constantly widening. Her expression changed and she wanted to rush over, but she soon noticed that no matter how hard she tried, she could not move forward. Even if she ran at full speed, her body was still sliding backward. Zero lowered her head. The rooftop floor under her feet had become as smooth as a mirror. However, contrary to her common sense, even though the ground was so slippery, she did not slip. No matter what it did, its body remained motionless, as if it was nailed to the ground. "It seems that your amazing mobility is no longer useful," Roland said. "Without the support of friction, even a monster like you can't move forward." "What did you do?" Zero crouched down and tried to use her hands and feet, but she couldn't slow down or change direction. 09 Small say net, I just made a small change to the battlefield. He changed to a more comfortable sitting position. It seems that as long as the change in appearance isn't too big, the consumption of spiritual power to change the environment won't be too excessive. By the way, have you heard of the law of inertia? Inertia. When an object is not acted upon by an external force, it will remain stationary or moving at a constant speed in a straight line. Of course, you can also call it Newton's first law. While speaking, Roland crashed into the railing of the rooftop and stopped. Then, the ground under his feet changed dramatically, steel frames grew out of the ground and continuously extended toward the sky. Then, flaky metal covers followed and wrapped these pitch-black frames. Soon, a steel glowing with a cold light appeared behind Roland. Each layer of the steel was evenly divided into 10 rectangular units. From afar, it looked like an elongated Rubik's cube. A black hollow steel pipe extended from the center of each rectangular unit, pointing straight at Zero, who was still sliding at a constant speed. "Now it's my turn." Zero had already realized that something was wrong. She raised her long sword high and the golden light flashed again. But this time, Roland was faster. Nearly 100 steel pipes roared at the same time. The burning gunpowder instantly heated the air to more than 1,000 degrees. The high pressure generated by the rapidly expanding air pushed the shells in the steel pipes out of the pipes and toward the pure which at a speed of 1,900 meters per second. The deafening roar seemed to light up the roof of the teaching building. The campus that had just fallen into the darkness of night was instantly illuminated as if it was daytime. Hundreds of billions of turrets, trillions of starlight, the night sky was lit up by fireflies fluttering their wings. Dense spots of light dragged a dazzling trail in the dark night, intersecting and pouring down on the position indicated by the forerunner. The fireflies tried hard to flap their wings and made a sharp whistling sound as if they were announcing their arrival to the world. Then they crashed to the ground. At that moment, the light of the fireflies was magnified tens of thousands of times. Their bodies turned into scorching fragments and scattered in all directions. Accompanied by this dazzling light was a tearing explosion that echoed with the whistling sound in the sky. However, Roland could no longer hear the sonata of metal and gunpowder. When the black square stone spouted the first flame, his eardrums had already been shattered by the high-pitched sound waves. The huge gun barrels roared under him and the hot air made his cheeks hurt, but he was extremely carefree. Standing on the square stone, the world had become completely different. The whole rooftop was like divided into an equal chessboard. Each square had a cannon pouring into it. He saw the pure which was lifted up by the airflow of the explosion and rolled up and down like a fallen leaf in a storm. Under the cover of gunfire, no life could survive. When she was reborn, the fireflies of death would follow and engulf her again. She was also unable to dodge. There was no friction on the ground. She couldn't even change the direction of her movement. She could only watch helplessly as the countless light spots dragged long trails of flames as they whistled and fell in front of her. "This is impossible." Zero shouted in disbelief. "You can't create something that doesn't exist out of thin air. This kind of thing can't exist at all." After the baptism of countless gunfire, the ground was still as clean as new without a trace of scratch, as if the fireflies flying all over the sky had nothing to do with it. Smoother than a mirror and harder than steel, this kind of thing could not exist at all. The pure witch screamed hysterically. Even if he could not hear her voice, Roland could guess how she felt. He really could not turn himself into a Superman, but he could create a power no less than that of a Superman. He changed the distance between atoms on the surface of the ground. The atoms relied on strong interaction to stick close to each other, like soldiers lined up in a neat row. Such a surface was almost absolutely smooth and had incredible strength. The diamond structure of the tetrahedron was as soft as water in front of it. Zero's movement was completely confined. She could not run, could not dodge, and could only move up and down with the gunfire. This had nothing to do with willpower, but the huge gap in cognition. She wanted to activate the Sigil of God's will several times, but the continuous gunfire would not give her any chance to breathe. Gradually, Zero could not maintain her appearance anymore. "I beg you, let me go." Her voice rang directly in Roland's heart. "Are you going to kill your sister?" Then it turned into Garcia's pleading voice. "Stop it, beast. You're murdering your family." Then came Wimbledon 3 scolding. However, Roland was unmoved. "It's time to end this," he replied in his heart. "I will walk the path of fighting against the devil in your place. Rest in peace." "No, I won't let you go." With Zero's hissing roar, a dazzling blue light instantly lit up the entire night sky. There was a hubbub outside the tent. Nail, who was lying on the mattress in a daze, turned his head and saw that a corner of the thick curtain was lifted. Iron Axe bent over and entered the tent. "Commander, Commander." He did not expect that the commander-in-chief of the First Army would come to visit him, so he quickly sat up straight and saluted. "No need to be so polite." Iron Axe walked to the mattress and sat down cross-legged. "How are your injuries?" "Nothing serious, just 2 broken teeth." Nail touched his swollen cheek and said, "They don't hurt much anymore." "That's good." Iron Axe nodded. "Miss Nana has been very busy these days. Those with light injuries can only rely on themselves for the time being. When the rescue is over, you can apply to Baron Pine for tooth repair. The First Army will pay for it." "I can totally understand. She doesn't need to bother her with such a small injury. After all, Miss Nana has been working hard." Nail paused for a moment and said, "I don't know of Hound." Hound was the one who had grabbed his teammate's spear and knocked him out with the butt of the spear. He still remembered vividly the scene of Hound aiming at him with the spear. "Don't worry, he's fine." Iron Axe comforted him. The moment he raised his spear, he was knocked down by the security team. Besides, he didn't attack his teammate voluntarily, but was forced by the ability of a pure witch, so he won't be punished. Now he has returned to the team to participate in the training. "Really?" Nail sighed with relief. "At that time, I thought I was going to die." "What about the other squads?" According to the pre-war arrangement, each blockhouse was arranged with 2 machine gun squads and a 5-man security team. Even if the enemy approached the blockhouse, they would be able to defend on the spot. Except for 2 or 3 people in the squad who were responsible for carrying ammunition, the others were all wearing God's stones of retaliation. They had thought that this method was foolproof, but they did not expect that there would be a mistake. There were more or less such accidents. Iron Axe spread out his hands and said, "But they didn't cause too much harm. Otherwise, we wouldn't be standing here." Was the church defeated? As soon as the words came out, Nail realized that it was an idiotic question. I want to ask, what happened after that?" "The enemy launched a final charge, but they were never able to cross the 4th trench. Both the God's Punishment Army and the Judgment Army were completely defeated. They left more than 2,000 corpses in front of the camp and then fled in panic. We won the final victory." What puzzled Nail was that Iron Axe did not show too much interest when he talked about this, but his words were mixed with an indescribable sense of heaviness. However, since the other party did not tell him the reason, he did not dare to take the initiative to ask. What followed was a long period of silence. After a while, the commander sighed and patted him on the shoulder. "Since you're fine, take a good rest. I'll go check on the other injured people." Seeing that Iron Axe was about to leave, Nail plucked up his courage and stopped him. "Sir." "What is it?" I want to leave the First Army," he whispered. "Why?" Iron Axe frowned. "I probably can't be a machine gunner anymore." Nail lowered his head in shame. As long as he closed his eyes, he would always think of the scene where the young woman in a red robe was shot at the waist by a machine gun. "In this battle, I didn't decisively fire at the enemy." "And the target is an underage pure witch, right?" Iron Axe interrupted him. "Your platoon has reported to me in the post-war summary. I don't think your idea is right, but it can't be regarded as wrong either." Now I just want to ask you, are you going to betray His Majesty? No. Sir, of course not, Nail hurriedly denied. I've been serving His Majesty all my life. Then I won't agree to your request, Iron Axe said without hesitation. Now is the most dangerous time for the First Army and even Neverwinter. I ask everyone in the army to scrupulously abide by their duties and protect His Majesty Roland Wimbledon, the King of Grey Castle, with their lives. It's not that you can do it or try your best to do it, but you must do it. You can't be a machine gunner. You can be an observer or a protector, but you're absolutely not allowed to leave the army. Do you understand? The commander's last sentence was already a stern shout. Yes, yes. Sir. Nail saluted and said. That's it. After saying that, Iron Axe left without looking back. However, Nail's heart was in turmoil. Didn't we win? Why is it the most dangerous time now? And Sir Iron Axe solemnly asked the First Army to protect His Majesty at the cost of their lives. A terrible thought suddenly came into his mind. Did something happen to His Majesty in this battle? As soon as this thought came into his mind, he shuddered with fear. How's the situation? Carcant walked into his daughter's bedroom and saw her packing clothes. The First Army and the witches have surrounded the castle, and even I can't get in. Edith curled her lips. But if he gets better, the news will definitely come out immediately, so. I guess it's the same as before. What about you? Are you going to travel? The Duke picked out a black muslin evening dress from the pile of dresses on the bed, unfolded it, and looked around. Isn't this one too revealing? Edith rolled her eyes. I didn't say I wanted to choose it. And isn't this a gift from you? You even wanted me to wear it to Timothy's dinner party. Ahem. Really? Carcant put down the dress embarrassedly. Do you think His Majesty's troops will retreat to Neverwinter? Most likely. Edith stuffed the coats into the suitcase. Although the church has suffered a crushing defeat, the First Army has also consumed a lot of resources. The General Staff estimates that it will take a month for them to recover their combat ability. It's fine if His Majesty is fine, but he's in a coma now, so it's hard to guarantee the morale of the army. At this time, Iron Axe will absolutely not dare to continue to attack the Holy City. It's not hard to guess what he'll do next. Do you have to go back with them? Carcant was a little worried. If something really happens to His Majesty, the kingdom may fall into civil strife. It's safer to stay in the northern region. That's why I have to go to Neverwinter. The Pearl of the Northern Region straightened up and fluttered her long hair behind her back. That place has become a new starting point for the kingdom. It doesn't matter whether Roland is there or not. His coma is both a challenge and an opportunity for the Comte family. The Duke could not help but gasp. Do you want to? Nightingale had never felt so remorseful in her life. She used to think that as long as she stayed by Roland's side, no one would be able to hurt him. However, she was still standing in the bedroom of the castle in Deep Valley Town, with not even a scratch on her body, while Roland was lying on the bed, unconscious all day long. There was no magic reaction in his body, and his internal organs were also intact. It was neither a curse like the Seed of Peaceful Rest, nor a killing ability that directly destroyed the organs. Even the knowledgeable Agatha could not see the type of this ability and the way to break it. All kinds of conventional awakening methods had been used, but still to no avail. Roland did not respond to external stimuli. If it were not for his breathing and heartbeat, he would probably be no different from death. Now she finally understood Agatha's warning in the face of a witch's ability, there was no absolute protection. Unfortunately, this realization came a little too late. At this moment, the sound of hurried footsteps came from outside the door. Lightning opened the door and shouted, "The pure witch has woken up." The witches in the room suddenly became excited. "Don't worry, it's meaningless to rush over to inquire," Vendi said, "and we still don't know her ability. For safety's sake, it's better for Miss Agatha and Nightingale to inquire about the situation first." As a senior who was deeply trusted by her sisters, her calm tone made everyone calm down a little. Nightingale took a deep breath and nodded to Vendi, "Leave it to me." During several years of life on the run, she knew that negative emotions were not good for changing this situation, especially at this critical moment. She must not escape her responsibility because of a big mistake. She must bring His Majesty back. Let's go, Agatha sighed. When leaving the room, Nightingale could not help but look back, only to see Anna sitting motionlessly at the head of the bed. Her eyes were still staring at Roland, as if nothing else could attract her attention. The feeling of guilt became stronger. A servant's room on the first floor of the castle had been transformed into a special prison cell. Dozens of God's stones of retaliation were embedded in the back of its four walls, forming layers of black holes that were stacked on top of each other, forming an isolation cage. Only by standing in the middle of the room could he activate the magic. Nightingale naturally knew who they were going to interrogate. After the battle, the soldiers of the First Army found 3 pure witches who were still alive in a square pit in Trench 3. One was exhausted, one was unconscious, and the only conscious one was shivering. Roland learned from her that there were a total of 5 pure witches hiding underground, namely Zero, Isabella, Black Veil, Maggie, and Vanilla, and the last one was herself. According to Vanilla, she and Maggie were only responsible for confirming His Majesty's location and transporting the other 3 people into the battlefield. They did not know much about other matters. As for Zero, Isabella, and the Black Veil Saint, they were pure witches who were directly under the management of the Pope and had the same status as the Archbishop. Their abilities were also a secret of the Holy See and few people knew the details. Now that the Black Veil Saint was dead and Zero had disappeared, the only breakthrough was Isabella. After examination, the reason for Isabella's coma was found to be the loss of consciousness caused by the exhaustion of magic power. As long as she waited for a day or 2, she would naturally recover. In addition, they also found a broken strange sigil in her hand. However, because the magic stone was completely destroyed, Agatha could not identify what kind of sigil it was. As a result, they did not expect that Isabella would sleep for 5 days. During this period, Nightingale was so anxious that she wanted to forcefully wake Isabella up with a dagger. If it were not for Vendy's dissuasion, she would probably have done so. "Did you find out that she woke up?" Agatha asked Lightning. The little girl shook her head. She woke up by herself. When it was Ash's turn to check, she sat at the head of the bed and told us that such a prison was meaningless to her. Nightingale's face darkened. "Is she provoking us?" "We'll know when we ask later," Agatha said calmly. After passing through the layers of guards of the First Army, the two walked into a narrow room. There were no windows in the room, and a pine resin torch hung high above their heads emitted a dim yellow light. Aside from a vertical wooden bed and a short table, there was nothing else in the room. The pure witch sat motionlessly at the head of the bed. Her curly hair hanging over her shoulders was reflected in the light of the fire, and she was still wearing the priest's robe stained with blood. The dust on her face had solidified into yellow spots. "It seems that Zero has completely failed." Before Nightingale could open her mouth to ask, the pure witch took the initiative to break the silence. "She has never been able to become God's favorite." "God's favorite?" Nightingale sneered. "Don't worry, I'll tell you everything I know." Isabella sighed softly as if she did not hear the sarcasm in her words. "Then I'll be at your disposal." The pure witch's attitude startled Nightingale, because she could tell that the pure witch's words were sincere. But it was too late for her to admit defeat. "Didn't you previously claim that this cage can't hold you? Now you've decided to accept your fate?" "My ability is to eliminate the effect of God's stone of retaliation. As long as there's space, no matter how many God's stones there are, it doesn't matter," Isabella said slowly. "But other than that, I can neither penetrate walls nor burrow into the ground, so you don't need to prepare such a special room for me." "Your ability can affect God's stones?" Agatha asked in surprise. "They look like bottomless black holes, but yes," Isabella said frankly, "I can eliminate them." "You mean that the God stone worn by His Majesty became ineffective because of you?" Nightingale clenched her hands into fists. "I had no other choice at that time. Zero has been blinded by God. She firmly believes that only one of us can receive God's smile." Agatha pressed her hand calmly. "Is it Zero who made His Majesty fall into a coma?" "What's her ability?" "Fall into a coma?" Isabella frowned slightly. "The outcome of the soul battlefield should be decided in an instant. If Roland didn't turn into Zero on the spot, it means that Zero's devouring failed. Is it because he can't bear such a huge amount of memory that he can't wake up? Nightingale and Agatha looked at each other. The soul battlefield? After listening to Isabella's description of the soul battlefield, Nightingale's heart gradually sank to the bottom. You mean, you don't know how to wake His Majesty up? She shook her head. There's no precedent for this, so I really can't solve it. However, when Zero swallowed Garcia, he was in a trance for a while. At that time, she explained that she found something interesting in Zero's memory, so it took a lot of effort. Zero's life is more complicated than anyone else's, so I guess it will take longer for Roland to accept this part of the memory. But as long as he's still alive, he should wake up naturally. Nightingale could not judge whether the content was true or not, but she could tell that Isabella was not lying. At least, these guesses were from the bottom of the pure witch's heart. But she also knew that the situation was not optimistic at all. Between the memory of serving the church for more than 200 years and His Majesty's 20 years as a prince, which one would become the dominant one? Would Roland be lost in the complicated memory and never wake up? To say the least, if he really accepted all of Zero's memory and woke up, would he still be Roland Wimbledon, Prince Roland of Grey Castle? And the person she longed for? Nightingale could hardly control her state of mind due to the turbulent thoughts. At this moment, she also understood why Vendy had asked Agatha to come with her. Let's talk about the church, Agatha said after a moment of silence. How much do you know about the predecessor of the church, the Union? I basically know everything that Zero knows, Isabella replied cooperatively. Do you still doubt the content of those letters? Since Zero took over the position of Pope, all pure witches recognized by the pivotal secret agency can enter the library and read the covered history of 400 years ago. The records about the witch empire and the demons in the letters are all true. If it's just the information in the letters, it's of no value to us. Agatha smiled slightly. The witch empire is history in your eyes, but in my eyes, it's part of life. I'm a witch of the Union. This time, it was Isabella's turn to be surprised. What, did you say? I came from the holy city of Tequila more than 400 years ago. I witnessed the destruction of the holy city with my own eyes. The devils are not rare, they still occupy most of the Land of Dawn territory. There is a devil's town west of Grey Castle in the concealing forest and at the end of the Redwater River. Roland has already fought with them. The pure witch stood rooted to the ground, speechless for a long time. It's only a matter of time before we start a war with the demons. We all know that the Battle of Divine Will is coming soon. If it weren't for the church's insistence, Roland wouldn't have chosen this decisive battle to get rid of future troubles. Agatha paused. What I want to know is, how did the Union transform into a church? Well. After a while, Isabella came to her senses. The history books mentioned that during the escape, a civil war broke out in the northwest side of the impassable mountain range. The cause of the war wasn't mentioned in detail, but it was known that the Union was split into two groups. One group was led by the Tequila witches and entered the maze ruins in the mountains. The other group was led by the witches of Starfall City. They inherited the will of Lady Alice and continued to move north. They settled under the Hermes Plateau and became the current church. A civil war during the escape? Agatha frowned. That's suicide. The writer of the history books also thought so. The Union suffered heavy losses in the Civil War. Not only did they lose two transcendents, but they were also completely separated from the migration team composed of mortals. By the time the northward group arrived at their destination, most of the mortals had already fled. Isabella sighed. As for the subsequent War of Faith, it was just to hunt and kill those non-combat witches who didn't belong to Starfall City. Only in this way could the church bury the past completely. Bury the past to make it easier to hunt witches and create a mindless God's punishment army? Nightingale said coldly. You're all crazy. If it weren't for this civil war, the Four Kingdoms wouldn't have broken away from the Union's control in the first place, and the number of God's punishment army would be far more than what it is now, Isabella said calmly. Of course, now that Roland Wimbledon has a better idea, the holy city of Hermes naturally doesn't need to exist anymore. You don't seem to have any nostalgia for the church, Nightingale said sarcastically. As long as we can defeat the demons, I don't care who's in charge of the continent. This is also the original intention of the Union. She closed her eyes. Although Zero is very crazy, her belief in fighting against the demons is stronger than most people's. This is also the reason why I chose to help her this time. Hearing this, Nightingale could not help but pull out her dagger. If killing her can wake up Roland, I'll never stop you, Agatha said softly. After a while, she reluctantly sheathed the dagger. By the way, there's one more thing I have to tell you. Just as the two were about to leave, Isabella suddenly said, although Zero allows the pure ones to enter the temple to read the books in the library, no one is allowed to go to the prayer room on the top floor, not even close. She only told me that by standing there, she could face God directly. Walking out of the prison room, Nightingale hit the wall hard. Damn it. In the end, we still can't find a way to wake His Majesty up. We've done all we can, so we can only continue to wait, Agatha comforted her. Anyway, let's first report the news we've received. She'll pay for this, I promise. As long as we don't kill her, she's still very useful to us. Whether it's against the holy city or to explore the secret of the God Stone. Soon, the witches gathered outside the bedroom and began to listen to Agatha's retelling of the information about the pure witches. However, Nightingale's mind was already elsewhere. She quietly retreated to the corner, unfolded the mist, and went into Roland's bedroom. In the quiet room, Anna was the only one left besides her. Nightingale slowly walked to the bedside and saw Anna holding Roland's right hand and whispering something. She had to hold her breath in order to hear the whispers of the other party. Do you remember what I said to you? If you die, I'll take those who are willing to follow you to Sleeping Island and fight against the church to the end. But you're still alive. You're just sleeping. So I'll keep waiting. Whether it's for a day, a year, or a lifetime, as long as you're still breathing, I'll always be by your side. Rest in peace. I'll take good care of you. Nightingale felt her heart tighten. This kind of heart-wrenching pain was even more unbearable than a physical injury. She couldn't help but bend down and tightly cover her chest. The light pierced the darkness. After his blurred vision adapted to the light source, the first thing he saw was a snow-white ceiling. It took Roland a few seconds to get rid of the dizziness. As his vision became clearer, he felt that something was wrong. 09 Small Say Net, where is this place? He sat up abruptly and found that he was sleeping in a room that looked like a modern bedroom. There was a soft bed under him, a lamp and a drawer on one side of the bed, and a reddish-brown wardrobe on the other side. The dazzling sunlight passed through the blinds and poured evenly on the mat and his arms, making him feel slightly hot. Damn it! Is the fight not over yet? The drowsiness in Roland's mind suddenly disappeared without a trace. He rolled off the bed and reached out to summon a gun for self-defense, but after holding it for a long time, his hand was still empty. His heart sank. Could it be that the rules of the battlefield have changed again? If that was the case, it would be troublesome. With the skills and speed of a pure witch, he would only be beaten if they fought barehanded. Moreover, didn't they agree to use the most memorable scene as the fighting arena? He had no impression of this damn room at all. Roland tiptoed to the bedroom door and put his ear to the door to listen for a moment. Intermittent sounds came from outside the door, as if someone was talking. He carefully held the door handle and opened the door a slit. Outside was a more spacious room, which looked like a living room. Next to the empty sofa, an old desktop fan was shaking its head and making a buzzing sound. In front of the sofa was a coffee table and a wall-mounted TV. The picture was still flickering, so the voice should be coming from there. 09 Small Say Net. Other than that, there was no one else in the living room. Isn't this situation a little too strange? Roland took a deep breath and slowly walked into the living room. The red ribbon tied to the fan cover was fluttering in the wind, and the cool breeze made him feel refreshed. Only then did he notice that the room was a little stuffy, and the constant chirping of cicadas outside the window meant that the world was in the middle of summer. There were a few magazines scattered on the sofa. Roland picked one up and flipped through it. The content was about fashion news and horoscope divination. The style was very immature, as if it was meant for a hairless girl. His brow furrowed even deeper. Regardless of whether it was his previous life or this life, he would never buy such a book. Clearly, this room did not belong to him. At this moment, the news on the television attracted Roland's attention. Yesterday evening, an unknown explosion occurred in the city's university. A teaching building was destroyed. From the photos sent back from the scene, it can be seen that the entire roof of the building has collapsed. There are scattered glass shards all over the ground. What caused all this? Now let's contact the reporters on the scene. He could not help but open his mouth wide, almost unable to believe his eyes. Good afternoon, everyone. I am now next to the teaching building where the explosion occurred. A female reporter appeared on the screen, and the building in the background was the battlefield where Roland and Zero had fought. According to witnesses, the sound of the explosion was continuous, and the fire illuminated half of the sky. Fortunately, because it was summer vacation, there weren't many students on campus, so there weren't any casualties. At present, the police have completely sealed off the campus, and the students who stayed on campus have been moved to a nearby hostel, under the care of the teachers. But so far, the cause of the explosion has not been identified. What do you think about this accident? I can only say that it is very strange. As we all know, it is impossible to install a natural gas pipeline in a teaching building, not to mention that the center of the explosion was on the top floor. The female reporter said in one breath, some people think that it was a plane crash, some say a small meteorite, and some even say that it was the arrival of aliens. Anyway, once the police have a definite conclusion, I will immediately report back. Thank you. The host nodded. Next, please look at the next piece of news. The summer is scorching, and the heat is unbearable. Students should be enjoying their long-awaited holiday life at home, instead of participating in various extracurricular classes. The Department of Education has issued a notice prohibiting the opening of classes. If you find such a situation, you can call the police to report. Roland did not listen to the rest of the content, his mind was filled with the scene of the collapse of the teaching building. Shouldn't the Battle of Souls be a fictitious illusion? How is this possible? After standing there for a long time, he suddenly realized something. He hurriedly ran to the door of the living room, opened the security door, and a wave of heat suddenly rushed into the room. What appeared in front of him was a modern city. In the distance, tall buildings rose one after another, connecting into a dense concrete jungle. Not far away was a busy street with endless cars and pedestrians. He was probably standing on the corridor of an apartment building. Looking back, he saw a golden nameplate 0825 hanging in the middle of the door, which was obviously made of low-quality material. If he was not mistaken, it should be referring to room 25 on the 8th floor. Excuse me, please. Don't block the corridor, okay? Roland was slightly stunned. He turned his head and found that the door of his neighbor's room had been opened, and a middle-aged woman was staring at him impatiently. When he turned his body sideways, the woman snorted and walked past him. At the same time, a strong smell of inferior perfume floated into his nose. Really, not only do you not work in the daytime, but you also run around in a singlet and underpants. Don't you feel ashamed at your age? The woman seemed to be talking to herself, and her voice just floated into Roland's ears. This skill was very handy for them. Roland returned to the room and closed the door with a bang. Zero. Get out here. Don't waste your time hiding. Is this your new trick? Piecing together the things in my head? Don't make me laugh. It's just an illusion. After shouting for a long time, there was still no movement in the room. Roland grabbed the glass on the coffee table and smashed it against the wall. The glass instantly broke into pieces. This is how you won't let me go? He sneered in his heart. You want to trap me in this consciousness forever? You can't trap me, Zero. Without the slightest hesitation, he immediately took action. Suppose this is another illusion similar to the Battle of Souls, how can I get out? Suicide was definitely the last option. Roland decided to start with a simple one, making them fall together. He moved a few chairs and stacked them from big to small, with their backs facing the sofa. In this way, even if he failed, he would not be hurt. After the setup was completed, he stepped on the shaking chairs and slowly climbed to the highest point. At this time, his head was almost touching the ceiling, and it was really scary to fall with his back facing the ceiling. But now that Roland had even experienced death, and it was a different kind of death, this psychological barrier was no longer a problem for him. Just as he was rocking the chairs back and forth, he heard the sound of the door being unlocked. Did the real owner of this room come back? Before he had time to stabilize his body, the stacked chairs fell with a loud crash. While falling in a flurry, Roland tried his best to turn his head and saw a young girl walking in from outside the door. She was carrying a backpack and was about 11 or 12 years old, but he immediately recognized her from her long white hair and light red eyes. Zero. Obviously, she also saw Roland and showed a surprised expression at the same time. "What are you doing?" "Uncle," the scene suddenly changed, as if the world had turned upside down. Roland's body suddenly bounced up and he took 2 long breaths. The familiar scene of the room reappeared in his eyes. The gray stone walls with tiny cracks, the thick velvet curtains, and the quietly glowing magic stone. Is this Neverwinter? Clang. The sound of a wooden basin falling came. Roland looked in the direction of the sound and saw Anna standing there in a daze. The basin that fell on the ground spun a few times and poured out hot water that wet a large area of the carpet. "You've lost weight." After hugging her tightly for a long time, Roland stroked her cheek and whispered. 09 small say net. Anna's eyes were still as pure as lake water. Although there were ripples in them, his figure was still clearly reflected in her blue eyes. However, the girl's body was obviously much thinner. Through her clothes, he could feel her slightly bulging spine, the protruding collarbone under her neck, and her face was not as round as he remembered. "I'm sorry to have made you worry." Smelling her fragrance, Roland felt a long-lost calmness in his heart. It was just a blink of an eye, but it felt like centuries. Anna shook her head and wiped the tears in her eyes on Roland's collar. "It's good that you've woken up." "How long have I been in a coma?" 3 days. A week? However, seeing Anna become so thin, he became a little uncertain. More than a month. Roland was stunned. "What?" "To be exact, it's 1 month and 22 days. Looking at his dull expression, Anna couldn't help but laugh through her tears. "It's autumn now. Didn't you notice that even the curtains have been changed? I've been in a coma for almost 2 months. He moved his arms in disbelief and curled his toes quietly. He did not feel any jerkiness. "Then how did I eat?" "You didn't eat anything." Anna leaned on his shoulder and grasped his clothes tightly, as if she was afraid that he would fall asleep again. "Someone ate for you." 09 small say net. Can this be used as a substitute? It's the ability of Nightfall, the Witch of the Bloodfang Association. She planted a seed of symbiosis in your body. You only need to eat 1 more portion of food. It can be used like this. Roland secretly clicked his tongue in amazement. This symbiotic relationship was obviously not just to maintain life. Judging from the fact that the muscles of the hands and feet did not shrink at all, it was equivalent to completely connecting the 2 living bodies and sharing a set of circulatory system. After sighing, he turned his head to look at the wooden basin on the ground. "Thank you for taking care of me these days." There was no doubt that after sleeping for such a long time, his body was still dry and clean. Someone must have washed and changed his clothes every few days. This was a tedious process. To do it day after day, patience and love were essential. "Compared to what you've done, this is nothing," Anna said softly. "You've fulfilled your promise to the witches and defeated the army of the church. Now in the entire witch union, every sister is willing to sacrifice everything for you. Even without me, there will be others rushing to take care of you. But I'd rather you do it." Roland looked at her and lowered his head to kiss her. After a while, the 2 of them reluctantly separated. Anna's cheeks blushed. "That's right, I have to tell the others as soon as possible. They've been waiting for this day for a long time." "You're not going to continue?" Roland smirked. She subconsciously tilted her head. "You've just woken up. You should take a good rest first, but I feel full of strength." "That won't do." Anna raised her hand and punched him a few times. Then she turned around to pick up the wooden basin and walked to the bedroom door. "I'll be back soon. I've slept enough." "Don't worry." Roland smiled at her. After Anna closed the door, he frowned. Why did I sleep for such a long time? Could it be related to the unimaginable scene he saw in his dream? He felt a little uneasy. Generally speaking, after waking up from a dream, the content of the dream would quickly fade away. Even in less than a day, it would be completely forgotten. But until now, he still clearly remembered everything that happened in the dream. That 11 or 12-year-old girl, was she really Zero? Why did she call me uncle? Furthermore, his shocked expression didn't seem to be an act. The more Roland thought about it, the more he felt that there were more than one or two strange things. The city in the dream was definitely not the place where he lived in his previous life. The school that appeared on TV was the best proof. The university should be built on a mountain and was part of the scenic area. No high-rise buildings were allowed to be built around the school district. But in the background of the news, he could see the gray skyline formed by skyscrapers. There was also something wrong with the apartment building. Judging from the rows of residents and the walkways, it was the most old-fashioned tube-shaped apartment structure, usually built in the 70s or 80s. It was out of place with the bustling streets hundreds of meters away and the skyscrapers further away. The dark green anti-theft door, the old desk fan, and the color TV on the wall were also very strange. If it was not for the special hobby of the owner, almost no one would decorate their living room like this. Everything seemed real, but in fact, it was full of loopholes. Was the hysterical "I'll never let you go" that Zero shouted before dissipating a curse or a threat? Did she expect to create such a clumsy dream to confuse him? If it was just to make him have a few nightmares, it would be too much of a bluff. Just as Roland was pondering, there was a noise outside the door. A group of witches rushed into the bedroom and surrounded him. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Roland also felt a little embarrassed. Ahem. Anyway, I'm fine now. These days. Lightning did not wait for him to finish. She jumped onto the big bed and wrapped her arms around his neck. Thank God. Vendi clasped her hands in front of her chest and said with an uncontrollable excitement, "You finally woke up. What a troublesome guy." Lily curled her lips. "He made us worry for so long." "Do you also worry about others?" "That's really rare," Mystery Moon muttered. "Mortals are always more fragile than witches." Agatha took out a stone of measuring and put it in front of Roland to have a look. "Well, I can't see any magic reaction. It seems that you haven't inherited all of Zero's power. How about it, did you remember anything? For example, the memory of being the Pope?" Roland was a little surprised and asked, "You know this ability?" "We caught a pure witch of the church as a captive and got the information from her." "Really? But I don't seem to have received her memory." "Wait, what if he's lost his mind after more than 200 years of memory and is no longer the previous Prince Roland?" Ashes stood up and said, "Who can prove that he's Roland and not Zero? Please, don't make trouble at this time, okay?" Andrea glared at her. "He's His Majesty, I'm sure." Nightingale's voice came from the other side of the big bed. To Roland's surprise, she did not show up as usual. Then there was Nana, Scroll, Leaf. As the witches talked about their concerns, Roland felt warm all over his body. The last one was Tilly. She held Roland's hand and said with a smile. An hour later, Roland finally figured out what had happened during the month he was in a coma. The church had undoubtedly suffered a heavy blow. The God's Punishment Army was almost wiped out, and more than half of the Judgment Army was annihilated. Many of the 2,000 people who had escaped had taken the pill of madness, so it was only a matter of time before they were corroded by magic power. Coupled with the disappearance of the Pope and the death of a large number of high-level commanders, the holy city of Hermes could no longer encroach on the border of Grey Castle. It was even hard to say whether they could survive the following months of demons. However, the First Army also suffered heavy losses. The main reason was the Black Veil Witch's surprise attack. All the soldiers who saw her eyes and did not wear the God's Stone of Retaliation were affected to varying degrees. 80% of the more than 700 casualties were caused by her. The fall of Roland also had a great impact on the morale of the army. Iron Axe had no choice but to give the order to withdraw. Fortunately, the functions of the city hall were very complete at this time. With everyone working together, there was no problem. The statement announced to the public was that His Majesty was accidentally injured in the battle and needed to recuperate. The funeral of the soldiers of the First Army was also presided over by Iron Axe and Barif. After listening to the witch's narration, Roland became very interested in the captured pure witches. "You mean, they don't have any feelings for the church?" He looked at Agatha. That witch named Isabella is still willing to help us fight against the demons? Vanilla and Maggie were not adopted by the Archbishop. They were only chosen from the cloister for this task. Nightingale has confirmed this. Agatha replied, but Isabella is very strange. She doesn't seem to care about who she works for, as long as they can defeat the demons. She also said that this is the idea instilled in her by the previous pope. What do you think? I suggest we keep Isabella for the time being. But she's a pure witch raised by the church and is our enemy. Scroll frowned. If not for her, that witch named Zero would not have been able to hurt His Majesty. As far as I know, Vendi was also raised by the church. That's different. Vendi has never hurt anyone. Isabella also didn't directly hurt any witches. Her ability can only affect the god stone, and it's rare for a witch to wear a god stone, Agatha said carelessly. Nightingale confirmed that she didn't lie. Is that so? Roland looked at the other side of the bed. After a while, a reluctant answer came from the other side. Yes. The most important thing is her ability, Agatha continued. Isabella mentioned that the lightless black holes formed by the god stone of retaliation all have a unique tremor pattern, and she can create an opposite tremor, which makes the god stone ineffective. Perhaps this is the key to unraveling the secret of the magic slayer. I even suspect that she was born to be a magic slayer. If we can figure out the relationship between magic power and the god stone, other witches may be able to do the same. This news caused a gasp in the crowd. For most of them, the god stone of retaliation was a threshold that they could not cross. Because of the restriction of the god stone, they were bullied, homeless, and helpless in the face of the arrest of the church and the nobles. Roland touched his chin thoughtfully. Counteracting the tremor? This is the same as the characteristic of waves. Does magic power also spread in the way of waves? In that case, let's keep her, Roland said after thinking for a moment. I'll decide how to deal with her after I see her. Apparently, the witches were not the only ones in Neverwinter who cared about his safety. In the afternoon, senior officials such as Berev, Iron Axe, and Carr received the news and came to the castle one after another. Everyone looked relieved when they saw him, especially the director of City Hall, who even hugged Roland and choked with sobs. Since he had just woken up, he did not ask too many questions about political affairs. Instead, he just chatted and comforted the people in Neverwinter. The people who knew about Roland's condition had been in a coma for a long time, so the most important thing now was to cheer them up and let everyone know that their king had recovered. In the evening, a sumptuous banquet was held in the castle district. Almost all the officials from City Hall and the First Army attended. The dining table was filled with food and was placed in the courtyard. Not only that, but he also ordered his men to push carts of steaming oatmeal to the square so that all the people in the city could participate in the celebration. After the banquet, Roland returned to his bedroom. Nightingale, he called softly. No one responded. Nightingale, he repeated, I know you're here. Still no movement. Roland sighed, turned around, took 2 steps forward, and reached out his hand to touch Nightingale's body. When Nightingale revealed herself and was about to kneel down, he directly lifted her up. His strength seems to have increased a little. But this was not important. Roland glared at her fiercely. Before she could speak, he directly said, I know what you're feeling guilty about, but it's not your fault. I'm safe and sound in the end, so don't blame yourself anymore, understand? Agatha clearly warned me, but I still. Hey, your Majesty? Roland directly hugged her. This was the first time he had taken the initiative to hug Nightingale. Originally, Roland had prepared a lot of words of comfort and persuasion, but when they were on the tip of his tongue, he did not want to say them. He knew what she really needed. Before he was hit by Zero's dim light, Nightingale pushed him away without hesitation and used her body to shield him was still fresh in his memory. At that time, she was ready to sacrifice herself. Facing such a woman, what more could he ask? Wait a little longer, Roland said in a low voice, I'll solve this problem. Solve, what? He did not answer, but he knew that Nightingale could understand what he meant. Her slightly rapid breathing was the best proof. Silence often caused invisible harm. Since he could not turn a blind eye to it, he could only put the responsibility on himself. even if it would be a thorny road. Then Nightingale's whole body relaxed. When the pressure was gone, her expression became firm again. When a person is in a vulnerable state, all he needs is a promise. Hope was meaningful. "Okay, I'll wait," she sobbed. Although she was crying, there was not a trace of sadness. The moist and warm touch filled Roland's heart. After seeing Nightingale off, he slept very soundly that night. When he opened his eyes, the snow-white ceiling appeared in front of him again. Well, it's this poor dream again. Since he already knew the way to escape, he was much calmer this time. Rubbing the back of his head that was faintly aching, he walked out of the room and saw the white-haired girl coming out of the kitchen with a plate. "Zero?" Roland asked tentatively. She rolled her eyes, bent over to put the plate on the coffee table, and then sat down cross-legged. "What are you doing there? Aren't you going to have breakfast?" The little girl's voice was soft and immature. Her figure was slender and she wore a light blue dress with white stockings. Her feet were almost the size of his palm. She was completely different from the crazy pure witch who clamored that she would never let him go. But since she did not deny this name, it meant that she admitted that she was Zero. "What should I do?" "Kill her. Now that she has the body of a little girl, it is impossible for her to tear me apart with her bare hands like an extraordinary, right?" Roland first went into the kitchen, took a fruit knife from the knife rack and hid it at his waist, and then slowly walked to the coffee table. He saw a fried egg and 2 fried dough sticks on his plate, well, one more than hers. The outer ring of the egg was golden, the edges were slightly burnt, and the egg white in the middle was slightly swollen, revealing a touch of orange. Obviously, it was a perfect flowing egg. Zero skillfully picked up her chopsticks and quickly stuffed her fried egg into her mouth. She then grabbed a fried dough stick and began to gnaw on it. "What were you doing yesterday? Were there cockroaches on the ceiling?" "No. I thought it was a little dirty, so I wanted to wipe it." Roland casually made up an excuse. "Really?" She looked up at the ceiling. "Didn't you know how to use a cloth hanging from a close fork to wipe it?" "It didn't work well, but it's finally clean now." He coughed twice. "Did you do this?" "Uncle, is your head all right?" Zero finally showed a worried look. "Haven't I been the one to do everything since I came here?" "Since I came here? Then where were you before?" Roland opened his mouth, but finally did not ask. Obviously, if he continued asking, she would suspect his identity. Zero quickly finished her breakfast and put her hand in front of him. "Money to buy groceries." "Ah? There are almost no groceries in the fridge. I have to go to the market today." "How can I buy groceries without money?" A junior high school student actually knows this? Roland subconsciously searched his body, but did not find his wallet. In the second drawer of your nightstand," Zero sighed. He went back to his bedroom and found a shriveled wallet in a drawer. He opened it and saw that there were only $300 and a few lottery tickets. "How much do you want?" Roland returned to the living room. 20. "I can't carry any more than that." Roland didn't feel bad spending other people's money, so he handed her a 50 yuan bill. "Save the extra for next time." Zero looked at him strangely and put the money into her purse. "Your hand." Roland noticed that there were 2 band-aids wrapped around the man's fingers. "I pricked myself when I was picking up glass shards." "It's nothing serious." "Of course, it would be better if you didn't throw things around." She shrugged, picked up her bag, and walked towards the door. "I'm going to school. I won't be back in the afternoon. You can wash the dishes." "Wait, isn't it summer vacation now?" "Of course it's tutoring." Zero put on her shoes and poked her head out from behind the door. "Uncle, if your head still hurts, you should go to the hospital. Don't do this kind of stupid thing again." After half a minute, Roland walked out of room 0825, leaned over the railing and looked down. Zero's figure soon appeared in his field of vision. Her white hair was always particularly eye-catching, but the passers-by seemed to be used to it. No one turned around to look at her. She waited downstairs for a while until the other 2 silly girls with backpacks ran up to her. Then the 3 of them disappeared into the alley together. "Did she make friends here?" Roland rubbed his forehead. This dream is too absurd. What should I do next? Should I follow her? He didn't believe that Zero could really simulate a complete city. Just as Roland turned around to look for the key in his room, his body suddenly stiffened and he stood still. He saw a pretty woman walking towards him. She had long, light gray hair and raised eyebrows. Her lips and nose were somewhat similar to Tilly's, but she had a coldness and arrogance that kept people thousands of miles away. He had never seen her before, but the memory in Prince Roland's mind clearly told him that she was his sister, Princess Xianxia of Grey Castle. Xianxia Wimbledon. Roland subconsciously reached for the fruit knife at his waist. Get out of the way. The woman showed a disgusted expression. I want to go over. You don't know me? He was greatly surprised. Pfft, the woman sneered. Why should I know you? You dyed your hair the same color as mine, and you want to get close to me? Roland stared at her and slowly stepped aside. You're Xianxia, right? The woman's face became gloomy. Although I don't know where you heard my name, I warn you, you'll suffer if you keep pestering me. She stretched out her right hand and clasped her fingers one by one. Her joints made a cracking sound as if she had been trained in fighting. When she returned to her room and slammed the door shut, Roland pretended to stroll around and walked over to take a look. The room number was 0827, and it was next door. Looking at the security doors lined up along the walkway further away, he suddenly had a horrifying thought. How many residents are there in this apartment building? Anyway, the length of the public corridor is amazing. I can't even see the end of the corridor when I stand in front of the door of room 27. Once this thought arose, it was difficult to suppress it. He returned to his room as fast as he could and found the key. After confirming that the door could be opened, he locked the door and ran toward the increasing number of rooms. The corridor under his feet was as long as a 400-meter-long straight track. Panting, Roland came to the end of the corridor near the stairwell. The last room number was 0899. This is incredible. Who would put nearly 100 apartments in one floor of a tube-shaped apartment building? According to the style of the 70s and 80s, a row of more than 10 apartments is already considered a large scale. Roland then climbed up the stairs. The iron handrails were mostly made of iron, and the green paint on the surface had almost peeled off. Obvious rust and dust could be seen. Numerous small advertisements were pasted in the corridor, revealing the distinctive characteristics of the times. This kind of psoriasis should have disappeared in the big cities long ago. The top floor was the 22nd floor. There was no nameplate on the security door at the end, and even the window was not open. He checked the rooms one by one until the first number appeared in front of him, 2245. There were a total of 2,124 households in the entire apartment building. Over the years, I've devoured thousands of soldiers, including an extraordinary. You can't beat me. Zero's words from the life and death fight on the rooftop came to his mind again. Are all the people living here the losers of the Battle of Souls? Roland could not help but be dumbfounded by the speculation. After climbing more than a dozen floors in one breath, Roland felt his feet ache when he relaxed. There was no elevator in this old-fashioned building. Even in his dream, he was glad that he did not appear on the top floor. There was no doubt that it was Zero who caused all this, but it was not entirely Zero, because no one would take revenge on him in this way. The only purpose of painstakingly creating this strange dream was to let him witness her failure. Not only was she deprived of her memory as a pure witch, but she also became a defenseless junior high school student. For a moment, many evil ideas popped up in Roland's mind. Based on Zero's current appearance, no matter what he did to her, she would not be able to resist. Could this also be considered revenge? It could only be said that Zero did something at that time to make the incredible recasting of her memory, but the final result was not what she wanted to see. If this extraordinarily large tube-shaped building was a faithful reflection of Zero's memory, then it was just a building. In the distance, the rising and falling skyscrapers and the ceaseless flow of vehicles and pedestrians on the street were obviously his memory, a soul from the modern world. Zero and the person she devoured were integrated into this dream as a modern person, which meant that her attempt had completely failed. This was a more reasonable inference. What about himself? Roland slowly walked downstairs while thinking about this question. He did not belong here, at least not in this loser's building. A very obvious feature was that he still had a complete memory, knew that he was in a dream, and could leave this place at any time. Of course, next he would have to order a more convenient falling tool. Last time when he fell from the sofa and hit his head, he could still feel a dull pain this time, which meant that the dream had reached a level of authenticity. If that was the case, how far could it go in terms of richness? Was it all-encompassing or just an empty shell? Roland returned to room 0825 and carefully examined the residence again. It was a standard one-bedroom and 3 living rooms without a balcony. The 3 single rooms were Roland's bedroom, Zero's bedroom, and a utility room. The storage room was filled with large items, such as an old-fashioned bicycle without a flywheel, a sewing machine, a rusted iron door, and so on. They probably wouldn't be worth much even if they were sold as scrap. Roland then walked to the door of Zero's bedroom. There was an obvious notice on the door, no unauthorized entry. However, this kind of warning was nothing to Roland. He unceremoniously pushed open the door, and a faint fragrance floated into his nose. In the small room, the furniture was arranged neatly. Even the bed was folded. The clean table and floor were spotless. It was hard to believe that a middle school student could do this. After Roland walked around, his eyes were quickly attracted by a cartoon diary placed at the corner of the desk. She actually had the habit of keeping a diary. This was a good opportunity to learn more about Zero's past. For him, peeking at a little girl's diary in his dream did not give him any psychological pressure. Roland picked up the pink book and found a plastic lock on the side. However, this kind of thing was not difficult for him at all. The function of the plastic lock was to increase the psychological comfort of the child, and it had no function to prevent peeking. Roland found 2 toothpicks, inserted them into the keyhole, and picked the lock after a while. He turned to the first page. Although the handwriting on the paper was immature, there were few ink spots and alterations. Obviously, she was quite serious when writing these things. February 16th, because the school moved, I was sent to a different family. The owner is called Roland, an uncle who is not very particular. He works in a bar and often sleeps during the day, goes out at night, and comes back in the early hours of the morning. He always has an unpleasant smell of alcohol on him. I really don't want to live here, but my family says that he asks for the least boarding fee and food. They don't allow me to say one more word, or they will send me to the countryside. What the hell is this background? Roland could not help but grit his teeth. Ever since he was young, the number of times he went to a bar could be counted on one hand, not to mention working there. But the dream itself was an unreasonable place. It often spliced many unrelated fragments together, and it didn't feel strange at all in the dream. Thinking of this, he could not be bothered to argue with the dream. February 27th, school started. Uncle Roland seems to have lost his job. He looks very dispirited. His dinner became instant noodles, and I had to buy them. March 2nd, recently all my pocket money has been spent on instant noodles. This can't go on. The magazine said that 12 years old is the period when the body is growing, and we must ensure adequate nutrition. I have to negotiate with my uncle. If I get beaten up, I will endure it. I don't want to go to the countryside. March 3rd, he agreed to my proposal. That's great. Every month he gives me a portion of my living expenses to buy fresh food. However, as long as I am not at school, I have to make all 3 meals. Who is taking care of who? Why do I feel that he should give me a higher salary? Whatever, I often have to do these things at home anyway. I'm used to it. June 8th, after coming to the new city for 3 months, I have gradually adapted here. I have made many friends and my grades are the best in my class. Although Uncle Roland is very careless and always slovenly, he is actually not a bad person. At least he has never beaten me. Unfortunately, he still has not found a job. It looks like he is about to give up. This is not a good sign. It is impossible to support him and me with the living expenses from home alone. I have to think of a way to help him. June 22nd, it is so hard to earn money. I drew some cartoons and sold them to my classmates in cram school. In the end, I only earned 15 yuan. This is not even enough for 2 days of food. Right, was my tone with my uncle a little too casual recently? After all, he is an adult. It is a little rude, but I can't help it. Is this the rebellious phase? June 25th, God, I was scared to death today. As soon as I entered the door, I saw Uncle Roland fall from the chair. Luckily, there was a sofa underneath. Putting the chair so high, is he trying to commit suicide? It is so infuriating. If he hurt himself, won't it be even more difficult to find a job? Forget it, I will ask him tomorrow what is going on. It only took Roland half an hour to finish reading the whole diary, leaving out the unimportant details. She also had a general understanding of the reason why Zero lived in the same house with her. The dream world seemed to have fabricated a background that suited everyone's identity in the modern era. This was undoubtedly an extremely complicated structure, and it was probably impossible for him to complete it by himself. It was no wonder that he had been unconscious for almost 2 months after the soul duel. When he locked the diary and put it back in its original position, Roland could not help but be startled. There was a stack of books on the desk, which seemed to be the little girl's teaching materials. He swallowed and reached out to move all the textbooks over. The first was language, the second was ideological and moral education. When he flipped to the third book, his breathing became a little faster. That was the chemistry textbook used by middle school students. Its content was very simple. There were very few words and most of them were illustrations. At first glance, it looked like 100,000 Ys. However, when Roland turned to the last page, a long folded page fell out. After waking up from the dream world, Roland was wide awake. He jumped out of bed excitedly, put on his coat, and went to his office. He took out a few pieces of white paper and began to write down some missing knowledge in the periodic table of elements and elementary chemistry. After entering the dream world twice, he had figured out some general rules. First of all, the time in the dream world was not the same as the time in reality. This was easy to understand. Usually, when he dozed off, he would dream of a long series of content. Perhaps when the senses of sight, hearing, touch, and other senses were provided internally, the brain could reach a very high reaction speed. For example, he had been active in the dream world for about 8 hours until 3 in the afternoon. Before Zero came back, he used a ladder to fall from his bedroom. It was still late at night, and the moon was hanging high above his head. It would probably be another 4 to 6 hours before the sunrise. Second was the activity of his brain. Perhaps because the dream world was too realistic, Roland found that his actions in the dream world did not mean that he was asleep. This was a very tricky problem. He had to deal with government affairs during the day and earn money at night. How could he be busy for 24 hours a day? He suddenly felt that he was about to become the model worker of Neverwinter. And the most diligent one. However, Roland had not tried to sleep in the dream world. If he could take advantage of the time difference and rest in the dream world, it would undoubtedly greatly improve his work efficiency. Third was the dream world itself. It was completely different from the usual dreams, clear, stable, and had its own set of rules. Without a doubt, this was partly caused by Zero. She had made the dream world into a new world, and Roland only knew a little about it. Did it have a boundary? What fragments did it integrate? How much buried or even forgotten information could he find in it? After waiting for dawn, Roland had breakfast and summoned all the department heads of City Hall to the castle's reception hall. In addition to understanding the changes and progress of the city over the past month, he had another important purpose, which was to formulate the strategic goals for the next stage. At present, the threat of the church had been removed. The next most important thing was undoubtedly to prepare for the upcoming battle of divine will. Roland set his sights on the other kingdoms. You mean, not only do we have to recruit people from the territories of Grey Castle, but we also have to rob people from the kingdom of Everwinter and the kingdom of Wolfheart? Bearov wiped his forehead. Your Majesty, this is a big project. The news of the church's heavy losses will definitely spread throughout the continent. It's unknown how much control the holy city of Hermes can maintain over the kingdom of Everwinter and the kingdom of Wolfheart. As for those nobles who joined the church, when the situation changes, it wouldn't be surprising for them to bite back. Roland said in a low voice, "This is a good opportunity for us. Whether we use the golden dragon to tempt them or force them to come to Grey Castle, everything will be fine." In this era where nationalism had yet to be awakened, there were almost no repercussions for forcefully recruiting people. As long as they could get their whole family involved, most people did not mind who they were working for. In the spring of next year, the seaport of Neverwinter will be opened. What you need to do is to formulate a recruitment plan, rent ships from the sea merchants of the fjords, and properly settle the people. Roland continued, I know the implementation of these policies will cost a lot of golden dragon, but no matter what, City Hall has to grit its teeth and complete it. Everyone here knows that the church is not the kingdom's ultimate enemy. This rapid population expansion plan seemed complicated and huge, but many of the details had already been rehearsed by City Hall. For example, for City Hall, who had sent emissary delegations to the Southern Territory and the Eastern region many times to recruit people, it was not a difficult task. As for the settlement part, City Hall had a complete set of regulations and rich experience. Today, City Hall of Neverwinter had become a reliable and mature administrative organization. The only part that he had not practiced was the shipping part. He planned to contact Thunder and Marjorie's Chamber of Commerce to help him complete it. By the way, to lighten your burden, I'll officially hire Miss Edith Kant to join City Hall as your adjutant. Roland paused. Whether it's in the Battle of Coldwind Ridge or in her performance in the advisor department, her ability is impeccable. I believe that with her help, you'll be much more relaxed. Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty, Barav said hurriedly. But I can also do this alone, I've already decided, Roland interrupted the director. Just do as I say. Then he looked at Scroll and said, education is also the focus of the next stage. How's the training of intermediate teachers going? So far, only Philin has passed the intermediate examination. Scroll shook her head. Your Majesty, I'm afraid this method won't work. I see. Roland was not surprised by the failure of the Ministry of Education. In the beginning, the junior teachers were all from the night class, and the content taught was limited to general reading and writing. Under the guidance of the Unified Teaching Plan and Scroll, they successfully completed the task. However, when the Ministry of Education continued to strengthen the teacher resources and wanted to train the knight to become an intermediate teacher, the problem arose. The only reason these nobles could read was that they had access to these things, but it did not mean that they were good at learning. The intermediate examination involved 3 major subjects, mathematics, physics, and chemistry, which could not be easily understood. Since it won't work, the new intermediate teachers will be selected from the students, Roland decided. In order to ensure that the students can continue to study, include the scholarship system in the New Year's financial plan. Scholarship? Scroll was stunned. Do you mean the reward system that was promoted in Longsong Stronghold? It's completely different. At that time, the reward system was to attract more people to participate in the study, while the scholarship was only for the top students. Roland explained, the purpose of the scholarship system is to allow outstanding talents to receive a salary comparable to that of ordinary workers during the study period, so that they will be willing to continue to study in the school. The reason was very simple. After passing the Universal Education Examination and obtaining a graduation certificate, most people would not consider further study, but find a job as soon as possible to support their families. Therefore, it was necessary for Roland to establish a special subsidy, that is, a scholarship, so that those who were good at learning could receive better training. At the beginning, you can set the reward line a little higher, so that about 20 or 30 students will be selected. With you and Philin teaching them, their learning speed should be much faster than that of the knight. After that, those who pass the intermediate examination will be hired as intermediate teachers, with a starting salary of 50 silver royals per month. Those who fail will not lose anything and can still apply for other jobs. Your Majesty, the first few batches won't be a problem, but after that. We don't need so many middle-level teachers, do we? Barav asked. Barav looked a little disappointed, but most of his attention was still on the topic. Roland was quite satisfied with his mature performance. Middle-level teachers aren't the only place these people can go. In addition to receiving a higher level of education, researchers and managers will also be assigned to other production positions. They should not only know how to operate machinery, but also understand its principles. They should be able to train workers, maintain equipment, and even put forward suggestions for improvement. Roland counted on his fingers and said, "It's meaningless to have a large population. What the Ministry of Education needs to do is to turn them into industrial personnel as much as possible." Industrial personnel? Scroll repeated in a low voice. "Do you mean engaged in production? You can understand it this way." He explained the idea that had been in his mind for a long time. Anyone who has received a primary education can be qualified as a worker. They are the most junior industrial personnel. This group of people determines the scale of the industry in Neverwinter. The more people there are, the bigger the industry will be. But it's not enough. City Hall can't manage so many things, so in the future, there should be 2 to 3 people who have received a secondary education in every 100 people. They can not only be used as workers, but also can be placed in management positions. The same is true for the senior educators. In this way, an organization that can replace itself and act according to City Hall's instructions will be formed. Education was the key to the reason why the population could become a dividend. At present, Neverwinter did not have enough resources to fully implement secondary and senior compulsory education. Roland did not have that much time to wait for talents to mature, so he simply used scholarships to select and train a group of capable people. As for the rest of the people, as long as they completed primary education and could read and write, they would be directly assigned to various production positions and become a screw in the rapid development of Neverwinter. "I understand," Scroll replied. "There's one more thing. Add ideological education to primary education." Roland tapped on the table. He could not help but recall the ideological and moral education textbook in his dream. The role of arming the mind in this era might be no less than that of a steam engine. "I'll write a teaching plan for the specific content and give it to you." After seeing Scroll nod, he stood up and looked around at everyone present. In general, the main tasks of City Hall this year and next are to expand the population, develop education, and upgrade the scale of industries. Among these, the first 2 are the most critical, as they determine the upper limit of the development of Neverwinter and even the entire kingdom. I hope that before an even more terrifying and powerful enemy arrives, everyone can fulfill their responsibilities. For the king. All the officials stood up in unison. "And for yourselves." Roland exhaled. "That's all for today's meeting. By the way, Xianxia, come to my office." The chief alchemist followed Roland to his office. As soon as he closed the door, he asked directly, "Your Majesty, do you have any new ideas or products to produce? If not, I hope to return to the laboratory as soon as possible." "You're still as impatient as ever." Roland could not help laughing. "Sit down and take your time. I have something important to give you." After Kyle sat down with a doubtful look, Roland leisurely took a sip of tea and asked, "How are the alchemists in King City doing recently?" "Not too good, not too bad. Except for chemical experiments, I don't have much contact with them." The chief alchemist frowned. "Instead of asking me, you can ask them directly." This showed that the alchemist workshop of King City still formed a small group. Although the many apprentices they brought with them were of great help to the chemical production, it was easy for them to overwhelm the local students in terms of reputation. Roland calmly changed the topic. "Now that the production of the 2 acids and smokeless gunpowder has reached a considerable scale, and it will double in the future, I intend to formally separate this industry and let a new department manage it." He paused for a moment. "Have you ever considered becoming the minister of the Ministry of Chemical Industry? I remember you mentioned it to me before, but—" "I'm sorry, Your Majesty, I can't leave the laboratory and those bottles and cans to do the trivial work of a manager." Kyle refused without hesitation. "So my answer is still the same as before. Don't be in such a hurry to refuse." Roland shrugged. "You devote yourself to chemical experiments because you want to explore its mysteries and don't want to waste your time on other things. What if I can help you understand chemistry more directly?" Xianxia could not help but be surprised. "How?" Roland took out a piece of white paper full of squares from a drawer and slowly unfolded it in front of him. It was the periodic table of elements that he had written down last night. This is... The old alchemist's eyes suddenly widened. He stretched out his trembling hands, as if he wanted to grab the table from the king's hand, but he was afraid that he would tear it up if he used too much force. "Didn't you say you've forgotten the blank space?" "I've remembered a lot of them recently." Roland pulled back the periodic table, so that the old man could only stare at him. "The same is true for intermediate chemistry. This time it won't be an incomplete volume." "Your Majesty, I..." Kyle was so excited that he only said half a sentence, but he immediately shut his mouth. Obviously, he had understood what the king meant. "Yes, as the Minister of Chemical Industry, manage the entire chemical industry for me, and this periodic table of elements and the complete version of intermediate chemistry will be yours." Roland slightly raised the corner of his mouth. "And you may have a chance to see advanced chemistry." Although the chief alchemist's love for chemistry was admirable, he was limited by the conditions and environment. No matter how hard he studied, his achievements could not exceed the level of high school chemistry. Now that he had the complete chemistry book, it was better to directly put the results in front of him. This way, he could not only save a lot of time to teach more people, but also effectively weaken the influence of the alchemist workshop of King City on the whole industry. Roland wasn't worried that Kyle didn't know anything about management. After all, to become the chief of Redwater City's alchemy workshop, basic organization and coordination skills were essential. It was just that, according to his temperament, he rarely cared about such trifles. "I understand." Kyle hesitated for a moment and bowed deeply. "I'll be the minister." Somehow, compared to using power to achieve his goals, Roland more and more liked the feeling of changing people's attitudes with an irresistible bargaining chip. Was this the legendary superior syndrome? In any case, this would be a win-win choice. This is not like a prison, Isabella thought, if she did not look down at the shackles on her wrists and feet. Ever since she told them that the cage made of God's stone of retaliation was ineffective against her, she had been moved to an ordinary bedroom guarded by guards. After moving to the western region of Grey Castle, her cell had not changed much. It was neither damp nor cold, nor was there any rancid dirty water flowing freely. In the empty room, there was only a bed and a bench, and a small cubicle as a toilet. The windows were sealed with iron bars, but it did not prevent the warm sunlight from shining in. In general, it was much better than the secret prison of the pivotal secret agency. Isabella had thought that she would receive some normal treatment as a prisoner of war, especially since the outstanding appearance of witches was easy to attract extra covetous eyes. However, nothing happened. There were guards outside the door at all times, but no one sneaked into the room in the middle of the night, nor did they humiliate or beat her. Except for delivering her meals on time every day, they hardly said a word. The witch who claimed to be from the Union more than 400 years ago would often come to see her, accompanied by a blonde witch shrouded in the shadow of a hood. No matter what they asked, Isabella would answer truthfully. She even asked for a pen and paper from the two witches. When she had nothing to do, she would transcribe some secret history or demon literature that she had read in the temple library. During this period, there was no torture as she had expected. She could tell that the blonde witch wanted to make trouble for her, but every time she answered the questions in detail, the witch would leave with a cold face, which made her quite puzzled. Of course, Isabella did not think that these witches were naive enough to believe everything she said. Judging from the reaction of the two witches during the interrogation, at least one of them could detect lies. Was it possible that the blonde witch was waiting for her to lie? This was also what confused her. There were countless excuses to punish her, or there was no need to find one at all. Why bother? However, as the days passed, her heart also sank. It had been almost 2 months. Why hadn't Roland Wimbledon appeared? There could only be two answers. Either the king had not woken up yet, or he did not intend to see her at all. Either way, it was not good news for Isabella. Perhaps when she confessed everything she knew, what awaited her would be a sentence of death. Although she was willing to give up everything to fight against the demons and had no complaints about the result, waiting for death to approach still made her feel mentally and physically exhausted. Isabella sighed and dragged her shackles to sit on the edge of the bed. She picked up her quill and clumsily spread out a new piece of white paper on her lap. The sooner she finished what she remembered, the sooner she would be able to enjoy her release. At this moment, footsteps could be heard outside the house. The voices were a little chaotic. Clearly, there were more than two people. Isabella's heart trembled slightly. When the door was pushed open, she put down her pen and turned around. She found that in addition to the two witches that she usually saw, there was also a gray-haired man. If the information was correct, he should be the fourth prince of the Wimbledon family, the current king of Grey Castle. Roland Wimbledon woke up, or was he here to pass judgment on her? Isabella stood up and curtsied. "I thought you wouldn't come to see me," she said, pretending to be calm. "You're the Isabella that made the godstone of retaliation I wear lose its effect. I didn't want to deliberately delay until now. It's just that I had a long dream and just woke up not long ago." The calm tone of the other party surprised her greatly, and the content of the story surprised her even more. "In the dream, I fought with the pure witch and finally won, but it wasn't like what she said, where the winner won everything, whether it was knowledge or skills." "That's impossible." Isabella could not help but blurt out. "Why?" Roland asked with great interest. "Can't it be that a man can't awaken as a witch, so he can't inherit everything from her? It has nothing to do with gender." She shook her head. "The spoils of war that the winner of the soul battlefield can obtain are memory and lifespan, which everyone has. But the unique ability of witches can't be absorbed, and magic power can't be increased out of thin air. Otherwise, Zero would have swallowed me long ago. In other words, only creatures with these two characteristics can be included in the soul battlefield." "You mean there's a creature that she can't invade?" "Of course, animals without intelligence can't enter the soul battlefield," Isabella explained. "Even if they win, they can't understand the human memory. That could also be because of the different races. As far as I know, among the thousands of souls she swallowed, there were demons and demonic hybrids." She sighed. "But these things happened before I was born, and she mentioned it when I was chatting with her." The three people on the opposite side could not help but look at each other. "Demons and demonic beasts? Why didn't you tell me before?" the blonde witch asked. "Because this information will only increase your worries and won't help solve the problem," Isabella said slowly. Even Zero felt that the memory of a heterogeneous species was too crazy and would cause a great burden on her, so she didn't try anything similar after that. "That's a little interesting." The king did not show an expression of lingering fear. Instead, he raised the corner of his mouth. "By the way, did Zero ever mention to you what happens to the losers in the soul battlefield? Completely disappears, as if they never existed. Is there no difference?" He raised his eyebrows. "For example, those who surrender voluntarily and those who fight to the death, the result is the same? No matter which one it is, it will disappear, but..." Isabella pondered and replied, "Zero seems to have said that the memories she absorbed are divided into two kinds." "Which two kinds?" Roland seemed to be particularly interested in this question. "One kind is chaotic and has a residual consciousness, which will affect Zero herself, and the other kind is complete and placed there for her to look through." She paused. "The former is more difficult to recall and easier to forget. At that time, she just mentioned it casually, so I didn't ask much. But it's the first time I've seen someone like you who doesn't accept a trace of memory at all." This time, the silence was longer. The king closed his eyes and did not speak for a long time, as if he was thinking about an extremely complicated problem, and his brows furrowed undisguisedly. After about a quarter of an hour, he let out a long sigh. "I see." What did he figure out? Although Isabella was curious, she did not ask. She knew her identity. Isabella lowered her head slightly and waited for the judgment. "You should be grateful for your ability. It's not because it's special, but because it can't kill others directly. No matter how serious the crime is, even if you helped Zero attack me, you're just an accessory." Roland's voice was clear and calm. "I can spare your life, but you have to atone for what you've done, just like other people who violate the law." For some reason, when she heard this, she felt a weight fall from her heart. She did not fear death, but she did not like it either. "As long as you can defeat the demons, I'm willing to give you everything. The demons are the enemies of all human beings. Of course, I'll fight them to the end. But unlike the church, I won't destroy the potential of human beings in order to win the battle of divine will. And you have to change your habits in the church." Roland said slowly, "There won't be any pure witches in the future. From now on, you're a witch who atones for your sins." Zero was wrong. Not only did he know the existence of the demons and the Union, but he was also prepared for the battle of divine will. Indeed, he is immortal, and he may pass away after a few decades. His beliefs will also collapse as he ages. But now, you have bestowed him with endless life, and the final hurdle has been overcome. The beloved child of the gods has been born. Thinking of this, Isabella knelt on the ground, dragging her anklet. Her long hair covered the ground. Yes, master. When she stood up again, Roland said, "This isn't the holy city of Hermes, so you're not my exclusive servant, but a person who atones for your sins. Of course, I won't send you to the mines to mine for 20 years. What you need to do is to cooperate with Agatha in magic power research." She was stunned. That's all I need to do for him? During this period, I'll ask Bendy to arrange a new residence for you. You'll have to atone for your sins for 5 years. You can wear no shackles, but you'll only have limited freedom. In other words, except for your residence and Agatha's mage tower, you'll have to be under the surveillance of the Witch Union if you want to go anywhere else. Yes, I understand. By the way, are you sure there are no other witches in the Holy City? Roland asked. Isabella had answered this question several times since she had been captured. Isabella thought for a while and finally shook her head. For this decisive battle, Zero transformed all the useless new witches into the gods' punishment army, and basically all the useful ones were sent to the battlefield. There were still a large number of women in the monastery, but before the months of demons, the probability of them turning into witches was not high. Vanilla, Maggie, and I should be the only 3 people left in the church. Without another word, he turned and walked out of the room. The blonde witch stepped forward and unlocked her shackles. Isabella stared at her free hands in disbelief. Was this the final verdict? Not detained, toyed with, or worse. Did he really mean what he said? Your Majesty. She suddenly stopped him. I wonder how Vanilla and Maggie are now. They're in a better situation than you. Roland turned around and said, they were just influenced by the distorted education in the monastery and are far from crazy. If they can be corrected, they may join the Witch Union one day. As the 3 witches left, the door closed with a squeak. Is that so? Isabella completely relaxed. She lay on the wooden bed and felt the sunlight shining through the window. She squinted at the blue sky outside the iron railing, ignoring the glare of the light. What a nice day, she thought. Your punishment is too light. Nightingale complained when they returned to the office. She almost killed you. It was Zero, not her. Roland handed her a piece of dried fish. The latter took it with her mouth and said vaguely, that was also caused by her. Otherwise, the soul battlefield would not have been able to invade your body. But she really wanted to fight against the demons from the bottom of her heart, didn't she? Roland said carelessly. Since she didn't commit an unforgivable crime and I didn't suffer any real harm, let's deal with her this way. It can also serve as a warning to future generations. 1,000 golden dragon. What? It means propaganda. Roland coughed twice. With her as an example, more people can understand that as long as they don't cross the line, they can still have a chance to redeem themselves. After all, the demons are our ultimate enemies. In order to increase our leverage in the battle of divine will, it's best to let her redeem herself. Okay. Nightingale twitched her mouth. I'll keep an eye on her for you. Roland walked to the French window, still thinking about what Isabella had said. Zero's memory is divided into 2 types. The first type is messy and has residual consciousness, which will affect her. The other type is complete and placed there for her to look at freely. The former type is more difficult to recall and easier to forget. Is this the reason why Zero repeatedly tried to persuade me to surrender during the Battle of Souls? Those who chose to surrender would offer all their memories, and there would be no side effects. This was the only way to explain why she stopped at the crucial moment. Zero hoped that she would give up resisting so that she could obtain the complete details of her memory. This speculation was somewhat similar to his experience when he occupied Prince Roland's body. To be exact, Prince Roland's memory was like this. He could look through it at any time if he wanted to, just like a well-organized file cabinet. He didn't need to spend time to record them. When he wasn't looking at them, he could just throw them to the back of his mind. Even after more than a year, this part of the memory was still as complete as before. Prince Roland was killed by Garcia's hidden chess piece. If the dead had no consciousness, it would make sense to regard them as losers who surrendered. What if they had a strong will to resist? According to Isabella's description, this part of the memory contained residual consciousness, which would change Zero's thoughts, personality, and even beliefs. After she had devoured thousands of people, she had become a complex collection of consciousness, far different from her original self. In other words, she could not be regarded as the same person at all. Therefore, her way of revenge was likely to be to inject all these consciousnesses into her own thoughts. She would certainly be fragmented because of this, but Roland would no longer be Roland. In the chaotic memory storm, various consciousnesses would fight for dominance again, and she might have a chance to make a comeback. However, Zero did not expect that he was not a person of this era. In terms of the depth and breadth of information received, the amount of information a modern person absorbed in a day was equivalent to several months or even several years in ancient times. In the era of information explosion, he was reading and memorizing almost all the time. He kept what was useful and eliminated what was meaningless. This had become an instinct of his consciousness. As a result, all the memory fragments were swallowed and reorganized by the dream world, forming a seemingly strange new world. However, there was no way for him to verify these speculations. Zero lost all the things she had devoured and her original memory. She became a pure and flawless newborn and reappeared in the dream world. But now, he was responsible for raising this newborn. When Roland got up from the bed, yawning, the ladder he used for falling was still on the side, and it was already bright outside the blinds. He was wearing clothes when he fell, but now he only had a pair of boxer briefs. Was this caused by the inertia of his subconscious? It seemed that the dream would continue for a while after he left, until he fell asleep normally, ensuring that every time he entered the dream, he would wake up just at the same time. This was too formalistic. He decided to leave at midnight this time to see if he could eliminate this unconscious action that was similar to sleepwalking. In addition, the sequela of not having enough sleep also came. Roland did not feel like a person who had just woken up. His eyes were dry, his forehead was swollen, and he could not help yawning. Including the time on the other side, he had not slept for more than 20 hours. Maybe he needed to take a nap later. He put on a short-sleeved shirt and walked into the living room, where he saw the petite figure again. "Why did you get up so early today?" Zero looked a little surprised. "I haven't started making breakfast." "Wait for me in the living room, I'll go now." It was obvious that she had just gotten up. Her long white hair was scattered messily on her shoulders, and a few strands of hair were curled up. She looked completely different from her usual nimble appearance. She was still wearing that light cyan dress and white stockings. If he remembered correctly, the little lass had not changed her clothes for 3 days. Judging from her clean and tidy bedroom, it was definitely not because she was lazy or didn't mind being dirty. It could only be that she did not have enough clothes to change into. Somehow, Roland suddenly felt a surge of sadness in his heart. Not only for her, but also for himself. Thinking of the 250 yuan in his wallet, he felt that it was inconceivable. One was the main cause of the dream world, and the other was the creator of the dream world. The two people who could be called the creator of the world had fallen into such a situation, which could not be described as tragic. He could not go on like this. Whether it was to buy books or explore this world, money was indispensable. He had to find a way to earn a stable income, or the 200 yuan was not even enough to take a taxi, excluding food and utilities. While Roland was thinking about how to make money, Zero was already busy. She quickly lit the stove, heated the pan with oil, broke the egg with one hand, and sprinkled the flowing egg liquid into the pan. Although she was not strong enough to shake the pan, the small spatula in her hand moved up and down, and the effect was not much worse than shaking the iron pan. With the sizzling sound of the hot oil, the tempting smell of the fried eggs soon filled the living room. Due to the limited living expenses, there were not many changes to the breakfast. This time, 2 fried dough sticks and a fried egg were served, but Zero had one less fried dough stick for herself. "You bought the fried egg yesterday?" Roland took a bite and found that it was no longer so. "Of course," Zero muttered. The last batch of flour sold at the end of the night was especially cheap. Sometimes the boss would even give me the unfinished flour balls, so I could make several deep-fried dough sticks with them. He asked in surprise, "Are you like this when you're at home?" "Almost." The little girl shook her head and did not say much. It seemed that she did not want to talk about her family. After breakfast, she simply dressed, picked up her school bag and walked to the door. "As usual, uncle, I won't be back at noon. You wash the dishes." "Ah, go. Be careful on the way." Roland nodded. Zero could not help but be startled. After a while, she responded, closed the door and left. "Well, it's time to calculate my property." Roland returned to his bedroom, turned over the bedside table and wardrobe from head to toe, and sorted out all his belongings. First was his wallet. In addition to 200 yuan, there was an ID card and a bank card. It was as shabby as one could imagine. Of course, he directly threw the expired lottery tickets into the trash. Even if he could win, it was already past the redemption time. Moreover, he did not believe that such a small probability event would happen to him. Next was a mobile phone. The contact list was empty, and the only valuable information was the bank card's income and expenditure reminders. It could be seen that at the end of every month, Zero's family would send him 1,500 yuan for living expenses. Now there were only 12 yuan left in the card, and there were still 4 days before the next remittance date. It was not that he would starve to death, but he had no money left to do other things. Finally, there were a few pieces of jewelry. The material seemed to be gold, but he did not know whether they were real or not. Perhaps they were prepared for his wedding? If he sold them to a gold shop, he could probably get about 1,000 yuan, which could be regarded as an emergency fund. These were all the wealth he could freely dispose of. It was not helpful for his current situation. Roland sighed and looked at the furnishings in the utility room. He opened the door at the furthest end of the house and looked at the few old items placed inside. The dusty and cobwebbed bicycle and sewing machine could be sold for 30 to 40 yuan. After all, they were made of iron, especially the latter, which was very difficult for a person to carry. And the big iron door, if it was regarded as scrap iron, could probably be sold for more than 100 yuan. Maybe he would not care about such a small amount of money in normal times, but now it was very precious. If he went to an old bookstore to buy obsolete teaching materials, more than 100 yuan was enough to buy a set of old books on all subjects. Thinking of this, he decided to do so. Roland remembered that there was a number for recycling in the small advertisement posted on the stairwell. But before that, he had to clean these things. If they looked clean, he might be able to sell them for more money. Panting, he dragged the bicycle and sewing machine into the living room. Then, he noticed that something was wrong. The thick iron door did not seem to be leaning against the wall of the utility room, but was built into the wall. What the hell? Which bastard did this? The wall was the outer wall of the tube-shaped apartment. Did they put the door here to facilitate suicide? Moreover, there was a lock on the door. Wait. He remembered that there were 2 keys on the key ring. Roland immediately took the key and inserted the other key into the keyhole. It fit perfectly. With a click, the rusty lock bounced up and fell off the latch. He was too lazy to pick up the broken lock. He pulled the pin and forced the iron door open. A cold wind mixed with snowflakes rushed into the room, making him, who was wearing a short-sleeved shirt and shorts, shiver a few times. Behind the iron door was a snowy scene. Against the background of the rolling snowy mountains in the distance, a gray-brown city was faintly visible. It was built along the mountain walls on both sides, surrounding itself in a big gap. In the center of the city stood a towering building, like a pillar to the sky, in the howling cold wind. Even though it was Roland's first time seeing it, he immediately knew where this place was. Hermes' new holy city. A fortress city built on the broken part of the impassable mountain range. Roland slammed the door shut and took 2 deep breaths. The snowflakes on his body quickly melted into water droplets. Although he had long understood the impermanence of dreams, this scene still shocked him. Roland walked to the window of the storeroom and looked out. The outer wall was smooth and tidy, with no trace of a door or repair. In other words, when this apartment building was built, the door was also embedded in the wall, and not installed later. So, Is this only room 0825 has such an iron door, or does every apartment have the same iron door? If other rooms also have doors that lead to different spaces, what will they show? This idea made Roland even more excited. He returned to the bedroom and rummaged through the closet for a set of winter clothes to put on. The shriveled-down jacket was obviously shedding badly, and the knitted scarf was split. However, he didn't have a better choice at the moment. After putting on these winter clothes in midsummer, Roland suddenly felt as if he was surrounded by a stove. His sweat kept gushing out, and his body temperature rose sharply. When he came to the iron door again, he kicked off his flip-flops, put on a pair of green leather shoes, and directly pushed the door open. The biting cold wind immediately poured into his body through the gaps of his collar and cuffs. Together with the sweat that flowed out from before, he felt extremely sour. Under the combination of cold and heat, he could not help but sneeze several times. Wait, if I keep this door open, won't I have an air conditioner in my house that doesn't consume electricity? He wondered what Zero would think if she saw this scene. Roland rubbed his nose and looked back. The opening of the door seemed to be connected to a basement half buried in the soil slope. There were many similar low storehouses around, which were obviously built by farmers or merchants living outside the city, usually to store grain, ale, or other sundries. However, there was no one stationed around, and this camp seemed to be abandoned. And the scene that amazed him was hundreds of meters behind the soil slope. The world in front of him had a clear boundary. At the end of his field of vision, the slope covered with snow had been cut off in the middle. Broken rocks were floating in the air as if there was no gravity. Further away was a chaotic whirlwind and endless darkness. Occasionally, a crimson bolt of lightning would flash across and illuminate the border area. Even so, the darkness was bottomless. Although this scene was terrifying, it was incomparably magnificent. If one had to describe it, it was like a lone island floating in the void. The border extended along the mountains until it disappeared in the wind and snow. There was no doubt that such a border also existed on the other side of the holy city, but it was too far away for him to see it for the time being. Is this Zero's remaining memory fragment? Roland did not dare to go to the border to see what was going on. Whether it was the wind that tore the rocks apart or the lightning that cut through the sky, they all revealed a dangerous aura. He did not go to the holy city immediately. From here, it would take at least half an hour to reach the city. If he walked in the snow that was up to his ankles, it would only be slower. He should be more prepared. After that, Roland walked around the outskirts of the camp. Whether it was the basement, the houses, or the tents, there was no vitality in the whole camp area. All the residents seemed to have disappeared. This place was somewhat like a battlefield of souls, just with the memory as the background stage. According to this deduction, the holy city should also be empty. Although there was no trace of life activity, everything in the warehouse was still there, and it seemed to be frozen at the moment when the memory was stripped away. For example, the grapes in Roland's hand. He found them in a small basement next door. The iron lock on the door could not stop him at all, so he went back to the house to find a wrench and directly twisted the door bolt. There were a lot of food stored in it, such as pickled jerky, fish slices, wheat, and half a box of grapes. They looked very fresh, probably from the old holy city below the plateau. When he picked one and put it in his mouth, he could still feel its cold sweetness. The biggest harvest came from a small iron box in a secret compartment in the basement. It was not that he was careful enough, but the secret compartment hidden in the wall was in a state of open, and there was even a burning oil lamp on the side, as if someone had just disappeared without a trace when storing something, leaving only the lattice that was not closed and half of the iron box exposed. There were more than 10 golden dragon and a few clear gems in the box, which were obviously of high quality. Roland did not hesitate to put them into his pocket. After confirming that the things in the memory could be brought into the apartment, he immediately got busy. After tossing and turning in the snow for nearly 2 hours, Roland moved the valuable things into the house bit by bit, including a lot of food and a small amount of military equipment, such as iron armor, daggers, and light crossbows. The former could save food expenses, and the latter could probably be sold online. Only when the storeroom was filled to the brim did he reluctantly lock the iron door. This feeling of picking up junk was simply amazing. When he thought of the whole holy city for him to plunder, he could not help but want to laugh out loud. Not to mention living expenses, it would not be a problem to become rich overnight. Roland took off his clothes, panting. When he was about to drink some water, a strong sense of dizziness suddenly came over him. What happened? He staggered 2 steps, but before he reached the coffee table, he felt his vision turned upside down, and then there was a bang, and darkness enveloped him. When he woke up again, Roland found himself lying on the bed in his bedroom, sore all over, as if he had experienced a marathon. The city outside the blinds was covered by the night sky, and it was obvious that he had slept for more than 1 or 2 hours. Probably because he was too tired and had a heat stroke caused by the alternating cold and heat, he thought to himself that he should have taken a nap before going. But to his surprise, he did not feel weak at the moment. Instead, apart from the soreness, he was full of energy, as if there was a hot current constantly circulating in his body. Everywhere it went, his sense of touch became extremely sensitive. At this moment, Roland felt a small breath coming from beside his pillow. He slightly tilted his head and saw Zero lying beside him. She was holding a wet towel in her hand, and half of her face was illuminated by the moonlight. Her thin eyelashes trembled slightly, and her back rose and fell slowly along with her breath. Probably because the room was too stuffy, her dress was soaked in sweat, and her arms were also covered with fine beads of sweat. At the same time, there was a unique sour smell of sweat. Obviously, the little girl had dragged him from the living room to the bedroom, and at the same time, she had done the most basic cooling treatment. He smacked his lips, and there was still a lingering taste of Xianxia water in his mouth. How did she get the medicine in? Looking at Zero's defenseless sleeping posture, Roland shook his head helplessly. He quietly sat up, carried her to the bed, and quietly returned to the living room. Since she cared so much about the cleanliness of the room, she would definitely not be willing to sleep without a bath. He might as well throw her on his bed and wipe the mat tomorrow. Anyway, it was dirty enough on the bed. Lying on the sofa, he found that the soreness was fading little by little, and the hot current in his body was becoming more and more obvious. Roland realized that it was not an illusion. It was something indescribable. He touched his trouser pocket, took out a golden dragon from the memory fragment, and held it in his palm. The hot current condensed in his palm according to his will. The next morning, when the first ray of sunlight shone into the living room, he opened his eyes. The table fan had been blowing hot air all night, and the cicadas were chirping outside the window. Well, now I can confirm that sleeping in the dream world will not bring me back to reality, Roland thought, and it can also help me rest. Although it sounds a little strange, but whatever, as long as it works. He yawned and got up from the sofa. When he was about to go to the kitchen to make breakfast, Zero's scream suddenly came from the bedroom. Then she appeared at the door with a flushed face, pointed at Roland, and stammered, "Yesterday I slept on the sofa last night." Roland shrugged. "Come on, you were sweaty and didn't take a shower. I won't sleep with you." The little girl picked up her collar and smelled it. Her face became even redder, and compared with her snow-white hair, it was no different from a ripe apple. She hurriedly ran back to her bedroom and fiddled with it for a while, and then rushed into the bathroom with a change of clothes. Soon, the sound of a shower came from inside. When she came out, Roland had already made breakfast. Compared with the usual monotonous fried eggs and fried fritters, this time the breakfast was much more sumptuous: fried bacon, salt and pepper egg, grilled dried fish, and a plate of fresh grapes. Of course, all the raw materials came from the holy city behind the iron gate. "You bought meat?" Zero asked in surprise with a wet headscarf wrapped around her. Roland could see her Adam's apple moving slightly, and it was obvious that she was swallowing. "Yes, I bought a lot and put them in the fridge." Roland handed her a pair of chopsticks. "I found a new job." "Really?" Her voice suddenly became excited, as if she had forgotten what had just happened. "Yes, I'll get my salary soon," Roland said with a smile. "I bought these to celebrate." The little girl breathed a sigh of relief. "I thought you finally broke the bottom line and did something irrevocable." "What do you mean irrevocable?" He secretly cursed. Could it be that this fellow thought that he would steal or rob? It seems that robbery in the dream world is not a big deal. "So you also got a heat stroke yesterday because you were out in the sun while looking for a job?" "Probably." He threw a grape into his mouth. Anyway, we don't have to worry about money anymore. So fragile. Zero curled her lips. When will you stop making people worry so much, Uncle? Roland almost choked on his grapes. You make it sound like you're always worried about me. This time it was Zero's turn to be speechless. After a while, she glared at him and said, "The breakfast you made is really a waste of ingredients. You obviously didn't salt the bacon, but you added one more." This guy really knows how to change the topic. Roland picked up a piece of bacon and put it into his mouth. I think it's not bad. It's just that there are some parts that aren't fried. Let me do it. In the future, really, Zero said as she quickly swept the food on the plate. She then picked up her school bag and walked out of the door. Leave the plates here. I'll wash them with dinner when I come back. Wait, Roland stopped her. Do you know where there's a second-hand bookstore nearby? This time, it took him 3 days to get out of the dream world. When he woke up, the sun in Neverwinter had already risen in the middle of the sky. It seemed that the flow of time in the dream world was about 1:8. In other words, 1 night in the real world was equivalent to 2 days in the dream world. If he included the time he spent in bed, he would not be noticed even if he stayed in bed for 3 days. The first thing Roland did when he got up was to find a golden dragon. He then put it in his hand and squeezed it hard. The golden dragon did not move at all, but his fingers were hurting from the squeezing. It seemed that the inexplicable power would only appear in the dream world. He sighed and put the golden dragon back in its original position. He put on his coat and sat in front of the desk. Roland planned to copy down the key knowledge he had reviewed while his memory was still clear, including the missing parts of various basic subjects and the detailed design drawings of some large-scale industrial equipment. In the past 3 days, he had not been idle at all. Selling the stolen goods went smoothly. He first found a local second-hand goods forum and posted the pictures of the armors on the internet, claiming that he had a batch of imitation medieval handicrafts for sale at a low price. Because of the excellent workmanship and the extremely low price, buyers soon came to him. In the end, all the armors were sold at the price of 500 coins per set, and the crossbow and dagger were sold at a cabbage price of 100 coins per set. Anyway, it was a business with no capital, so Roland did not feel sad at all. However, the golden dragon was much more difficult to sell than he had imagined. Even if he squeezed all of them into a round pancake, the bank would not accept gold goods sold illegally, regardless of whether they were gold bars or gold jewelry. The gold shop was also rejected. Several gold shops nearby only took back the jewelry sold in the shop and had to pay a handling fee. However, a salesman gave him an address, saying that there was an old pawnshop there that could take back gold goods of unknown origin, but the price was only half of the market price. Thinking that there were only about 10 golden dragon pieces in total, and the quality was far from pure gold, Roland simply threw them all into the closet. If he had the time, he might as well move a few more sets of armors. As for the 3 dazzling gems, Roland did not know who to sell them to, so he had to leave it unsettled in the end. With the remaining money, he immediately swept through the second-hand bookstore near the apartment building and bought all the textbooks he had read. As for those he had not read, they only had a cover, and the pages were all blank. Obviously, the dream world was not beyond the scope of his consciousness, so it was impossible for Anna to dominate all fields for the time being. Fortunately, he had a wide range of hobbies. He had browsed a lot of miscellaneous useless knowledge on the internet, and he could find detailed answers even if he had only seen some drawings on the internet. In addition to these necessities that could quickly improve the technological level of Neverwinter, Roland also bought 2 new clothes for Zero and a set of winter camping equipment for himself, spending all the money he had earned. He could still remember the shock and disbelief on the little girl's face when she received the new clothes. She had refused several times before accepting them, completely lacking the carefree attitude that a child of her age should have. When he asked her curiously, he found out that it was the first time she had received a gift. It was already good enough that they did not beat her at home. As the creator of the dream world, Roland inexplicably felt a little guilty. He was busy until noon when Nightingale quietly appeared in the room. "You didn't go down for breakfast?" "Yes," Roland replied without raising his head. "Please bring me a lunch. I'll eat in my bedroom." "This is the result of your morning?" Nightingale weighed the stack of papers on the table in surprise. How did you suddenly come up with so many ideas? They originally existed in my mind, but I just forgot about them for a while. Roland exercised his wrist. Have a look. What do you think? A mathematical model that describes the electromagnetic field in a certain volume. In the form of integral? Nightingale put her hand on her forehead. Your Majesty, I'm a little dizzy. I'll bring you lunch first. Roland could not help but smile. Go ahead. By the way, aren't you going to the office today? She turned around and asked when she reached the door. What's wrong? End of chapter 645. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.